Chapter 1. The First Day of Becoming a Fish. Hey, fatty, look over there. Isn't that night pearl in the very center of the treasure dome inscribed with something? The fatty beside him took out a telescope from his backpack. It seems to be a character. Water. Huh? Little brother, are you thirsty? The fatty glanced at the suddenly vocal little brother nearby. Ha! The black glasses nearby burst into laughter. I think the mute Zhang is saying that the inscription says water. What does it mean to inscribe water on the star map? Wuxia was somewhat puzzled by this vast ocean. Xian Shan was awakened by the rustling discussions and was astonished to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place. Huh? He attempted to rise and observe, only to discover that he was actually submerged in a pool. He tried to stand, but found his feet unresponsive, seemingly glued together, unable to move independently. Growing somewhat anxious, he kicked his legs forcefully, only to hear a tremendous splash. Turning his head, he was shocked to find that his lower half was not legs, but a shimmering lake-green fishtail. His thoughts momentarily stalled, and a soft, adorable electronic voice abruptly appeared in his mind. Welcome to the card drawing system. The world you are currently in is Tomb Robber's Notes real world. Xian Shan's neatly organized thoughts were instantly disrupted again. Tomb Robber's Notes? Pingxia? Uncle San? Wait, what does real world mean? Well, let's put it this way. Although the Tomb Robber's Notes that the host is familiar with is merely a novel, it is actually just a microcosm of one of the 3,000 worlds. And it differs from the real world, as the real world changes direction every moment due to every minute choice. The novel is merely a predetermined story. Oh wait, what does that have to do with me? The host perished while saving someone, and due to the strong wish of the saved individual and the host's merit in saving, the system has decided to bind your life to this system. As long as you complete a few small tasks in various worlds, your life will continue. I understand the reasoning, but why have I become a fish? The system awkwardly chuckled twice before nervously explaining. I originally intended to create a body identical to your original one for your convenience, but a slight mishap occurred during the process. Xian Shan, politely smiling, pointed at his fishtail. Is this what you call a slight mishap? Host, think positively. At least the body of a merman is much better than that of a human. It has a longer lifespan and exerts a certain suppression over other beings. Besides, you have me. I can help you transform your fishtail into legs. Then help me transform into legs. But it can't be done right now. Well, because your identity does not exist in the original world. So, you must check in before individuals with strong fortune in this world after they acknowledge your existence. I will have enough energy to assist in your transformation. However, don't worry, they're studying it and they should be able to enter soon. You will return to your original birthplace, and I will transmit your current identity and body data, among other information to you. As he spoke, a massive white conch rose from the center of the pool. With no other choice, Xian Shan entered the conch, awaiting the arrival of those fortunate individuals, hoping they would come quickly. Due to a system error causing the host distress, a special reward of 10 cards is granted. Would you like to proceed to draw cards? Yes. After Xian Shan responded, a light screen appeared before him, shimmering with brilliance. As Xian Shan silently chanted open, the light burst forth. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Punishment Descend Skill Card 1, Lone Tree Support Skill Card 1, Zhuangzhou Dreaming of Butterfly Skill Card 1, Bitter Wind and Rain Skill Card 1, All Beings Suffer Skill Card 1, Personal Space 25M, Ink Wash Mountain Set Costume Card 1, Green Robe with Golden Bamboo Set Costume Card 1, Gold Ingots 100, Premium Tent 1. Identity Transmission in progress. Name, Xian Shan. Current World Identity Merman. Age, 500. Innate abilities, Human Transformation, Tear to Pearl, Water Manipulation, Absolute Control over Aquatic Species, Certain Level Suppression over Non-Human Entities. Skill Cards. Divine Punishment Descends with a Divine Body. Divine Punishment Descends. Creates a lightning field within a 30-meter radius centered on oneself. Duration, 10 minutes. Lone Tree Support Cracking the Heavens. A lone tree can support. When allies' combat power drops below 10, all of your abilities triple. Duration, 1 hour. Negative effect. Within 24 hours, all abilities randomly freeze by 50, maintaining a weakened state. Zhuangzhou Dreaming of Butterflies. Zhuangzhou Dreaming of Butterflies. Butterflies Dreaming of Zhuangzhou. All water-based items can transform into butterflies, varying by the function of the water. For example, blood butterflies will have a blood-sucking effect. Alcohol-containing water will have a hallucinatory effect. Water butterflies generally have a healing effect, but if the water is impure, it will be toxic. Bitter wind and rain. Spring has no bitter wind. Autumn has no bitter rain. When the skill is activated, rain imbued with resentment corrosive will fall within a 10-meter radius centered on oneself. Duration: 30 minutes. Bound allies are unaffected. All beings suffer. All beings suffer. Myriad forms are inherently without. When the skill is activated, all hostile creatures will be immersed in a realm of suffering, losing the ability to act. Duration: 10 minutes. Ignores level. Weapon card: none. Costume cards: Ink Wash Mountain set. Green robe with golden bamboo set. Current number of card draws: none. Universal currency: gold ingots 100. System tools: premium tent 1. Current personal space: 25 m. Meanwhile, the others finally discovered the peculiar nature of that night pearl. Upon reaching the crossbeam of the treasure dome, they realized that the night pearl was not fixed in place but could be unscrewed like a screw. After Black Glasses removed the night pearl, he found a small, deep indentation beneath it, too small for a finger to fit. Here, Black Master, try this. Black Glasses took the dagger from Fatty's hand, which had a unique shape, smooth and slender at the front, but with sharp edges on both sides, resembling an anime dagger. He inserted the dagger into the indentation and pressed down firmly. Bang! With a tremendous noise, a stone staircase split open from the center of the heavenly platform below. The staircase was not long, only about a floor's height, leading down to a narrow tomb passage that could only accommodate one person at a time. To be cautious, the blind man led the way. Fatty followed second. Tianjun was sandwiched in the middle, and the little brother brought up the rear. What is this? The blind man looked astonished at the scene before him. Fatty fondled the ornaments beside him with great affection. Wow, this place is not a tomb, it should be called a palace. Wuxia also stepped forward. This is a Song Dynasty sky blue ice-cracked square vase, a highly valuable collectible even back then. Upon hearing Wuxi's words, the blind man immediately went to lift another vase. Hey, the flowers in here look as fresh as if they were just picked. What is the principle behind this? Chapter 2. Meeting the fortunate individuals. The little brother squatted down next to the blind man, slowly tracing his fingers over the round tables eaten. Fatty and the blind man's eyes sparkled at once, and they immediately began searching for items to take the round table along with the vase. Wuxia watched the two money-crazed individuals darting about and seized Fatty. There must be more than just these two items here. There must be something more valuable and easier to take. Upon hearing this, the two of them charged inward together. Wuxia, trailing behind, observed as they passed several rooms filled with meticulously arranged living supplies, as if someone had lived there for quite a long time. As the two in front slowed down, the blind man turned back. Mu Zhang, do you think these rooms seem to form a square, enclosing the very middle room? The little brother nodded slightly in response. Then there must be something inside. It can't be those sea monkeys again, can it? Wuxia said while quietly stepping back a few paces. Fatty muttered as he walked, you know, that old fellow Wang Zong, if you're going to raise something, at least raise something good-looking. What's the point of raising those sea monkeys and forbidden women? Is it for an underwater escape room? Suddenly, the blind man and the little brother halted simultaneously and raised their hands. There's a sound. This sound is a waterfall? How can there be a waterfall in here? The blind man looked confusedly at the little brother, doubting his own hearing. The group cautiously approached the door, and the sound of the waterfall grew clearer, so much so that even Wuxia and Fatty could distinctly hear the sound of water cascading. Upon reaching the door, they found a massive white jade screen blocking the entrance, thoroughly concealing the interior. Only the light shone through the finely textured white jade, illuminating the exquisitely crafted landscape painting. The blind man stroked his chin in awe. Wow. They must be wealthy. I feel a bit envious. Hurry, there must be treasures inside. Fatty urged from the side. The group circled around the screen, and beneath their feet, the warm white jade had been polished into pebble-like shapes, forming a winding little path. Alongside the path, various plants were planted, and the surrounding walls were adorned with wisteria. The ceiling featured a round algae, well crafted from white jade, exquisitely carved that a few individuals meandered along a narrow path, encountering a circular pond with an approximate diameter of 20 meters. Behind the pond, a man-made waterfall cascaded downward, yet the water within the pool remained at a constant level. Nearby, about 2 to 3 meters from the pond, stood an offering table fashioned from yellow rosewood. Strangely, it bore no statues or idols, while beneath it lay a cloud brocade cushion adorned with a plethora of floral patterns, still vibrant and exquisite after all these years. This place is truly peculiar. Why is there an offering table in a bathhouse? The most baffling part is that there is nothing on the table at all. Indeed, no idols, no offerings, nothing whatsoever. As the group engaged in their discussion, the surface of the water began to stir unexpectedly. With heightened caution, they turned their gazes toward the pond, where a massive white giant clam emerged from the center. The stout fellow exclaimed with wide eyes, "What a colossal shell! The pearl inside must be enormous. With such a large clam, if there were anything inside, it would surely be extraordinary." No sooner had Xingshan spoken than the gigantic clam opened of its own accord. As the clam parted, a lake-green fishtail descended into the water, prompting Xingshan to shift his legs, the tail gently swaying in the liquid. Truly, fairy tales are nothing but fabrications. How could a mermaid possibly be sleeping within a shell? After lingering here for so long, my legs feel as though they might snap, Xingshan silently lamented to the system. Though the clam appeared sizable, its length measured only about 2.5 meters. He may not have been tall, but the fish tail, alongside its fin, exceeded the length of his legs. He had to curl his legs within the confines of the clam. Mermaid? Isn't that merely a story? The stout one exclaimed, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Meanwhile, the blind man remained surprisingly composed, as he was not particularly grounded in reality. That's a term used by foreigners. We should refer to them as Jiaoren instead. The young man instinctively positioned himself in front of Xingshan. The gauzy tail tip swayed gently in accordance with Xingshan's relaxed demeanor, as it turned its head, eyes shimmering like misty lake waters, surveying those present. The individual at the forefront donned an all-black ensemble, his features smooth and handsome, clearly someone of considerable attractiveness. Among the group, he appeared to be the tallest, sporting dark sunglasses and a languid smile on his lips. Even in the face of Xingshan, he exhibited no signs of alarm or disarray. Half a step behind him stood a plump fellow with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, clutching a short dagger, his expression one of astonishment. Further back was a man with black hair clad in a hoodie, his exterior strikingly handsome, yet an aura of coldness seemed to envelop him. The boy shielded by the young man exhibited clear eyes, gazing with curiosity rather than fear. Ah, the blind man, the stout one, the young man, and Xingshan are all present. But isn't this the underwater tomb of Shisha? Why is the blind man here as well? I just spoke with the host because this is the real world. Every moment may lead down a different path due to a single choice. It cannot simply mirror the narrative from your previous world. In seeing these individuals, Xingshan felt a profound realization that this was a tangible world, not a novel or a game. The blind man met his gaze before sitting upright, his silver hair cascading down his back as he moved. His upper body was bare, and even with his exquisitely crafted face, one could not misinterpret his gender. Adorning his nude torso were several delicate silver chains, embellished with various gemstones. The magnificent fish tail shimmered under the candlelight, resembling a work of art crafted from jewels. Noticing that the others had no intention of leaving, Xingshan retrieved a set of inkwash mountain attire from his spatial storage. Draping the outer robe over himself, his fish tail swiftly transformed into legs. Upon standing, he waved his hand, causing the water in the pond to leap upward, forming a translucent curtain of water. Seizing this opportunity, he donned his attire, and those by the pond watched as the Jiaoren waved, the water curtain materializing, and in an instant he appeared at the water's edge, fully clad. "Ah, truly a fairy," one remarked. Xingshan deliberately mimicked the black-eyed man's speech. "Ah, who is being called a fairy? Transforming into human form after 1,000 years of cultivation qualifies one as a fairy. I have looked this way since birth." The blind man observed Xingshan, the inkwash mountain robe fitting him splendidly, the white inner garment layered beneath the green outer robe, which bore patterns of mountains and calligraphy. Yet, these designs were not embroidered, they seemed authentic, as if the ink were still fresh. His hair turned black, pinned up with a bamboo-like hairpin, lending him an air of casual elegance. Compared to the initial impression, this attire imparted a gentle scholarly aura, making him resemble a young gentleman from a literary family rather than a fairy. Meanwhile, the stout fellow, noticing Xingshan's benign demeanor, approached him. His eyes widened at the sight of Xingshan's clothing. Whoa, is that silk brocade you're wearing? Chapter 1. The First Day of Becoming a Fish. Hey, fatty, look. Doesn't that luminous pearl at the very center of the treasure dome seem to have something inscribed on it? The nearby fatty, upon hearing this, retrieved a telescope from his backpack. It appears to be a character. Water. Huh? Little brother, are you thirsty? Fatty glanced at the young man who had suddenly spoken beside him. Ta-ha-ha. The figure in black glasses chuckled at the remark. I believe Mu Zhong is indicating that the inscription reads water. What does it signify to have water inscribed on the star map? Wuxia pondered, somewhat bewildered by this vast ocean of knowledge. Xinshan was roused from his slumber by the rustling discussions, only to be astonished to find himself in an utterly unfamiliar location. Huh? He attempted to rise for a better look, only to discover he was submerged in a pool of water. As he tried to stand, he found his feet unresponsive, seemingly glued together, rendering him incapable of independent movement. Feeling a surge of impatience, he kicked his legs forcefully, only to be met with a resounding splash. Turning his head, he was taken aback to see that his lower body was not legs, but rather a shimmering lake-green fishtail. His thoughts froze momentarily as a soft, endearing electronic voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Welcome to the card drawing system. The world you currently inhabit is Tomb Raider notes the real world. The clarity Xinshan had just regained was once again shattered. Tomb Raider notes? Ping Xie? Uncle San? Wait, what does the real world mean? Well, to put it simply, while the Tomb Raider notes that the host is familiar with is merely a novel, it represents just a fragment of one of the myriad worlds. And there exists a certain discrepancy between it and the real world, as the real world diverges in countless directions with each minute choice made at every moment. The novel is but a predetermined narrative. Oh, wait a moment. What does that have to do with me? The host perished while saving someone, and due to the intense wish of the person saved and the merits of the host's act of salvation, the system has decided to bind your life to it. As long as you complete a few minor tasks across various worlds, your life shall continue indefinitely. I understand the reasoning, but why have I turned into a fish? Huh? The system awkwardly chuckled twice before sheepishly explaining. I originally intended to create a body similar to your original one for your adaptation, but a minor accident occurred during the process. Xinshan, politely smiling, pointed at the fishtail. Is this what you call a minor accident? Host, think positively. At least the body of a merman is superior to that of a human, boasting a significantly longer lifespan. Moreover, it possesses a certain suppressive effect on other creatures. Besides, you have me, I can assist in transforming your fishtail into legs. Then please transform it into legs. However, that cannot be done at present. Well, because your identity does not exist in the original world. Therefore, you must be recognized by those with strong fortune in this world before I can gather enough energy to assist in your transformation. But do not worry, they are researching it and should be able to enter shortly. You shall return to your place of origin, and I will relay your current identity and body data information to you. As he spoke, a massive white conch shell rose from the center of the pool. With no other choice, Xinshan entered the conch shell, awaiting the arrival of those fortunate individuals, hoping they would come soon. Due to a system error causing inconvenience to the host, a reward of 10 cards is granted. Would you like to proceed to draw cards? Yes. Upon his affirmation, a luminous screen appeared before him, shimmering with light. As Xinshan silently invoked the command to commence, the brilliance erupted forth. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Divine Punishment Descend Skill Card 1, Single Log Support Skill Card 1, Zhuangzhou's Dream of Butterfly Skill Card 1, Bitter Wind and Rain Skill Card 1, All Beings Suffer Skill Card 1, Portable Space 25M, Ink Wash Xinshan Set Costume Card 1, Green Robe with Golden Bamboo Set Costume Card 1, Gold Ingots 100, Quality Tent 1. Identity Transmission in Progress. Name, Xinshan. Current World Identity Merman. Age, 500. Innate Abilities. Human Form Transformation, Tear to Pearl, Water Manipulation, Absolute Control over Aquatic Creatures, Certain Level Suppression over Non-Human Entities. Skill Cards. Divine Punishment descends with the body of a deity. Divine Punishment descends, forming a lightning field within a 30-meter radius centered on oneself. Duration, 10 minutes. Single log support when allies' combat power falls below 10. All personal abilities triple for 1 hour. Negative impact. Within 24 hours, all abilities randomly freeze at 50, maintaining a weakened state. Zhuang Zhou's dream of butterflies. All water-based items can transform into butterflies, varying based on the water's function. For instance, blood butterflies will have a blood-sucking effect. Those containing alcohol will induce hallucinations. Water butterflies typically have a healing effect, but if the water is impure, it will carry toxins. Bitter wind and rain. Spring without bitter wind. Autumn without bitter rain. When the skill is activated, rain imbued with resentment corrosive falls within a 10-meter radius centered on oneself. Duration: 30 minutes. Bound allies are unaffected. All beings suffer when activated. All hostile creatures will be immersed in a realm of suffering, losing the ability to act. Duration: 10 minutes. Ignores level. Weapon cards: none. Costume cards: Ink Wash Qing Shan set, green robe with golden bamboo set. Current card draws: none. Universal currency: gold ingots 100. System equipment: quality tint 1. Current portable space: 25 m. Meanwhile, the individuals outside finally discerned the peculiar nature of the luminous pearl. Upon reaching the beam of the treasure dome, they discovered that the luminous pearl was not affixed to the dome, but could be unscrewed like a bolt. After removing the pearl, Black Glasses found a small indentation beneath it, deep and narrow, too small for his fingers to fit. Here, Black Master, give this a try. Black Glasses took the dagger from Fatty's hand. Its unique shape was slender and smooth at the tip, with blades on either side resembling an anime dagger. He inserted the dagger into the indentation and pressed down firmly. Bang! With a loud crash, a staircase of stone split open beneath the platform, leading downward. The staircase was not long, only about a floor's height. Descending, they found themselves in a narrow tomb passage that could only accommodate one person at a time. To be cautious, the blind man led the way, followed by Fatty, with Tianjin sandwich in the middle and little brother bringing up the rear. What is this? The blind man exclaimed, astonished by the sight before him. Fatty, unable to contain his excitement, caressed the ornaments nearby. Wow, this place is not a tomb, it should be called a palace. Wuxia stepped forward as well. This is a Song Dynasty sky blue ice crack patterned square vase, which was a highly valuable artifact even back then. Upon hearing Wuxi's words, the blind man immediately moved to lift another vase on the opposite side. Hey, the flowers inside, after all these years, still look as fresh as if just picked. What is the principle behind this? Chapter 2. The Meeting with the Fortunate Individuals. Little brother crouched down beside the blind man, his fingers gliding slowly across the round table. Zing. Upon hearing this, both Fatty and the blind man's eyes sparkled as they began searching for items to take the entire round table along with them. Wuxia, observing the two treasure hunters scurrying about, grabbed Fatty. There must be more than just these two items here. Surely there are more valuable and easier to obtain treasures. At this, the two men rushed inward together. As Wuxia walked behind, he noticed they had passed several rooms filled with meticulously arranged household items, suggesting someone had lived there for an extended period. The two ahead gradually slowed their pace, and the blind man turned back. Mu Zhang, don't you think these rooms seem to form a square, effectively enclosing the central room within? Little brother nodded gently in response. There must be something inside. Let's hope it's not another sea monkey or something, Wuxia said, retreating a few steps discreetly. Fatty murmured as he walked. What a rascal that Wang Zonghai is. If you're going to raise creatures, at least choose something visually appealing. Are those sea monkeys and banshees meant for a daring underwater escape? Suddenly, the blind man and little brother halted, raising their hands simultaneously. There's a sound. What is that sound? A waterfall? How could there be a waterfall in here? The blind man gazed at little brother, questioning his own perception. The group cautiously approached the door, and as they drew nearer, the sound of the waterfall grew, increasingly distinct, clear enough for even Wuxia and Fatty to hear the cascading waters. Upon reaching the entrance, they encountered a massive white jade screen, completely concealing the interior. Only the light filtered through the delicately crafted white jade, illuminating the exquisite landscape painting of mountains and rivers. The blind man stroked his chin in awe. Wow, they must be incredibly wealthy, and feeling a bit envious. Hurry, there must be treasures inside, Fatty urged eagerly from the side. As they navigated around the screen, the smooth white jade underfoot had been polished into pebble-like shapes, forming a winding path. Alongside the path, various plants thrived, while the surrounding walls were adorned with climbing wisteria. Above them, a circular coffered ceiling of white jade was intricately carved, showcasing breathtaking artistry that a group of individuals meandered along a narrow path, encountering a circular pool of approximately 20 meters in diameter. Behind the pool, an artificial waterfall cascaded downwards, while the water within the basin maintained a remarkably constant level. Adjacent to the pool, roughly 2 to 3 meters away, stood an altar made of yellow rosewood, curiously devoid of any deity or offering. The ground was adorned with a brocade cushion featuring an intricate floral pattern, which, despite the passage of many years, remained vibrant and exquisite. "This place is truly peculiar, an altar in a bathhouse," one remarked. "What's even stranger is that there's nothing on the altar at all," another added. "Indeed, no deity, no offerings, absolutely nothing." As they engaged in their discourse, the surface of the water suddenly stirred. They exchanged wary glances, only to witness a colossal white giant clam rising from the center of the pool. The stout fellow beside them gazed in awe. What a massive shell! The pearl inside must be enormous. With a clam of this size, if there were anything inside, it would surely be extraordinary, another chimed in. No sooner had the words left his lips than the enormous clam opened of its own accord. Upon its opening, a lake green fish tail gracefully descended into the water. Sean shifted his legs, and the tail swayed gently in the water. Indeed, fairy tales are deceptive. How could a mermaid possibly be sleeping within a shell? After lingering here for so long, my legs feel as if they might break, Sean silently complained to the system. Though the clam appeared sizable, it measured only about 2.5 meters in length. Despite his modest height, the fish tail, along with its fin, was more than twice the length of his legs, forcing him to curl them within the confines of the clam. "A mermaid? Is this not a tale spun from fantasy?" the stout man exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The blind man, however, appeared rather composed, as he was not particularly beholden to logic. "That's merely a foreign term here. It should be called a GORN. Meanwhile, the young man swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Sean. The delicate tip of the fish tail swayed gently in accordance with Sean's easing tension as she turned her head, her eyes resembling misty waters, casting a sweeping glance across the gathering. The individual at the forefront was clad in black, his features smooth and handsome, suggesting a striking appearance. Among the group, he was likely the tallest, adorned with dark sunglasses and a nonchalant smile gracing his lips. Even in the presence of Sean, he exhibited no signs of alarm or disarray. Half a step behind him stood a stout, fair-skinned fellow with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, clutching a short dagger, his expression one of astonishment. Further back was a man with black hair dressed in a hoodie, whose striking looks were overshadowed by an almost palpable air of indifference. The young man shielded by him had clear eyes, gazing at Sean with curiosity rather than fear. Ah, the blind man, the stout fellow, the young man, and Sean are all present. But isn't this the underwater tomb of Shisha? Why is the blind man here as well? I just spoke with the host. This is the real world, where at every moment a single choice can lead one down an entirely different path. It cannot simply replicate the narrative of your previous world, the system replied. At that moment, Sean truly felt the authenticity of this realm, realizing it was neither a novel nor a game. The blind man withdrew his gaze and rose to a seated position, his silver hair cascading down his back. With his upper body bared, even the exquisite features of his face did not lead to any misidentification of his gender. Adorning his bare torso were several slender silver chains, each embellished with a variety of gemstones. His beautiful fish tail shimmered under the candlelight, resembling an exquisite work of gem-studded art. Seeing that the others had no intention of departing, Sean retrieved a set of water-ink mountain-themed attire from his space. Draping the outer robe over himself, his fish tail swiftly transformed into legs. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, causing the water in the pool to leap up and form a translucent curtain of water. Seizing the opportunity, he donned his outfit, which was instantly complete. The onlookers by the pool witnessed the GORN gesturing, the water curtain appearing, and in an instant, he materialized at the water's edge, fully attired. "Ah, truly a fairy!" Sean mimicked the blind man's tone. "Who are you calling a fairy?" Transforming into human form after a millennium of cultivation is what one might call a fairy. I've looked like this since birth. The blind man regarded Shan, the water-ink mountain robe fitting him impeccably, the white inner garment layered beneath the green outer robe, which bore patterns of mountains and calligraphy. Rather than being embroidered, it seemed as though the ink had yet to dry. His hair transformed to black, gathered in a casual bun secured by a bamboo-like hairpin, imparting a relaxed and effortless demeanor. In contrast to the initial astonishment he had evoked, this new attire lent him an air of refined literary elegance, making him appear less like a fairy and more akin to a young gentleman from a scholarly family. The stout man, noticing Shan's non-threatening demeanor and seemingly amiable nature, approached him with curiosity. His eyes fixated on Shan's attire, he exclaimed, "Goodness! Is that fabric made of Kasai?"
Chapter 3, The Deity of the Sea. Upon hearing this, the innocent Wuxie could no longer sit still and leaned forward. "Really, let me see. A stitch of silk is worth a stitch of gold. You are clad in a full ensemble of golden ingots." The blind man beside him also edged closer to Shan, wielding a dagger and gesturing at the sleeves of Shan's attire. "Young master, look at those sleeves of yours. They are far too long, making it difficult for you to move. Allow me to make some alterations." "How dare you? This is my favorite outfit." Shan snatched back his sleeve from the blind man's grasp, for he possessed but 2 sets of clothing in total. The portly man, upon hearing this, quietly stowed away the scissors he had been holding, observing the avarice in the eyes of these two. Shan's gaze became misty, and 2 tears cascaded down his cheeks. The blind man, noticing the tears, flusteredly attempted to console him. "Oh, don't cry, you don't need those sleeves." Yet, before he could finish, the tears that fell from Shan's chin transformed into 2 teardrop-shaped pearls. Shan deftly caught them and tossed them to the portly man and the blind man. "Here, take these. Do not covet my clothing anymore." The portly man and Wuxie exchanged glances. "I think I understand how he ended up here," he mused. Shan shot them a disdainful look. "What are you two thinking? I was not imprisoned here." He raised his head proudly, declaring, "No one can defeat me in the vast ocean." "So you were defeated on land?" the blind man inquired mockingly. Shan's hand twitched, yearning to land on his face, but he ultimately restrained himself. "Forget it, I shan't stoop to the level of a disabled person. Let us consider ourselves partners. He reveres me, and I protect him." The portly man suddenly enlightened. "So you are the deity he venerates. But as someone who seeks immortality, why hasn't Wang Zhanghai used you for experiments?" Wuxie queried, puzzled. Shan chuckled. "For ordinary mermen, though their lifespans are somewhat extended, they fall far short of the lengths that would drive one to madness." The blind man interjected, "I've heard that ordinary mermen live for only about 200 years. Moreover, unlike humans, upon death, they transform into coral in the sea." After hearing this, the group turned to Shan in unison. "But Wang Zhanghai has been dead for over 500 years, yet he is still thriving." The blind man shrugged. "I was referring to ordinary mermen. Just look at him. Does he appear ordinary to you?" Indeed, the group turned to find the young master had already reclined on a chaise lounge. Observing the spectacle, upon noticing their gazes, Shan smiled and introduced himself. "Let us be reintroduced. I am Shan. I'm the blind man. Just call me blind. I am Wuxie. This is the portly one, and that is the silent one. He speaks little, so do not take offense." After a moment of hesitation, Wuxie turned to Shan. "Shan, do you wish to join us in our escape? It's been quite a while since I ventured out. Perhaps it is time to see the world again," he said, moving closer to Wuxie. "First encounters logged. Silent brother Wuxie, portly one, blind system rewards being calculated. Congratulations, host has received. All things coexist. Skill card 1, draw chances 2. All things coexist. Divine wish. All things coexist. Upon the activation of this skill, one may select existing organisms, plants or sentient animals, within 5 each, to manipulate their growth, if no plants or animals are present. The skill is ineffective." The group ascended the steps they had come down. Wuxie, unable to contain his curiosity, stealthily inquired of Shan, "Ordinary mermen live only 200 years. How is it that you endure for so much longer?" "Strictly speaking, I am not a merman. One could say I am the embodiment of the SEA. As long as there exists a body of water in this world, I shall endure eternally." Wuxie gasped in astonishment. "Wow, does that mean you are the legendary immortal, little third master?" "The issue is that he is not human," the blind man lazily responded, his tone lacking any astonishment. The group proceeded through the passage back to the room resembling the heavenly palace. Beginning to deliberate on how to ascend to the ocean's surface, this should be able to be blown open with explosives, but alas, we lack oxygen tanks. "It's fine. Do we not have this gentleman with us?" The blind man subtly pointed toward Shan. Upon hearing this, Wuxie's eyes sparkled as he looked at Shan. "Right, we have Shan." Shan regarded the glimmering eyes of the group and smiled. "I can indeed assist you in ascending. But what will you offer in return?" "Oh dear young master, we are already so familiar. Do we really need to discuss such matters?" The blind man sidled up to Shan, draping an arm around his shoulder in a sycophantic manner. Shan playfully observed the blind man. "Even brothers must settle accounts clearly. Besides, I do not recall having any siblings. Ultimately, Wuxia felt it was indeed inappropriate to have Xinshan toil for free. I believe I possess something you lack. But I can offer you my services as a tour guide. A tour guide. Upon hearing Xinshan's bemused tone, Wuxia realized this was a being who hadn't been outside in 500 years. Unaware of what a tour guide entailed, he sought help from the side. A tour guide is someone who takes the young master to eat, drink, and be entertained, the portly man added after catching Wuxia's look. That sounds quite appealing. Very well then, Xinshan replied, raising his hand, when suddenly a cracking sound echoed from the dome above, and water rushed in through the crevices. I say, young master, could you perhaps give us a heads up before you make a move? It would give us a moment to prepare ourselves mentally, the portly man lamented as the water quickly rose to his calves. Xinshan chuckled sheepishly, isn't it exciting that we are finally able to leave? Speaking, he flicked his hand in the air, and four resplendent, translucent bubbles appeared floating towards the group. As they approached, the bubbles expanded and enveloped Wuxia and the others. Once encased in the bubble, Wuxia was astonished to find that there was no sensation of suffocation within. Moreover, the incoming water was buoyed up. In the blink of an eye, they were nearing the dome. Suddenly, Wuxia recalled a forgotten individual in the corner. Little Shan, there is a girl down below. Could you rescue her as well? He gestured towards a shadowy corner. Xinshan glanced in that direction and spotted a girl in her 20s, her long hair tied in a ponytail, unconscious, and lying against the wall. He recognized her as Aining. The bubble floated towards Aining, enveloping her as well. After bringing Aining to the ocean's surface, Xinshan noticed that the others who had ascended earlier were frolicking in their bubbles, darting this way and that. Hidden task: leave the Shisha underwater tomb. Completed. Gold ingots 100. Skill card: Spirit of Stone and Mountain. Spirit of Stone and Mountain. Mind communicates with all. Spirit of Stone and Mountain upon activation. Stones become soldiers. Duration: 10 minutes. Chapter 4. The life of a perfectionist. A blue light flashed in his hand, forming a whirlpool, and in an instant, a whirlpool appeared at the ocean's surface centered around Xinshan. The individuals within the bubbles were swiftly drawn into the center of the whirlpool. With a wave of his hand, the group was ensnared by a watery prison, resembling figurines trapped in a claw machine. Xinshan transported them to the nearest small island, releasing them from their confinement. The group, having been tossed around in the bubble, emerged disoriented. The blind man, however, seemed to be having a grand time. Once outside, he eagerly asked, "What shall we do next to return? Shall I drag you back?" Xinshan suggested. Wuxia and the portly man immediately shook their heads. No need for that. We might lose our lives in the process. After lounging on the beach for a while, they began to contemplate their return. Xinshan, however, closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to stretch outward. The blind man noticed Xinshan suddenly opening his eyes. What is it? Young master, Xinshan replied, puzzled. There is a boat next to this island. I wonder whose it is. Upon hearing this, the portly man sprang up from the ground, pointing at Aining. What more needs to be said? It must have been left as an escape route by that little girl. After trekking for about 10 minutes, the group indeed found a yacht on the beach. Though not large, it was sufficient for the four of them. Upon boarding, they discovered a plethora of supplies aboard, all emblazoned with Aining's company logo. The portly man picked up a piece of ham and shoved it into his mouth, muttering, "See, I told you this little girl must have prepared for us. She likely intended to abandon us and escape on her own," he added. "Enough, portly man, we are already aboard. Do not hold a grudge against her," Wuxia comforted, patting the portly man's shoulder. The group returned to shore. Delivering Aining to the personnel of the Chota Cow Company. "Young master, what are your plans?" The blind man lazily leaned against Xinshan, inquiring. To seize the day, Xinshan replied, holding up a pearl. With that pearl, Xinshan observed the glimmering eyes of the blind man and the portly man, turning his hands to reveal a smooth gold ingot. "I also possess this." As Xinshan watched the astonished faces of the blind man and the portly man, he leisurely tucked the gold ingot away. Wuxia, recovering from his shock, approached Xinshan. "Though you possess gold ingots, they are not the currency of this world. Brandishing them would draw too much attention. It would be wiser to exchange them for cash before going out to enjoy ourselves." "Indeed, even I covet your gold ingot." The portly man nodded in agreement. The blind man sat up, wrapping an arm around Xinshan. "It seems, young master, that you must accompany us. You all, indeed, I reside with the mute. In matters of disposing of stolen goods, Wuxia and the others lack our convenience." The blind man gestured towards the silent one, who quietly stood as a background figure, before the words of the black bear had even settled. He received a sharp elbow jab. Xinshan cast a fleeting glance at the black bear, remarking, "Now that is indeed ill-gotten gains. What I possess here are pristine gold ingots." After a round of playful banter, it came as no surprise that Xinshan accompanied the black bear to Beijing. It was said that a significant patron was seeking him, hence his prolonged stay in the city. After presenting 10 gold ingots to the black bear to exchange for currency, Xinshan embarked on a shopping spree. Although the clothing provided by the system was exquisite, it amounted to merely 2 sets, which was rather insufficient for a connoisseur like Xinshan. Moreover, the humble abode shared by the black bear and the mute was starkly bare. which left Xianshan quite unsettled. Thus, his first course of action was to visit the furniture market, as he intended to reside there for an extended period. Upon entering, Xianshan was immediately drawn to a set of wooden tables and chairs. The design was simplistic yet possessed an ancient charm, perfectly aligning with Xianshan's aesthetic. Within the house, he opted for more modern and comfortable furnishings. When the black bear and the mute returned, they were astonished by the transformed courtyard. Were it not for the sight of Xianshan leisurely sipping tea, they might have doubted they had entered the correct premises. The previously desolate yard had miraculously sprouted a loquat tree, adorned with a few incongruous orange fruits. On the square table beneath the tree lay a set of sky-blue, crackle-glazed teapot and cups, from which steam gently rose. A delicate bamboo fruit basket held several orange loquats. While Xianshan languidly reclined in a chair, engrossed in a book. It was only upon closer inspection that they realized it was a comic book. The black bear's astonishment was akin to witnessing Wang Zhanghai in cosplay. While the mute displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, regaining his composure, the black bear settled into a nearby chair and inquired, "Young master, may I ask how much you spent today?" Xianshan set down his book, briefly pondering. "Approximately 40,000. The black bear's hand trembled, causing half the tea in his cup to spill. "What on earth did you do?" Xianshan gestured towards the courtyard and then the house. Upon stepping inside, they discovered that the interior had also been completely furnished anew, predominantly with wooden furniture, yet distinct from the exterior. The sofa featured thick cushions, while the coffee table resembled a tree stump. A lantern-shaped pale yellow chandelier adorned the ceiling, intricately painted with elegant bamboo, complementing the bamboo leaf screen behind the sofa. The black bear slumped into his chair, exclaiming, "Ah, young master, this is splendid. You've saved us quite a bit. Who wouldn't appreciate a refined lifestyle? Though isn't it primarily a matter of expense?" The mute nodded earnestly in agreement. As they marveled at the transformation, Xianshan stepped back inside, waving his hand to reveal an additional 20 gold ingots on the coffee table. "Please help me exchange these for your currency as well." The black bear lifted the gold ingots, exclaiming, "Wow, what do you need so much money for?" "To purchase clothing," Xianshan replied, just as he noticed the enormous question marks hovering over the heads of the black bear and the mute. Both of them were scantily clad, unable to comprehend Xianshan's incessant need for new attire. Xianshan then produced a beautifully carved round pendant and tossed it to the black bear, saying, "This is for you, as a token for your errand." The pendant was golden, featuring wave patterns around a hollowed-out Fu character, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship, likely a relic of the royal family. The black bear's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Not to mention, Wang Zhanghai is quite generous with you." Upon hearing this, Xianshan tilted his head and inquired, "Would you not treat the god of wealth kindly?" "Indeed," the black bear replied. In the days that followed, Xianshan frequented various shopping malls, filling every wardrobe in the courtyard with an abundance of clothing. The black bear sensed that if he did not take Xianshan out soon, the courtyard would not suffice for his indulgences. Coincidentally, the significant patron requested the black bear to make a trip to Gulmud, and he planned to take the young master along. At this moment, the long-lost system finally began to bubble up again. Main quest: accompany the black bear to Gulmud Sanatorium. Quest reward: gold ingots x 100. Weapon card, now clothing. Pending completion. Chapter 5, Gulmud. The black bear leaned closer to Xianshan and said, "Young master, the mute and I have taken on a substantial job. Would you care to join us? If you too are being compensated, what benefit do I derive from going along? I am willing to go. But I require some form of incentive." "Young master, with your wealth, what could I possibly offer you?" The black bear was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Young master, you have quite the sense of humor. I am not jesting. I will go, but I wish to see your eyes." Xianshan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he regarded the black bear. The black bear lowered his head, his expression deepening. "Young master, do you truly wish to see?" Xianshan nodded earnestly. The black bear sighed, turned away, and slowly removed his sunglasses. His eyes, although beautifully shaped, were a cold grayish-white. They appeared detached, starkly contrasting with the black bear's personality. Xianshan lightly touched the water in the teacup, causing it to transform into delicate butterflies. The translucent creatures landed gently on the black bear's eyelids. A refreshing sensation washed over him as the searing pain that once plagued his vision dissipated. "My strength is not yet fully restored. I can only provide you with a rudimentary healing, not a complete cure." The black bear gazed at Xianshan. "You desired to see my eyes because of this, didn't you?" "Indeed, your eyes should now be less sensitive to light, but bright lights may still affect you." Xianshan withdrew his hand. "You were so kind to me." The black bear's smile grew brighter. Xianshan felt a tinge of embarrassment at the black bear's cheerful demeanor, responding, "It is merely a small effort. Even small efforts are often neglected by many." The black bear remarked softly. The black bear, in an effort to lighten the mood, chuckled, "Young master, the mute and I have taken on a significant job, and we must travel to Gulmud. Will you wait here for us, or accompany us?" Xianshan feigned contemplation, observing the eager expression on the black bear's face. "I shall accompany you. After so many years beneath the sea, I certainly wish to explore a bit, and I believe traveling with you will undoubtedly be enjoyable." The black bear, unable to contain his excitement upon receiving the answer he had hoped for, exclaimed, "Excellent, young master, I shall prepare the necessary items for you. No need, I can manage that myself, the items you have are unnecessary for me." Xian waved his hand dismissively. During his shopping excursions, he had already acquired many essentials, with snacks and clothing taking precedence, along with various miscellaneous items for daily living. He meticulously organized his space into sections, categorizing the items for easy access. He even reserved a small compartment for the black bear, purchasing a few changes of clothes for him. After all, the Xian was aware that despite the black bear's brash demeanor and apparent greed, he had been remarkably accommodating during his prolonged stay. A few days later, on the train. "Why must we travel by train?" Xian grimaced at the chaotic environment of the train. The black bear leaned closer to Xian, whispering, "Because the three of us are undocumented." Xian glanced at the black bear and Zhang Qiling, then at himself, a centenarian, the black bear, another centenarian with frequent memory lapses, Zhang Qiling, and a humanoid non-terrestrial being, Xian, quite the diverse assembly. Closing his eyes, Xian decided to ignore the chaos around him. 10 minutes later, Xian awoke to the overpowering stench of foot odor from the man behind him, prompting him to take action. He approached the attendant, explaining that he had mistakenly booked the wrong ticket. He meant to reserve a deluxe soft sleeper but had erred instead, and inquired if there were any available soft sleeper compartments. The attendant, recognizing the sincerity in Xian's expression, readily agreed. She had just checked the compartments and found several soft sleepers unoccupied, perfectly suited for Xian. With a grateful smile, Xian thanked her. "Thank you, miss. I shall go fetch my brother." He then returned to find the black bear and the mute. After the attendant escorted them to the soft sleeper compartment, she departed. The space was modest, with a double sofa on one side and upper and lower bunks on the other, with a small table in between and a private restroom within. Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a fitting place for a person to travel. Rather than enduring the foot odor of middle-aged men and the cries of children outside, settling down on the sofa, Xian pushed the items on the table aside and retrieved a tea set from his space. Gazing out the window at the scenery, he leisurely sipped his tea until the black bear came to call him. Xian disdainfully regarded the dilapidated van before him. "This is the treatment you receive for being a black bear and a mute?" The black bear flashed a conciliatory smile. "The employer has yet to arrive. We must make do ourselves. Every bit saved counts." He then hopped into the vehicle, patting his lap. "Would you like to sit on my lap?" "Young master," Xian frowned, but upon seeing the black bear's eyes, he sighed internally, conceding that he had endured his hardships. Silently, he retrieved a black and green embroidered blanket from his space, indicating for the black bear to spread it over the seat. The rickety van bumped along the road, eventually arriving at a desolate suburb. The crumbling buildings were entangled with gnarled trees, allowing no light to penetrate. On the rooftops hung a few faded red characters. Due to the passage of time, some strokes had lost their color, yet one could still discern that they likely read Gulmud Sanatorium. The dilapidated fence no longer deterred entry, and the trio slipped through a gap. Though the iron gate remained steadfast in blocking outsiders, the windows, now mere frames, had succumbed to disrepair, yet still stood firm. The three of them entered through the window. Main quest: accompany the black bear to the Jirmu Sanatorium. Completed. Quest reward: 100 gold ingots. Weapon card, Meow costume, sent. Please collect promptly. This is the corridor of the hospital, where a thick layer of dust has settled on the floor and spider webs have woven themselves into every corner, indicating that this place has not seen visitors for quite some time. The wooden floorboards have succumbed to decay, creaking underfoot as if they might splinter at any moment. A slogan hangs on one wall, its blood-red letters casting an ominous shadow that heightens the atmosphere. Zhang Qiling and the black bear have surrounded Xian, and as they ascend to the second floor, they hear a male voice. "You must be Hualing?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiling immediately rushes toward the room from which the voice emanated. It is a vast hall, eerily dominated by an ancient wooden coffin, dust-laden, and seemingly untouched by time. Wu Xie sits before a stone sarcophagus, where a ragged woman with disheveled long hair crouches like a beast, growling low at him. Zhang Qiling advances and delivers a forceful kick to Hualing's chest, sending her sprawling, yet she appears impervious to pain. Swiftly lunging back at him. At this moment, Xian and the black bear arrive at the doorway, and upon witnessing the scene inside, they instinctively choose to linger and observe. Chapter 6, The First Encounter with Xiaohua. Only when Zhang Qiling secures Hualing in an adjacent empty room do they saunter in leisurely. "Xiaoshan, you've been led astray by the black bear," Wu Xie laments, gazing at Xian with concern. "Does that little banshee truly require the young master to intervene? A mute could easily handle her tenfold." As they converse, the door confining Hualing begins to buckle under pressure. The sound of iron slamming down prompts the trio to turn their gazes toward Xian. He sighs, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. It is no easy task to steal a moment of leisure. Hualing, with a fierce countenance, lunges at them but halts abruptly a meter away from Xian. Her body trembles slightly, and after a moment, She retreats swiftly as if confronted by a predator, darting back into the room. Why does this banshee discriminate? Wu Xia inquires. She fears Zhang Qiling. Xianshan explains. Why, what is there to fear about Xianshan? Wu Xia asks, bewildered. Xianshan is a deity, while Huo Ling is merely a test subject for immortality. The disparity between them is like that of a towering mountain to mere pebbles at the roadside. Even a genuine immortal would not dare challenge a deity, let alone a failed experiment. The black bear elucidates as he guards Xianshan, ushering him outside. Wait, Wu Xia calls out to them, then turns to Xianshan. Xiaoshan, can you restrain her so she remains still? I would like to take her photograph. Xianshan regards him. Do you wish to save her? Wu Xia chuckles awkwardly. No, I know my own worth. I've merely heard that the matriarch of the Hua family has been searching for Huo Ling, and I wish to inform them. Come out, seemingly understanding that Xianshan disdains her animal-like crawling. Huo Ling stands upright, though her movements resemble those of a newborn fawn, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. As she approaches Xianshan, she stands there vacantly. Despite her bewildered expression, Wu Xia perceives a hint of obedience on her face. Xianshan extends his hand, and water-blue butterflies take flight from his palm, landing delicately on Huo Ling. Her ashen, twisted visage gradually returns to a semblance of normalcy, though her demeanor remains vacant. She has transcended the bounds of non-humanity. Her mind and body have already undergone aberration, Xianshan states as he retracts his hand. I can only suppress this aberration to render her appearance more human-like, but the altered aspects cannot revert to their original state. The black bear, curious, reaches out to Huo Ling, waving his hand before her eyes, noticing that her gaze follows his movements. So can she understand us now? He asks. Her current intellect is akin to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Basic communication is feasible, yet anything more complex may elude her comprehension. That's quite remarkable. I will call my second uncle to contact the Hua family for her retrieval. Wu Xia hangs up, and moments later, an unfamiliar call comes through. Upon answering, a bright female voice chimes. Is this Wu Xiegage? This is Wu Xia. May I ask who you are? Wu Xiegage. I am Wu Xiuxiu. Where are you? I am coming to fetch my aunt. We are at the Jirmu Sanatorium. Your aunt's situation is rather unique. Did my second uncle inform you? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiuxiu pauses. That's fine, as long as she is alive. Half an hour later, the sound of a vehicle outside draws their attention. Looking out the window, they see a long convoy halted outside the walls, including an ambulance. Wu Xiuxiu arrives with several men carrying a stretcher. Momentarily stunned upon seeing Huo Ling, they had prepared for the worst, yet were surprised to find that aside from her ragged attire and a bit of dirt, her appearance seemed quite ordinary. Only upon closer inspection did they discern her slightly vacant eyes and her awkward gait. Initially, Wu Xiuxiu believed Huo Ling's legs to be intact, intending to have the stretcher bearers step aside. However, upon witnessing her staggering, they decided to carry her out. After they exited, Wu Xiuxiu led her family away, but before departing she mysteriously told Wu Xia, expect a surprise. Wu Xia followed Xianshan and the others to Ning's camp, only to discover that both Zhang Qiling and the black bear had been hired by Ning. Confused, he turned to Xianshan. Xiaoshan, were you also hired? The black bear, lounging against Xianshan, chuckled. Do you believe the young master is in need of money? Wu Xia regarded Xianshan, who today wore an elegant dark green tang suit, adorned with golden bamboo embroidery, though not crafted in the intricate keisai technique. The bamboo pattern was exquisitely embroidered in Suzhou silk. His ears were adorned with jade earrings shaped like bamboo leaves, and he held a beautifully carved jiaji, which, judging by Wu Xia's experience, appeared to be an antique. This ensemble alone could rival Zhang Qiling's appearance. Wu Xia shook his head. Moreover, the young master likely isn't the type to be easily obedient. Thus, the young master is different from us commoners. He merely seeks to join the revelry and experience life. Xianshan shrugged off the black bear's arm draped over his shoulder and retreated to his tent among the myriad tents in the camp. Xianshan stood out distinctly. It was a large triangular tent he had drawn during a previous 10 consecutive pulls, adorned with beautiful decorative lights and a carpet rich in ethnic flair. It resembled a picnic setup compared to the surrounding simple and tidy tents. The black bear, embodying his shameless spirit, successfully infiltrated Xianshan's tent, claiming a spot just as Xianshan was on the verge of slumber. The black bear's phone rang promptly, earning him a most unwelcome embrace of a pillow. Nevertheless, Xianshan accompanied the black bear to the central tent of the camp, although this tent could not compare in intricacy to the one provided by the system. It excelled in size. Upon entering, they found a number of people already present. A table stood in the center, behind which sat an elderly woman clad in traditional attire, gently shaking a golden prayer wheel. Flanking her were a man and a woman, both unfamiliar faces likely of local origin. Ning stood at the forefront, while Wu Xia and Zhang Qiling occupied one side, with a young man on the opposite side. The man was tall and slender, his face adorned with a genial smile, dressed in a pristine white suit that seemed out of place in the camp. As Jiayuchen noticed Xianshan's entrance, he stepped forward, extending his hand. Young master, greetings. I am Jiayuchen of the Jie family. Xianshan lightly touched his hand before quickly withdrawing. Greetings, Xiao Jiuyi, but how would Xiao Jiuyi know if someone as inconsequential as myself? The appearance of a mysterious young master beside the Black Bear was well known in the underworld. Chapter 7. The Black Bear's reputation at stake. Meanwhile, Wu Xia, unwilling to remain in the shadows, chimed in, "Oh, Sha Zhouyi, you claim to be from the Jie family, yet I do not recall having met you before. We played together during New Year's visits when we were children." Wu Xia strained to recall, finally catching a glimpse of a little girl in the corner, excitedly asking, "Were you Xiao Hua?" But Xiao Hua was a girl. Jie Yuchen's smile faltered for a moment. "I was merely an exceptionally pretty child back then." Then, a Ning impatient stepped forward to interrupt. "Enough small talk. Let us get to the matter at hand." The Black Bear placed a wooden box on the table, and Ning approached to open it. Inside lay a white plate adorned with blue floral designs, albeit with a portion missing. The Black Bear leaned in to whisper to Xian Shan. This elderly lady was the guide for Chen Wenjin's archaeological team, known as Ding Zhuzhuoma. This porcelain plate was retrieved from the sanatorium. Following their entry into the Chalan region from Dichaidan, Chen Wenjin's team could no longer locate the way in. Upon reaching Tianyu Tua, also known as the Ghost City of Rain, it was said to only materialize during heavy rain. Wu Xia, intrigued, inquired, "And what happened afterward?" "No one knows. This elderly lady is the sole lead." This plate served as a token between her and Chen Wenjin, containing a map to Tianyu Tua. Ding Zhuzhuoma picked up the plate, scrutinizing it closely before murmuring a few phrases in Tibetan, then resumed her silent spinning of the prayer wheel. After Zhashi listened, he turned to Ning and explained, "My grandmother said that this plate is missing a piece. It is incomplete and cannot be used. Do you have any knowledge regarding the whereabouts of that porcelain shard?" At that moment, Jie Yuchen stepped forward, retrieving two small wooden boxes from his pocket and placing them upon the table. "I can provide you with the porcelain pieces, but I have one condition. I wish to enter Temutu as well. You belong to the 9 gates, and even if I were to obstruct you, you would still gain entry to Temutu. Having an extra ally would be beneficial," Ning replied with a smile. However, a moment later, she recalled something and added, "But I will not cover the expenses for that young master over there." "Wait a moment, boss, you may choose not to pay for Huayi, but are you certain you do not require any assistance from the young master?" He Xiazi inquired, having overheard Ning's words. Ning paused, holding the porcelain piece, as she remembered the scene she had seen half awake in Shisha last time. "Young master, I will offer 20 million. You need not do anything else, simply ensure my safety when necessary." Xian Shan, intrigued by her proposition, turned to Ning and thought to himself, "System, what repercussions might arise if I were to intervene and save Ning?" "Rest assured, host, the impact would be minimal. Some individuals' deaths are inherently tragic, and saving them can accrue merit. What effect does merit have on me? Of course, for instance, your current identity is that of the sea god. Yet the powers of deities vary in strength. The stronger your power, the fewer limitations there will be on the skill cards you possess." Xian Shan gazed at Ning, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. "I can save you, but I have no need for money. You may use what you possess as collateral." Ning looked at Xian Shan in astonishment. "Are you certain? Although 10 copper coins are rare and difficult to accumulate, they are not worth 20 million in terms of value." After receiving a confirming nod from Xian Shan, she readily removed a bracelet and tossed it to him. Xian Shan picked it up, inspecting it closely, and confirmed he had not made a mistake. Among the copper coins was one that shimmered with golden light, signifying merit. "System, what does this mean? Can these copper coins actually save someone?" "It is likely that this copper coin's previous owner was a benevolent person. The golden light is merely a residue from their prolonged possession, yet it carries a few points of merit, so do not hesitate to take it." The following day, the group set out. After Xian Shan settled into a corner of the vehicle, he began to doze off, while Jie Yuchen closed his eyes to rest. Main quest: proceed to the palace of the West Queen Mother. Incomplete. Reward: gold ingots 100. Defensive artifact 1, modern outfit 1, pending completion. Meanwhile, He Xiazi drove the vehicle unusually smoothly, causing them to quickly fall to the back of the convoy. As another member of the South Xia and North Mu duo, Zhang Qiling, was reluctantly assigned to Ning's vehicle, with Wu Xia following suit. Midway through their journey, the wind began to whip up the sand, creating a veil that obscured their vision. Xian Shan opened his eyes and called for the vehicle to stop. Upon hearing this, He Xiazi immediately halted, as the front of the convoy had become thoroughly enveloped in yellow sand. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, but it was swiftly contained by a semicircular transparent blue barrier. Jie Yuchen gazed at the strange sight before him and remarked, "Now I understand why you cling to the young master so desperately." "I accuse you of slander. My attachment to the young master is purely emotional," He Xiazi retorted, casting a reproachful look at Jie Yuchen. Jie Yuchen rolled his eyes silently at He Xiazi's sycophantic demeanor. The storm came swiftly and departed just as quickly, and soon the three returned to the vehicle. This time, Xian Shan occupied the front passenger seat, directing He Xiazi. Before long, they stumbled upon a simple campsite, where several familiar faces were busy organizing their gear outside. Ning approached the familiar vehicle, greeting Zhang Qiling and Wu Xia. "We were just about to search for you. How fortunate you have come to us." Wu Xie, excited to see familiar faces, exclaimed, "We are headed to Devil City to find someone. Your timing is perfect, Devil City." Indeed, Zhashi said that after traveling over 20 kilometers there lies a Devil City. It appears as a vast expanse of rock rumored to have once been a stone-carved castle. Legend has it that it used to be a city long ago. We plan to explore it to see if any members of our team are inside. The next day, at the outskirts of Devil City, as the group set up camp, Wu Xie, as expected, struck the first shovel into the ground while preparing to pitch a tent and unearthed a person. "Come quickly, there is someone here." The others rushed to Wu Xie's side, where they spotted a hand protruding from the sand. After reviving the individual, they learned that Lao Gao and the others had already entered Devil City. Ning immediately selected a few individuals to venture into Devil City in search of their companions but faced vehement opposition from Zhashi. "I will not enter Devil City." Just then, a gust of wind swept past the rock formations, emitting a mournful wail. However, Ning interrupted him, commanding her team to gather their gear. Meanwhile, Wu Xie and Xian Shan, who had been observing the situation, were also swept along by Ning into the depths of Devil City. As the group arrived at a fork in the road and paused to regroup, Zhashi seized the opportunity while everyone was occupied to sneak away, only to be caught by Ning. Under her threat, Zhashi reluctantly agreed to continue but insisted that they stack stones at every fork in the road. If they encountered the stacked stones again, they were to return to camp. Xian Shan discerned Zhashi's cautious intentions but chose to disregard them. In this matter, his and Ning's perspectives were remarkably aligned. In the face of absolute strength, minor concerns were trivial and did not warrant attention. Chapter 8. The blind man who attracts bees and butterflies. After a while, Wu Xie discovered a clear set of male footprints on the muddy ground at an intersection. Following the trail, they came upon a massive wooden ship wedged between two peaks. However, upon seeing the ship, Zhashi's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. "Evil spirit. The evil spirit is on the ship. The legends are true. We cannot proceed any further. If we do, we will never return." The ship hung suspended in the air, and combined with the dim weather and the mournful howls of the wind through the valley, it indeed resembled the ghost ship of legend. "What are you afraid of?" Ning urged him forward toward the ship, but seeing Zhashi's face turn pale with fear, Wu Xie suggested that he remain behind and wait for them. Ning left a companion named Lao Jia to keep watch over Zhashi and provide support from below, then led the others as they climbed up the rocky cliff. Naturally, Xian Shan would not partake in such exhausting endeavors and chose to stay behind. Meanwhile, the others, including He Xiazi and Xiao Gu, had entered Devil City in search of them. Several hours later, Lao Jia's walkie-talkie crackled to life with Ning's voice. "Lao Jia, we are at the bow of the ship. Hurry over, we have encountered some brothers in distress." By the time Xian Shan and Lao Jia arrived at the bow with Zhashi, dawn had already broken. Aside from Ning and Wu Xie, the other three companions lay sprawled on the ground. Lao Jia approached, inspected them, and breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming they were not in any mortal danger. Xian Shan cast a glance and quickly averted his gaze. He had no intention of revealing his differences in front of so many people, though there was no immediate danger. Such revelations could attract unnecessary attention. Ning instructed Zhashi to return and bring the camp's people back. Meanwhile, just as He Xiazi and his companions had entered Devil City, a transparent light butterfly suddenly appeared before them. He Xiazi, recognizing the familiar butterfly, deftly extended his hand, and the light butterfly gently settled onto his palm as he heard a familiar voice accompanying it. "Come find me." "Is this the legendary allure of bees and butterflies?" He Xiazi chuckled, a smirk adorning his face. "The young master is calling you." Is the Xiaoshan's butterfly? The plump man curiously reached out, eager to see if the butterfly would land on his hand. However, the butterfly ignored him, remaining quietly perched on He Xiazi's palm. The next morning, Xian Shan observed as the companions busily transported jars to and fro. Furrowing his brow, he turned to find Ning. "Ning, have them set those jars down gently." Ning nodded at Xian Shan's slightly stern demeanor, but during the process, one companion accidentally slipped, causing a jar to crash to the ground. From the shattered jar emerged a black skull, from which flew forth a crimson corpse beetle king, glimmering in the sunlight as if it were glowing. The startled companion stumbled back, only to knock over more jars. A swarm of corpse beetle kings erupted from the jars, resembling a crimson whirlwind from a distance. Wu Xie pulled Xian Shan and Ning back, but just then, one of the corpse beetle kings landed on Ning's shoulder. At that moment, a water sphere materialized around her shoulder, encasing the corpse beetle king within it, resembling a transparent amber. The crowd, now in disarray, had been scattered, and Zhuoma and Zhashi were nowhere to be seen. A transparent protective shield appeared out of thin air, encasing the three of them. Once the swarm of corpse beetle kings had gradually dispersed, Ning and Wu Xie gathered some equipment and retraced their steps to exit. After walking a short distance, Wu Xie, the least physically capable among them, could no longer continue, leaving only Ning and Xian Shan. Without hesitation, Xian Shan retrieved a tent from the system. When He Xiazi and the others arrived, they found the three of them leisurely roasting skewers. He Xiazi gazed at the scene before him, his eyes turning green with envy. To find you, I've been munching on compressed biscuits all the way here. And yet you are enjoying a barbecue behind my back. Even Xiao Guo standing nearby wore a look of accusation. A rare hint of guilt crossed Xian Shan's face as he offered the freshly grilled meat skewer to He Xiazi. Seizing the opportunity, He Xiazi took the skewer, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he glanced at the others. Meanwhile, the plump man protested, "Hey, Xiaoshan, you are biased. I also rushed over day and night. Why do you only give it to the blind man and not to me?" Upon hearing the words, Xian Shan retrieved a box of beef skewers from his spatial storage, expressing a desire to grill them himself. The plump man, upon sighting the meat, ceased his indecision and rushed forward to seize a large handful for his own grilling. Meanwhile, only Pansy remained in the corner, piecing together the shattered fragments of his worldview. After the group reconvened, they commenced analyzing their route. An Ning posited that the ghost ship they had encountered earlier was likely a funeral vessel sent by the West Queen Mother herself, indicating that its previous location must have been a river, with its direction of arrival pointing towards the palace of the West Queen Mother. The group prepared to ascend to a higher vantage point to survey the ancient riverbed. "Young master, do you possess a means to locate the palace of the West Queen Mother?" Xian Shan, observing the pitiful gaze of the blind man, understood his reluctance to wander aimlessly with them, and thus nodded candidly. Wu Xia, noticing this, inquired, "Little Shan, can you indeed find it? If so, we should have sought out the young master earlier rather than meandering about." Xian Shan extended his hand, and a multitude of blue light butterflies fluttered from his fingertips. Dispersing in various directions, after a brief interval, the butterflies converged to form a luminous blue trail, guiding the group onward. Upon reaching a precipice, the light trail transformed into a downward arc. The plump man, astonished by the scene before him, widened his eyes, contemplating whether this meant they were to leap from the cliff. The drop was exceedingly steep, devoid of any incline, with the verdant valley below only faintly visible through the lush canopy of trees. Xian Shan perused his skill cards, seeking a more comfortable method to descend. The skill "All Things Coexist" Divine Blessing allowed him to manipulate the growth of surrounding living beings, plants or sentient creatures. Up to 5, provided there were any in the vicinity. Gazing at the verdant trees below, Xian Shan realized the skill was tailor-made for such a location. He concentrated his spiritual energy at his fingertips, lightly tapping a nearby vine, which began to intertwine and expand, forming a grand aerial basket at the cliff's edge. Additionally, a thick layer of leaves was thoughtfully laid out on the seating area, with pink flowers blooming around the basket for embellishment. "Little Shan, you are truly an essential companion for any journey," exclaimed the plump man, rushing towards the inviting basket. The blind man, demonstrating his awareness, ascended first to test its stability before extending his hand towards Xian Shan. As Xian Shan met his outstretched hand, he chuckled softly, his eyes shimmering like rippling waters. After Xian Shan grasped his hand, the blind man tenderly encircled his waist, gently lowering him down. Chapter 9, The Man-Faced Bird. Once everyone was seated, the vines on either side of the basket gradually extended downward, revealing the scenery beneath. Millennia-old trees surged upward, their canopies layering like a vast green tapestry when viewed from above. As the basket reached the ground, it automatically unfurled, prompting the blind man to express his regret with a slight grimace. In this untouched realm, a plethora of plants thrived, ancient trees intertwined, and moss blanketed their sturdy trunks, yet this also indicated that this place was a paradise for various insects. While the others hastily secured their pant legs, Xian Shan nonchalantly tossed the amber containing the Corpse Toad King to the blind man. With the Corpse Toad King at his side, the blind man confidently shed his leather jacket, revealing only a black tank top that showcased his smoothly patterned arms. Wu Xia watched enviously. Given the sweltering weather, coupled with the humidity of the ancient forest, he felt like a zongzi trapped in a steaming basket after securing his pant legs. After some time, the group encountered a colossal statue along their path, now cloaked in vines and moss, yet it vaguely resembled a man-faced bird. The plump man marveled, "Is there a connection between this West Queen Mother and the one from the Cloud Palace?" Not just the Cloud Palace. Let us not forget Chen Wenjin's notes, which also reference other locations. However, the others are situated along the Great Dragon Vein, while this one stands alone. Pansy scrutinized the statue warily, cautioning, "We must be vigilant. This entity may not be easily dealt with." The young man examined it for a moment, then drew a dagger and scraped at the statue. As the moss flaked away, intricate carvings emerged, depicting figures drumming and dancing in what appeared to be a ritualistic scene. Such a sculptural form was no longer visible in the present day. If it retained any information, it would be of immense value. Upon hearing Ning's words, the plump man's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is this thing valuable?" And Ning rolled his eyes in response. "I said it has value, but I did not claim it to be valuable." The smile on the plump man's face instantly vanished. However, Jie Yuqing stared pensively at the hollow in the center of the statue, sensing something peculiar about it, as though it might pose a problem. Xian Shan regarded Jie Yuqing with surprise. He was remarkably perceptive to have detected an issue, as Xian Shan had assumed the first to notice would be the young man. Acknowledging this, Xian Shan suggested, "Let us cover the hole with leaves." "Is there a problem with this hole?" "I knew that the West Queen Mother harbored no good intentions." While speaking, the plump man retrieved some fallen leaves from the ground and stuffed them into the hole. After walking for a while, the group stumbled upon numerous animal bones and the remains of recently deceased birds. These birds' bodies seem somewhat off, the plump man remarked, poking at a bird's corpse on the ground, which bore no external wounds. Injuries can only be of two kinds, external or internal. This bird appears as if it were a specimen. It must have suffered internal damage. He said, drawing out the dagger strapped to his waist. Upon dissecting it, they discovered that while the bird's exterior remained intact, its innards had exploded. At that moment, Jie Yuqing recalled the hollow that had been troubling him and turned to Xian Shan, asking, "Is that hole the issue?" Xian Shan observed the curious gazes of the others, explaining, "Those statues are made of a special material that can convert external sounds into infrasound waves, and those holes serve as the outlets, which is why the birds had their innards shattered by the infrasound." The plump man, relieved, patted his chest. "Fortunately, little Shan is here. Otherwise, I would have been left to keep company with these small creatures." Wu Xia, watching the plump man's theatrical display, teased, "No worries, rest assured, you're well padded. The infrasound won't penetrate you anytime soon. Shut it." Meanwhile, Pansy produced a smoke bomb from his backpack, releasing yellow smoke that swiftly ascended like a cloud. After finishing, he turned to explain, "Plump and I were originally here to fetch you and the young man, but we encountered so many detours along the way that we haven't contacted Third Master. We should rendezvous with him soon to prevent him from worrying." Wu Xia remained silent, merely turning his head away in a haughty manner, tormenting the grass leaves in his hand. An Ning raised an eyebrow at the smoke. "Isn't this the distress signal used during maritime disasters? This isn't easy to come by. Wu Sancheng must be quite capable, but why is the smoke yellow? Does it carry any other meaning?" Wu Xia inquired casually. "Yellow signifies danger ahead. Caution is advised. Other colors have different meanings." Wu Xia scoffed. "Who knows if he'll even heed us? Rest assured, according to our agreed time, Third Master may already be near the rainforest. Furthermore, our supply is ample enough to burn for 3 to 4 hours, so we shall certainly await Third Master's response." After a brief respite, and Ning rose, declaring, "We cannot delay any longer. Let us proceed. The rainforest's climate is unpredictable. We must find a secure location to set up camp." The others stood up, while only Xian Shan remained lazily reclined, though his physical endurance was likely the best among them. He had never traversed such a lengthy distance before, and his patience had been utterly exhausted. The blind man, sensing his reluctance, approached and squatted before him, smiling as he said, "Come now, young master, let us be on our way." Xian Shan, with a twinkle in his eye, leaped onto his back, exclaiming joyfully, "Off we go." As they journeyed onward, the panting group in the front starkly contrasted with the two in the rear, who appeared as if they were on a leisurely outing. The deeper they ventured into the dense forest, the more arduous the path became. The untrodden areas were ensnared with weeds and vines, while towering trees obscured the sunlight. They took turns clearing the path ahead of them, and it wasn't long before exhaustion overtook them. Wu Xia and the plump man instinctively turned to Xian Shan for assistance, only to find him sound asleep against the blind man's back. The blind man, perceiving their thoughts, rarely adopted a serious demeanor but spoke softly to avoid disturbing the one behind him. "Do not always rely on the young master when trouble arises. Have you not noticed that every time he exhausts those abilities, he appears less spirited than before?" Wu Xia regarded the slumbering Xian Shan and nodded, realizing, "Indeed, let us refrain from troubling little Shan unless absolutely necessary." However, the plump man suddenly pondered another matter. "Hasn't little Shan been deprived of water for quite some time?" "But didn't he just drink?" Pansy questioned in confusion, yet those who had witnessed Xian Shan's merfolk form recalled, "No wonder he seemed off since entering the desert. It makes sense now that he's seemed a bit better in the rainforest. Leading me to think he simply hadn't rested well. Shouldn't we seek a river then?" The plump man scanned the surroundings for any signs of water. The blind man and the young man exchanged glances, then moved in the same direction. The young man forged ahead, with the blind man closely following as they hastened their pace. Chapter 10, A world where only Wu Xia is injured. Young master. Young master. In the depths of slumber, Xian Shan heard a familiar voice softly calling him out. He opened his eyes to find the blind man's face magnified before him. Sitting up, he lazily leaned against the blind man and asked, "What is it?" "There is water here. Would you like to immerse yourself in it?" Xinshan recalled the moment Aining was attacked by a wild chicken's neck by the water's edge, casting doubts on the cleanliness of this water as well. Just as he was about to decline, he heard a familiar electronic voice, tinged with a recognizable hint of guilt. "Host, why not take a dip?" Xinshan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you hiding something from me again?" "Well, because of my influence, your current body possesses the bloodline of a merfolk, which comes with its own drawbacks, such as an inability to stay away from water for extended periods, since entering the desert. It has been nearly a week, and your body has lost 30 of its water content. If the loss reaches 50, you will revert to your merfolk form. Why didn't you mention something so crucial earlier?" Xinshan glared. "Oh, it's nothing, host. Worst case, we can just erase your memory. It seems that ability isn't among my skills. It requires a small expenditure of gold ingots from the system shop." Upon hearing this, Xinshan opened the system shop to find the first item listed was memory technique, priced at 250 gold ingots. "You call that a small amount? Do I look like I have 250? It's classified as a skill. Once purchased, it will be automatically bound for permanent use, right? And there's another issue: to replenish your water loss, you must revert to your merfolk form in the water, soaking for an hour to regain 20 of your hydration. Shinshan incredulously asked, so you're saying I have to soak in my merfolk form for an hour and a half in plain view of everyone? That makes the memory technique a necessity, doesn't it? I'm going to report you for coercive spending. Oh, come on, it's indeed due to my oversight that this situation arose. How about this? You pay 100 gold ingots, and I'll cover the rest, the system pleaded pathetically. Seeing a favorable offer, Shinshan conceded. Fine, hurry up and make the purchase. I'll go soak in the water first. Nearby was a small creek, nearly 4 or 5 meters wide, its depths crystal clear under the sunlight. Shinshan closed his eyes, resting quietly by the bank, as his slender legs transformed into a lake green fish tail upon contact with the water, the translucent fin shimmering dreamily in the sunlight. The beautiful tail occasionally splashed the surface, sending up a cascade of crystalline droplets, attracting nearby fish that swirled around him silently. Pansy stared at the surreal scene before him, utterly bewildered, starting to doubt whether he had dreamt himself into a fairy tale. Aining had her suspicions about Shinshan's identity, but witnessing the spectacle before her eyes was still shocking due to its sudden brilliance. The others, regaining their senses, discreetly averted their gazes, except for Heixiao, who was fixedly watching him from a short distance. As if gazing at a fleeting dream, Aining approached the creek to wash her face, oblivious to the rapidly approaching crimson figure in the water nearby. Shinshan opened his eyes, and as the figure leaped, he struck the water's surface forcefully with his tail, sending a spray that coalesced into a crystal sphere the size of a backpack, ensnaring the figure within. At that moment, those on the bank finally reacted. What the hell is that? You scared the life out of me, Pansy exclaimed, still shaken. As they drew closer, they realized that the creature trapped inside was a fiery red snake adorned with a bizarre comb-like growth on its head. Wuxie's pupils dilated instantly. Was that a wild chicken neck? Upon seeing the onlookers, the snake coiled tightly, its front half rising upright, hissing and attempting to escape the water sphere. Yet, the seemingly fragile sphere held it securely within. Pansy, observing the wild chicken neck's futile struggle, felt reassured and declared, "Alright, let's take a break." Encountering that wild chicken neck was like worshipping Guanyin at the temple of Guandi. Wrong door entirely. He leaned back against a pile of stones to rest. Meanwhile, Aining gradually calmed her racing heart, recalling how the wild chicken neck had lunged directly at her neck. She had only realized the danger too late, helplessly watching as the venomous fangs approached. But just as the shadow of death loomed, a torrent of water had pulled her to safety. An hour and a half later, Shinshan felt his skin had wrinkled from soaking. "Host, you are a merfolk. You won't wrinkle." "You dare say that? If you had informed me earlier, I could have replenished my hydration without needing to soak for so long." The system, confronted by Shinshan's accusation, stealthily slipped away. Shinshan looked at his clothes on the bank, adhering to his principle of not putting on dirty clothes post-bath, and stowed them away. He then retrieved the set of Miao attire awarded by the system during his stay at the Gulmud Sanatorium. Upon seeing the Miao attire, Shinshan recalled his ability to conjure butterflies, pondering whether others might perceive it as akin to sorcery. With a little disguise, he could convincingly mimic Miaojiang's witchcraft. He also exchanged his weapon card for a flute commonly used in Miaojiang. Shinmu Huanchuan flute. Han Mountain plays the flute to summon spring. Exiled guests gaze upon each other with tear-stained clothes. By infusing spiritual power into this flute, two forms can be obtained: healing form, which restores allies' vitality and heals minor wounds; attack form, which creates illusions based on the user's thoughts. By channeling spiritual energy into the flute, it can transform into a floral vine whip, delivering poisonous and paralyzing effects. The black Miao attire complemented Shinshan's already pale skin, rendering it almost translucent. The red and dark blue decorative stripes at the cuffs and collar added an air of mystery. His long black hair cascaded behind him, the upper portion loosely held with a wooden snake-shaped hairpin, while a silver forehead ornament dangled down his forehead. A three-layered silver necklace adorned his chest, embellished with dark green jade, and the outermost layer jingled softly with silver tassels as he moved. Pansy gazed at Shinshan's silver ornaments, exclaiming, "Little Mountain, wearing this outfit, you truly embody the essence of a young master now." Speaking of which, Little Mountain seems to have been poor all along, with only you and me in this state. Wuxia mocked. Pansy, hearing this, raised his hand. "Stop, please remove me from that equation. The only truly impoverished one here is you. I possess several properties. If I can't make ends meet, I can always return to collect rent." Wuxia surveyed the surroundings, noting Xiao Hua, the head of the Jie family, on par with Little Mountain; Xiao Gu, who charges millions per task; Little Mountain, the young master rich in treasures, with tears like pearls and exorbitant fees; Heixiao, charging 5 million per task; Pansy, serving under third uncle, uncertain of his wealth but surely more than his own; Aining, whose bracelet costs millions, ready to pay at a moment's notice; and Pansy, the landlord, only Wu Xie, injured, remained in a world of disparity. Chapter 11. The establishment of Miaojiang. Aining stepped forward, gratefully thanking Shinshan. "Thank you, young master. If it weren't for your intervention, I might not have made it." Shinshan smiled nonchalantly. For him, it was merely a matter of raising a hand, a matter of taking others' wealth to avert calamity. With Xinshan's guidance, they smoothly reached Wu Sanqing's camp. Upon their arrival, they found themselves amidst a serpent attack. The camp surrounded by a dense swarm of red serpents. The camp's occupants were confined in the center, led by a handsome middle-aged man. Wu Xie, upon seeing him, was filled with excitement. Third uncle, the man, noticing Wu Xie and Jie Yuchen, waved a torch while reprimanding. Who allowed you to come? I told you it was dangerous here. Go back, go back. You didn't listen, little mountain. Do you have any way to save my third uncle? As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. He has many antiques. Upon hearing this, Xinshan brightened. If those antiques had merit gold, they would undoubtedly be worth far more than Aining's coins, yet he did not forget his character. He drew the flute at his waist, and the ethereal sound of the wooden flute echoed around them, causing the wild chicken next to retreat silently, resembling a red tide receding. Wu Sanqing, observing Xinshan's attire, speculated that he must be a descendant of Miajiang's witchcraft, known for their unique methods regarding snakes and insects. Xinshan, acknowledging Wu Sanqing's gaze, silently commended his own cleverness. He had merely infused spiritual energy into the flute, and it was the pressure contained within the energy that had frightened the serpents away. Wu Sanqing extended his hand toward Xinshan, warmly expressing gratitude. Thank you, young brother. If it weren't for you, my life would have been forfeit. I believe even if I hadn't intervened, Wu Sanqing wouldn't have fallen here, Xinshan replied with a knowing smile. Moreover, my action was primarily motivated by the promise your nephew made to me, stating you would grant me the opportunity to select one antique from your collection. Wu Sanqing turned to look at Wu Xie, who averted his gaze sheepishly. Of course, once we get out of here, young brother, feel free to choose whatever you like from the old residence. At that moment, Heixiao chimed in, teasing, third uncle, your prowess remains undiminished. If you had delayed any longer, your strength would have been squandered. Although the snake swarm had temporarily retreated, Wu Sanqing decided to relocate the camp thanks to Xinshan's timely intervention. Wu Sanqing's team suffered minimal casualties, while Aining's group had scattered, leaving her alone and compelled to join forces with Wu Sanqing's team. The group then proceeded to a clearing. Young master, would you like some water? A mop-wielding attendant approached Xinshan, grinning obsequiously. Upon witnessing Xinshan's remarkable abilities and his striking attire, the mop resolutely decided to cling tightly to Xinshan's leg. Throughout the journey, he showered Xinshan with concern and attentiveness, rendering Black Bear almost irrelevant. Black Bear feigned nonchalance as he sauntered past the mop, inadvertently spilling the water he held. Oh, third master, take a look, this patch seems to be dry, he remarked, crouching to inspect the ground. The mop, on the verge of anger, was momentarily perplexed by Black Bear's demeanor, unsure if it was intentional. Wu Sanqing approached, feeling the ground and confirming that it indeed bore no water. The space beneath is empty. Send your people to dig, he instructed. The mop summoned two companions to excavate the area, unearthing a large stone slab. Upon moving the slab, they discovered a narrow crevice, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Allow me, Black Bear volunteered, eager to explore the path ahead. Initially indifferent to the matter, Xinshan lightly tapped the decorative bells on his attire, releasing a translucent butterfly that fluttered forth. Its wings, as delicate as gossamer, were adorned with a gradient of rose hues, captivatingly beautiful. This butterfly was a product of Xinshan's recent experiments. Crafted from pure water and a drop of his blood, it bore a striking resemblance to a normal butterfly, and due to its sanguine essence, he could manipulate it to exert about 10% of his power when needed. The butterfly perched upon Black Bear's head, accompanying him on his descent. Black Bear, grinning from ear to ear, declared, I'll be back shortly. Though he feigned indifference, Xinshan silently allocated some of his spiritual energy to monitor Black Bear's movements, ready to command the butterfly for assistance should anything amiss occur. The fissure presented a steep slope, and as Black Bear cautiously retreated to survey his surroundings, the damp, smooth stone pathway revealed moss-covered walls. Absorbed in his observations, he failed to notice a square pit behind him and, upon stepping into it, fell instantly. Xinshan, ever vigilant, transmitted his spiritual energy, infusing it into the miniature butterfly, which swiftly expanded to about a meter in size. As the butterfly descended, it unfurled its expansive wings, gently cradling Black Bear and lowering him safely to the ground. Once settled, Black Bear, lying atop the butterfly, peered through its transparent wings and discerned murky water below. Though its depth remained obscured, he retrieved a shovel from his backpack and cautiously probed the water. Discovering it was shallow enough to barely cover his calves, after a quick assessment, the butterfly lifted him back to the stone pathway. Concerned for the secrecy of Xinshan's identity, Black Bear signaled the butterfly to release him. Wary of Wu Sanqing, whom he regarded as a cunning old fox, this fox had ensnared himself and his nephew in a precarious situation. Should he uncover Xinshan's true identity, it could provoke unforeseen consequences. Upon returning to the surface, Black Bear instructed the others to retrieve their diving gear and descend together, while he discreetly carried Xinshan on his back. Upon reaching the waterway below, Xinshan frowned at the murky depths. Although his system attire could self-clean, the thought of immersing himself in such filth felt unsettling. After some deliberation, he resolved to reveal a fraction of his abilities. If necessary, he could erase memories later. After all, he had acquired the spells, they ought to be put to use. The sudden appearance of a large white inflatable kayak before them left the group unable to feign ignorance. Wu Xie offered an awkward smile and approached Xinshan, jokingly remarking, "Isn't this a tad too blatant? Not at all a worst case, I can cast a forgetfulness curse on them, and they remember nothing." Xinshan replied, his voice intentionally unmodulated. Those who heard his words averted their gazes, looking around nervously but avoiding eye contact with the kayak. In a generous gesture, Xinshan divided the kayak with Wu Xie, who, lacking physical strength, was assisted by Black Bear in leading it. As they traversed further, they noticed several carcasses of wild chicken necks floating on the murky surface. Jie Yuqing astutely observed that some of the necks were still moving and cautioned, "Be careful, they may not be fully dead." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the passage, "Third Master, Third Master." The ethereal sound seemed both near and distant. Wu Sanqing, having previously encountered this voice, swiftly grabbed Wu Xie, warning, "Don't approach, that's the call of a wild chicken neck's fleshy crown mimicking human speech. This creature can speak now, has it become sentient?" The fatty mused, just as the voice called out again, "Fatty, fatty." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Fatty froze, slowly turning his head to find a wild chicken neck coiled upon the stone wall, its upper body erect, hissing, and flicking its tongue near his ear, while its fleshy crown quivered, producing sound. Xinshan glanced at it, and the wild chicken neck, sensing the gaze, slinked away in a hasty retreat. Both Fatty and Wu Xie exhaled in relief, knowing that Xinshan had intervened. Recognizing the group's increasing reliance on him, Xinshan raised his voice, "Unless faced with a life-threatening danger, I shall not intervene recklessly. Take care of your own lives." Fatty acknowledged his own shortcomings. In the past, he would have instinctively sought to resolve any threats himself, but now his first instinct was to look to Xinshan for help. Relying on others in their line of work could lead to their demise. As they continued along the path, the water gradually receded, eventually transforming into a damped stone road, indicating their approach to the central area. The group rested in a clean stone cave overnight, and the next day, they soon spotted a glowing white point of light in the dark stone corridor ahead. As they drew closer, they realized it resembled a pipe with semi-transparent white walls. Wu Sanqing, filled with excitement, explained to Wu Xie, "We've reached the surface. We should be able to exit the well soon." "I asked that why it's soft." "What is it? A plastic greenhouse?" Wu Xie observed closely. "It's a snake shed." "A snake shed? How could a snake be so massive?" The mop's eyes widened in fear. Wu Xie recalled the barley leaf he had seen earlier and realized, "This must be the mother snake I speculated about." He gazed at the shed in astonishment, realizing that the legendary giant serpent he had previously encountered in the temple was indeed real. Initially dismissed as mere myth, it now seemed all too tangible. A snake of such magnitude must be a monster. "I wonder if it still lurks in the well." The mop trembled at the thought. "If it fixates on us, are we doomed?" Wu Sanqing, sensing the group's trepidation, reassured them, "This shed is quite aged. It's evident that other snakes fear it and dare not approach it. This is good for us. After a day of exertion, let's rest here." At this, the mop promptly turned back toward the stone path they had come from, saying, "Third Master, I still prefer to rest in that previous cave. I'm scared." "Are you certain?" That place was rather unclean. Just as the mop was about to step out of the snake shed, Xinshan's voice rang out from behind, "But there were no snakes there. It seemed quite safe." One of the mop's companions questioned. However, recalling how Xinshan had previously dispelled the wild chicken necks, the mop quickly realized that Xinshan's absence could render that cave unsafe now. This young master, perhaps due to his previous servitude, had kindly offered a warning. Recognizing the wisdom in Xinshan's words, the mop promptly seated himself, conceding, "You're right, young master, let us rest here. It's quite suitable." As he spoke, he and his companions worked to clear a clean space for Xinshan, thoughtfully laying out blankets. "Young master, you must rest. We have a journey ahead tomorrow." Xinshan nodded in approval, appreciating the mop's perceptiveness. He retrieved 2 wool skins from his space, tossing one to the mop and the other to Black Bear. The two, upon receiving their wool, hurried to Xinshan's bed to spread it out. Though Black Bear, with longer legs, beat the mop to it. In this contest of sycophancy, Black Bear claimed victory once more, securing another chance to share a bed with Xinshan. Observing the increasingly familiar terrain, Wu Sanqing remarked, "It seems we are descending deeper underground." The vast cave, adorned with unknown branches and vines, featured a colossal stone pillar at its center. The mop's followers approached to clear the vines from the pillar, but upon touching the branches, countless wild chicken necks emerged from the wall's crevices. The wild chicken necks swarmed around the stone pillar, prompting Black Bear to instinctively shield Xinshan as they retreated. Amidst the chaos, the group scattered, seeking escape through the surrounding passages. Eventually Black Bear, along with Xinshan and Wu Sanqing, retreated through the same corridor. Once silence returned, they resumed their rest in the cave. Shortly thereafter, Wu Xie returned, accompanied by a young woman. Wu Sanqing gazed at her in astonishment before a smile crept across his face. "Chen Wenjin," he addressed her, "Wu Xie has already informed you, hasn't he? You need not hide it any longer." "Everyone knows now," Wu Sanqing softly echoed, a note of relief punctuating his voice. As Chen Wenjin unveiled the truth behind Wu Sanqing and Xie Lianhuan taking turns impersonating each other, Xie Yuchen remained remarkably composed, standing still like a statue devoid of emotion, with only the slightest tremors hinting at his inner turmoil. Perhaps he had long since discerned a hint of truth from the subtle signs around him. In contrast, Wu Xia found it unbearable to accept that the uncle who had been by his side for so long was actually Xia Lianhuan Xianshan, observing the starkly different reactions of the two. Couldn't help but lament the disparity between those who are protected and those who are not. For Xia Yuchen, this matter was a knot in his heart, yet years of turmoil had accustomed him to addressing all matters with calmness. However, for Wu Xia, the changes in his family after more than 2 decades of a smooth existence felt like the very ground had crumbled beneath him. Upon hearing Xianshan's words, Wu Xia regained his composure. Indeed, when one reflects on the situation, Xiao Hua was the true victim. Although he had faced some difficulties recently, he had been well protected by his family for the first 20 years of his life. In contrast, Xiao Hua had taken charge at the tender age of 8 due to Xia Lianhuan's departure. What Wu Xia was currently experiencing paled in comparison, yet the one who should have been most enraged was the calmest of them all. Chapter 13, Crimson Butterfly. While the others scoured the surroundings for a route, they left space for Xia Lianhuan and Xia Yuchen. When they reached the stone pathway, Xia Yuchen and Xia Lianhuan followed suit. With Xia Yuchen maintaining a serene expression while Xia Lianhuan trailed behind, guilt etched on his face. As the group entered the stone passage, they were led into a vast cavern where the beam of their flashlight revealed numerous lifelike jade figurines. Look, behold, these jade figurines are the artistic legacy of our ancestors, a treasure of Chinese culture. Wu Xia, observing the glimmer in Fatty's eyes, silently rolled his own. Gentleman, what exactly is a jade figurine? Asked the mop. Eyeing the figurines with curiosity. It is a figurine fashioned from jade, modeled after servant figurines, Fatty replied, recalling the myriad of human-faced bird statues outside, marveling at the connections of the West Queen Mother. With both the Cloudtop Heavenly Palace as human-faced birds and the Seven Stars Lu Wang Palace as jade figurines, yet, did she excavate such a grand palace merely to house these trinkets? At that moment, Chen Wenjin happened to stroll in from outside and overheard Fatty's remark. This is the sacred ground of the West Queen Mother. The young man, noticing the beautifully crafted stone lanterns hanging around, reached out to touch one, and at that instant, a flurry of beautiful fire butterflies fluttered into the lantern, igniting it. More fire butterflies emerged from the lit lanterns, soaring towards the surrounding lamps, instantly illuminating the cavern. It was a grand hall, with a round stone table at its center, intricately engraved with a star map, upon which circular elixirs resembling honey-colored beads were placed. Remarkably beautiful. Above the stone table hung an ornate bronze cauldron, suspended by chains at each corner. Upon seeing this, Chen Wenjin exclaimed excitedly, the suspended furnace, the West Queen Mother's alchemical furnace. The crowd, drawn by Chen Wenjin's exclamation, instinctively turned their attention to the suspended furnace, which hovered above the ground, capturing the essence of the entire dragon vein. Just as everyone's gaze was fixated on the suspended furnace, a small follower beside the mop stealthily approached the stone table. Captivated by the elixirs displayed on the star map. Don't touch that. He climbed onto the stone table, ignoring the warning from behind, and seized one of the elixirs. The moment the elixir was lifted, the entire palace trembled. Fatty, sensing something amiss, shouted, "Run!" The group rushed to the entrance, but Fatty lamented as the stone door descended, "It's too late, we're trapped." The star map was a mechanism, and the elixirs were arranged according to the star chart. Their reckless handling of the elixirs had triggered the trap. Gritting his teeth, Fatty glared at the small fry. You lot are supposed to be helping. Instead, you're causing trouble. You've led us into a predicament. At that moment, the sound of blades clattering echoed around them, and the jade figurines slowly raised their heads under the collective gaze of the crowd. When those countless jade figurines turned their hollow eyes toward them, even Xianshan felt a chill run down his spine. The palace, which had just resembled a museum, transformed into a cage, with the group encircled by layers upon layers of jade figurines, who raised their swords and began to strike. Black Xie and the young man immediately charged forward to shield the others. However, the armor on the jade figurines was incredibly tough, and even the young man's black gold ancient sword could only inflict superficial wounds. Failing to penetrate, the ordinary weapons wielded by the others were utterly ineffective against the jade figurines' armor. If Fatty shook his numbed hand, this armor is too hard. We can't break through, ambush, snatch their weapons. Chen Wenjin commanded, seizing a bronze sword from a jade figurine and striking it fiercely against them, successfully slicing through the armor. Finally, after the young man twisted off one jade figurine's neck, a dark, serpent-like creature with fur emerged, which he swiftly pinned down with his sword. In its moment of pain, it unexpectedly sprouted 2 membranous wings from its sides. Xianshan surveyed the seemingly endless jade figurines surrounding them and the dwindling strength of his companions. He finally leapt down from the stone table. His water levels had already dropped by 25, and he needed to find a water source quickly. He recalled that beyond the jade figurines lay the Xian Nu coffin, which contained a water pool. He took out his flute, and as its melodious notes floated through the air, crimson butterflies appeared around the jade figurines. As the butterflies emerged, the jade figurines seemed to freeze in place, becoming true stone statues. Wu Xie and Fatty sighed in relief at Xianshan's intervention. although they knew they couldn't always depend on him, their stamina was indeed reaching its limits after Xia Lianhuan and Xia Yuchen entered the stone passage. Wu Sanqing once again swapped identities with Xia Lianhuan, remaining unaware of the abilities Xianshan had previously demonstrated. Observing Xianshan thoughtfully, he mused that if Wu Xia could establish a good rapport with him, his safety would be assured. Following this battle, the group's strength was exhausted, and they lay sprawled on the ground to recover. We can't go through the door. We need to find another way, Fatty said. Sitting up. No need. I have explosives. We can blow the door open. The explosives won't work on this stone door. It's made of dragonstone, and once it falls, it can't be opened. Upon hearing Xianshan's words, Fatty immediately slumped in defeat. Then I have no other options. Xianshan turned to Ning, who had remained unusually silent since meeting Wu Sanqing, and instructed, use your gun to shoot down the suspended furnace. Alright, without questioning further, she raised her gun and shot down the 4 chains holding the suspended furnace. The furnace crashed down, creating a massive hole in the ground, revealing a dark passage. The group descended into the passage one by one, with Wu Sanqing deliberately remaining last. He discreetly inspected the nearest jade figurine, discovering the dark-haired serpent inside appeared peculiar, resembling something that had been dead for ages, shriveled and devoid of blood, leaving only an empty shell. A shiver ran down his spine as he began to suspect how those crimson butterflies had come into existence. Such a method, if employed on a human, would be utterly undetectable. As the group descended the stone path, they discovered markings left by the young man on the walls. Sliding his finger along the markings, the young man found a depression, and the moment he pressed it, the stone wall slowly opened, revealing a narrow tunnel. The tunnel was exceedingly cramped and low, barely allowing one to crawl through. The mop, glancing at the tunnel, felt an inexplicable dread. This passage did not seem intended for humans. Upon emerging from the tunnel, they found themselves at a vast water pool where numerous translucent shrimp floated. Beside the exit stood a human-faced bird statue, overtaken by moss. Fatty, upon seeing this, felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Damn it, not this ancestor again. Whenever I see this thing, it spells trouble. Realizing they were not far from the center of the palace upon spotting the human-faced bird statue. Chapter 14. Xian knew the group followed the path from the human-faced bird statue, while Xianshan feigned dropping something to return and search for it, temporarily parting from the others. Black Xia, feeling rejected as his request to accompany Xianshan was denied, watched his retreating figure with a forlorn expression, akin to a forsaken wife. After the others departed, Xianshan returned to the water pool, scrutinizing the water with disdain. The stream was fresh and crystal clear, whereas this water was stagnant, though not murky. It had indeed been sullied by the presence of many. The system, sensing his discomfort, quietly surfaced, host, your body will automatically purify the water when employing spiritual energy, therefore, there is no need to be troubled. Upon hearing this, Xianshan drew the water from the pool, shaping it into a circular basin that accommodated him, then infused his spiritual energy into his fingertips. Lightly touching the water's surface, the energy radiated from his fingertips, transforming the water into a clear azure HUE. As Xianshan reclined in the basin, he felt his tense body gradually relax, releasing a comfortable sigh. After an hour had passed, and upon ensuring no one was nearby, he pinpointed Black Xia's location and teleported to a position close to him. Following the coordinates, he emerged from the tunnel to find a circular lake with serpentine stone lanterns coiling around the steps. And at the center, a red coffin rested on a high platform. Surrounding the coffin were imposing serpent heads, which gazed down menacingly upon any approaching individuals, while directly opposite the entrance stood an exquisitely carved square stone wall, where Chen Wenjin was intently examining the mechanisms. Upon Xianshan's arrival, the group was gathered in the lake, scrutinizing the coffin atop the platform. The rotund figure gazed innocently at the radiant coffin resting atop the platform, pondering, why does this wretched contraption seem to grow ever brighter? Xianshan leaned lazily against the wall on the steps, a foolish grin adorning his face, as he remarked, it is because you are supplying them with blood. Upon seeing Xianshan, Wu Xia joyfully greeted him, much like a puppy ecstatic to see its master. The others too felt a wave of relief at his return. Xianshan observed the crowd foolishly grinning at the water's edge, and reiterated that they needed to ascend the platform, otherwise, they would soon find themselves lacking in blood. It was then that the surrounding individuals finally reacted, scrambling up to the elevated dais where the coffin lay. Upon reaching the platform, they discovered that the coffin was not red as it had seemed, but rather enveloped by sanguine leeches, inducing a sense of dread in those afflicted by claustrophobia. Once on the platform, they noted that the coffin had sunk slightly under the weight of the leeches, while serpentine heads around it were pressed down in a prostrate manner, with numerous arrows shooting down upon them from above. After narrowly evading the sudden onslaught, they realized that looming above the coffin was a grotesque stone-carved visage encircled by a series of circular holes, the first of which had already been opened, hence the arrow source. Should all the holes be opened, who could predict what might emerge? In the depths of his mind, the rotund figure cursed the Queen Mother of the West for the 10,000th time, having seen enough of the commotion. Xin Shan resolved to assist them, an intangible pressure emanating from his being. Meanwhile, deep within the palace, a pair of colossal serpentine eyes flickered open, the entire hall began to tremble as the coffin on the platform gradually ascended. And as the serpentine heads drew closer, a stone wall opposite rose, revealing an interminable staircase. Upon witnessing this, Chen Wenjin, filled with excitement, dashed up the stairs, followed closely by the others. At the top of the staircase sat a stone throne, upon which rested a magnificently adorned middle-aged woman, her head crowned with an intricate golden tiara. She sat regally, flanked by a pair of kneeling stone lanterns. Time had taken its toll, a thick layer of dust now cloaking her figure. Yet her visage remained eerily lifelike. Main quest: proceed to the palace of the Queen Mother of the West. Completed. Quest rewards: 100 gold ingots, 1 defensive artifact, 1 modern outfit. Distributed. Upon seeing the gilded adornments, the rotund figure rushed forward, exclaiming that he had seen no treasures along the way, only to discover they were all adorning this aged woman. He cast a glance at his companion, stating flatly, "There is undoubtedly no poison atop that." At his words, the rotund figure sheepishly retracted his outstretched hand. Meanwhile, a young man nearby was captivated by the stone tablet behind the throne. Xin Shan turned his gaze to the tablet, where the system had kindly translated the inscriptions. It bore a message from Xian Nu to the Queen Mother of the West. Hearing Chen Wenjin's words, Wu Xie turned to observe the dimly visible outline of the coffin below. Realizing that the master of the coffin must indeed be Xian Nu. As she spoke, she raised her flashlight towards the stone carving above the coffin. From below, the carving appeared to be a fearsome ghoul's visage. Yet from the vantage point of the Queen Mother's throne, it transformed into the gentle, smiling face of a maiden, presumably Xian Nu. When we were below, that face was quite terrifying. Now, from this elevated perspective, it appears rather gentle, pondered the rotund figure. Xian Nu has reserved her most tender visage for the Queen Mother, he mused. The young man leaned in curiously. Who is Xian Nu? She is said to be the protector of the Queen Mother. Not merely her envoy but also a grand general, well-versed in military strategy and tactics, a commander of the guard, came the response. And what does the inscription say? Xin Shan, glancing at the system's translation, replied. The inscription reveals that Xian Nu, aware of her dwindling days, feared that no one would guard the Queen Mother's realm after her passing, hence she transformed her coffin into a mechanism to continue safeguarding the Queen Mother even in death. The depth of Xian Nu's devotion to the Queen Mother is truly profound, remarked the blind man, his gaze unexpectedly falling upon a circular mechanism before the Queen Mother. He squatted, puzzled. What is this mechanism doing here? If the Queen Mother stands, won't she trigger it? The mechanism may not be lethal. Surely Xian Nu would not endanger the Queen Mother, nor would the Queen Mother ensnare herself. Xin Shan countered, advancing toward the front. He nudged the blind man aside. The blind man looked up at him, his striking features casting a shadow over him, the curve of his lips bearing an indifferent smile, though it was a mundane action. It left the blind man feeling somewhat flustered. With his golden-embroidered black boots, Xin Shan lightly stepped onto the central portion of the mechanism, causing it to descend with a resonant vibration. The leeches upon the coffin in the lake appeared to lose their vitality in an instant. It seemed that Xian Nu had devised this mechanism to ensure the Queen Mother could traverse the water safely. After a moment of contemplation, the young man removed the necklace from around the Queen Mother's neck and handed it to Wu Xie. "What is this?" she inquired. "A life-saving talisman," he replied, placing it firmly in her palm. The group then followed the stone steps behind the tablet to the rear of the grand hall, where a massive stone hovered in mid-air, its surface riddled with peculiar holes, with an entry point in the center. "This is the ultimate secret of the Queen Mother of the West. This is my destination." Her gaze fixated fervently upon the stone's entrance, her expression bordering on the ecstatic. "Your destination is the stone ceiling of the Queen Mother." The rotund figure struggled to comprehend Chen Wenjin's fervor. "This is no ordinary stone. It is a celestial stone." Unfazed, the rotund figure retorted, "What celestial stone? Isn't it merely a meteorite?" "This is no ordinary meteorite. It is a fallen jade. What I seek must lie within the fallen jade." As she spoke, Chen Wenjin made to dash towards the jade's entrance. Wu Xie seized her, offering a rope. "Take this rope. If you discover anything, you must notify us immediately. And Wenjin, please exercise caution." Upon hearing this, Chen Wenjin turned, casting a deep, lingering glance at Wu Xie before a smile graced her lips. She nimbly leaped into the fallen jade's entrance, racing inside as though something within beckoned her. Wu Xie sensed something was amiss with Chen Wenjin's demeanor and anxiously regarded the entrance. The rotund figure patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Do not fret. With Chen Wenjin's prowess, she can handle herself just fine." However, it soon became apparent that Chen Wenjin had not taken the rope with her. As the young man prepared to enter, a gentle voice interrupted. "Young man, have you thought this through? If you enter, you will lose your memory once more. All these people beside you will become mere phantoms of the past." The young man turned to face Xin Shan, hesitating as he regarded the fallen jade, retracting his foot. "Why? Within lies something that will strip you of your memory, yet you have come here seeking to reclaim it. It is, in essence, a trap tailored specifically for you." Xin Shan observed, contemplating the fallen jade that the young man had encountered countless times. Nonetheless, after much deliberation, the young man chose to enter, and Xin Shan offered no further resistance. It was his decision. And Xin Shan refrained from interference. The blind man and his companions prepared to depart, while Xie Yuqing and Ning accompanied them. Before leaving, Xin Shan discreetly purged their minds of any unreasonable memories concerning himself. But the system reminded him that memories of significant characters such as Xie Yuqing could not be erased, yet they had no means to convey this to others. Now only the rotund figure, Wu Xie, the blind man, and Xin Shan remained. With the others gone, Xin Shan unabashedly retrieved a tent and snacks. The rotund figure gleefully rushed toward Xin Shan. Little Shan, what would I do without you? Yet Wu Xie remained preoccupied, concerned about the potential repercussions of whatever lay within the fallen jade that could cause the young man to lose his memory. Could that be detrimental to him? Fear not, you underestimate the young man's resilience, Xin Shan assured her. Reassured by his words, Wu Xie relaxed, and the group began a game of cards, naively simple. Hey, wait, you can't play that way, little Shan, cut me some slack, I beseech you. The days passed swiftly as they transformed their expedition into a leisurely outing. Several days later, a commotion arose from within the fallen jade. Wu Xie dashed to the jade's entrance, peering inside to see a dark figure stumbling towards the exit. Tumbling from the opening, swiftly she caught the young man. Are you alright? How do you feel, little Shan? What has happened to him? He looks as though he has been drained of his essence, the rotund figure exclaimed, observing the young man's pallid complexion. Xin Shan had merely glanced casually. Yet something seemed amiss. It appeared the young man's condition was not as a result of the celestial bestowal, but rather an interruption of his own accord. Thus, he had not completely lost his memory. In fact, he had regained fragments of it, albeit in a tumultuous state due to the sheer volume. Observing Wu Xie's anxious expression, Xin Shan surmised the reason behind the young man's self-interruption of the celestial bestowal. He drew forth a flute, deciding to lend a hand. The melody infused with spiritual energy surged like a tide, crashing wave after wave against the young man's memories, gradually untangling the chaos. Yet, he remained somewhat disoriented. He is unscathed. He has merely recovered a portion of his prior memories. The abundance has caused confusion, but I have assisted in clarifying it. He just needs to rest for a couple of days to recuperate. The rotund figure nodded in understanding as he observed the young man's relaxed expression. Oh, so the young man was merely experiencing a system overload. Well then, it seems the mute is also in good spirits. Let us take our leave. This place is hardly welcoming, the blind man declared, adeptly stowing away the tent. The young man, still slightly dazed, trailed closely behind Wu Xie, following her wherever she went. As a few individuals retraced their steps past the pond, the palace began to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Xin Shan had already sensed the approach of the serpent mother, prompting He Xiazi and the others to follow his gaze. From the depths of the pond emerged a colossal serpent head, its enormous form cloaked in an obsidian hue, adorned with a small crimson crest at its forehead and two short horns flanking its sides. Its body reared high, and its dark red eyes gazed down coldly upon the group of the rotund figure. Before the serpent mother felt paralyzed, realizing that his fate was likely sealed this day. The serpent mother from the relief, Xin Shan gently tapped the heads of the two companions with his flute, remarking, "What serpent mother? She has already transformed into a Jiaolong in a few hundred years. She may very well take on a human form. Was it not said that no spirit could take shape after the establishment of the nation?" The stout man felt his legs betraying him. In truth, she had long surpassed the conditions for transformation. Generally, any demonic beast over 1,000 years old would undoubtedly take on a form, and even those of lesser innate talent would do so by 1,500 years. Look at her, though she is barely over 2,000 years old, she has already evolved from a serpent to a Jiaolong. Does she seem to possess poor aptitude? Curiosity conquered the innocence of their fear of the serpent mother. Then, according to what you said, why is she not transformed yet? It is undoubtedly because someone is deliberately suppressing her, Xin Shan replied, as he took the necklace from Wu Xie's hands, channeling his spiritual energy into it. The jade necklace transformed into a puddle of water within his grasp. Since we have crossed paths, let us dissolve this seal. He condensed the water into a sphere and tossed it towards the serpent mother. Upon witnessing the water ball soaring towards her, the serpent mother opened her mouth to receive it. As the sphere entered her body, a dramatic transformation occurred. Her dull scales seemed to be polished, radiating a lustrous sheen akin to jade. The small horns on her forehead grew larger and more pronounced, while her overall size diminished significantly, yet she exuded an even more perilous aura. The serpent mother happily shrank to about 3 meters in length, coiling around Xin Shan's waist, resembling a meticulously patterned belt. Is this the mountain deity of the West Queen Mother that we have so easily acquired? The stout man asked incredulously, gazing at the serpent mother. Wu Xie recalled Xin Shan's earlier words. Little Shan, did you not say that the serpent mother should be able to transform? Why does she still resemble a serpent? She can, but she prefers her current form. She finds herself quite beautiful as she is, Xian replied, gently stroking the serpent mother's elevated head, as if showcasing her obsidian-like body. Chapter 16, The Wu family mansion with the serpent mother's assistance. The journey for the group became notably effortless. However, upon reaching the highway, they found themselves in need of a mode of transportation to Xian Shan's spatial domain. The only available options were an impulsively purchased balance scooter and a skateboard. The highway cutting through the desert saw no vehicles for quite some time. Fortunately, Xian Shan had ample food supplies, so they set up a sunshade beside the road and settled down on chairs to await a ride. He Shazi quickly transformed into a sycophant, fussing over Xian Shan's comfort. Young master, are you hot, thirsty? The stout man rolled his eyes at the scene. I say, hey, who among us can compare to little Shan's physique? Your concern for him would be better directed towards us, amidst the vast desert, with solitary smoke rising and the sun setting over the long river. The scenery here is quite picturesque. Living in such a place wouldn't be so bad. Wu Xia remarked, admiring the barren yet expansive beauty of the desert, a stark contrast to the lush spring scenery of Hangzhou. He Shazi, observing Wu Xia's youthful naivety, interrupted his reverie. You are blissfully ignorant. It is only because the young master is here that you have food and drink, a chair to sit on, and a bed to sleep in. Cast yourself into this desert for 10 days or half a month. Using the sky as a blanket and the ground as a mat, with no water or food, and see how you fare. The scenery may be grand, but it would be a miracle if you could resist the urge to eat each other. Wu Xia turned to glare at him. You are simply envious of how little Shan adores me. He Shazi paid no heed to Wu Xia's protest, remaining focused on his role as a sycophant. In the distance, the sound of honking echoed from around a bend. A few off-road vehicles were speeding towards them. There's a car, the stout man exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he dashed onto the highway. Waving Wu Xia's jacket, hey brothers, a rugged middle-aged man lowered his window, looking surprised at the sight of them. You lot are quite bold, walking all this way. Upon hearing his accent, the stout man grinned. From the northeast. Right, Chiktizi, the man nodded. Northeast indeed. The stout man pointed at Wu Xia. Our friend here is also from the northeast, from Changbai Mountain. Oh, from Changbai Mountain. Care for a ride? Absolutely, the stout man called back to Xian Shan and the others. Upon seeing Xian Shan, the man was taken aback. Your companion is exceptionally handsome. Is he dressed in Miao attire? No, he is cosplaying. We came here for a photoshoot but got separated from our convoy. He Shazi explained to the man, believing He Shazi's words. Upon seeing Xian Shan's looks, smiled, and said, hop in. It's not easy for folks in your line of work. Upon arriving at the airport, Xian Shan chose not to return to Beijing but headed straight for the Wu family's old mansion with He Shazi. He remembered that Wu Sanqing owed him an antique. However, upon their arrival, they were informed that that old fox had fled again. The Wu family's mansion is a quintessential example of Su-style architecture. Each step revealing a new scene, with willows shrouded in mist and the sounds of nature embodying elegance, the estate being quite expansive. The two followed the butler for about 10 minutes until they were greeted by Wu Erbai. In contrast to Wu Sanqing's nonchalance, Wu Erbai was lean, refined, and handsome, with fine lines around his eyes that spoke of the passage of time, lending him an air of astute calmness, dressed in a black suit. He approached Xian Shan with measured steps, extending his hand. Hello, young master. I am Wu Erbai. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Xian Shan politely touched his hand before swiftly retracting it. He Shazi, being more familiar with Wu Erbai, stepped forward to explain. It's nothing major. During our time at Temutu, young master assisted third master, who promised him a choice of one of his treasured items. However, now that we are out, we cannot find him, so I brought young master here to seek out second master. Wu Erbai silently cursed his brother for constantly causing trouble, yet he warmly welcomed Xian Shan into his collection room. Xian Shan, meanwhile, silently praised his own cleverness, knowing that Wu Erbai's treasures far surpassed those of Wu Sanqing. As soon as the door to the collection room opened, Xian Shan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of various antiques from different eras meticulously displayed on rows of shelves. Most radiating a golden light of merit. Eventually, he found himself torn between two particularly radiant items, a peach and butterfly patterned tianqiu vase and a white jade flower vase depicting pine, bamboo, plum, and crane. He Shazi leaned in and whispered, young master, just pick one. With Wu Xia around, you will surely return to second master's collection room. Instantly, Xian Shan's dilemma vanished. His eyes brightened as he lifted the peach and butterfly patterned tianqiu vase. Second master, I will take this one. Having gained something valuable, Xian Shan did not mind being a bit more courteous to Wu Erbai. Alright, this shall be a gift for the young master. Wu Erbai readily agreed. Knowing that losing an antique was inconsequential to him, and gaining an opportunity to befriend Xian Shan was a delightful surprise, due to the temporarily disoriented young man refusing to leave Wu Xia's side. They decided to house him at Wu Xia's place. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Xian Shan informed He Shazi that he would be entering closed-door training for a while. As soon as he stepped inside, the system eagerly sprang to life. Host, we are about to reap the rewards. The merit light on this vase has at least 20 to 30 points. Hurry and extract it. Xian Shan covered his hands with spiritual energy. Gathering the scattered merit from the vase and storing it in the system space. We've done it. Host, the merit light from this vase amounts to 50 points, combined with the 3 points from the copper coins and the 10 points from saving in Ning. We now have 63 points, so what does that mean for me? All your skill cards will have their durations doubled, the size of your personal space will also double, and most importantly, the restriction on your water intake will be lifted. Unless you suffer a fatal injury or your spiritual energy falls below 30%, causing your body to enter an automatic defense state, you will be able to maintain your human form at all times. Hearing this, Xianshan joyfully exclaimed, "At last, I need not worry about turning into a fish at any moment. By the way, do I still have 2 rewards unclaimed? Indeed, one is a defensive magical artifact and the other a modern outfit, which you must choose for yourself." As the system spoke, a light screen appeared before Xianshan. On the left was a beautifully crafted golden octagonal lotus mirror, with a circle of perfectly round pearls embedded in the center. Exuding an air of antiquity, lotus and autumn water, fragrant breezes drift along curved shores, round shadows cloak the flower pool. This mirror can withstand 90% of damage. If it shatters, it must be placed in the system space for repair, during which it cannot be used. Note, each repair deducts 30% of the host's spiritual energy for the restoration. Chapter 17. The system of the clothing store on the right was a black oil paper umbrella, its surface adorned with a design of golden bamboo against a moonlit backdrop, perfectly complementing Xianshan's tang suit. Moonlit bamboo, in the deep woods, unknown to man, the bright moon shines. When opened, this umbrella serves as a shield absorbing 70% of attacks. When closed, it will unleash the absorbed attacks as a weapon, adding 50% more damage. Ultimately, Xianshan could not resist his collecting instincts and chose the moonlit bamboo oil paper umbrella. The modern outfit options were a classic combination of a white shirt and black trousers, along with a set of convenient workwear. The work attire holds little significance for Xinshan. Reflecting on the forthcoming plot at the New Moon restaurant, he opts for a shirt and trousers. The enhancement from his virtuous deeds proves to be immensely beneficial, as he has managed to suppress the influence of the black bear's eyes to 70. If he can accumulate 100 points of virtue, he should be able to cure the affliction entirely. The 2 idle companions, apart from sipping tea and engaging in conversation at home, indulge in dining and revelry, having completely cast aside the younger brother they had fostered in Beijing until Wu Xie's call reminded them of his existence. Xiaoshan, the younger brother, has nearly recovered, yet his memories predominantly stem from recent years, though occasionally a stilt house flashes through his mind. Today, he told me he remembered having lived in Benai for an extended period. "Fatty and I plan to visit Benai. Would you and the Black Bear care to join?" "Certainly, but let us skip Hangzhou and head straight to Benai." After Xinshan ended the call, Black Bear's phone rang. Main quest, proceed to Benai, incomplete. Quest rewards, 100 gold ingots, 10 lottery draws, 1 costume card. Upon seeing the familiar rewards, Xinshan couldn't help but jest. System, admit it, you must have once operated a clothing store. He sensed that he might not need to purchase clothes for himself in the future. After Black Bear returned from his call, he inquired with an air of mystery, "Young master, guess who just called?" "There are only a few benefactors who would send you money, and considering Wu Xie just called me, it must be either Wu Erbai or Wu Sanqing." "How astute you are, young master," Black Bear replied while playfully patting Xinshan's head. Xinshan rolled his eyes at him but did not protest. Black Bear seized the moment to half-embrace Xinshan, sharing that Wu Erbai had called to request he keep an eye on Wu Xie, offering as payment the exquisite jade flower vase that Xinshan had previously admired. Asking if he had any interest, Xinshan, already inclined to visit Benai, agreed readily upon hearing the unexpected bonus, having learned from his previous experience in Gulmud. Xinshan promptly contacted Wu Erbai to arrange identification documents for both of them and to purchase first-class tickets. However, Benai is a village, and upon landing, they would need to transfer to a train and a bus, followed by a bullock cart. After disembarking from the bus, Xinshan instantly teleported with Black Bear to a location shared by Wu Xie. The mountains of Benai stretch endlessly, forming the legendary 10,000 Great Mountains, which have confined Pansy for a lifetime. System, would saving Pansy affect you in any way? No, host. As long as you do not personally kill the protagonist, indirect influences are permissible, since you have been acknowledged as part of the protagonist's identity. You are now a member of this world, your existence is justified, and you are part of this realm. Xinshan nodded thoughtfully, realizing that the system he was bound to was remarkably lenient, imposing no tasks or restrictions upon him. Yet, it seemed quite eager regarding virtuous deeds. Could collecting virtue assist him or those he cares for? He temporarily set aside such musings, as it appeared the system was beneficial to him. Why invite trouble? A middle-aged man clad in Yao ethnic attire observed them with a wary gaze, asking, "Are you outsiders? What brings you here?" Black Bear approached with a smile. "Hello, we are here because our young master has recently taken a break and whimsically decided to participate in a photography competition." Focusing on some remote ancient villages, leaning closer to Uncle Ague, he indicated Xinshan, "He is the young master, and I was specially invited to ensure his safety." Uncle Ague's eyes softened as he regarded the delicately dressed Xinshan and the sharply attired Black Bear. His initial suspicion gradually fading. After all, Shinshan appeared to be a pampered young master holding an oil paper umbrella amidst the mountains, while Black Bear trailed closely behind, laden with bags, a perfect pairing of master and bodyguard. Noticing Shinshan's exquisitely crafted garments, Uncle Ague couldn't help but inquire, "Where do you plan to stay tonight?" Black Bear feigned distress. We are uncertain. We did bring a tent, but the wilderness here is rather perilous. It is not safe to stay in these mountains. Wild beasts often roam at night." Uncle Ague raised his voice deliberately, hoping to entice Shinshan to his home for a lucrative profit. Shinshan approached Black Bear, raising his chin with a hint of arrogance. "I refuse to dwell in this remote forest. You must find me a solution." "Well," Uncle Ague leaned closer to Shinshan, "if you do not mind, you may stay at our home. Though it is not particularly lavish, it is clean and comfortable." "Really?" Shinshan asked hesitantly. "Our home is not far from here. You may come and see." Uncle Ague led the way. Shinshan and Black Bear exchanged glances before following behind him. After a short walk along a stream, they encountered a bamboo bridge, beyond which stood a cluster of intricately designed stilt houses. Uncle Ague's home was tidy, adorned with various climbing plants and blooming flowers, complementing the beauty of the stilt houses. "This village appears quite new." Uncle Ague, recalling their mention of photographing ancient villages, quickly clarified, "This is indeed an ancient village, but in recent years, we have not had many visitors. We decided to renovate the village a bit, just in case anyone came." Just the other day, 3 businessmen visited, looking to explore the potential for tourism. You may see them during dinner tonight. When night fell, Wu Xie and others had already arrived. They gathered around a table made of 2 small bamboo tea tables surrounded by bamboo chairs. Uncle Ague sat on one side, beside a lively girl dressed in Yao attire, while Wu Xie and the younger brother sat on the opposite side. Fatty occupied one end of the table, with the opposite seat left empty but thoughtfully adorned with a cushion, clearly reserved for Shinshan. Chapter 18. The abandoned stilt house. Black Bear moved forward to pull out a chair for Shinshan before sitting beside him, instinctively serving him food. Upon noticing Shinshan's arrival, Uncle Ague signaled for Yun Kai to bring a cup of tea, asking, "How is your state, young master? Are you satisfied?" Shinshan nodded, flipping through the camera hanging on his chest. "The environment is quite favorable for photography, lots of potential shots. However, there are quite a few mosquitoes." As he spoke, he retrieved a gold medal from his pocket and handed it to Uncle Ague. "I did not bring much cash for this trip. Please consider this as payment for lodging." This medal was a batch of gold ornaments Shinshan had specially prepared for this trip. Not particularly exquisite but grand in size, perfectly aligning with Uncle Ague's tastes. Uncle Ague weighed the medal in his hand, feeling its heft, and his smile became more genuine. "I will have Yun Kai prepare some mosquito-repellent sachets for you to carry or hang by your window. They are highly effective." Wu Xie and the others stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, puzzled as to why Shinshan was receiving such preferential treatment despite being a guest. Wu Xie pulled out a note from his backpack and handed it to Uncle Ague. "Uncle Ague, take a look at this." Uncle Ague examined the note closely. "This place is just above our village. It has been abandoned for quite some time." He returned the note to Wu Xie, adding, "I will take you there tomorrow. It is too dark to see anything tonight." Shinshan surmised that the location referenced was likely where the younger brother had stayed and feigned curiosity. "What has been abandoned for so long? Is it an abandoned village? May I go take some photos?" Uncle Ague shook his head. "No, it is merely an abandoned stilt house that if you wish to visit, we can explore it together tomorrow." Uncle Ague briefly introduced the group, explaining that Shinshan was a young master visiting for photography. Fatty was a prospective tourism developer, Wu Xia was Fatty's assistant, and both Nan Xia and Beya had successfully transitioned into bodyguards. After dinner, Fatty drunkenly attempted to bond with Uncle Ague, while Black Bear humorously interjected. Playing along with Fatty, Shinshan took the opportunity to close his eyes and release a few butterflies towards the previously occupied stilt house. Wu Xie and the younger brother were captivated by the photographs adorning the walls. One particular vintage black and white photo featured Chen Wenjin alongside a man in Yao attire, with the caption written in pen, 1976 in Benai. "Is this Chen Wenjin?" So if Chen Wenjin visited Benai in 76, I always believed Shisha was his starting point, but it seems Benai was the true origin. The younger brother gazed at the photo. "I have been to Benai." "Along with many others." "You mean to say you too have visited Benai, along with many others?" The younger brother shook his head, clutching his head, although he had not lost his memory thanks to Shinshan's assistance. He had only regained fragments, which required triggers to recall. Wu Xia looked towards Uncle Ague. "Uncle Ague, who is this?" Uncle Ague stepped up to examine the photo closely. "Ah, this captures the glorious history of our family." Pointing to the man in Yao attire, he said, "This is my father, and the woman is from the research team." He then indicated a small boy in the corner of the photo. "That little lad is me." "A research team? Has one visited here?" Furrowing his brow, he pondered deeply, though I too was uncertain. It was rumored that something had been discovered on the mountain over there, and it had taken several years. But ultimately, there was no follow-up. Is there a story? Uncle Ague, could you regale me with it? I am quite fond of tales, and I shall compensate you for your words. The portly man chimed in beside him, Upon hearing this, Uncle Egoe was immensely pleased and hastily began to share with a few others. The following morning, Uncle Egoe led the group to the dilapidated stilt house, where parts of the roof had already caved in, and the interior was cloaked in dust, with cobwebs claiming the corners. It was evident that no one had visited in quite some time. Upon entering, Wu Xie made a beeline for the table that Chu Guangtou had mentioned. He moved aside a round box on the table, revealing a plethora of photographs. Just as he reached out to grasp them, his wrist was seized by the younger brother, who cautioned him not to act recklessly. Wu Xie, observing the younger brother's serious demeanor, inquired with a puzzled expression, "Have you recalled something?" The younger brother did not answer but instead moved to the bedside, lifted the bed, and kicked open the wall behind it. Unveiling an iron box. As both the younger brother and Wu Xie reached for it, a hand suddenly emerged from behind the wall, attempting to seize the wooden box. Xianshan, who had been lingering behind them, produced a flute from thin air, giving it a gentle shake. In an instant, the wooden flute transformed into a long whip composed of vines, securely binding the box. The intruder wielded a dagger in the other hand and struck fiercely at the vines, only to find them unscathed. Realizing the futility, he promptly withdrew. Xianshan felt a measure of pity for the abandoned figure, yet he would not hesitate to act if the assailant made another move. The portly man, patting his chest, exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. Thankfully Shan was here, or that rascal might have succeeded." "Who is that person?" Wu Xie asked. "Do you recognize him, younger brother?" He regarded the shadowy figure. Finding it strangely familiar, the younger brother shook his head, asserting that he had no recollection of the person, though an inexplicable sense of familiarity lingered nearby. He Xie stroked his chin, pondering aloud, "Do you not think that his silhouette bears a striking resemblance to the mute?" At that moment, the others realized the source of the vague familiarity. It was indeed the silhouette. The figure's posture and shape appeared remarkably similar to that of the younger brother. "You don't happen to have a twin brother, do you?" the group asked. The younger brother frowned and gently shook his head. As they opened the box, they discovered a block of iron inside, which He Xie lifted and weighed in his hands, noting that only the outer layer was made of iron. "How do you know?" Upon hearing He Xie's observation, the younger brother nodded in agreement, noting the weight was off while the group was deep in discussion. Xianshan heard a noise from outside. Be cautious, there are people outside. As they rushed out, they spotted the man in black pouring gasoline onto the stilt house. Upon catching sight of Xianshan, he fled in haste. After he departed, the group hurriedly gathered the photographs from the table in the stilt house, placing them into the iron box before returning to Uncle Egue's home. Among the photographs was one of a man from the Yao ethnic group, prompting the portly man to inquire of Uncle Egue. After examining the photograph closely, Uncle Egue remarked, "This appears to be old man Pan Ma. He looks to be in his 30s here. I was still quite young and did not remember much. He was the finest hunter in our village. Indeed, he is the guide I mentioned to you." Upon hearing this, Wu Xie quickly asked, "Is old man Pan Ma still around?" "Yes, he remains in good health. Thanks to the portly man's financial prowess, they successfully arrived at old man Pan Ma's residence. However, his son informed them that old man Pan Ma had ventured into the mountains early that morning and would not return for at least half a day." Just as they were conversing, a familiar figure stepped through the door. Chapter 19. Into the spider's cave. It was Ning, accompanied by a stranger, a woman with sharp features and an air of arrogance, exuding an aura of superiority. After returning from the West Queen Mother Palace, Xiao Dikao had questioned Ning about Xianshan, and when she evaded the inquiry, his trust in her waned. He sought out another group of mercenaries, and this woman was their leader. Since Pan Ma had indeed entered the mountains, Ning and her companions faced a setback. Had Xianshan been with them, they might have learned that Xiao Dikao had personally come here. Days later, after growing weary of idleness, Xianshan was in the courtyard with He Xie, fiddling with photographs when they heard a commotion outside. "Uncle Egue, village chief, there's been an incident. Something has happened at Pan Ma's house." When they arrived at Pan Ma's home, they encountered his son, frantically rushing out with a blood-stained garment. Two young men struggled to restrain him. Uncle Egue quickly stepped forward and stopped him. "What are you doing?" "I am going into the mountains to find my father." Uncle Egue observed the urgency in his demeanor and gently reassured him, "Do not panic, do not panic. I've already sent villagers to search. Moreover, if your father returns, someone must be there to care for him." Seeing the young man gradually calm down, Uncle Egue gestured for those nearby to assist him back into the house. "Uncle Egue, why won't you let him search?" Uncle Egue sighed and explained, "You do not understand. The blood-stained garment he holds was discovered at the water buffalo head ditch by a villager. It is dangerous given his current state. How can I allow him to go?" The group followed Uncle Egue into the mountains in search of old man Pan Ma. The verdant trees obscured their path as they called out his name, but only echoes responded. Eventually, the younger brother discovered droplets of blood on the dry leaves beneath their feet. Following the trail, they arrived at a thicket that appeared untouched for quite some time. "Isn't the water buffalo head ditch just ahead?" Wu Xie asked Uncle Egue. As they prepared to enter, Uncle Egue halted them, insisting, "Boss, the young master cannot go in. You must listen to me. But old man Pan Ma may very well be ahead. Shouldn't we rescue him? Wu Xie questioned in astonishment. If he is indeed inside, it may already be too late. Uncle Egui's eyes were filled with terror as he gazed toward the water buffalo head ditch. That place is a forbidden zone for us. It is said to harbor man-eating monsters. Once one enters, they do not return. The portly man laughed dismissively. Uncle Egui, you do not understand us well. We have ventured into many such places where one goes in and never comes out. As he spoke, the younger brother had already stepped inside the portly man, and Wu Xia reassured Uncle Egui a few times before following suit. Meanwhile, Xian Shan, wishing to maintain the young master's facade, accepted Uncle Egui's advice and returned home with He Xia. Once back in the room, he and He Xia instantly teleported to Wu Xia's location. Let go. He Xia slowly withdrew his arms from around Xian Shan, somewhat lamenting that the teleportation was too swift, leaving him with little time to enjoy the moment. Wu Xia and the others stared in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the two. Now I understand why you arrived so quickly. I mean, we traveled by plane, then by train, then by bus, and finally by ox cart for quite some time, and yet we just arrived, and you were already here. Is that how it happened? Next time, if you have such good fortune, be sure to call me along. My backside would be shattered from all the jostling. Xian Shan regarded the pairs of glowing green eyes before him and remarked. Do not think about it. I can only bring one person at a time, and the teleportation distance cannot be too far. Moreover, there must be physical contact to transport someone. Then next time in Hangzhou. Will you take me for an experience? Wu Xia asked. Undeterred, Xian Shan nodded, affirming that such short-distance teleportation consumed minimal energy, and it was feasible to take him along once. Satisfied with the answer, Wu Xia withdrew his gaze. While the younger brother hesitated, biting his lip but ultimately remained silent, following the trail of blood, they soon spotted a bloodied garment hanging from a sturdy tree, with blood trickling down the branches. Staining the trunk crimson, He Xia gazed at the blood tree, exasperation etched on his face. Is Pan Ma treating us like fools? This amount of blood is clearly smeared on purpose. Wu Xia nodded in agreement. This garment must have been deliberately hung here. The portly man chuckled. It seems this is old man Pan Ma's gift specifically for us. If you look closely, it has quite an artistic quality to it. He Xia observed the blood trail leading deeper into the woods. It seems there is another great gift awaiting us within. As they ventured further, the spider webs grew increasingly dense, nearly veiling the entire forest in a white haze. The portly man remarked, it seems Pan Ma is trying to lure us into the spider's cave. Then we stand to gain immensely. There are 7 of them within the spider's cave. As He Xia spoke, he caught sight of Xian Shan beside him, abruptly shifting his words. Terrifying spider spirits. He Xia, why the sudden change of topic? The portly man teased from the side, while the portly man was busy mocking He Xia. He inadvertently brushed against a nearby spider web. Unbeknownst to him, as he continued forward, the web clung tightly to his arm, proving impossible to remove. He yanked at it with all his might, finally tearing it away. But not without leaving deep gashes on his arm. He examined the wounds on his arm, realizing that the spider web was no ordinary silk. It felt as though it had been coated with a sticky substance, making it nearly impossible to detach without tearing away skin. Xian Shan waved his hand, and several butterflies landed on the portly man's arm, instantly healing him. There is something off about these spiders. This web is so adhesive that not even a creature like Godzilla could escape it. Wu Xia gazed at the vast expanse of silk with a hint of concern when suddenly he felt himself being flung backward by an unseen force. He cast his gaze towards the whip entangled around his waist, a weapon wielded by Xian Shan. With resolute determination, he relaxed his body and rolled away. Following the force of the whip. As he regained his footing, he noticed a spider the size of a palm resting on the very spot where he had stood moments before. The black spider was adorned with vibrant orange patterns, a striking coloration that undoubtedly signified its venomous nature. Thankfully, it was Xiao Shan who had flung him away just in time, otherwise, he would have been ensnared in this perilous situation. To his astonishment, the spider, undeterred by its previous failure, leapt once more, this time aiming directly at Xian Shan. The hulking figure of the black bear-like creature nearby swiftly kicked the spider away, sending it crashing into a tree, while a dagger, which had been deftly twirled in its hand, flew forth to pin the spider in place. After a brief struggle, the spider succumbed to stillness, yet the tranquility was short-lived as rustling sounds began to emerge from the surroundings. Xian Shan realized that a multitude of spiders was converging upon their location. Chapter 20. The holy spider. The stout trunks of trees were thickly populated with spiders, resembling tumors upon the bark at a casual glance. They descended the trunks as if summoned by an unseen command, advancing towards Wuxi and the others. Xian Shan activated All Things Coexist, causing the originally short vines to surge from the ground, intertwining and ensnaring the group, temporarily halting the advance of the spiders. All Things Coexist. A divine wish. Upon activation, the user can choose to manipulate the growth of existing nearby organisms, up to 5 plants or sentient animals, intertwining them to create a barrier. This skill is ineffective in the absence of any surrounding flora or fauna. The overweight companion exhaled with relief, acknowledging the eerie nature of the spider. Grateful for Xiao Shan's timely intervention, Wu Xie, observing the vines, cautioned against premature optimism, reminding the group that while the vines were a temporary reprieve, they too were ensnared. Moreover, he warned of the extremely sticky spider silk. If the spiders were to spin their webs outside the vines, they would find themselves cocooned, trapped in a dire predicament. Indeed, the spiders began to spin their silks. O Tianjin, your mouth is truly something. Good things turn bad, Xianshan said, extending his hand. Everyone, touch my hand. The black bear-like creature was the first to respond, quickly grasping Xianshan's pale right hand and refusing to let go. The others, upon Xianshan's signal, touched his left hand, binding themselves as allies to bitter wind and sorrowful rain, spring devoid of bitter winds, autumn without sorrowful rains. Upon activation, a corrosive rain filled with vengeful energy descends within a 10-meter radius of the user. Lasting for 1 hour, bound allies remain unaffected. Once bitter wind and sorrowful rain was activated, green translucent raindrops began to fall within a 10-meter radius around Xianshan. Upon contact, the spiders were rapidly corroded, dissolving into pools of black liquid. After observing that the surrounding spider threat had been sufficiently diminished, Xianshan retracted. All things coexist. However, he felt a significant resistance as he attempted to withdraw the vines, rendering them immobile. Ultimately, he had to use the raindrops to corrode the webs before successfully retracting the vines. This incident made Xianshan acutely aware that the skills granted by the system were not infallible. They too could be countered by certain elements. Had it not been for Wu Xie's earlier warning, they might have indeed fallen victim to being cocooned by the spiders, incurring a significant loss once the vines were retracted. Wu Xie and the others beheld the astonishingly unnatural raindrops. Xianshan cautioned them to tread carefully, advising them to stay in open areas. The spots obscured by trees could harbor lurking threats. Sure enough, as they began to move, several spiders that had slipped through the foliage scuttled towards them, yet, as soon as they ventured into the open, they dissolved into puddles of water. The others closely followed Xianshan's lead until they emerged from the water buffalo head gorge, at which point the spiders ceased their pursuit. Xianshan glanced at the skill card, which had less than 10 minutes remaining, and silently patted his chest, relieved it had lasted long enough. It was crucial to note that these skill cards required a 24-hour cooldown after each use. Being caught unprepared within could spell disaster. At that moment, the black bear-like creature noticed a shadow at the edge of the water buffalo head gorge. He discreetly signaled the serpent mother, coiled around Xianshan's waist, to seize the person. The serpent mother flicked its tongue at him but immediately slithered down to the ground, stealthily making its way through the underbrush. The figure, Pan Ma, was engrossed in observing Xianshan and his companions. Oblivious to the small black snake that had stealthily approached his feet, the serpent mother elongated its body, wrapping around his ankles, and then swiftly expanded, tightly ensnaring Pan Ma. The spiders that landed on the serpent mother's scales were akin to inconsequential sesame seeds, causing no harm whatsoever. The serpent mother then dragged him towards Xianshan, depositing him at Xianshan's feet before affectionately nudging against his hand, seeking praise. Nearby, the overweight companion observed the serpent mother and asked Wu Xie, Tianjin, doesn't this snake look somewhat familiar? But I can't quite recall where I've seen it. This is the serpent mother, he exclaimed. No wonder it looks familiar, but I couldn't place it. The serpent mother appears quite small, it seems unaccustomed. Scratching his head, he finally remembered that the serpent mother had been taken away by Xiao Shan when they first departed. After Xianshan affectionately stroked the serpent mother's head, she shyly coiled around his waist, burying her head within. However, upon seeing the serpent mother, Xianshan suddenly recalled that he had been in Banai for several days, yet the task remained uncompleted. System, regarding the task in Banai, why hasn't it been marked as completed? Host, the Banai in the task refers to the Zheng family ancient building located in Banai, not the place itself. Why not make that clear? As soon as he finished speaking, a task notification appeared before him. Main quest, proceed to Banai Zheng family ancient building, uncompleted, task rewards, gold ingots 100. Lottery chances 10, clothing card 1. The word Zheng family ancient building were notably bolded and highlighted in red. The overweight companion, gripping Pan Ma by the collar, queried, is this spider one of your pets, old man? Pan Ma quickly waved his hands, insisting, no, I merely recognized this type of spider. I only wanted to scare you off. You claim to recognize this spider. What kind is it? It seems rather sinister, the black bear-like creature inquired, examining the spider silk that was as durable as fishing line yet exceedingly sticky. When I was a child, our village would worship this type of spider. The elders referred to it as the holy spider. Its silk is remarkably tough and adhesive. Any creature that encounters it cannot escape. But what if one avoids the silk? Even then, escape is futile. The silk emits a colorless, odorless toxin that disorients one's sense of direction, leading to circles. If bitten, one would suffer severe poisoning. However, it is said that individuals with special blood from certain deities remain unaffected by its bite, though I have never witnessed it myself. Wu Xie, raking his fingers through his rain-soaked hair, exchanged a glance with the overweight companion, relieved that the recent downpour had dispersed the toxic gas. Otherwise, even if they were not bitten by the spiders, they would still find themselves ensnared, regardless, since Pan Ma was far away earlier. And the rain has stopped. We cannot acknowledge any connection between the downpour and us. Otherwise, if word of such natural control powers got out, Xiaoshan would be in serious danger. We were just fortunate. Blessed by the mountain deity, the overweight companion remarked as he began to mumble prayers while looking around. As night deepened and the moon hung high in the sky, casting a serene glow, Xiaoshan led the black bear-like creature in a swift teleportation back to Uncle Ague's home. Dinner time was approaching, and if the clouds came looking for them and discovered their absence, it would be difficult to explain. Wuxie and the others returned to the village alongside Pan Ma, who promised to disclose the events of the past to Wuxie and the overweight companion, yet resolutely refused to allow Xiaogu to join in. He warned Wuxie that the two of them together would inevitably bring misfortune upon one another. With that, Pan Ma turned and departed. The overweight companion dismissed Pan Ma's ominous words, saying, "Do not heed this old fool's nonsense." Just now, when Xiaoshan was present, he didn't dare utter a word. Now that he is gone, he is merely scaring you with his doomsday predictions. Chapter 21. Pan Ma's past. However, that night, Wuxie could not resist the urge to seek out Pan Ma. Pan Ma recounted how years ago, the village chief had brought Chen Wenjin to him, inviting him to serve as a guide for an expedition to a landslide lake located in the northwestern foothills of Sheep Horn Mountain. That direction was perilous, and he was the only one willing to venture there, hence the chief recommended him to Chen Wenjin. Initially hesitant, he was swayed by the generous compensation offered by Chen Wenjin, leading him to accept. Under his guidance, they reached the lake mentioned by Chen Wenjin 2 days later. The group established their camp by the lakeside, remaining there for over 2 months, while Pan Ma was solely responsible for delivering supplies. Just as he was recounting this, the leaves outside rustled violently as if stirred by a tempest. Pan Ma's pupils dilated, and he abruptly urged Wuxie to leave, muttering that he had known too much. Refusing to utter another word. Meanwhile, Xiaoshan and the black bear-like creature who had come looking for Wuxie witnessed the shadowy figure of the hunchbacked man whose presence had agitated the leaves. Xiaoshan seized the black bear-like creature, who turned to see the flickering light in Xiaoshan's eyes, revealing a barely concealed worry. The hunchbacked figure was known for his insidious tactics and considerable skill. In this unfamiliar territory, Xiaoshan feared for the black bear-like creature's safety. After Wuxie departed, the two observed Pan Ma sneak out of the house. Xiaoshan and the black bear-like creature followed stealthily. They soon found Pan Ma in the woods, and moments later, a tightly wrapped black figure emerged from the trees. It was the hunchbacked man. His voice was husky, tinged with accusation. "I instructed you to kill them. Your failure is one thing, but you divulged the events of the past to them. I have been haunted by nightmares for over 30 years and wish to escape them." Pan Ma's voice quivered as he replied, "Those nightmares arise from your own actions, do they not? Had I not intervened at that moment, I fear you would have divulged the events of that year to them entirely." Pan Ma nodded slightly, exhaling a heavy sigh. "Indeed, I long to confide in someone. After all these years, I can no longer keep it all bottled up." Little did I expect that this very statement would enrage the hunchback. "If you have no desire to live, then do not live," he remarked, advancing towards Pan Ma, his tone laced with undisguised malice. Pan Ma recoiled in fright, taking several steps back. At that moment, Heixiao sprang forth from Xingshan's side, charging directly at the hunchback. With his long legs cutting through the air, he sent the hunchback stumbling back a few paces, but the hunchback quickly regained his composure and retaliated. During a clash of their fists, they both instinctively retreated a step. Meanwhile, the trio of Wuxie, who had been trailing Xingshan and Heixiao, also emerged. Upon witnessing the gathering of so many individuals, the hunchback hastily retreated into the treacherous woods, where dangers lurked in the shadows, compounded by the unpredictable presence of spiders. Thus, none chose to pursue him. "Like you, he is unafraid of the holy spider." The flickering light of the campfire danced across Pan Ma's face. "Now bright, now dim, you brought us here intentionally," Xingshan asserted confidently. The others, unfamiliar with the woods, would inevitably make some noise while approaching. As the most formidable hunter in the village, any commotion from prey should not have escaped his keen ears. Wuxie, observing Pan Ma's suddenly calm demeanor after the hunchback departed, inquired, "This time, you led us here to have us deal with him, didn't you? Unfortunately, you were unable to resolve the matter, and you cannot remain here indefinitely. I am old. If death comes, then so be it. But can you ensure that my son and grandson are not entangled in this affair?" His voice carried a hint of liberation. Wuxie pressed him for details about the events of that year. Promising to heed his wishes, the truth of that bygone era gradually unfurled. The expedition team had brought a wealth of supplies, inciting greed among the villagers upon their arrival, under the cover of night. They stealthily raided the expedition's camp for food but were discovered by the team members. In a fit of rage, a villager, blinded by fury, inadvertently killed one of the team members. They hastily buried the body in the woods, only to be caught by others during the process. Without hesitation, they took advantage of the darkness to slaughter everyone in the camp, discarding the corpses into the lake. Yet, the following day, the entire camp had inexplicably returned to life. Pan Ma recounted that from that day forth, an unusual scent clung to the members of the expedition, a scent he claimed was also present on his younger brother. Not long after, those who had joined him in stealing food met their demise. All through suicide, however, Panma firmly believed they could not have taken their own lives, they had been slain by the monsters of the lake. He recounted that thereafter he retreated into the deep mountains, only daring to return home 3 years later. The iron fragment was something he had discovered upon returning to the lake, wrapped in a piece of clothing. After hearing Panma's account, Wuxie, perplexed, asked, "So, who is the hunchback?" In Panma's narrative, he found no trace of this individual. Panma shook his head. "I do not know who he is, but he is aware of all my actions. He specifically instructed me that if anyone were to investigate the expedition from that year, I was to lead them to Water Buffalo Head Gorge. On the way back to Uncle Ague's home after parting with Panma, Xingshan meticulously reflected on this segment of the story. However, what he had previously encountered were merely analytical posts and fragmented narratives. He had no clear recollection of such detailed content. He only remembered that the hunchback was the sole survivor among the counterfeit Zheng Qiling cultivated by Zheng Qishan, yet why he remained in Benai was still a mystery to him. Observing Xingshan's distracted demeanor, Heixiao draped an arm over his shoulder. "Young master, what occupies your mind? Speak of it, and allow me to assist your thoughts." Xingshan, now accustomed to Heixiao's playful demeanor, replied without turning his head. "I was contemplating the expedition team that appeared later." Upon hearing Xingshan's words, Wuxie turned back. "I am pondering the same. From my analysis, the team that entered and exited the mountains should not be the same." "Are you implying that no one has truly risen from the dead? The later expedition team is a different group altogether." "Precisely. A different group, having assumed new identities, deceived Panman." Wuxie nodded, increasingly convinced of the accuracy of his analysis. This was a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy. Initially, the first expedition team was meant to be bribed and replaced, but Panma's unexpected involvement resulted in a murder. Consequently, the second group seized the opportunity to take their place directly. After thorough analysis, the group resolved to investigate the depths of the lake. The following day, clouds guided them to the lakeside, a body of stagnant water surrounded by woods, its surface shimmering with a jade-like hue, rippling gently in the breeze. Xingshan's bubbles required spiritual energy, and with so many needing it, they could not remain submerged for long. Thus, Wuxie would seek diving equipment while Xingshan and Heixiao would venture down first to scout the area. Chapter 22, a day trip to the Zhang family ancient tower. Before descending into the lake, Xingshan handed Heixiao a sea blue beaded necklace, at the center of which hung a white conch pendant. Where this it was a creation of Xingshan's own spiritual energy, amounting to nearly half of it, akin to a water-repellent pearl, enabling Heixiao to breathe freely underwater without being affected by the depths, allowing for normal vision while carrying his aura, causing aquatic beings to instinctively avoid him. Heixiao gazed at the gemstone, which seemed to shimmer with the movement of the sea, his eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, glimmering like scattered stars, twinkling with light. Though emotions swelled within him, he suppressed them, adopting a teasing tone to express gratitude for the young master's gift. The two plunged into the water, and as the liquid enveloped Xingshan, his hair unfurled, the dark strands gradually transforming into shimmering silver. His upper body became bare, the silver chain dangling loosely from his shoulder. Xingshan's lower half morphed into a lake-green fish tail, the gossamer fins flowing gracefully in the water, instantly evoking memories for Heixiao of their initial encounter. Like stepping into a splendid and ethereal dream. As they descended to around 60 meters, an ancient architectural complex emerged beneath them, remarkably preserved, resembling a submerged Yao village. A Han-style pagoda stood prominently at the center of the village, with only its upper 4 stories exposed above the water's surface, the rest deeply buried beneath the lake. A wooden plaque hung above the pagoda's entrance, inscribed with the robust character Zhang family tower master, still clear and vivid after a millennium. The two pushed open the door, revealing an empty hall devoid of any furnishings or decorations. Main quest: proceed to Benai Zhang family ancient tower. Completed. Quest rewards: gold ingots 100. Lottery chances 10, clothing card 1, distributed. However, a ringing sound filled the surroundings. Yet how could there be bells underwater? Heixiao curiously surveyed his surroundings, discovering numerous bronze hexagonal bells hanging around the hall, still producing a clear sound in the water. But the underwater realm was Xingshan's domain, and with the protective necklace imbued with half of his spiritual energy, Heixiao was shielded. The bells of the Zhang family ancient tower posed no threat to them. Not finding any clues in the hall, they exited the tower. Yet, as they emerged, the surrounding waters surged violently, forming a massive whirlpool that enveloped them. Xingshan reached out, intending to subdue the whirlpool with his spiritual energy. But Heixiao grasped his hand. "Wait, I sense that this whirlpool does not harbor danger. To avoid being scattered by the currents, Heixiao tightly embraced Xingshan and steered them towards the whirlpool, relaxing to allow the current to carry them away. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a cave, not overly spacious but quite tall, with numerous passages leading in various directions. The lake was atop a mountain, and the Zhang family ancient tower lay at the lake's bottom. The main structure of the tower should be situated within the mountain. Heixiao scanned the surroundings, confirming they had indeed entered the mountain, and there must be an entrance leading to the Zhang family ancient tower. Xingshan grasped Heixiao's wrist, planning to teleport back to the camp to inform Wuxi and the others about their situation, only to discover that teleportation was limited to the cave's periphery or any location within the cave itself. But it could not lead them out. He tested his spiritual energy, finding it functional, as were his skill cards, only teleportation seemed compromised, as if a natural barrier confined them within this locale. Xingshan conjured several butterflies using his spiritual energy, attempting to send them out through the water inlet they had entered. After several attempts, he finally succeeded in sending a few butterflies out. They inscribed a message on slips of paper, encasing them within the butterflies using their spiritual energy. As two sparrows trapped in a cage with nothing to do, they began to entertain themselves. Fortunately, despite being unable to leave, they could still use their spiritual energy and manipulate space. They followed the passage until they reached a slightly more spacious area, where Xingshan retrieved a square table, 2 lounge chairs, and some snacks from his spatial storage. Beginning to leisurely chat, the two spent 2 days idling in that desolate place. Meanwhile, outside, since losing contact with Xingshan and Heixiao, Wuxia was nearly frantic. In his heart, Xingshan was still the child they had brought from Shishaf, someone who had always protected them. The anxiety of Fatty and the young brother was palpable. Xingshan had come here because of them, and no matter what, they had to ensure his safe return. However, despite the lake being a body of stagnant water, its vast expanse made searching through it an exercise in futility. For this reason, Wuxia was compelled to seek assistance from Wu Bai for the first time. However, before Wu Bai could arrive, another group had already made their way here. It was Zhou Dikao, accompanied by a Ning and a woman whose face was unfamiliar. They sought to collaborate with Wu Xie. Wu Xie, observing the well-equipped Zhou Dikao and his companions, inquired with a hint of confusion, given that you have contacted so many experts and obtained the relevant permissions, why do you still wish to collaborate with us? I truly fail to comprehend your rationale for proposing this partnership. Zhou Dikao, a handsome foreign gentleman appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, had silver-white hair that was slightly curled, which, when paired with his deep-set eyes, exuded a certain unique romanticism characteristic of foreigners. Merely having experts is insufficient. My team previously descended into this lake according to the reports we received at that time. They should have already spotted the Zhang family's ancient tower at the lake's bottom. Regrettably, as of now, they have returned empty-handed, he remarked, shaking his head with a tone of lament. Are you suggesting that Xianshan and his team very well might have seen the Zhang family's ancient tower? Would they? Wu Xie spoke, glancing anxiously at Xiao Gu. No, Xiao Gu asserted with certainty, meeting Wu Xie's gaze. The rotund man beside them also interjected, grasping Wu Xie's arm. The Zhang family's ancient tower is submerged. Xianshan is an excellent swimmer, he will be fine. Hearing their reassurances, Wu Xie regained his composure, affirming, indeed, the ancient tower lies beneath the waters, and Xiaoshan should be unharmed. They are likely already inside the tower. However, as far as I know, entry into the Zhang family's ancient tower is not granted to just anyone. Our team is not permitted. As for Heixiazi, I am uncertain, but that enigmatic young master Xianshan undoubtedly has access. He then glanced at Xiao Gu, stating, this young man from the Zhang family can also enter, and you should be able to as well, even if we manage to descend, as you mentioned, and retrieve something from the Zhang family's ancient tower. Are you not concerned that I might breach our contract and claim the items for myself? Upon hearing this, Zhou Dikao's expression remained unchanged. He merely blinked and replied, eternal life is a secret, and all secrets can be shared. Sharing it with me will not affect you. I have sought this secret far longer than you and possess far greater knowledge. Chapter 23, Divine Retribution. They are likely already inside the Zhang family's ancient tower. However, as I understand it, entry into the tower is not permissible for just anyone. Our team is not allowed. As for Heixiazi, I am uncertain, but that mysterious young master Xianshan can surely enter. He then looked at Xiao Gu, saying, this young man from the Zhang family can also enter, and you should be able to as well, even if we can descend, and as you say, acquire something from the Zhang family's ancient tower. Are you not worried that I might nullify the contract and claim the items for myself? He smiled enigmatically. The secret of the Zhang family's ancient tower may only be one of many. A mere clue pointing to the answers. We require more information, and you will need my assistance. After contemplating Zhou Dikao's request, Wu Xie was prepared to acquiesce, but just then Wu Bai arrived. He intercepted Wu Xie and waved his hand, prompting a follower behind him to produce a glass jar. The rotund man, upon seeing the familiar butterflies within the jar, finally breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, wonderful, these are Xiaoshan's butterflies. It seems that Xiaoshan and Heixiazi are likely unharmed for the time being. As the jar was opened, 3 butterflies fluttered towards the fingertips of the 3 individuals, each landing delicately on one of their hands. Xiaoshan is quite fair, one for each of us, remarked the rotund man. Now in a lighter mood, the butterflies settled into their palms and gradually dissipated, leaving behind a silk strip. Wu Xie unfurled the strip, revealing elegant, lively small script. Xianshan briefly recounted the experiences of the two and emphasized that they should refrain from entering the lake for now, waiting for their return before discussing subsequent matters. He then marked the locations of the two. Combining this information with the terrain map obtained from Zhou Dikao, Wu Xie determined their approximate position. As they followed the coordinates, they discovered a secluded rocky outcrop enveloped by forest. Between the rocks lay a hidden crevice that was nearly invisible unless one searched meticulously. Wu Bai instructed his men to navigate through the crevice to scout ahead. But they soon found the path ahead blocked. When Wu Xie and the others entered to investigate, they heard commotion from within and hurriedly directed their people to break through the stone wall. On the other side of the wall were Xian Shan and He Xiazi, cornered by Milo Luo. After enjoying 2 days of leisurely peace, it seemed that Milo Luo could no longer tolerate their tranquility and emerged to disrupt their serene existence. "Be careful," He Xiazi suddenly exclaimed, his expression tense as he lunged towards Xian Shan. Confused, Xian Shan turned to look behind him and saw a swarm of green humanoid figures surging forth from the emerald-colored cracks that adorned the cavern walls. Xian Shan sprang from his reclining position, his vine whip coiling around one of the humanoids like a serpent, smashing it against the adjacent stone wall. However, the humanoid quickly recovered and lunged at them once more. Unlike the jade figures from the West Queen Motheress Palace, these humanoids moved swiftly and nimbly, resembling trained assassins with their attacks aimed directly at vital points. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. Their physical strength and spiritual energy were limited and would eventually be depleted, yet the number of these eerie humanoids remained unknown. "Let us retreat to another passage," He Xiazi urged, shielding Xian Shan as they fell back to other corridors. Due to Milo Luo's uniqueness, many of their skill cards had become ineffective, leaving only the whip and umbrella at their disposal. For Xian Shan, a magician, being forced into close combat was exceedingly frustrating. He Xiazi's dagger was sharp, plunging into the heart of one humanoid, which instantly shattered into pieces. Xian Shan withdrew the oil paper umbrella made from moonlit bamboo. Although it appeared fragile, its quality was assured given its origin. He stowed the umbrella and thrust the bamboo handle into Milo Luo's chest, momentarily blocking Milo Luo's advance at the passage's entrance. However, it seemed that Milo Luo was omnipresent as soon after. Numerous new humanoids emerged from the stone walls. Moreover, with neither Zhang family members nor a map to guide them, the two had taken many unnecessary detours. As their stamina approached its limits, Xian Shan summoned a protective barrier with his spiritual energy, allowing them a brief respite. Yet, the surrounding water-based spiritual energy was weak, forcing Xian Shan to draw from his own reserves to maintain the barrier. He Xiazi, observing Xian Shan's already pale face grow increasingly translucent, felt a weight in his heart. He could sense the tremendous toll this barrier was taking on Xian Shan. Rising, he grasped the hand Xian Shan was using to channel energy into the barrier. Shaking his head, "Young master, do not deplete your energy. Soon, I will carve a path for you. Once you exit this passage, collapse this section, and we can escape." He Xiazi knew that if it weren't for him, Xian Shan would have had many more methods to escape. However, because of him, many options were rendered unfeasible. Hearing He Xiazi's words, Xian Shan frowned slightly. Do not dwell on the futile. While channeling energy, he pulled He Xiazi back until they reached a dead end. Sensing an increase in wood-based energy in the air, he realized they had found an exit. Over there, break through that stone wall. That is the way out. He Xiazi quickly rushed to the stone wall, gripping his dagger tightly as he struck at it with force. After several minutes of labor, he keenly heard sounds from beyond. He pulled Xian Shan back swiftly as a thunderous crash resonated. The stone wall being breached from the outside. A flashlight illuminated the newly opened space, casting light upon the disheveled figures of the two men within. He Xiazi's leather jacket was marred with streaks of blood, his right hand's webbing torn from the effort of striking the wall, blood dripping from his fingers onto the ground. Meanwhile, Xian Shan appeared unblemished, yet his complexion was nearly transparent, and his once dark eyes shimmered with deep blue glimmers, reminiscent of a sea on the verge of tumult. The bright smiles that had adorned Wu Xie's face instantly vanished upon witnessing Xian Shan's countenance, with an unusually shadowed tone. Xian Shan directed, "He Xiazi, retreat 30 meters back." Wu Xie sensed an impending storm and hastily grabbed He Xiazi, commanding those nearby to withdraw 30 meters as well. He watched Xian Shan's silhouette from a distance. Feeling the oppressive aura intensify, Xian Shan drew forth a skill card he believed he would never need. Divine retribution descends, in the form of a deity, unleash divine punishment, within a 30-meter radius centered on oneself. A thunderstorm forms, lasting for 20 minutes. This skill card was exceptionally unique, as it was the only one that did not discriminate between friend and foe. Anyone within the range aside from the user would be subjected to indiscriminate attacks. Of flashes of light erupted, shattering the dim sky into fragments. The low rumble of thunder roared like an enraged ocean, waves crashing in succession. At that moment, a multitude of green humanoids emerged from the crevice. Advancing toward Xian Shan, the blue-tinged lightning descended with ferocity, obliterating all obstacles in its path. Chapter 24, Golden Osmanthus welcomes distinguished guests. The thunder did not cease, it struck the mountains, and a deafening collapse echoed as tumbling stones completely sealed the exit. Under the illumination of the lightning, He Xiazi observed Xian Shan's legs beginning to shimmer, taking on a translucent quality reminiscent of a fish's tail. He rushed to Xian Shan's side, draping his coat beneath him and lifting him horizontally. Holding him tightly in his embrace. As Wu Xie and the others witnessed He Xiaozi's actions, they surmised that Xian Shan's fishtail was indeed emerging. Under the cover of night, they surrounded Xian Shan and swiftly retreated to their tent. Wu Xie, glancing at Xian Shan's once resplendent fishtail now dulled, asked in a flustered tone, "What should we do, Xiao Shan? Do you need to soak in water?" "No, it's not a matter of water. It is my spiritual energy that has been overexerted. I merely require a few hours of rest," Xian Shan replied, shaking his head and reassuring the others as he noticed their worried expressions. After Wu Xie and the others emerged from the tent, He Xiaozi silently sat by Xian Shan's bedside. He had removed his sunglasses, and his once grayish-white pupils, now treated, had returned to a normal shade of black. Albeit still somewhat misty, his eyelashes gently lowered as he gazed at Xian Shan's pale face, his hand clasping Xian Shan's delicate wrist, his thumb pressed against Xian Shan's pulse, attuning to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The tension that had rendered his body rigid began to gradually ease. He remained transfixed by Xian Shan throughout the night, until the first light of dawn broke when Wu Xie entered to check on Xian Shan. The light from the tent's opening momentarily blinded He Xiaozi. He snapped back to reality and donned his sunglasses. Xian Shan was aware that He Xiaozi felt guilty for being a hindrance. Yet the consumption of his spiritual energy was within his expectations. Although the depletion of 70 of his spiritual energy forced him to revert to his merman form, it had not caused him any harm. And he still possessed the trump card of one tree to support. Since returning from Banai, He Xiaozi had treated Xian Shan with the utmost care, as if he were made of porcelain. Fearful that he might suffer even the slightest bump, he even set aside the tasks at hand, opting to spend his days alongside Xian Shan in the courtyard. As the weather gradually turned cooler, the leaves of the loquat tree carpeted the ground, soft sunlight cascaded over Xian Shan's face, bestowing upon his porcelain-like complexion a radiant golden hue. Creak. The courtyard door was pushed open from the outside. He Xiaozi entered, cradling a wooden box, which he placed on the square table beside Xian Shan. "Young master, guess what delightful treasure I have brought back?" Xian Shan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the golden light spilling from the wooden box. "Of course, it must be the reward bestowed upon me by my benefactor." "Such an accurate guess, indeed," Xian Shan replied, tilting his head with a hint of pride. He Xiaozi opened the wooden box, revealing the exquisite white jade flower vase featuring a design of pine, bamboo, plum, and crane, as promised by Wu Erbai. Next to it lay a beautifully wrapped jade pendant, accompanied by a note inscribed with elegant handwriting, expressing gratitude towards Xian Shan. The note concluded with the acknowledgement that although Xian Shan was not in need of money, he had gifted him the recently acquired jade pendant, hoping to convey his appreciation. The pendant, shaped like a flower and intricately carved, was clearly a rare antique, albeit lacking in golden luster. Xian Shan extracted the golden light from both artifacts and stored it within the system's space. "Host, this flower vase holds 55 points of merit, while the jade pendant contains 5. Adding those to our previous total, we now have 123 points, upon hearing the system's excited voice. Xian Shan curiously inquired, "I have noticed you place great importance on merit. What benefits does it bring you?" "Indeed, it is beneficial not only for me but also for you, host. The system is categorized by levels, and the criteria for these levels is merit. A system unbound to a host is a level 0 system. Merit, 1 to 10,000 points, constitutes a level 1 system, which can only issue tasks and randomly draw cards for abilities. Merit, 10,000 to 100,000 points, constitutes a level 2 system, which adds a system marketplace, allowing for the purchase of corresponding abilities. Merit, over 100,000 points, elevates it to a level 3 system, promoting it to the main system, enabling freedom of choice and world traversal. Are you suggesting that if you ascend to a level 3 system, we could select any world at will?" "Precisely, host. Thus, we must strive diligently, assuming each world is worth 100 points. I would require at least 1,000 worlds for you to attain level 3, Xian Shan calculated, suddenly feeling a wave of despair. "Dreams are essential. Who knows, perhaps in one of those worlds we might earn 10,000 points, Xian Shan remarked with a wry smile directed at the system. "Unless we succeed in saving the world," he added resolutely, dismissing the system's lofty aspirations. The over 100 points of merit were ample to restore He Xiaozi's eyesight. That evening, the small courtyard was filled with fluttering water butterflies, all eagerly drawn to He Xiaozi's eyes and back. He Xiaozi felt something within him gradually being stripped away. The mist before him slowly dissipated, and he finally beheld Xian Shan clearly in the sunlight, more beautiful and radiant than he appeared at night. His deep-set eyes sparkled as they gazed at Xian Shan, a brilliant smile illuminating his face. This smile was markedly different from his usual carefree demeanor. It was sincere, joyful, and uniquely belonging to Xian Shan. With his eyesight restored, He Xiaozi no longer needed to save money for treatment and instead joined Xian Shan in a leisurely existence. Until an invitation arrived in Xian Shan's hands. The antique invitation bore a beautiful golden osmanthus, with the word Xingyue Restaurant elegantly inscribed beside it. Upon seeing it, He Xiaozi raised an eyebrow and remarked, Young master, you must have quite the status, receiving a golden osmanthus invitation. What difference does it make? Xin Shan replied, flipping open the inner page, finding little of note aside from the commendable penmanship. Your name is likely handwritten within. Isn't it? He Xiaozi asserted. Xin Shan nodded in affirmation. The invitations from Xinyue restaurant are categorized into three types. The first is a standard landscape invitation, sent to guests with whom Xinyue restaurant has dealings, distributed via postal service. The second is a bamboo invitation, requiring a certain level of expenditure or a long-standing cooperative relationship, delivered personally by a servant of the restaurant. The third, which you hold, is the golden osmanthus invitation, typically reserved for esteemed guests or specially invited dignitaries, where the golden osmanthus symbolizes a warm welcome to distinguished visitors. Thus, golden osmanthus invitations are personally delivered by the restaurant's special assistant, the woman in the qipao we encountered earlier. The most unique aspect of this invitation is that, He Xiaozi continued, taking the invitation from Xin Shan to examine the name of the invitee, which had been penned by the owner of Xinyue restaurant. The characters Xin Shan were written with a skillful balance of spacing, indicating that the writer was likely male. Isn't the owner of Xinyue restaurant supposed to be a woman? He Xiaozi inquired, taking a closer look at the invitation before casting it aside. That must have been written by that old fool, Zhang Rishan. It was clear he held no favorable opinion of Zhang Rishan. Chapter 25, Gu Sen Gu. On the day of the auction, a vehicle from Xinyue restaurant arrived early at the small courtyard, with the special assistant personally coming to escort Xin Shan to the event. As Xin Shan reached the entrance, he encountered Wu Xie and the others, who were anxiously contemplating how to gain entry. Just then, a black car appeared in the distance, boldly stopping in front of Xinyue restaurant. Upon seeing the car, the restaurant's attendants hurriedly approached to open the door. As the black leather shoes touched the ground, the slender ankles were complemented by perfectly tailored trousers, while a snow-white shirt was adorned with a striking cluster of purple irises from chest to waist. The three-dimensional flowers trembled with the movement of the newcomer, appearing remarkably vibrant. Xiao Shan, Wu Xie exclaimed joyfully, waving at Xin Shan. Having spotted them, Xin Shan decided to bring the three inside with him. The lobby of Xinyue restaurant was spacious and bright, constructed primarily of wood, with numerous patrons scattered throughout. Wu Xie and his companions were directed by the attendants to a hall on the first floor, while Xin Shan and He Xiaozi were escorted directly to a private room on the second floor. The room was divided into three sections, with a rosewood folding screen depicting floral and avian designs at the entrance. Separating it from the interior. In the center, a rosewood tea table and chairs were arranged, and a celadon vase graced the table, with several branches of begonia flowers arranged within. Flanking the seating were bamboo plants, creating an ambience of elegance. Seated by the window in their private room, Xin Shan and He Xiaozi found themselves in an enclosure that surrounded the auction stage. Their room was positioned directly above the auction platform, affording them the best view to observe the items being auctioned. To their surprise, familiar faces occupied both sides. On the right sat Jie Yuchen, while on the left were Wu Xie and an elderly lady. Dressed in a black qipao, her silver hair elegantly pinned behind her ears, she exuded a dignified and graceful aura reminiscent of an exquisite orchid. She regarded Wu Xie with a smile that seemed to convey amusement, uttering a few words before shifting her gaze elsewhere, only to catch sight of Xin Shan. As her attention drifted towards the auction stage, her gaze lingered momentarily before she gestured for a man in black to approach. Whispering something in his ear. Moments later, a knock sounded at the door of Xin Shan's private room, and an attendant entered. Young master, the elderly matriarch of the Hua family requests your presence in the eastern private room for a discussion. No time, Xin Shan replied, turning his head away without even glancing at the messenger. At that moment, He Xiaozi stepped forward and said, please convey to the head of the Hua family that their room is too crowded, and our young master will refrain from joining the festivities. If there is something urgent, perhaps they could visit our room after the auction. Once the man departed, the attendant placed a bell beside Xin Shan before exiting. He Xiaozi, astonished, turned to Xin Shan and said, how did Wu Xie end up seated with Hua Xiangu? Following He Xiaozi's gaze, Xin Shan observed Wu Xie sitting next to Hua Xiangu. Each private room's layout was identical, featuring a square table in the center with a seat on either side. Typically, the host would be seated on the right. Accordingly, Xin Shan took the seat on the right. Is there any distinction between these two seats? The right seat belongs to the host of the private room, while the left seat is quite special. If someone occupies that seat, it signifies their intention to light the sky lantern. Light the sky lantern? What does that mean? At the New Moon restaurant, lighting a sky lantern signifies that, regardless of the amount paid by anyone for their bidding, the person who lights the lantern will automatically add one more vote to their tally. This implies that the venue has been effectively reserved by Wu Xie today. As the two conversed, a servant at the New Moon restaurant raised a delicate golden octagonal lantern, placing it at Wu Xie's location. Hidden task: participate in the Ghost Seal auction. Completed. Task rewards: gold ingots 100, lottery chances 10, fashion card 1. Sent. The conversation between Hua Xiangu and Wu Xie fell into his ears. Madame Hua, If anything happens to me, you must ensure that Style Lei accompanies me to the grave. Upon hearing this, the blind man shook his head. Wu Xie still did not understand Hu Xiangu, although Hu Xiangu possessed an ethereal beauty. Her methods were undeniably ruthless, and Wu Xie still attempted to threaten her. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Hu Xiangu looked at Wu Xie with a half-smile, saying, "Have you not inquired? I, Hu Xiangu, have never claimed to only deal with the living. It would be far more convenient for me if you were to perish." As the auction items continued to change, Wu Xie grew increasingly restless, while Xian Shan observed without any intention of aiding him. This predicament stemmed from Wu Xie's own carelessness, and Hu Xiangu's intentions were evidently malicious, as her enjoyment of the spectacle was written all over her face, yet, he had been provoked into a state of mental blankness. Stepping straight into a pitfall. He must learn to bear the consequences himself, otherwise, he would continue to drag those around him down. The drama on stage reached a climax, and the first half of the auction came to an end. The rotund man listened to the bids from below, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. He leaned closer to Wu Xie, whispering, "The second half must aim for 200 million." Wu Xie, helpless, closed his eyes. "I've come to realize that I can't even produce 1 million now. I am definitely going to be in debt." He then turned to the rotund man, "Don't just join in the excitement. Prepare yourself, and let's make a run for it." The auctioneer paused his writing, lifting his head to look at Wu Xie. Wu Xie found himself in a predicament. To dare speak carelessly at the New Moon restaurant was to underestimate the assembled auctioneers. The blind man crossed his arms, observing the vigilant auctioneers below. Indeed, the auctioneer pointed at Wu Xie, declaring that they intended to destroy the lantern. The stick-wielding servants, stationed around the hall, swiftly gathered and charged towards Wu Xie's private booth. However, the agreed-upon time between Wu Xie and Hu Xiangu had not yet arrived, so he could only maintain his composure, remaining seated. Meanwhile, Xiao Gu and the rotund man split into two directions to block the oncoming servants. Hu Xiangu found herself encircled by members of the Hu family, watching the predicament of Wu Xie and his companions unfold. But soon, the agreed time arrived, and Hu Xiangu instructed her companions to pull Wu Xie from his chair. As the time came, Wu Xie was tossed from the second floor by Hu family members. Just as he was about to plunge to the ground, emerald vines wrapped around his waist, suspending him in midair. And once he steadied himself, they gently lowered him to the ground. Although no one appeared, it was evident to all that this mysterious maneuver was the handiwork of Xian Shan. However, Xian Shan did not look up. Idly toying with the beads in his hand, his expression nonchalant, showing no intention to assist further. Seizing this opportunity, Wu Xie and his two companions tore a gap through the encircling servants. At this moment, the booth door swung open, revealing Hu Xiangu and her entourage. Upon seeing the blind man open the door, Hu Xiangu exclaimed, "Today, the New Moon restaurant is truly bustling. Both the southern blind and the northern mute have arrived." She then turned to Xian Shan. "Even the legendary young master has been invited to the New Moon restaurant." Chapter 26. The blind man's benefit. Xian Shan regarded her. "Is the head of the Hu family here merely to marvel at the New Moon restaurant's methods?" Hu Xiangu detected a hint of impatience in Xian Shan's tone and retracted her previous demeanor of superiority in front of Wu Xie. With a humble attitude, she slightly bowed. "I have come to seek a favor from the young master." Rarely witnessing Hu Xiangu in such a gentle state, Xian Shan, intrigued, set aside the beads in his hands to look at her. "With the vast Hu family under your command, what matter requires the assistance of a mere idle person like me?" He walked towards the wooden table and chairs, gesturing for Hu Xiangu to sit. After she settled down, she leisurely lifted the teacup from the table, elegantly sipping before speaking. "Now I have heard that the young master and the blind man ventured into the Zheng family's ancient building, emerging not only alive but also with only minor injuries." Upon hearing this, Xian Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Since Madame Hua is aware of the Zheng family's ancient building, you should also know the location we entered." "Strictly speaking, we did not actually enter the Zheng family's ancient building." To emerge unscathed from so many attacks by the Mi Luo Tua already speaks volumes about the young master's prowess. Hu Xiangu then shifted her gaze to the blind man. "I believe that even if the southern blind and the northern mute entered together, the outcome would not have been any better." Xian Shan tapped the table lightly with his right hand, contemplatively asking, "What is it that Madame Hua wishes to request from me?" "I would like to invite the young master to accompany me to the true Zheng family's ancient building." Main quest: proceed to the Zheng family's ancient building in Banai interior. Incomplete. Task rewards: gold ingots 100, lottery chances 10, fashion card 1, not sent. Xian Shan informed Hu Xiangu that he would provide a response in 3 days. And she departed. 3 days later, early in the morning, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. The blind man was roused from his slumber, and in his haze, he opened the door to find two familiar faces, the bodyguards who had followed Hu Xiangu at the New Moon restaurant. They bowed respectfully. "Black Master, our head has sent us to inquire about the young master's response. Please wait a moment, I will go call the young master," he replied, heading towards Xian Shan's room. Xian Shan's bedroom was not particularly large. To the right upon entering was a wooden table adorned with the pastel peach and butterfly vase previously obtained from War Bai, holding several lovely pale pink peonies. To the left was Xian Shan's bed. Separated by a screen embroidered with birds. A green gauze curtain hung down, obscuring the figure sleeping within. Xin Shan's sleeping posture was restless. Her long hair was carelessly sprawled behind her head, the blanket clutched in front. Having deviated from its intended purpose, the white Chinese silk sleep robe she wore was now in disarray due to her casual position. Her slender, pale legs were openly visible, and the area over her chest was unceremoniously exposed. Revealing a hint of delicate cherry blossom hue, the blind man stared for a moment before, with great willpower, he slowly averted his gaze. He approached the bed and gently lifted Xin Shan, however, after being repositioned. She merely stirred slightly, adjusting her posture, and then nestled back into the blind man's embrace to continue sleeping. Meanwhile, the two in the courtyard had begun counting the loquats on the tree as they waited. Finally, the blind man resolved to act. After soaking a towel in cold water, he placed it on Xin Shan's cheek. The sudden chill jolted her awake, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the blind man leaning in, who seized the moment to kiss her cheek. The Hua family has arrived. They are inquiring about the response. As Xin Shan regained her composure, she made to head straight out but was halted by the blind man. Turning back, she found him gripping her tightly, his expression serious. "Change your clothes." The tightly shut door finally opened from within. Hui Er and Huasan looked over at the sound. Today, Xin Shan was rarely seen wearing a pair of black work pants. A black double-layered belt accentuating her supple waist, the pant legs tucked into her marten boots gave her a crisp appearance. On her upper body, she donned a gray short sweatshirt featuring a stylish strap design. This outfit was specially exchanged using a fashion card, as she deemed mere spells insufficient for their upcoming venture into the Zheng family's ancient building, hence she had opted for clothing that allowed for greater mobility. The blind man followed closely behind her, his face flushed, emerging from the room with an air of a devoted little wife. "Take me to meet the head of the Hua family." Upon hearing Xin Shan's words, Hui Er and Huasan displayed no surprise. When Xin Shan and the blind man arrived at the Hua family, Wu Xie and the others had already been there, seated nearby, the atmosphere in the room slightly awkward. Hua Xiangu, seeing Xin Shan approaching, expressed her delight. It seems the young master's response is affirmative. However, Xin Shan did not immediately reciprocate Hua Xiangu's extended hand, stating, "That still depends on the head of the Hua family's reply. It appears the young master has conditions. Yes, I am willing to go, but he must accompany me to one particular place." Xin Shan indicated towards the blind man. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiangu raised an eyebrow. "The young master is indeed discerning. I hadn't even spoken, yet you anticipated my thoughts. Otherwise, why would the head of the Hua family specifically come to invite me?" "All right." Hua Xiangu nodded, acknowledging that it was normal for capable individuals to make requests. "Xiajia, Wu Xie, and Wang Pangzi will proceed to Siguniang Mountain." She then turned to Xiao Gu, her tone strangely respectful. "You shall accompany the young master and the blind man to Banai." They must have made arrangements before Xin Shan and the blind man arrived at the Hua family, as their agreement was swift. Upon returning to Banai, they stayed once again at Uncle Ugui's house. However, it was unclear how Hua Xiangu had communicated with Uncle Ugui. Upon seeing familiar faces in the group, Uncle Ugui and Yun Kai asked no questions, merely leading the way and greeting them as if they were meeting for the first time. Before long, someone from Chiu Diko's side delivered a piece of calligraphy by Zhao Mengfu. "Though the divine turtle lives long, it too has an end." Hua Xiangu chuckled at the calligraphy, remarking, "This foreigner has quite the appetite. He believes that a 1,000-year-old turtle has not lived long enough." Distrustful of Chiu Diko, Hua Xiangu instructed Hua Dajuan to return the item to him, yet, before long Chiu Diko sent another item, a blue-on-white porcelain plum vase, depicting Xiaohe pursuing Han Xin under the moonlight. Hua Xiangu scoffed at the sight. "Xiaohe, he is unworthy." After returning once more, the third item was personally delivered by Aining. Our boss remarked that this matter was unrelated to the current collaboration. It was merely a token of goodwill from an old friend. Hua Xiangu furrowed her brow slightly, turning to find Aining cradling a slender, dark blue brocade box in her hands. Upon opening it, Hua Xiangu's expression darkened as she accepted the brocade box, placing it into Hua Xiaoxiu's hands. After observing Hua Xiangu accepted, Aining handed over the scan map of Yangjiao Mountain, which she had been carrying on her back. Hua Xiangu accepted it and informed Chiu Diko that she would leave markers along the way to guide their team inside. Aining smiled and slightly bowed in gratitude. It was only after Aining departed that Hua Xiaoxiu opened the brocade box, revealing a wooden sculpture of a carp yearning to leap through the ice. Chapter 27, Entering the Heart of Yangjiao Mountain. As Hua Xiangu gazed at the scan map of Yangjiao Mountain, she realized that this was part of Chiu Diko's plan, a connection to her previous mention of Wu Xie and Lu Huangbua. I had underestimated him before. Hua Xiangu sighed softly. However, her gaze soon shifted to the location of Xinshan. Acknowledging that certain matters were beyond his control, the following morning, members of the Hua family gathered in the courtyard early. Xinshan surveyed the youthful faces around him, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. Was it truly necessary? All for an answer. So many had ventured forward only to be buried within these mountains. Some were driven by insatiable greed, while others had no choice, Black Bear remarked, covering Xinshan's eyes, with eyes filled with compassion. Shinshan resembled a deity on the verge of ascension, stirring a sense of panic within Black Bear at the thought of losing him. The group followed the location marked on the scanning map provided by Chiodikeo but found no trace of the fissure he had mentioned. The younger brother assessed the surroundings and discovered an entrance resembling a cave nearby. Xiangu addressed the younger brother and Shinshan, instructing them to take the team down first while she remained behind to await news from Gunyang Mountain. Black Bear, with a half-smile, looked at Xiangu, commenting that her calculations were making his ears ring. You need not descend, after all, your age is not suited for the front line, but Huoshosho must accompany us. Just as Xiangu was about to agree, Black Bear seemed to recall something and turned to Huoshosho. I meant the genuine Huoshosho tied in your tent, not this counterfeit before me. Xiangu's response caught in her throat as she noticed the younger brother's instantly vigilant expression, understanding that if Shosho did not join them today, he would no longer trust her. Reluctantly, she instructed them to bring the real Huoshosho over. From a distance, the two Huoxias appeared nearly indistinguishable, and with the use of disguises, it was indeed difficult to tell them apart. In truth, Black Bear was merely guessing. He knew Xiangu was not a straightforward person. Which is why he discreetly inquired with Shinshan. For Shinshan, recognizing someone was never about appearances, but rather about feelings. Each individual leaves a distinct impression. For instance, the younger brother emanates clarity and sharpness akin to the snow of Changbai Mountain, while Black Bear evokes the scent of sandalwood in a temple, heavy, ancient, and steady, contrasting with his external demeanor. Wu Xie is a warm little sun, brimming with curiosity and resilience, easily toppled but quick to rise again. Fatty embodies water, spreading, enveloping, a reflection of water's nature. Gentle and observant, he is always the first to sense the emotions of others. Upon entering through the entrance, they traversed a lengthy slope, feeling the depth increase and temperature drop. After a while, they stumbled upon several corpses arranged in a neat row beside the stones. The deceased wore matching green work uniforms, each adorned with familiar identification tags belonging to Chiodikeo's team. At that moment, a scout returned, reporting that there was no passage ahead. Meanwhile, Black Bear, with keen eyes, spotted something resembling green crystalline stones protruding from the adjacent rock wall. He forcefully pried one loose, and when illuminated by a flashlight, it emitted a glow reminiscent of amber. Presenting it to Huoshosho, he explained that it appeared to be amber-like and could dissolve in strong alkali, suggesting that a passage lay beyond. Bring out the strong alkali. Huoshosho signaled to the team member carrying it. Just as they approached the rock wall, ready to spray the alkali, Shinshan halted them. Don't move, someone has painted something on this wall. A Black Bear, leaning closer, detected a sulfuric odor. This wall has been coated with sulfuric acid. What should we do? Huoshosho asked, feeling somewhat at a loss. If we don't use the strong alkali, we can't open the door. But if we do, it will react with the acid and generate a considerable amount of heat. Just as her words fell, the wall abruptly shattered, and a green-skinned creature emerged, advancing towards the crowd. Is this Miluotua? Huoshosho gazed in shock at the agile creature. The younger brother reacted swiftly, rushing forward. Mute the chest. Hearing Black Bear's voice, the younger brother swiftly drew his black gold ancient knife. The silver blade pierced through the creature's chest, causing it to disintegrate, revealing several pitch-black snakes among the shattered green stones. Having just cleared this area, which was relatively safe compared to others, the group took a moment to rest. Shinshan distinctly sensed the surrounding temperature rising rapidly and glanced at Black Bear. Noticing Shinshan's gaze, Black Bear nodded slightly, suggesting they leave first. As their numbers were too great, the temperature was increasing quickly. If Miluotua were to be attracted, it would spell trouble. Where Miluotua appeared, the stone walls crumbled, exposing the passage behind. Compared to the prior slope, this path bore evident signs of human intervention, marked by stone steps. At the end of the steps lay a familiar enclosed space, with walls adorned by the same green crystalline formations. Though a family member carrying the strong alkali stepped forward, but Black Bear advised him to first spray a small area. As the strong alkali swept across the wall, no abnormalities occurred, prompting Black Bear to signal him to continue. The area that was sprayed dissolved into two entrances, one large and one small. Which path should we take? Huoshosho hesitated, glancing towards Shinshan as she regarded the two diverging entrances. Water blue butterflies shimmered with faint luminescence, fluttering from Shinshan's hand, with two butterflies entering the distinct passages. Moments later, the butterflies returned, but the larger entrance trailed behind a group of unfamiliar individuals, based on their attire and familiar identification tags. They appeared to be members of Chiodikeo's team. As they approached, Shinshan recognized the leader as the elderly Gao from Temutu, who was followed by four companions. Upon seeing the familiar faces of Shinshan and Black Bear, he rushed over excitedly. It's you, the young master from Temutu and Black Lord. Wait, isn't this Gao? Aiming subordinate. The Gao, recognizing Black Bear, responded joyfully, yes, it's me. What brings you here? In reply, Gao expressed his frustration. Our boss assigned us to conduct a mountain scan, but we were ambushed. Not only was our scanning equipment destroyed, but our team doctor was severely injured. Thus, we had to retreat, and just as we found refuge here, we spotted that butterfly. He pointed to the butterfly resting on Shinshan's fingertip. We followed the butterfly in hopes of finding a way out, which led us to you. The younger brother, hearing Gao's words, raised his head. One person. Gao nodded, confirming, yes, one person, very skilled, on par with this young master. Upon hearing Gao's response, a familiar silhouette came to mind for several of them. Chapter 28, Unreliable Scanning Map. The fissure we traversed has now been blocked, Gao remarked, pointing towards the interior. He then produced the latest map scan before their equipment was destroyed. Successfully blending into Xinshan's group to seek refuge, it had to be said that Zhou Dikao's equipment was indeed advanced. The mountain scan was remarkably clear, with key locations duly marked. The next morning, they proceeded according to the mountain scanning map provided by Gao. Halfway through, Xinshan's keen senses detected a sticky, malevolent gaze trailing from behind. He subtly tapped the serpent mother wrapped around his waist, signaling it to shrink and stealthily follow behind the hunchbacked figure. Upon reaching an open area, the others rested while a companion of Gao's wandered towards a corner. Help! A man's voice echoed from the corner as he anxiously rushed outward, only to be pierced through the chest by a green, rocky arm. The sound of his fall acted as a signal. The previously stable stone wall began to crumble, and Miliu Otua had already surrounded them. The strong alkali was increasingly unable to contain them, but fortunately the younger brother promptly discovered another passage. It was a chasm spanning 30 to 40 meters, connected by a seemingly fragile wooden bridge that swayed gently in the wind, leaving one's heart suspended in trepidation. However, according to Gao's map, the exit lay just beyond the bridge, yet Black Bear scrutinized the opposite stone wall, sensing danger, not wishing for Xinshan to waste energy on such trivial matters. He selected a person from the Hua family and requested Gao to send another, preparing to explore together. To be prudent, he did not place all his hopes on the precarious-looking bridge. Instead, he secured a rope to a dagger and threw it over to the cliff wall on the opposite side. The heavy black gold dagger swiftly traced an arc, embedding itself into the stone wall. After securing the rope with a steel nail, he fashioned a makeshift safety line around his waist. As the Black Bear and his companions reached the opposite side, flames unexpectedly erupted in the middle of the bridge, severing the already precarious wooden structure. Faced with imminent peril, the instinct for survival surged within them. The elderly fellow Gao, without informing the Black Bear, audaciously pried open a crack in the stone wall. However, as soon as a gap appeared, a verdant arm emerged, seizing him by the throat. The immense force rendered his neck a deep purple, and in an instant, he was deprived of breath. Yet the stone wall had been breached, and Miliu Otua dashed forth, lunging at the Black Bear with his dagger pinned like a steel nail against the rock wall. The Black Bear was weaponless, veins bulged on his forearm as he summoned his strength, delivering a powerful blow to Miliu Otuo's head, shattering the very neck that had once been a threat. Hang on to the rope, I'll pull you over. Upon hearing Xinshan's words, the Black Bear swiftly secured the recently severed rope around his waist and tossed the other end to a member of the Hua family. The flames had already consumed the wooden bridge, the orange-red blaze radiating intense heat. Advancing rapidly, once the two secured the rope, Xinshan lashed the whip he held towards the Black Bear on the opposite side. The Hua family member gazed skeptically at the whip, which was hardly 3 meters long, wondering how it could possibly reach them, but soon he observed that the vine-like whip seemed animated, swiftly extending along the rope until it reached the two men before them. The vines coiled around their waists and rapidly retracted. Once beside Xinshan, the vines released their grip and fell obediently to the ground, akin to a dog returning to its master after a frolic. Just as the group began to relax, the sound of crumbling rock echoed around them. Old Gao watched as a hand emerged from the broken stone wall, the flames causing the temperature to spike alarmingly. Miliu Otua had awakened. Secure the rope to the stone pillar and descend. I noticed another platform below while I was on the opposite side. The map only indicates its position, but not its height. The entrance should be below. As he spoke, the Black Bear fastened the rope around the stone pillar on the cliff's edge, wrapping his right arm around Xinshan while gripping the rope with his left. Swiftly descending, the others mimicked the Black Bear's actions. Save for the two men bearing strong alkali spray guns, who stood before the rock wall, valiantly fending off Miliu Otua to buy time, yet their supply of strong alkali was limited, and soon enough, Miliu Otua emerged from the rock face, leaving the two unable to secure the rope in time. Xinshan, observing the two guards, sighed softly as he approached the cliff's edge, having witnessed the recent events. The Hua family members instinctively adhered to Xinshan's commands. As the two reached the cliff's edge, green vines swung up from below, encircling their waists. At the final moment, the vines pulled them to the platform below. The Hua family indeed possesses remarkable capabilities. Your loyal servants are commendable, Xinshan noted. He had observed that the two guards had initially had time to secure the rope, however, to protect the lagging Hua Xiuxiu. They had sacrificed their opportunity, brandishing their weapons to shield her. The individuals accompanying Hua Xiuxiu were loyal confidants nurtured by the Hua family since childhood, their bond far surpassing that of ordinary companions. As Xinshan saved Hua Lu and Hua Qi, they felt profound gratitude and genuine admiration. The platform below was considerably smaller and less conspicuous than the trap above. Had it not been for the Black Bear's keen eyes, they would never have discerned that the true entrance lay beneath. Upon employing their old methods to traverse, they discovered a narrow cave leading downward to an exit. The stairs spiraled down the rock face, And to the side, they found a circular pool. In the center of the pool stood a three-tiered circular stone platform, adorned with animal hides suspended by chains above, crafted with meticulous artistry, resembling creatures that had recently perished. "It is so cold," Huashouxiu remarked, wrapping her arms around herself. The temperature here was significantly lower than outside, akin to abruptly stepping into winter, making it difficult to acclimate, yet old Gao, having been tormented by Milieu Otua, ironically expressed relief at the chill, for a colder atmosphere would deter Milieu Otua's presence. Upon reaching the platform, they discovered it was actually 4 tiers high, the topmost tier merely slightly elevated. Combined with the surrounding engravings, preventing them from discerning its true nature from afar, snap a picture to send to Sigunyang Mountain. Observing for a moment, the young man crouched down to press the topmost stone slab. Only to lift his hand coated in a dark red substance, bringing it closer, he inhaled, recognizing it as blood belonging to the black bear. The black bear scrutinized the engraved patterns on the platform, declaring, "This is a blood trough." He tapped the topmost slab, discovering it to be hollow within. Chapter 29. The unexpected guests. Huashouxiu gazed at the specks of blood within the trough, pondering, could it be that blood is required to unlock this? Old Gao looked up at the animal hides suspended above, exclaiming, "No wonder there are so many animal pelts here, but we have brought nothing with us. While we may not have brought anything, it appears provisions have been prepared for us." The black bear, catching sight of old Gao's cunning expression, interjected, "Are you suggesting those Milieu Otua?" The black bear nodded, affirming, "Isn't this an intentional preparation for us?" A family member wielding a pickaxe smashed open the wall beside the altar, revealing a stone wall embedded with verdant crystals. The black bear approached with a torch, warming the stone wall. The temperature of the wall quickly escalated, and a green figurine emerged, swiftly seized by the young man who had been lurking nearby, and hurled onto the stone platform's center. Strong alkali powder sprayed onto Milieu Otua's body, causing the green figurine to rapidly dissolve into a viscous puddle, which flowed into the blood trough on the platform. As the green liquid filled the trough, the top stone slab slowly ascended, revealing a circular space below. The surrounding stone slabs were supported by a massive iron pillar, with numerous smaller iron pillars inserted around it, forming a towering ladder. Once they descended, the stone slab gradually closed, returning the space to its previous state. Following the iron pillar downwards led to an empty area, where the group collapsed onto the ground to rest. Xinshi felt a familiar sensation around his waist, realizing that the snake mother had returned, signifying that the person known as Tubajian had successfully infiltrated their ranks. Meanwhile, the black bear, while distributing supplies, sensed something amiss. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xinshi, he confirmed his suspicions. Leaning closer to old Gao, he whispered, "Go check each of your men one by one for any discrepancies." Standing at a vantage point, the black bear discreetly surveyed the surroundings, confident that he and Xinshi posed no threats. Huashouxiu had been closely monitored and returned from the elderly matriarch, thus she should also be safe. However, the Hua family members, at that moment, he noticed Xinshi signaling him with his eyes towards a shadowy figure crouched in the corner, busying himself with gear. The black bear stealthily approached, reaching out to grasp the shoulder of Tuajian. But to his astonishment, the figure seemed shoulderless, his hand slipping right off. Realizing he had been discovered, Tuajian quickly seized the opportunity, slipping through a narrow crack nearby. The young man and the black bear pursued him, but soon returned empty-handed, as Tuajian appeared intimately familiar with the terrain, using it to evade them. Yet, during their pursuit, they stumbled upon their next route. Amidst the unchanging stone walls, a square door sealed with a substance resembling yellow mud suddenly emerged. Huashouxiu, eyeing the seemingly wet material on the door with disdain, inquired, "What is this?" The young man, examining it with a flashlight, replied, "Horse manure." Disgusted, Huashouxiu turned away, only to notice Xinshi standing at a distance from the door. She had reason to suspect that the young master had known what it was all along, hence his reluctance to approach. Once the horse manure was cleared from the stone wall, they discovered the door was intricately carved with a hound. Huashouxiu sent a photograph of the grand door to Wu Xie, and after a while, a response arrived, presenting an identical pattern to the door before them. Following Wu Xie's image, they pressed the bas-relief, causing the door to split open down the middle. Another descent awaited them, leading to yet another stone door, which was preceded by a massive stone grid, flanked by a row of hound statues at both ends. As the group advanced, they were halted by the young man. Cautiously, he stepped onto the stone grid, and suddenly flames ignited along the grid lines. The black bear and the young man each stepped onto opposite sides, remaining calm during the initial step. However, as the black bear's foot touched the second stone grid, projectiles erupted from the mouths of the statues on either side. Reacting swiftly, both the black bear and the young man leaped back to safety outside the stone grid. The black bear, gazing at the mechanism resembling a barbecue rack before him, sought assistance from Zhang Qiling. "This is your family's territory. Clearly the password involves something only your kin would know." Think carefully. Mute, after years of recurrent amnesia, the only memory that remained etched in his mind was the instinctual movement of his body. He cleared his thoughts, relying solely on muscle memory to navigate through the array, swiftly maneuvering amidst the flames. Ultimately succeeding in traversing the fiery obstacle. As he stepped beyond the stone grid, the flames receded into the ground, as if to honor the true master of this subterranean realm. Upon opening the door guarded by flames, they were met with a world as frigid as ice. It was only upon crossing this threshold that the system's voice finally resonated. Main quest: proceed to the Zhang family ancient tower in Benai. Interior completed. Task rewards: gold ingots x100. Lottery chances x10, outfit card x1, sent. In this place it resembled a colossal freezer, and the crowd could distinctly feel the heat around them evaporating incessantly. Opposite them stood a familiar stone door. However, it was peculiar that the door bore no carvings. In the center of the ground lay a delicately carved circular white jade plate. Upon noticing the system prompt, Xinshan curiously approached the plate. Recognizing its value, Huoxiuxiu, hearing Xinshan remark on its worth, hurriedly stepped forward, asking, "What good thing, Hanyu?" Came the reply from a young man nearby, "It can delay decay." What? So this place is essentially a massive mortuary. The young man instructed the group to sprinkle vermilion powder onto the white jade plate, and soon the red powder formed a grand depiction of a Qilin trampling a demon. He produced the ghostly seal he had carried on his back, and the seal almost perfectly aligned with the pattern on the ground. Only 3 small demons on the seal were headless, whereas the jade plate completed the image. Upon identifying the gap, the young man inserted his finger into the opening and gave it a vigorous twist. The wall adjacent to them indented, revealing a platform. Heiying casually picked up a stone from the side and placed it on the platform. After another rotation, the wall returned to its original form. The young man quickly activated the mechanism and leaped inside just before the wall closed. However, as soon as he entered, the mechanism automatically opened again, and the stone he had placed was encased in amber. Heiying anxiously glanced at the mechanism's location, thinking, "Oh no, the mute won't really perish in there, will he?" Seeing his worried demeanor, Xinshan offered comfort, "Don't fret, you're alive, so he must be fine." And the mechanism soon opened again, revealing a large piece of amber. The Hua family's attendant attempted to lift the amber but found it exceedingly hard, and ordinary daggers could not make a dent. "Fool, use your dagger," with a powerful strike. The black gold dagger shattered the amber successfully. Chapter 30. We shall meet again. As the amber shattered, the young man quickly rose, heavy breaths echoing around him. The final code was personally delivered by Huoxiangu. Observing the nearly intact team, she bowed solemnly to Xinshan. She had been here before and understood the peril of this place. The fact that the team remained so whole at this juncture was surely due to Xinshan's protection. This time, only the elite nurtured by the Hua family had come, skilled and remarkably loyal. Yet, upon glancing at the code, Xinshan realized that the password transmitted by Wuxie was still incorrect. He firmly demanded everyone to turn back, urging them not to proceed. However, upon hearing Xinshan's request, Huoxiangu furrowed her brow and contemplated for a moment before saying, "Young master, I understand you wish us to retreat, undoubtedly having discovered something, but I cannot afford to wait any longer. Regardless of what lies ahead, I merely wish to see the final answer, therefore, I must enter." With that, she pushed Huoxiuxiu forward, adding, "But Xiuxiu is still young, please take her and the others out." Huoxiuxiu sensed the implication of parting in Huoxiangu's words and shook her head vigorously, grasping her arm. Yet, Huoxiangu ordered someone to knock her out and entrusted her to Huodat under the watchful eyes of Xinshan and the others. She entered through the door. In the days following their return from Benai, Heiying clung to Xinshan daily, as if sensing an impending farewell and wishing to etch every remaining day into his memory. Yet, Xinshan still departed. It was a sunlit afternoon, with warm rays illuminating Xinshan, his figure gradually fading into a collection of light spots. Xinshan felt his body slowly being drawn away, and just as he was about to completely detach, the system suddenly spoke, "Host, you may place an item representing yourself at the current location. Should we successfully ascend to the main system, we will be able to return directly." Gazing at Heiying's slightly trembling form, Xinshan gently smiled. "A fool, do not be sad, we shall meet again," he instructed. "Place this pearl in the white conch." Heiying did not weep but spent the afternoon staring at the empty lounge chair, his expression somewhat bewildered, like a lost child. Days passed, and more than a year later, in an unknown tomb, he observed the glowing pearl chain around his neck, which had once again shielded him from an attack. Deep in thought from Xinshan's previous explanations about spiritual power, he understood that it was consumable. Yet this pearl chain, regardless of how many times it had been invoked, manifested a protective shield that resembled Xinshan's direct intervention. This pearl chain, no matter how much spiritual energy Xinshan had infused into it, should have been depleted after more than a year, unless something was continuously providing it with energy. Upon returning to the courtyard, he removed the pearl chain and scrutinized it closely, discovering the familiar white conch at its center. He reached out and tapped the conch. Suddenly, it fell from the chain, and as Heiying reached to catch it, he noticed it rapidly enlarging as it descended. It grew until it was wider than a person before finally halting. The surface of the conch shimmered in the sunlight, radiating a soft pearl-like luster. Heiying realized that this conch was the same one where he had first met Xinshan, where Xinshan had slept. It was Xinshan's home. His fingers trembled as he placed them on the conch, whispering, "Xinshan." The conch seemed to hear his thoughts and slowly opened. In the center of the velvety white cushion lay a fist-sized blue pearl. With light swirling at its core.as he gazed at the pearl, he couldn't help but smile. Wonderful, there is still hope.as. Long as hope remained, he would surely wait for him, for the first time. He began to appreciate his endless life. He gently caressed the serpent mother coiled around his waist, softly saying, "Let us wait for him to return together." The serpent mother, upon hearing his words, straightened up, gently nodded, and returned to her previous position. Chapter 1. An egg. Shinshan awoke once more, finding himself in a narrow and dark space, only faintly perceiving a hint of blue light. Host, the current world is Qingyunyan. I will transmit your identity information to you. Identity importing name, Shinshan. Current world identity, temple created synthetic merman, sealed state, age, 3 years. Innate ability, human form transformation indestructible, identity skill. Water manipulation. Due to the current world identity, certain abilities cannot be utilized. Skill cards, divine punishment from heaven, bound card, in the form of a deity, bestows divine punishment, creates a lightning field with a radius of 30 meters centered on oneself. Duration, 10 minutes, single tree support, shatter the heavens. A single tree can support, when allied forces combat power falls below 10, all personal abilities are tripled. Duration, 1 hour, negative effect, within 24 hours, all abilities are randomly frozen by 50. Maintaining a weakened state. Other skill cards cannot be used in the current world. Weapon card, Divine Wood Spring Flute. Han Mountain plays the flute to summon spring. Exiled guests gaze upon tears staining their garments. By blowing this flute with spiritual power, 2 forms can be obtained. Healing form, can restore allied health and heal minor injuries. Attack form, creates illusions, with the content of the illusion formed based on the user's thoughts. By infusing spiritual power into the flute, it can transform into a floral vine whip, which possesses toxic and paralyzing effects. Flute form cannot be used in the current world. Bound floral vine whip form. Defense card, Moonlit Golden Bamboo. Deep in the forest where no one knows. The bright moon illuminates. When the umbrella opens, it can absorb 70 of attacks as a shield. When the umbrella closes, it will unleash the absorbed attacks, inflicting an additional 50 damage. Outfit cards, Ink Wash Qingshan set. Green Robe Golden Bamboo set, Miao Jiang set, Irish Shirt set, Grey Workwear set, must comply with the current world for wear. Current lottery chances, 32 outfit cards x2 universal currency, gold ingots x490 system tools, premium tent x1 current personal space, 50 Shinshan gazed at the meager skills deducted from his inventory and felt a twinge of worry. After all, in the world of Qingyunyan, there were truly 8th ranks as numerous as dogs, 9th ranks frequently in action, alongside an oddly peculiar temple. With such scant skills, he felt his life was hanging by a thread. System, draw cards. Host, due to the limitations of the current world caused by the temple, even if you draw cards, you must obtain water attribute cards that correspond to your current identity to use in this world. Other cards, even if drawn, will be temporarily locked and cannot be used. Then let's try 10 draws first. As the light burst forth, Shinshan beheld several blue cards representing water-based techniques. He patted his chest, feeling relieved that his luck had not waned. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Water Cloud Wide, skill card, x1 gold ingots x100, Mountain Water Shadow, skill card, x1, personal space 10m, outfit card x1, gold ingots x100, outfit card x1. Defense artifact x1, outfit card x1, water veil, skill card, x1. Shinshan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the defense artifact. He had long coveted that mirror and was finally able to exchange it. After redeeming the long-desired defense artifact, Shinshan finally turned his attention to the 3 skill cards. Water Cloud Wide, deep ravines, distant clouds. When activated, a massive water curtain forms in front, deflecting all physical attacks. After other attacks are blocked by the water curtain, they will be dispersed. Please use it with caution. Host, usage count, 3 times, reset after 24 hours. Mountain Water Shadow, the sound of silken bamboo. The landscape reflected. When the skill is activated, one is entrapped in an illusion formed by water shadows. Note, a light source must be present nearby when this skill is activated. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Water veil, water waves chase the moon. Misty rain cloaks. When the skill is activated, fine rain descends like blades from the heavens. Who can perceive the danger hidden within the misty rain? The rainwater is non-toxic but carries a paralyzing effect. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 12 hours. Wake system. What does this sealed state mean? Host, the current plot has progressed to the death of Yi Qingmei, and Wuzhu has brought you to the 10th year in Danzhou. Initially, Yi Qingmei escaped from the temple with Wuzhu and you, but she has never succeeded in finding a way to lift your sealed state, so you remain as an egg. Xianshan, upon hearing this, helplessly closed his eyes. How can I lift this sealed state? Rest assured, host, in 10 days, this sealed state will be automatically lifted. However, due to your identity being that of the same manufacturer as Wuzhu, your appearance will ultimately be fixed at around 25 years of age. I will sleep. Wake me up in 10 days. With that, Xianshan closed his eyes. 10 days later, the 10-year-old Fan Xian In utter boredom, poked at the large deep blue egg resting on the wooden table. The egg was quite large, approximately half a meter tall, and appeared exquisitely carved like glass. Uncle Wuzhu, what exactly is this egg? After all these years, there hasn't been a single sign of life. Is it truly not just a decorative item? Wuzhu shook his head. I do not know either. The young lady only said that this egg is very important and instructed me to protect it well. Fan Xian sighed. Why is she so mysterious? As he spoke, he vigorously shook the egg, hoping to hasten the emergence of whatever lay within. Crack! Unexpectedly, under his shaking, a fissure indeed appeared in the egg. Fan Xian released his grip and eagerly watched as the egg continued to crack. A lake green fish tail peeked out from within, and Fan Xian stared in astonishment at the fish tail. Asking Uncle Wuzhu, in your world, do fish lay eggs? But soon Fan Xian noticed that above the fish tail was a tender, white baby body appearing to be around 3 years old, with silvery long hair helplessly resting atop the fish tail. A mermaid. Meanwhile, Xian Shan remained in slumber, completely unaware that his home had been intruded upon. It was only when the system returned to awaken Xian Shan that he realized he had been wrapped up in blankets. Is anyone there? A strange, youthful voice escaped his lips, causing Xian Shan to feel somewhat disoriented. Outside the door, Fan Xian and Wuzhu rushed in upon hearing the voice. What they saw was Xian Shan's snowy white hand struggling to grasp the bed's curtain as he attempted to rise. Wuzhu skillfully scooped Xian Shan up. What do you need? Water. Perhaps having spent too long in the egg, he woke up parched, finally able to drink water. Xian Shan relaxed, his tail unconsciously swaying, curious for quite some time. Fan Xian finally mustered the courage to approach Xian Shan. Are you a boy or a girl? I'm a boy, can't you tell? Fan Xian nodded at the fish tail beneath Xian Shan. I really can't tell. Chapter 2. Danzhou was quite nice. Time flew by like a shooting star, and Xian Shan had already spent 6 years in Danzhou. With playmates, Fan Xian no longer sat alone in front of the tall gate, waiting for the red-armored knight to take him to the capital. Once again, sneaking over the wall into Wuzhu's courtyard, Fan Xian gazed at Xian Shan's silhouette in a daze. The morning sun had not yet fully risen, and the air was still misty. With a green figure standing in the courtyard, the hem of his clothing fluttered in the gentle breeze, making him resemble a slender bamboo swaying lightly. Danzhou is indeed quite nice. Xian Shan, sensing someone approaching, turned his head. Are you here to find Uncle Wuzhu? Fan Xian came back to his senses, scratching his nose in a feigned manner. No, today, the red-armored knight has arrived. Main quest. Accompany Fan Xian to the capital. Incomplete. Quest rewards, 100 gold ingots, 1 skill card, 1 clothing card, not yet sent. To take you to the capital? Yes. After speaking, Fan Xian looked at Xian Shan, carefully observing his expression, hoping to find traces of reluctance on that flawless face. However, he quickly withdrew his gaze in disappointment. Xian Shan's beautiful visage still bore a cheerful smile, revealing no hint of reluctance. Upon receiving a confirmed answer, Xian Shan stood up. Then I will go pack my things. Still lost in disappointment, Fan Xian casually replied, Oh, you go ahead. Realizing his response, Fan Xian joyfully stood up and ran to Xian Shan's side. Are you going with me? If you leave, Uncle Wuzhu will definitely leave as well. So of course, I will go too. Fan Xian excitedly dashed into Xian Shan's room. Alright, I'll help you pack. After tidying up, Xian Shan remained in the courtyard waiting for Wuzhu, while Fan Xian returned to the Fan residence. Just as he exited the small courtyard and passed through a narrow alley, several gleaming blades flew toward him. Fan Xian swiftly dodged and discovered a man in black attire standing before him. Resembling Wuzhu in appearance, Fan Xian could not help but exclaim, another cold face. The man remained silent, shaking his body vigorously, causing countless silver objects to fly out from his cloak. Fan Xian understood he was at a disadvantage in ranged combat. So after evading the hidden weapons, he quickly closed the distance between them. With a sword drawn, he swung it at the man. The commotion alerted Xian Shan, who swiftly appeared on the rooftop at the alley's entrance. Water flowed in his hands, but in the next moment, Wuzhu grasped his wrist. Let me handle this. Upon hearing Wuzhu's words, Xian Shan dispersed the water he had conjured. The skirmish below had already concluded. Although Fan Xian's internal strength was currently inferior to Tang Zijing, his skills, honed under the tutelage of Xian Shan and Wuzhu, were sufficient to contend with Tang Zijing, not to mention his proficiency in poison. Tang Zijing sat weakly on the ground, leaning against the wall. Fan Xian scrutinized him for a moment before asking curiously, You are from the Inspection Institute, right? Why do you want to kill me? By secret decree of the Inspection Institute, eliminate the national traitors. After killing one, another will follow. The Inspection Institute seeks to eliminate those. Tang Zijing was speaking when he caught sight of the familiar waste token in Fan Xian's hand. How do you possess the Inspection Institute's TC waste token? Seeing the recognition on Tang Zijing's face, Fan Xian explained, It's my teacher Fei Jie from the 3rd Division of the Inspection Institute. Tang Zijing looked at Fan Xian, who appeared earnest, and began to believe him, though still hesitant. Don't believe me, my mother passed away long ago, and I have no official status in the Fan residence. I have lived in Danzhou since childhood. My father has never come to see me even once. Tell me, as a mere illegitimate child, how could I have the qualification to be a national traitor? Fan Xian questioned Tang Zijing, "You are an illegitimate child, thus, there must be some issue with the Inspection Institute's secret decree. Shall we have a proper discussion?" With that, he handed the antidote to Tang Zijing. Both were clever individuals, and after comparing their circumstances, they pieced together the situation. Someone was likely trying to use the Inspection Institute's hand to eliminate him. Once I reach the capital, I will be sure to find out. The 16-year-old was in the prime of his youth, brave and unafraid. Tang Zijing escaped death at Fan Xian's hands, and Fan Xian was soon to embark on his journey to the capital. Wu Zhu had matters to attend to and would follow later, allowing Xian Shan to accompany Fan Xian. The journey to the capital was long, and as the carriage jolted, Fan Xian specially refurbished it for Xian Shan's comfort. Thick cushions were laid throughout the carriage, and as Xian Shan dozed off amidst the swing, a figure leaped through the window. Tang Zijing, about to greet Fan Xian, was taken aback upon seeing Xian Shan beside him. "Who is this?" Xian Shan leaned against the carriage, his inky long hair casually secured with a jade-green bamboo leaf hairpin, revealing a face as flawless as white jade, his eyes half-closed. Hearing the voice, he cast a cold glance at Tang Zijing before indifferent eyes returned to their previous state. Upon reaching the gates of the capital, the red-armored knights accompanying the carriage withdrew, providing Tang Zijing with the opportunity to leave. Main quest: accompany Fan Xian to the capital. Completed. Quest rewards: 100 gold ingots, 1 skill card, 1 clothing card. Sent. Only the coachman, Fan Xian, and Xian Shan remained until the carriage ceased its swing. Fan Xian disembarked to investigate and discovered the coachman had vanished as well. The carriage had halted in front of a red enclosure, beside which stood 2 more exquisite carriages. Fan Xian assisted Xian Shan down from the carriage, and together they followed the wall to find the entrance. Upon the red door, 2 characters were inscribed, Qing Miao. As soon as Fan Xian's hand touched the door, it swung open from within. A burly middle-aged man stepped out, gazing coldly at the 2 as they exited. Unfortunately, neither of them was one to be easily intimidated. They paid no heed to him and walked straight inside. The man then took action, throwing a punch at the 2. Fan Xian positioned himself protectively in front of Xian Shan, and their fists collided, causing both to stagger backward. Xian Shan withdrew the rattan flower whip coiled around his waist and threw it toward Fan Xian. Fan Xian grasped the whip, using its momentum to return to the entrance. The man cast a wary glance at Xian Shan before retracting his gaze. "There are noble patrons praying in the temple, do not disturb them." With that, he turned and departed, after the 2 individuals entered. They meandered for a while, but soon lost interest. Fan Xian glanced at Xian Shan and shyly addressed him as San San, saying, "I wish to." Upon hearing this, Xian Shan instantly understood his intention. Whenever Fan Xian had a request, he would adopt this pitiful demeanor to call him San San. This nickname originated from Xian Shan's childhood, when his pronunciation was unclear, making his name sound like Xian San. Fan Xian found this endearing and continued to use it. "Go ahead, I shall wait for you here." Atop the tall tower, a figure clad in dark attire stood tall and slender, his hair gathered by a golden crown. He observed Xian Shan's retreating silhouette. A slight furrow in his brow, his expression so calm that one could not discern his thoughts. "He is the person you mentioned, is he not?" In response, the man beside him bowed his head and respectfully answered, "Indeed, that boy appears to be around 14 or 15 years old, possessing an exceptionally handsome visage, unlike anything I have ever encountered in my lifetime. Moreover, his skills are remarkable, while Fan Xian's abilities are already quite impressive. I cannot gauge the depth of this boy's prowess, nor can I fathom it." Chapter 3, The Poetry Gathering. Hearing the words of the palace official, Emperor Qing grew increasingly curious. At that moment, the young lad seemed to sense the scrutinizing gaze and turned his head. His face, as radiant as the moonlight, was unveiled before Emperor Qing, who noticed the boy looking toward the tower, his inky eyes seemingly imbued with divine compassion. The spring breeze rustled through the boy's long hair and garments, elegantly outlining his delicate figure, as if he were about to take flight on the wind, like a bright moon veiled by light clouds. Drifting like snow carried by the breeze, Emperor Qing murmured softly while observing Xian Shan's figure. The palace official and eunuch, overhearing, bowed their heads, lamenting their keen hearing. Emperor Qing was aware that Xian Shan had spotted him. Yet he continued to gaze from a distance for a considerable time. Only when Fan Xian returned and the 2 departed from the Qing temple did Emperor Qing finally withdraw his gaze. However, Xian Shan did not accompany Fan Xian to the Fan residence. Instead, he rented a courtyard in Kyoto for himself. Fan Xian understood that Xian Shan's identity was unique and that cohabitation would not be advisable, so he refrained from further persuasion. The gold ingots in Xian Shan's possession finally found their purpose, allowing him to lavishly select a spacious 4-courtyard residence. He planned to commence a leisurely life without a care in the world. Yet little did he anticipate that certain individuals would inevitably draw him into their tumultuous affairs. Within a couple of days, an invitation to the poetry gathering hosted by the Crown Prince of Jing arrived at Xian Shan's home. Examining the invitation in his hand, Xian Shan hesitated, yet ultimately decided to attend. What if this turned out to be a hidden mission? Meanwhile, at the Jing Prince's residence, the envoy returned and reported, "Indeed, Xian Shan is exceptionally handsome. In his words, he resembles a celestial being descended from the moon. Moreover, it was curious that despite purchasing a four-courtyard residence, he had no servants at all. Li Qingze, intrigued by this information, raised his head and said, "Oh, I am quite eager to witness the countenance that our esteemed emperor has praised." He slowly rotated the ring on his finger, smiling as he instructed Li Hongcheng about the poetry gathering the following day. "Find an opportunity to bring him to the back courtyard." Understood. Li Hongcheng nodded in response. The next morning, Fan Xian arrived to escort Xianshan, accompanied by Tang Zijing. The three enjoyed food and merriment along the way. And upon reaching the Jing prince's residence, they found that the other guests had already gathered. Li Hongcheng stood outside awaiting Xianshan and Fan Xian. Upon seeing Fan Xian's carriage, he approached, greeting, "Young Master Fan." "Greetings, young master." Fan Xian nodded but did not immediately step forward after dismounting. Instead, he extended his hand toward the carriage. Li Hongcheng knew that the one inside must be the boy referred to by his servant as the celestial being of the moon. And he curiously peered at the curtain of the carriage. As Xianshan entered the hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. Today, Xianshan had not donned the customary blue attire but instead wore a more formal pale golden ensemble. The upper portion of his hair was bound by a golden crown, while the lower portion cascaded freely behind him. Over the pale golden garment, he wore a semi-transparent gauzy outer robe, and two scales-like golden chains adorned his chest. While a white belt with golden patterns accentuated his slender waist, this attire rendered him less ethereal and more of a youthful noble, enhancing his allure. After all, the celestial being of the moon hung high in the sky, to which all could only gaze upward. Yet, the precious young master inspired a desire to construct a golden abode to shelter him. Guo Baoquan gazed at Xianshan and could not help but exclaim, "A beauty like none other, unparalleled in the world. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me." Others gradually regained their composure, averting their gazes. During the poetry gathering, Guo Baoquan challenged Fan Xian and Xianshan to compose verses in the style of Chao Ji within 10 steps. Sensing the outcome was already determined, Xianshan chose to retreat to the back courtyard for some fresh air. This was precisely what Li Hongcheng had hoped for. He led Xianshan to the back courtyard, excusing himself under the pretext of dealing with matters related to the poetry gathering, yet he discreetly informed a servant to relay Xianshan's arrival in the back courtyard to Li Qingze. Li Qingze had deliberately selected a pavilion atop a rockery for the purpose of observing Xianshan. From his vantage point, he could behold Xianshan's profile, with sunlight streaming from the side, illuminating his graceful features. Xianshan's gaze fell upon the layer of fallen petals on the ground, suddenly reminiscent of the time spent with Black Bear, counting the leaves of the loquat tree out of sheer boredom. At that moment, he realized that so many years had passed. A tinge of melancholy washed over him, leaving him to ponder when they might meet again. Indeed, the most ephemeral of things, the rosy complexion bids farewell to the mirror, and the flowers say goodbye to the trees. Li Qingze observed the youth, who had recently appeared in good spirits, suddenly voicing such sentiments as if he had experienced the trials of the world. Unable to resist, he approached. A beautiful poem, though perhaps a touch too sorrowful. It is not befitting for one so young. Xianshan turned to face Li Qingze, whose youthful visage belied a soul weary from life's tribulations. Li Qingze was not Emperor Qing. He lacked the prowess of a master and could not even practice martial arts, thus his gaze seemed unusually candid in Xianshan's eyes. As Li Qingze regarded those beautiful eyes, he felt as though a beam of light penetrated his heart. An inexplicable sensation arose within him. Was it possible that Xianshan could perceive the darkness he concealed within? The ferocity, the resentment, and the weariness, a desire to flee flickered within him, yet he hesitated, reluctant to part. Xianshan was the only person over the years, a stranger, who could see right through him. Recognizing his thoughts, Xianshan extended a branch of olive. "Is the second prince here merely to see me?" With Xianshan steering the conversation, Li Qingze felt relieved. In truth, you were merely a side note. I initially sought to meet the young master Fan. Xianshan discerned the implication in his words and inquired, "And what of now? At present I find that the young master Fan is not so significant after all." Upon hearing his reply, Xianshan raised an eyebrow. "Is that so? Might I inquire what matters occupy Xiangongzi's thoughts today? I am but a leisurely wanderer. What matters could I possibly have? Just wandering about. How fortuitous, for I happen to have some free time today. Why not allow me to show Xiangongzi around Kyoto?" As he spoke, Li Qingze extended his hand in invitation. "The second prince is indeed quite intriguing," Xianshan commented, surveying the empty streets. "Xiangongzi, do not jest. I am one who delights in reveling with the common folk, yet I harbor an aversion to crowds." Thus, unexpectedly, Xianshan's expression bore no trace of displeasure. Instead, he smiled and replied, "How serendipitous. I too share a dislike for crowds." Li Qingze chuckled at this, the first genuine smile he had worn in years, devoid of ulterior motives, simply brimming with joy. He suddenly felt that if all the years of repression could be exchanged for a single Xianshan, it would be worth it. Chapter 4, An Unexpected Encounter. Meanwhile, the news of Xianshan's meeting with the second prince had reached Emperor Qing's ears. Unico stood by, reporting, "Today, Xiangongzi attended the poetry gathering and was led into the back courtyard by the Jing prince's heir." The second prince is also in the back courtyard. Emperor Qing paused in his perusal of the bamboo slips. So they have met indeed, Unico responded, his voice trembling with apprehension. Emperor Qing sighed softly. I had long anticipated this revelation would be inevitable. After a moment, he added, inform the crown prince and the eldest princess of this matter. Since it has been uncovered, let each rely on their own methods. Upon leaving the poetry gathering, Fan Xian was informed that Xian Shan had departed with the second prince. He returned to Xian Shan's small courtyard, and only as twilight descended, painting the sky in resplendent hues. Did familiar voices reach his ears? Thank you, second prince, for accompanying me on this delightful outing today. Xian Shan genuinely enjoyed himself. It was his first encounter with the marketplace of this era, and it was quite fascinating. Li Qingze, observing the joy in Xian Shan's eyes, couldn't help but smile and return. Li Qingze, who donned the most flamboyant attire, always exuded a semblance of languor, akin to a flower on the verge of withering. Yet when he smiled, he resembled a blooming camellia, captivating even those who might otherwise turn away gazing at the handsome visage before him. Xian Shan couldn't help but sigh, you ought to smile more often. Li Qingze detected the indulgence in Xian Shan's words and leaned closer, asking, shall I smile more often in your presence? Would that be agreeable? Feeling the sincerity in Li Qingze's tone, Xian Shan nodded. Yes, I hope that when we meet again, I shall witness such a smile once more. Li Qingze watched as Xian Shan's figure receded until the courtyard gate slowly closed, before departing with Xie Bianen. Upon returning to the royal residence, Xie Bianen reminded him, there was someone in the courtyard just now. Without lifting his head, Li Qingze fiddled with the grapes in his hand. I am aware. After discovering that I had taken Xian Shan away. Fan Xian will undoubtedly seek him out in the small courtyard. Your Highness, why did you not invite young Master Xian to the Wangfu? It was a delightful surprise that Xian Shan showed no aversion towards me during our first encounter today. I must not overreach at this moment and ruin this perfect first meeting. Li Qingze felt a surge of happiness upon recalling Xian Shan's attitude towards him today, and he began to silently plan their next meeting. However, he did not anticipate that their subsequent encounter would catch him completely off guard. After mingling at Mei Jilin's gathering, Li Qingze and Li Qingxian were summoned by Emperor Qing to the imperial study. The two were escorted by Gong Ho into the grand hall, where they were met with an unexpected sight. Dressed in a white robe, Emperor Qing sat casually at a table, engaged in a game of chess with the person across from him. From Li Qingze and Li Qingxian's perspective, they could only see the individual's back, yet Li Qingze instantly recognized that it was Xian Shan, and his heart sank. The emperor's moves were unexpected, and his strategy was exquisite. Xian Shan found himself outmatched. The youthful voice was clear and resonant, laced with a hint of amusement, softening the hearts of those who listened. Upon hearing this, Emperor Qing wore a smile of indulgence. Reluctant to concede, yet he had played enough. Xian Shan chuckled softly, admitting to the emperor that he had indeed grown somewhat weary after an afternoon of play. In response, Emperor Qing tossed his chess piece back onto the board. Declaring that they would stop playing and go see the commotion instead. He instructed Gong Ho to summon the two from the grand hall, yet he did not speak immediately. Instead, he gazed at them with penetrating eyes and quietly inquired, are you both quite idle? Upon hearing this, Li Qingxian quickly knelt and pleaded for forgiveness from His Majesty, stating that he had only heard of Guo Baoquan's severe injuries and was determined to confront Fan Xian. Hoping to discern whether there had been a misunderstanding. Is that so? I was unaware that adjudicating cases had become your responsibility, the emperor retorted. Li Qingxian lowered his head, his voice trembling, I dare not. Your Majesty, I merely found Guo Baoquan to be truly pitiable. Emperor Qing, growing impatient with his feigned display of sympathy, waved him away, saying, very well, return to your affairs, and meddle less in others' matters henceforth. After Li Qingxian exited, he immediately redirected his path towards the Princess Chang. Li Yunrui, observing Li Qingxian's distracted demeanor, inquired, what troubles you? Did your visit to His Majesty leave you in a daze? Li Qingxian, snapping back to reality, gently shook his head. No, I fear that Mei Jilin may not survive this. Guilt crept onto his face as he lamented, it was I who brought about his downfall. Whether Mei Jilin lives or dies is inconsequential. But did you happen to see that enchanting figure, Mingyue Xian, during your audience with the emperor? The image of those captivating, shimmering eyes flashed through Li Qingxian's mind. After the emperor reprimanded me, I was ushered out so quickly that I dared not raise my head, merely catching a glimpse of his garment before I hastily retreated. Is that so? Li Yunrui did not pursue the matter further but shifted the conversation to Lin Wanner's marriage. Meanwhile, in the imperial study, another individual knelt on the ground. Unlike Li Qingxian, Li Qingze maintained a straight posture even while kneeling, his head only slightly bowed. Emperor Qing regarded Li Qingze with a gaze filled with complexity. What prompted your visit to Mei Jilin today? I merely wished to meet the fabled young master Fan, and fortuitously encountered this incident, so I intended to follow and see what transpired, he replied calmly. Humph! Emperor Cheng scoffed, you two have gone and left Mei Jilin utterly perplexed. However, Li Qingze remained silent, still kneeling, growing bored. Emperor Qing waved him off. Very well, you may leave. At that moment, Xian Shan also stood, having lingered in the palace long enough. And he prepared to depart. Go, let the second prince escort you back, Emperor Qing said, watching the two depart together, a hint of jealousy lacing his tone as he remarked, youth is truly enviable. It was unclear whether he meant Xianshan or Li Qingze. As Li Qingze walked alongside Xianshan, he found himself viewing Emperor Qing in a surprisingly favorable light for the first time. Their conversation flowed with laughter, but the harmonious atmosphere came to an abrupt halt upon reaching the palace gates. Standing beside a familiar carriage was Fan Xian, clad in deep blue attire, leaning against the carriage with his head bowed. His curly hair fell like drooping ears, reminiscent of a large dog awaiting its master. Upon catching sight of Fan Xian, Li Qingze inwardly cursed, what pretense of innocence is this? Such a posture clearly indicates that it was set up specifically for Xianshan's arrival, yet, this demeanor was not exclusive to Fan Xian. Li Qingze quickly adjusted his emotions, adopting a suitably delicate and sorrowful tone. He gently lowered his gaze to conceal his reluctance and softly inquired, Xiao Shan, are you preparing to leave? Observing Li Qingze's demeanor reminded Xianshan of his earlier reprimand from Emperor Qing. Stirring his compassion, he casually detached the jade pendant from his waist and offered it to Li Qingze. Do not be disheartened. Take this. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Li Qingze's hesitance, prompting him to add, if you wish to see me, come find me in the courtyard. At these words, Li Qingze's face lit up with joy akin to a child whose wishes had been fulfilled. After Xianshan boarded the carriage, Fan Xian glanced at Li Qingze. Li Qingze waved the jade pendant triumphantly, eliciting a frustrated grind of teeth from Fan Xian, who then turned and boarded the carriage as well. Chapter 5, The Assassination at Nilan Street. The morning sun appeared shrouded in a veil, casting a hazy glow over the courtyard, where Xianshan still lay curled up in bed, yet suddenly sensed a distress signal emanating from the life-saving talisman he had given to Fan Xian. At the same moment, the system in his mind was frantically screaming, Host! Hurry and save Fan Xian, he is in grave danger. Nilan Street, the painted pavilions and vermilion towers had swiftly transformed into ruins. With flames still raging and thick smoke enveloping the entire street, rendering it impossible to discern direction, Cheng Jushu's attacks, coupled with the sporadic cold arrows whizzing around, further exacerbated the dire situation for Fan Xian and Tang Zijing. Suddenly raindrops began to fall from the sky, striking Fan Xian's face and bringing a refreshing chill. He looked up to see a torrential downpour cascading from the heavens, suppressing the swirling smoke and revealing the tumultuous sky above. As the downpour extinguished the flames along the street, it gradually subsided. Recognizing the miraculous rain, Fan Xian whispered, Xianshan has arrived. He surveyed the surroundings, intent on locating him, while Fan Xian was preoccupied with searching for Xianshan. He failed to notice the multitude of cold arrows raining down from behind him. However, in the next moment, a deluge of water descended like a waterfall, effectively shielding him from the arrows. Gentle drizzle enveloped the entire street. Initially, the assassins paid little heed to it, but when they attempted to draw their bows again, they found their arms weighed down. It was then that they noticed the slender wounds left on their bodies by the raindrops. Akin to the slash of a fine dagger, yet curiously devoid of any pain. Be cautious, this rain is suspicious. A masked woman realized the danger and, summoning all her strength, plunged her dagger into her own arm. The pain surged through her body, overriding the rain's numbing effects, and she shouted, Retreat! She sprang to her feet and dashed into the darkened alleyways, acutely aware that her only chance of survival lay in her familiarity with the terrain. Yet, in the next instant, a young boy appeared suspended in midair, his gaze lowered, filled with an air of silence. The gentle rain enveloped him, but as he waved his hand, it swiftly coalesced into water arrows that shot toward the assassins. Caught off guard, most of the assassins were struck by the sudden arrows, pierced through the chest, and forever left in that desolate street. Only a handful managed to react swiftly, fleeing alongside the woman into the surrounding alleys. Fan Xian gazed up at Xianshan in the air, his heart pounding violently against his chest. Despite being younger, Xianshan always appeared at his most helpless moments, shining as the singular and eternal light in his fog-laden life. After several days apart, how did you come to be in such a dire state? Hearing Xianshan's inquiry, Fan Xian snapped back to reality, explaining, I had intended to meet the second prince today, but unexpectedly found myself besieged by these assassins. Xianshan shook his head in response. This was not orchestrated by Li Qingze. He would not employ such overt tactics. Fan Xian lamented, having failed to successfully drug his adversary. Though he had already deduced the source of the issue, he merely wished to foster some goodwill from Li Qingze. As they were not far from the small courtyard, Xianshan led them back there. Hidden mission, rescue Fan Xian from the assassination at Nilan Street, completed. Mission reward, 100 gold ingots, 10 lottery chances, 1 costume card, sent. Unbeknownst to him, his sudden appearance had already caused upheaval elsewhere. Listening to Gong Gangho's account, Emperor Qing's expression remained unchanged from the moment he first encountered Xianshan. He had known Xianshan was also someone who emerged from the temple, and one who emerged from the temple was capable of anything without surprising anyone. However, for Xianshan to reveal his identity in front of so many in order to save Fan Xian, the significance Fan Xian held in Xianshan's heart warranted a re-evaluation. Meanwhile, in the Changchun Palace not far away, A significant number of exquisite porcelain pieces had been sacrificed. This Xianshan is truly a natural nemesis for me. As Li Yunrui spoke, the image of the face he had glimpsed while peeking at the palace gates resurfaced in his mind. I shall not allow anyone, regardless of gender, to surpass my appearance. That evening, Li Qingze and Li Qingqian were summoned to the palace by Emperor Qing. The emperor cast the arrows retrieved from the ruins of Niulan Street before the two and inquired, "Who was behind today's assassination? I may be dim-witted, but I would not descend to such madness." Li Qingqian was the first to speak, directing his accusations toward Li Chengzi. My acquaintance with Fan Xian is limited. While we cannot claim to be close friends, there exists no profound enmity between us. There truly is no justification for killing him. Emperor Qing gazed at the two performers, who were equally skilled in their art, and inquired, "Then who do you suggest is responsible?" "The perpetrator is a warrior from northern Qi. Perhaps this is a scheme devised by them." The crown prince, once again, deflected blame, yet this time, Li Qingze was not so easily dismissed. He retorted, "The crown prince's reasoning holds merit, but I fail to comprehend why northern Qi would wish to slay Fan Xian. Is it possible they are driven by righteous indignation to avenge Guo Baoquan?" Upon hearing Li Qingze's words, Li Chengqian, flustered, hastily defended, "I would never act on behalf of Guo Baoquan in such matters." Emperor Qing remained behind the bookshelves, observing the two men arguing with a cold gaze through the gaps, and suddenly interrupted, asking, "Do you believe that murder can resolve issues?" Eager to extricate himself from suspicion, Li Chengqian promptly replied, "Certainly not. The world is fraught with complexities and entanglements. How could killing be a solution?" "I share your sentiment," Emperor Qing countered. "Regarding them both, however, I believe it can." The two men, taken aback by this statement, looked up in astonishment at the hazy figure behind the shelves, unable to decipher Emperor Qing's intentions. To prevent the killing of Fan Xian, one could eliminate the authorities. If the inspection bureau were to inquire further, one could obliterate it entirely. If I were to harbor doubts, one could even do away with me. Emperor Qing stepped forward, addressing them directly. The two men, upon hearing this, knelt in trepidation. "If my son harbors such intentions, may heaven and earth conspire against him." "I share the same sentiment." After admonishing them, Emperor Qing dismissed them from his presence. Observing their retreating figures, he suddenly turned to Eunuch Ho, asking, "Whom do you think would emerge victorious?" Eunuch Ho cautiously gauged Emperor Qing's expression and replied softly, "Surely your majesty has already formed your own conclusion. Such matters are beyond the understanding of an old servant." Yet after a prolonged contemplation, Emperor Qing murmured, "This particular affair is the only one I find utterly unpredictable and beyond my control." Eunuch Ho discerned that Emperor Qing's musings could not pertain to the throne, leaving only one other individual whom both men sought to contend with. He silently sighed, for that person was pursued not merely by two, but by many. Chapter 6. Long time no see. Qin Pingping. Though the disputes within the palace yielded no resolution, Fan Xian remained undeterred in his pursuit of the truth. After all, had it not been for Xianshan's timely arrival that fateful day, both he and Tang Zijing might have met their demise. While he harbored disdain for Li Qingze's incessant presence before Xianshan, he could not deny that such petty tactics were uncharacteristic of him. With the inviter cleared of suspicion, the only one who could have foreseen his passage through Niulan Street was the Zui Senju, which had presumably received advance notice to prepare a feast. That very night, the flower boat of Zui Senju was set ablaze, and news of Sea Lily's escape from the city spread throughout the capital. After bidding farewell to Xianshan, Fan Xian hastened to pursue Sea Lily. Accompanied by Wang Qini, and Xianshan recognized this as a ruse but refrained from voicing any objections, believing that some lessons must be learned firsthand. Upon discovering Sea Lily's plans, they pressed on with urgency, ultimately spotting her awaiting them at Paijiu. As soon as Fan Xian laid eyes on her, he sensed something amiss and discreetly shook the jade bell that hung from his waist. This bell, a gift from Xianshan during his childhood, would alert Xianshan to his location in times of peril. Indeed, from the surrounding woods emerged a host of bandits, armed with long knives, encircling Fan Xian and Wang Qinian with predatory intent. Si Lily, upon turning her horse back to glance at Fan Xian, spoke softly, "I shall proceed first," yet her smile faltered upon encountering the water curtain before her. She had heard her subordinates recount the incident at Niulan Street and understood the water curtain's extraordinary significance. She also realized that its appearance heralded the arrival of that person, sealing her fate for the day. Turning back, she indeed spotted that figure beside Fan Xian. Likely due to the haste of his arrival, he had not donned his crown, his inky hair cascading freely behind him, clad in a loose-fitting azure robe. The fabric was so sheer that the contours of his exquisite form were faintly visible beneath the light. She suddenly comprehended why Fan Xian had displayed no signs of emotion upon their initial meeting. At that moment, the stones beneath them began to tremble lightly, and the distant sound of galloping horses could be faintly heard. The black-clad cavalry halted just beyond the water curtain, surrounding both the bandits and Sea Lily. The black riders at the center suddenly parted to allow a carriage to pass through. The carriage, entirely black, boasted gilded bells hanging from its eaves that chimed in the wind with each movement. Upon its stop, a guard stepped forward to unveil a middle-aged man. His features were delicate and gaunt, seated in a wheelchair, his hair streaked with gray, and his eyes, fixed upon Fan Xian, brimmed with warm nostalgia. Yet Fan Xian, bewildered, turned to Xian Shan, questioning, "Why does he keep staring at me? Is there something on my face?" As he approached, albeit confused, Fan Xian complied and drew nearer, sensing that Chen Pingping was gazing through him at another. Chen Pingping, observing the resemblance between Fan Xian and Yi Qingmei, smiled and remarked, "Your eyes resemble hers." After saying this, she turned to look at Xian Shan. Aware of the events at Nilan Street, she had formed certain suspicions about Xian Shan's identity and gestured for the shadows to disperse the others. Yi Qingmei had sought him out before Fan Xian's birth. At that time, she led him into the secret chamber of Taiping Courtyard. This chamber, located beneath the lake, housed a translucent egg, with deep blue light points floating down from above and gathering around it. Yi Qingmei gazed at the egg with tenderness, saying, "Pingping, should anything happen to me, you must safeguard it." Chen Pingping, witnessing this wondrous scene, inquired, "What is it?" "It is my salvation, and the hope of all in this world." Only now did Chen Pingping begin to grasp the meaning behind Yi Qingmei's words. She turned to Xian Shan, her voice gentle, "Long time no see." Xian Shan, upon hearing this, turned his head and nodded graciously. "Indeed, long time no see him. Xian Shan, do you know him?" Fan Xian asked, astonished at their conversation. Xian Shan, not intending to conceal anything from Chen Pingping, replied, "We met many years ago. The Black Riders escorted Si Lily back to the inspection bureau." And Xian Shan, wishing to distance himself from their affairs, returned to his own courtyard. Soon after, news of Lin Gong's assassination reached him, confirming that Wu Zhu had returned. Indeed, later that night, a familiar figure cloaked in black appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing Xian Shan, a smile crept upon his lips, though it quickly vanished, replaced by a frosty demeanor. "There are many eyes around your courtyard." Xian Shan, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. "If they wish to watch, let them. Even if I wish to leave, they cannot stop me." Their reunion felt reminiscent of their days in Dan Prefecture, spent leisurely fishing and sipping tea. The familiar sound of climbing over walls echoed, prompting Xian Shan to ask without turning, "Why do you all prefer the walls when there are doors?" Fan Xian rubbed his nose. "I've grown accustomed to it. Walls are more convenient." Mid-sentence, he suddenly recalled, "By the way, the shadow from the inspection bureau has been following me for the past few days. He has already departed. Chen Pingping aimed to protect you." Fan Xian looked at Wu Zhu, puzzled. "You know Chen Pingping as well? How does everyone know him?" "Naturally, it is because of the young lady." "What relationship do I have with her?" "I do not recall." Wu Zhu frowned. "I only know that when the young lady was harmed years ago, it was Chen Pingping's Black Riders who avenged her, staining the capital with blood." At this moment, Xian Shan, propping his chin on his hand, observed the two. "Why don't you ask me?" Fan Xian, grinning, remarked, "You were still an egg back then. What could you possibly know?" However, as he spoke, he suddenly recalled what Chen Pingping had mentioned when greeting Xian Shan. "Do you possess memories from that time?" Xian Shan pondered for a moment. "I possess some memories, though not all. I was not fully conscious within, so I only retain fragmented recollections." Fan Xian, upon hearing this, eagerly leaned in. "That is still something. Uncle Wu Zhu has no memories at all." He sighed. "Then what relationship do Chen Pingping and my mother share?" "Their relationship is somewhat akin to what you previously described as best friends. Essentially, Chen Pingping is likely the person who knows the most about your mother, aside from Wu Zhu." "Really? And Uncle Wu Zhu?" "A bodyguard and a brother." Thus, Fan Xian continued to probe Xian Shan for an extended period. Due to the limited nature of Xian Shan's memories, he recalled only Taiping Courtyard. As for other matters, I do not know. If you wish to learn more, you may visit the place where your mother once resided. Where is it? 5 li east of the city. Taiping Courtyard. Chapter 7. Yi Qingmei's letter. The following day, under the pretense of taking Xian Shan on a spring outing, Fan Xian ventured near Taiping Courtyard. Xian Shan extended his senses and discovered that although no one was present within Taiping Courtyard, it was heavily guarded outside. He promptly transported Fan Xian to the lakeside rockery. Within the rockery, formed of Taihu stones, lay a deep winding path. Midway through, Xian Shan reached into a hollow above, twisting his wrist. The adjacent rockery receded to reveal a staircase beneath. Once they descended, the outer rockery slowly closed, rendering the hidden chamber beneath this seemingly natural wonder completely undetectable. As Xian Shan entered, he made a beeline for the stone platform that had previously been designated for him. The moment his hand made contact with the surface, the platform sank, only to rise again, revealing a black box resting atop it. Upon unlocking the box, Fan Xian stared in astonishment at its contents. Inside lay a highly modern Barrett rifle, meticulously disassembled, quietly nestled within. Although Fan Xian had long suspected that his mother, like himself, was not of this world, he was taken aback to find that she possessed such an item. He crouched down, examining the components, pondering whether it was still functional after all these years. It should be, given that his mother had left it for him, indicating its significance to him. However, the box had 2 layers. Aside from the Barrett on the upper level, there was something else below, secured by a voice-activated lock. This lock, crafted from a unique material of the temple, prompted the system to inform them that Xian Shan In his current identity, could not assist Fan Xian in unlocking it. After numerous attempts yielded no result, the two exchanged glances, with Fan Xian sighing in resignation, realizing they were truly at an impasse. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, the box emitted a sound, command accepted, the handles for the lower compartment sprang open, and Fan Xian lifted the separator to reveal two letters, one addressed from Wu Zhu, the other from Lan Lan. Recognizing the latter was meant for Xian Shan, Fan Xian mused, well, it seems you both have letters, while I do not. He stood up, carefully stowing the items from the box upon returning to the courtyard. He handed the letter to Wu Zhu. Wu Zhu declined, saying, read it to me, dear Xiao Zhu. I'm writing this letter while alone in Kyoto, thinking of you. You never heed my advice and insist on confronting matters at the temple. I fear you won't emerge victorious and will ultimately have to retreat, thus, I decided to pen a few words to mock you in advance. As he read this, Fan Xian was surprised to see a gentle smile gracing Wu Zhu's lips. In this world, people come and go, yet I remain solitary. After finishing the letter, Xian Shan placed it on the table. Xiao Lan Lan, I do not know your name, but I suspect you would prefer not to use the names given to you by others. So I shall call you Xiao Lan Lan. I still remember our first encounter. I had just arrived in this world, and I found it utterly absurd, yet it was you who appeared before me just as I was about to become one of its experiments. From that moment on, people's attitudes towards me shifted, for I was the first human to approach you, and they regarded me as your messenger. When I escaped the temple, I secretly brought you along. Ha ha ha, you were no larger than my palm back then, easily stowed away in my pocket, and now you have grown to the size of my forearm. I eagerly anticipate seeing you. The one I raised, undoubtedly adorable and beautiful. Alas, it appears I may not have the chance to witness it. It is somewhat regrettable, but I have calculated that you should be able to emerge in a few years. By then, you can grow up alongside my son. Feel free to boss him around, do not hold back, consider it a gift from your sister. Also be wary of the temple's people. Lastly, I wish for Xiao Lan Lan to enjoy this world to the fullest. Xian Shan mused that this calculation was rather inaccurate, as she had evidently been mistaken about how long it would take for him to hatch. He reflected on the lively girl from his memories. Realizing that his mother had based her estimate on his growth rate in Taiping Courtyard, which was surely flawed. Was the Taiping Courtyard particularly special? Wu Zhu, overhearing, was uncertain, but acknowledged that the location had indeed been specifically chosen by the young lady. The lake within Taiping Courtyard should be a natural one, and she had intentionally constructed the secret chamber at its center to provide me with energy. Xian Shan recalled the presence of water elements he felt in the secret chamber. A place perfectly suited for him at that time. Yi Qing may must have deliberated for quite a while before selecting it. However, being taken from there prematurely had drastically reduced his energy, undoubtedly slowing his growth as well. Just as he was about to put the box away after reading the letter, he discovered a third letter hidden beneath the bottom padding. It bore the inscription, Xiao Zhu, do not open this letter. One letter for each person. This one must be yours. Xian Shan thought, passing it to Fan Xian. Hello, my son, you are not mistaken, this letter is indeed addressed to you. Fan Xian, there is no time travel, no parallel dimensions, this is still Earth, still our world. Have you ever seen a science fiction film? It's akin to being cryogenically frozen within a device, after many years. The device opens, and the person inside awakens. I am a living example of this. I know you are curious about Xiao Lan Lan. He is different from us. He is the hope created by the temple, and everyone yearns for his salvation, but it should not be this way. He has been burdened with too many missions before even being born, thus I secretly brought him out, hoping he can live according to his own desires. Therefore, take good care of him for me. After reading Yi Qing Mei's letter, Fan Xian fell into deep contemplation. According to his mother, San and Uncle Wu Zhu, and she herself had all emerged from the temple. San's identity was particularly special. If the temple were to discover it, there was a high likelihood she would be taken back. He recalled how Xian Shan had previously used his abilities in public to assist him and, with growing concern, inquired of Xian Shan, what about before? Xian Shan shook his head, assuring him it was nothing to worry about. The emperor would not want this matter to leak, thus he would keep it under wraps. Did he know something? Xian Shan recalled the probing undertones in the emperor's words during their last visit to the palace. He had likely guessed part of the truth but lacked confirmation. Fan Xian glanced at Xian Shan with concern. What if he, rest assured, even if he figures it out, he won't ally with the temple? After all, it offers him no advantage whatsoever, while the emperor appears to covet the temple. In truth, he seeks merely to eliminate threats, harboring grand ambitions without an ounce of reverence for the temple. Chapter 8, The Night Banquet at Qinian Palace. The night banquet at Qinian Palace arrived. Yet Xian Shan was surprised to find himself invited. The center of the invitation was none other than Princess Li Yinrui. Confused, Xian Shan pondered how he had yet to meet her since arriving in Kyoto, leaving him baffled as to why she had whimsically invited him to the banquet. Nevertheless, curiosity prompted him to attend, albeit not alongside Fan Xian. Instead, he accepted the carriage sent by the princess. Qinian Palace was not particularly ornate. But it exuded a grandiose atmosphere due to the banquet. Exquisite octagonal lanterns hung from the eaves. In the center of the palace lay a distinct set of tables and chairs, while other tables were distributed along the sides. Xin Shan entered, deliberately minimizing his presence. He merely wished to observe the festivities, not to become a spectacle as he had at the previous poetry gathering, where everyone sought to take note of him. His seat was not prominently placed, thus he did not attract the attention of others, quietly settling into a corner. However, upon entering, Fan Xian and Li Changzhe spotted him, yet to avoid drawing attention, they refrained from approaching. The moment Li Changzhe and Li Changchen noticed Xin Shan, they deduced Li Yunrui's intentions, yet, due to their identities, any movement on their part would certainly attract scrutiny. They exchanged glances, reaching an unspoken consensus for the first time. Li Chengqian stepped forward, using the opportunity of greeting Li Yunrui to subtly shield Xin Shan from view, while the second prince leaned closer to Fan Xian. Whispering in his ear, he urged, "While the emperor has yet to arrive, quickly take Xin Shan away. The princess comes with ill intent. She will likely seek to trouble him during the banquet." However, to his surprise, Fan Xian glanced at Xin Shan before retracting his gaze, shaking his head. Xin Shan is no fool. He recognizes the princess's intentions yet still chose to come, indicating he has his reasons. I will not impede him from pursuing his own path. At that moment an elderly scholar entered the hall, clad in a plain white robe, holding a scroll and standing with an upright posture. This was Zhuang Mohan. Fan Xian approached, intending to greet him. Yet Zhuang Mohan, though he clearly saw Fan Xian, walked past without acknowledging him. Shortly after Zhuang Mohan took his seat, the emperor arrived, his gaze sweeping the room, pausing momentarily upon discovering Xin Shan in the corner. In an instant, he comprehended Li Yunrui's intentions, yet he trusted that Xin Shan was not one to step into a trap unprepared. Xin Shan had initially thought he could watch a play unfold. But to his surprise, as the banquet commenced, Li Yunrui wasted no time in confronting him. Her eyes casually scanned the banquet hall, feigning surprise upon spotting Xin Shan, exclaiming, "Isn't that our Mingyue Xian from Kyoto? Why is he seated over there?" Upon hearing this, the guests followed Li Yunrui's gaze. The corner of the palace was dimly lit, with only the flickering candlelight behind Xin Shan casting a gentle glow, illuminating his slender silhouette. He leaned lazily on the table, a wine cup gently swaying in his hand, creating a captivating image of a beauty at the night banquet. Initially, Xin Shan did not realize Li Yunrui was calling him, as he was unaware of this title. It was only when all eyes in the hall turned towards him that he belatedly realized that the Mingyue Xian Li Yunrui referred to was indeed him. However, he harbored no intent to endure any provocation. He was not one to simply swallow his pride if someone chose to confront him. But he turned to face Li Yunrui, thinking how splendid her eyes were, that even from such a distance she could see him clearly. The candlelight behind him illuminated his striking profile. In truth, given the distance between them, Li Yunrui was indeed unable to discern his face. However, the position of Xinshan was deliberately arranged by her maidservants, allowing her to easily locate him. Li Yunrui did not respond to Xinshan's words, but instead turned her gaze towards a nearby attendant, urging them to bring Mingyue Xian to the front row. 4 attendants hurriedly approached Xinshan's location, signaling him to rise. Xinshan stood up, but, as he walked to the position prepared for him, he bypassed it entirely. Striding directly to the emperor's table, "May I trouble you for a cup of wine, your majesty?" he inquired. The emperor was momentarily taken aback by his request, but then a smile crept upon his lips. The perceptive eunuch stepped forward, instructing the attendants to move Xinshan's chair beside the emperor, even thoughtfully laying down a cushion. Observing this, Xinshan unreservedly took his seat beside the emperor, while Li Yunrui, witnessing their interaction, felt her grip on her wine cup tighten to the point of shattering it. "I have heard that Mingyue Xian is particularly skilled with musical instruments. Might we all be treated to a performance?" If Xinshan were to play as claimed, it would be akin to the dancers performing in the hall. Should he refuse, it would be a slight to Li Yunrui, having been repeatedly interrupted by Li Yunrui during his culinary enjoyment. Xinshan's patience had reached its limit. He cast a dark look at the emperor, asking, "Do I appear to be in a good mood?" The emperor silently shook his head. Why must there always be someone who oversteps their bounds? With a flick of his wrist, a blue shimmering vine materialized in his hand. The vine coiled around the beams of the grand hall, swiftly advancing towards Li Yunrui. Simultaneously, 3 cold arrows shot towards Xinshan, only to be enveloped by a curtain of blue light, rendering them ineffective. With a wave of his hand, Xinshan redirected the arrows back to their origin. A muffled grunt echoed from outside the door as the surrounding guards quickly surrounded the intruder, revealing it to be Yen Xiaoyi. The emperor's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon Yen Xiaoyi. "You dare to shoot arrows at me? Do you wish to forfeit your head?" "I did not. I merely intended to capture the assassin targeting the princess," Yen Xiaoyi retorted, undeterred. "Despite being restrained, unfortunately, you have overestimated your own capabilities." Xinshan lightly tapped the table, and the green vines, as if obeying a command, lunged towards Li Yunrui, ensnaring her waist and lifting her above the hall. The other end of the vine coiled around Yen Xiaoyi's foot, suspending him in midair. The others in the grand hall could only wish to gouge out their eyes. The princess's madness was on full display, and they feared for their lives should they witness it. However, having observed Shinshan's methods, none dared to intercede at that moment. It was not until Shinshan had finished his meal that a minister quietly approached to plead for Li Yunrui. After all, with foreign dignitaries present, it would not reflect well for their own princess to be suspended in the grand hall. Having satisfied his hunger, Shinshan regarded the beseeching eyes of those in the hall and waved his hand, releasing Li Yunrui. Yet, he harbored no intentions of sparing Yan Shui. To avoid unsightly appearances, he hung him outside the hall's eaves. Li Yunrui, having endured such suspension for so long, could no longer bear it and was assisted back to the palace by the attendants. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mohan, witnessing Li Yunrui's plight, wisely chose not to provoke any conflict. By the end of the banquet, only Shinshan had dined well, while the others endured the evening as if it were an eternity. As the night banquet concluded, the hall emptied swiftly, the guests dispersing like a receding tide. Chapter 9, The Burdened Progress of Fan Xian. With the conclusion of the night banquet, Shinshan's fearsome reputation spread throughout the capital. Yet the consensus was that he had openly defied the princess, inciting her to storm out in anger. Consequently, subsequent poetry gatherings dared not extend invitations to Shinshan, granting him a prolonged period of leisure. In the palace, following their brief alliance during the night banquet, Li Chengze and Li Qingqian resumed their customary rivalry, intensifying with the princess's departure. Presently, the two sat at the dining table, their gazes clashing like swords. The palace doors swung open, and Unico led Fan Xian into the room, assigning him a seat at the opposite side. As Fan Xian settled down, he glanced at Li Qingze in confusion. "What is this performance about?" "I have no idea," Li Qingze replied. Once the attendants finished serving the dishes, the emperor approached, casually adjusting his white robe. He strode over to the three and waved his hand dismissively. "This is a family banquet. Feel free to choose what you like." Fan Xian, observing the emperor, queried, "If this is a family banquet, then my presence seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" The emperor shot him a sidelong glance before averting his gaze. "Your skin is thick. It matters not." However, just as the banquet was halfway through, the emperor unexpectedly stated that he would appoint Fan Xian as an envoy to Beiki. "Am I allowed to refuse?" Fan Xian leaned forward and asked in a hushed tone. The emperor smiled. "Of course you may," but then he added, "I hear you harbor some dissatisfaction regarding your engagement to Wanner." Upon hearing this, Fan Xian's heart stirred. "If I can return, might I be granted a single wish?" The emperor, having guessed his intention, nodded. "Very well." This time, Shinshan did not accompany Fan Xian to Beiki. Instead, he was invited by the emperor to stay in the palace for a short while. The emperor observed Shinshan's relaxed demeanor and gently probed, "Are you not concerned about me sending Fan Xian to Beiki? He has his own matters. Why should I be worried?" Shinshan replied, his fingers idly rolling a jade piece as he focused intently on the chessboard. Playing chess with the emperor was quite the challenge, often resulting in more losses than wins, yet, one could not deny that the old man offered emotional value. Conversing with the emperor was a delightful experience. Thus, during periods of boredom in the palace, Shinshan frequently visited the emperor's quarters for chess and tea, establishing a routine. Such frequent encounters raised suspicions in Li Chengze and Li Qingqian, prompting them to unite once more and frequently disrupt Shinshan and the emperor's meetings, creating quite a lively atmosphere in the palace. Meanwhile, on Fan Xian's side, there was a different kind of commotion. Shan fled midway, and after much effort, Fan Xian finally caught up, only to be confronted by Haitang Duoduo. Fan Xian regarded the suddenly appearing Haitang Duoduo with caution, tightening his grip around Shan's neck. "Take one step closer, and I will take his life." To his surprise, Haitang Duoduo appeared entirely unfazed by Fan Xian's threat. "Go ahead." Fan Xian scrutinized her expression, realizing she genuinely did not care for Shan's life. "Aren't you here to rescue him?" "Not at all. You kill yours, and I'll simply watch," she replied with a carefree demeanor. Having deduced Haitang Duoduo's identity, Fan Xian felt a headache coming on. With the Saintess of Beiki ahead, Yusuji Tora relentlessly pursuing him, and Yan Shui harboring deep-seated enmity, the road to Beiki seemed fraught with peril. He regretted having so readily agreed to the old fox's proposal. However, feeling the weight of the pendant at his waist, he regained his composure and continued to navigate the complexities of the situation. In the palace, Shinshan was fishing with the emperor, accompanied by Qin Pingping and Fan Jian. The emperor observed Fan Jian's troubled expression and remarked, "A restless heart will not catch fish." "Yet, your majesty has also failed to catch anything thus far," Fan Jian retorted, glancing at the emperor's empty fish bucket. "There are simply no fish in this lake," the emperor replied. "Then what are we doing here?" Fishing for the past. However, the oblivious Shinshan paid no heed to the emperor's nostalgic musings. When it came to fishing, he was determined to catch fish, with a flash of light in his hand. A multitude of fish suddenly appeared in the previously barren lake. The little fish swam around the three but did not bite the hooks, yet, as they neared Shinshan, they eagerly leaped into his bucket. Before long, a layer of fish floated atop his small bucket. Shinshan proudly paraded his catch before the astonished gazes of the other three before strutting away in triumph. The remaining trio stared at the lake filled with fish. Bewildered by Xinshan's sudden outburst of anger. Is Xiaoshan upset that we did not invite him to join our conversation? Chen Pingping asked, gazing at Xinshan's departing figure in confusion, yet, the emperor, having spent the most time with Xinshan, had already surmised the reason. He looked at the lake teeming with fish and chuckled softly. He is upset because I just claimed there were no fish in this lake. He feels deceived. Hearing this, the other two burst into laughter, for, in truth, there were fish in the lake. The reason none of them had caught anything was that their minds had not been focused on fishing. While Xinshan's lack of success stemmed purely from his own restless nature, constantly shifting between food and drink, scaring away the fish, it had been nearly a decade since the three had shared such joyous moments together. Often those with deeper thoughts found themselves drawn to individuals who were straightforward and somewhat capricious. A meticulously planned probing had been entirely disrupted by Xinshan, ultimately fostering a genuine atmosphere of camaraderie. Chen Pingping, being the most knowledgeable along with Yi Qingmei, regarded Xinshan as a younger brother in need of care, while Fan Jin treated him as a child to nurture. The emperor, on the other hand, harbored some unspeakable obscure thoughts regarding Xianshan. As the leisurely days slipped by, Chen Pingping, buoyed by Xinshan's antics, rediscovered a balance in his interactions with the emperor. Meanwhile, the tranquility of their lives was underpinned by Fan Xian's burdensome journey in Beiki. In Beiki, the political arena was rife with undercurrents, turbulent beneath the surface. Shan, gravely injured by Lang Tao, leaned against a stone, light filtering down from the cave above, casting a glow on his face. His hair was disheveled, his body marred with bloodstains, presenting a woeful sight. Yet, as he looked at Fan Xian, he suddenly broke into laughter. Fan Xian, perplexed, inquired, "You are gravely injured. What is there to laugh about?" Shan lowered his gaze, his voice unusually gentle as he replied, "You Fan Xian, what is so amusing about me? There is nothing amusing about you, but you saved me, and that brings me joy." He looked at Fan Xian, his tone carrying a hint of lightness. "Have you already delved into delirium from your injuries?" Yet, Shan paid him no mind, continuing to laugh, as if attempting to expel the resentment built up from years of confinement through his mirth. After a considerable pause, Fan Xian inquired whether he had not laughed enough. "The peculiarities of fate are indeed fascinating." He turned to Fan Xian and, with an assured tone, asked if his rescue was motivated by that secret. Fan Xian surveyed his pale countenance and candidly replied that he had long ceased to harbor expectations regarding that matter. He rescued him for the sake of Yusuji Tora. Having once deceived him, he knew that to command his cooperation again, he would need to use him as a bargaining chip. Shan nodded, recognizing the logic. Cunning and ruthless, though still young, his future appeared boundless. Regrettably, it was futile. The blade of Lang Tao would ultimately claim him. He was indeed on the brink of death. Shan regarded him for a moment before divulging the secret that everyone yearned to uncover. Yet, in his final words, he left Fan Xian rooted to the spot. Chapter 10. Shan's secret. Little did he expect that such a celestial being would also succumb to mortal desires, ultimately marrying into the royal family of Nanjing. The fortune of Nanjing is truly remarkable. Alas, our great Qi lacks such blessings, he lamented. Upon hearing this, Fan Xian looked at Shan in shock and queried, "What did you just say? You mean to say she Yi Qingmei has wed into the Nanjing royal family?" "Indeed, very few are aware of this matter. However, as the head of the Tiki, I could not remain oblivious," Shan responded. Fan Xian's mind was suddenly flooded with memories of his first encounter with the Emperor Qing, and the peculiar atmosphere he had sensed then began to make sense. Still, he quietly asked, "Which prince did she marry?" "The prince from that time, the current emperor of Nanjing," Shan replied. A heaviness settled in Fan Xian's heart. It was as he suspected, and the strange feelings he had experienced previously were now elucidated. He recalled the words his grandmother had imparted to him before leaving Danzhou: "Kyoto is not a good place. The late emperor perished there, and your mother met her end there as well. Staying in Danzhou may prolong your life." The elderly woman, having traversed countless experiences, must have sensed something to advise Fan Xian thus. He wondered how many princes there were now, and whether there was anything extraordinary about that child. Shan's voice broke through his reverie, drawing Fan Xian back to the present. He lowered his gaze to Shan, who truly wished to disclose that the child was not a prince but merely a pawn in a greater game. He repeatedly recalled his encounters with Emperor Qing, the subtleties that had been obscured before now slowly surfacing. Shan gazed into the dim cave, remarking on its darkness, having been sealed for so many years, disliking it. If Fan Xian assisted him out of the cave, where sunlight poured down from above, warming him thoroughly. Shan listened to the sound of the waterfall cascading into the pool, complemented by the picturesque mountain scenery before him. He nodded in satisfaction, observing, "From here, it looks splendid. When I die, I wish to remain here. Do not bury me. I do not wish to be confined underground any longer." He gazed at the long-lost sunlight and softly asked, "Do you think that in death, I will still be able to see them? Yi Qingmei, or your son?" After a long silence without hearing Shan's voice, Fan Xian looked over to find Shan sitting there, his gaze fixed intently on the landscape below, utterly motionless. "Yes, you will see them again. You will," he replied softly. In an effort to persuade Yusuji Tora to serve his interests, Fan Xian discreetly altered Shan's last words, successfully instigating Yusuji Tora to conspire with him against Qinzhong. thereby sowing seeds of doubt and apprehension regarding Xinzhong. In the heart of the Empress Dowager, Fan Xian possessed a profound understanding of human nature, while Xinzhong was overly preoccupied with Beiki, causing him to obstruct others' paths. The age-old adage that a collapsing wall invites a push from all sides held true ever since the Empress Dowager redistributed power among the other officials. Xinzhong's control over his subordinates in the Jin Yiwei had begun to wane. The erosion of his authority and the gradual loss of control over events left Xinzhong increasingly agitated. At last, on the day of Fan Xian's return journey, Xinzhong summoned a group of assassins, preparing to ambush Fan Xian. The forested cliffs were always a favored hiding spot for assassins. As the envoy's convoy passed through the woods, numerous dark figures suddenly emerged from the cliff, leaping toward the direction of the convoy. To save the nation, eliminate the people of Nanjing, a familiar voice rang out from above the carriage. It was Xinzhong, thrusting his blade toward the carriage. Yan Bingyun, hearing the commotion, swiftly leaped away from the carriage just in time. However, Xinzhong quickly pursued, and having served for many years as the commander of the Jin Yiwei, his skills were formidable. Coupled with Yan Bingyun's lingering injuries, he soon cornered her, yet to his dismay, his dear sister stood in front of Yan Bingyun, taking the blade meant for her. Tears welled in her eyes as she gazed at Xinzhong, gently shaking her head. Seizing the moment, Fan Xian and Haitang Duo coordinated their assault on Xinzhong. Xinzhong was struck down from the roof of the post station, staring at the defeated assassins surrounding him, his expression despondent. "Heaven seeks to destroy our great Qi," he cried out in despair. Yet, he soon regained his composure and turned to Fan Xian, discarding his weapon. Fan Xian, the smuggling operations of the inner palace have been substantial. I have always kept an eye on them, but in truth, that money has already been funneled to your Nanjing's foremost family, the Ming family. Of the Ming family, Xinzhong casually dropped a bombshell. The master of the Ming family is none other than the second prince and Li Yunrui. Fan Xian felt as though his mind had been thrown into disarray and instinctively retorted, "That's not right. Li Yunrui has always been aligned with the crown prince." "You have been deceived." Xinzhong observed Fan Xian's incredulity and chuckled. In that moment, he felt as if he had won a round. "I will provide you with the information in exchange for my sister's life." His gaze towards his sister was filled with reluctance. With a sigh, he confessed, "To be honest, I truly wish to kill you and Yan Bingyun, but, ultimately, I am destined to die, yet I fear leaving her alone in Great Qi. Her life would be even more arduous." This imperious power broker, for the first time, lowered his proud head. "For the sake of his sister, Master Fan, please take my sister to the kingdom of Qing." His eyes were filled with a cautious plea. "I promise you." Upon hearing Fan Xian's response, Xinzhong solemnly bowed to him. Fan Xian, observing the regret in Xinzhong's eyes, approached him and lowered his voice. "Master Xin can join us." Xinzhong rose, adjusting his wrinkled collar. "The Jin Yiwei of our great Qi has never before had a precedent for defection." Kneeling was an expression of a brother's love for his sister, while standing straight was a manifestation of the pride of the Jin Yiwei. He understood that returning would only lead to his demise, but adhering to the principle of not betraying his nation was a conviction he would not forsake. He cast a profound glance at his sister before resolutely embarking on the path that would seal his fate. As the envoy camped midway for rest, a familiar figure emerged from the mist-laden woods, carrying a bundle. He approached slowly, extracting a letter from within and handing it to Fan Xian. "Your Highness, I hope this letter is opened by young Master Fan and young Master Yan together." After summoning Yan Bingyun, Fan Xian unfolded the letter. Inside were two distinct letters, one addressed to Yan Bingyun and the other to Fan Xian. Fan Xian opened his letter. "As I write this, I feel as though I am conversing with you. I am aware of my own nature. I am inherently lazy and detest dragging matters out. So I shall be straightforward. In this world, being a son within the royal family is the most arduous path. I and other families, children may compete, and the worst outcome is merely losing their future, their inheritance, or their face. Should I lose my life. Thus, everything I do is in pursuit of survival. I hope you understand. I had Xia Bianen bring you a gift, hoping you can perceive my sincerity." Xia Bianen handed the bundle to Fan Xian. Each item within represented a person close to Fan Xian. Tong Zijing's son Fan Xijia, and Fei Jiat. Yet conspicuously absent was Xan Shan, leaving Fan Xian to ponder whether it was due to Xan Shan's inability to engage with the palace or if Li Qingze, filled with ambition, had chosen to retain a hidden refuge. Chapter 11. I cannot afford to lose. When the news of Fan Xian's demise reached Xan Shan, he was engaged in a game of chess with Emperor Qing. Yuneko stumbled in from outside the hall, kneeling at the emperor's feet, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, the envoy has returned with news. Fan Xian has fallen ill and perished on the way back to Kyoto. His body has already been cremated." Upon hearing of Fan Xian's passing, Xan Shan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the chess piece, yet he quickly regained his composure and continued to focus intently on the board. Emperor Qing had suspected that Xan Shan possessed some unique means to gauge Fan Xian's safety. Having noticed his timely appearances whenever Fan Xian faced danger, however, the charade must continue, and he feigned sorrow, stating he informed Qin Pingping and Fan Jian were thrown into disarray, believing Fan Xian was truly in peril, until they arrived at the Grand Hall and saw Xan Shan still engrossed in the chessboard. At which point they realized this was likely a ploy by Emperor Qing to set a trap, hence his summons. The three, immersed in theatrics, engaged in a loud quarrel before Fan Jin stormed out in a huff. Li Chengzi furrowed his brow, toying with the pendant in his hand, unsure if his decision was correct. He saw no alternative but to forge ahead. As the carrier pigeon returned to the courtyard, he glanced at the message detailing Fan Xian's assassination attempt on Yan Bingyun and suddenly laughed. He knew Fan Xian was not dead. He could manage to explain himself regarding Xian Shan. Tossing the paper aside, he mused that Fan Xian's fake death would surely lead him back to Kyoto. After all, he placed great value on human relationships. He gazed at the pendant in his hand and softly murmured, "I have wronged him, will you blame me?" Indeed, Fan Xian did as he anticipated, silently re-entering Kyoto alongside Wang Qinian. Upon reaching the city gates, they encountered a memorial tablet set up, flanked by two enormous mourning banners. A throng of people was paying their respects, and as the two drew closer, they discerned the inscription on the tablet, "Spirit Tablet of Fanon, the Pillar of Diqing." Wang Qinian inquired, "Who is this Fanon? Is there such a person in our capital?" When Fan Xian discerned the characters inscribed on the spirit tablet, he quietly turned away. Upon hearing Wang Qinian's inquiry, he gestured to himself and softly replied, "It is I. Once inside the city, vendors were everywhere peddling goods under the name of the young master Fan, rice wine, fans, tea leaves, sachets, buns, and even poison." The sight made Fan Xian realize that someone was deliberately orchestrating a spectacle following the news of his supposed demise. The only one who could be privy to his feigned death and create such a commotion in such a short span of time was Li Chengzi. At that moment, Xian Shan was in Li Chengzi's residence. "Little Shan, will you blame me?" Li Chengzi cautiously asked as he gazed at Xian Shan. He was aware that his actions could not escape Xian Shan's scrutiny, yet he felt compelled to proceed. Xian Shan looked at Li Chengzi in surprise, not expecting such candor from him. "I wouldn't blame you. You have your own dilemmas, and Fan Xian has his own convictions, since neither can persuade the other. It is rather fitting that we each rely on our own means. Really, do you truly believe I possess a heart of compassion?" Xian Shan asked, observing Li Chengzi's astonished expression. "Just didn't anticipate that you wouldn't hold it against me at all." It was astonishing to him that there existed someone who entirely resonated with his sentiments. He looked at Xian Shan, and the burdens he had long suppressed finally found their voice. 13. "I was crown king. At 15 I attended court. Do you think I do not wish to contend? Does the crown prince believe that?" He felt both unwilling and helpless, burdened by the weight of countless lives resting upon his shoulders. The enormity of those lives threatened to crush him. Xian Shan, witnessing the redness around Li Chengzi's eyes, felt a sudden pang in his heart. Though he was merely in his 20s, he found himself surrounded by unreliability and was tasked with the exhausting duty of protecting so many. He raised his hand gently to shield Li Chengzi's gaze, urging him to rest for a moment. "You need not strain yourself so. You know he would not truly harm you." Li Chengzi closed his eyes, burying his face in Xian Shan's hand, rubbing against it like a stray cat that had finally found solace. Sheathing his claws, "He was merely a forsaken creature. He does not wish to kill me. Yet he leaves none of my people alive." Xian Shan sighed softly. "Then fight for it, seize it. If you fail, I will still be here, but on one condition. Lives are not trifles, do not tread upon them lightly." Li Chengzi lifted his head, meeting Xian Shan's gentle gaze, and nodded involuntarily. Meanwhile, Fan Xian had managed to infiltrate the palace. Eunuch Ho looked at Fan Xian, surrounded by guards, with a face full of despair. Wishing for instant blindness, after dismissing the guards, he pulled Fan Xian into a corner. "My young master Fan, how is it that you find yourself here? I must trouble Eunuch Ho to convey a message." "What message?" Fan Xian replied nonchalantly. "I wish to see the emperor." Upon hearing this, Eunuch Ho quickly interjected, "That is out of the question. His Majesty is currently in a state of fury. Seeking an audience with him would be tantamount to courting death. I implore you, Eunuch Ho, to inform His Majesty that I have my grievances and wish for but a moment of his time." Eunuch Ho waved his hands in haste. "Young master Fan, if I escort you there, I would be signing my own death warrant. Just retrace your steps and exit the palace. I will act as though I have never seen you." With that, he hurriedly scurried away. However, around the corner, Fan Xian encountered Qin Pingping. After a series of twists and turns, he successfully met with Emperor Cheng, and after confirming that his life was not in peril, he turned to seek out Li Chengxian. Upon seeing Fan Xian, Li Chengxian wore a naive expression. "If Fan Xian, were you not dispatched to northern Qi?" Fan Xian observed the crown prince and noted that his act was somewhat exaggerated. "There is a mourning banner hanging at the city gate." "Could you truly be unaware?" Li Chengxian replied without missing a beat. "I would prefer to remain ignorant." But the next moment, Fan Xian's words rendered him speechless. Li Yun Rui and Li Chengzi are colluding, secretly communicating with the northern Qi's imperial guards. They are smuggling goods for profit and plotting treachery. Li Chengxian, taken aback, vehemently countered, "That is absolutely impossible. My aunt could never ally with the second prince." Fan Xian questioned him, "Do you truly believe you understand Princess Chang?" Li Chengxian averted his gaze, retorting, "Where did you acquire this information? From Xinzhong, the commander of the northern Qi's imperial guards. Do you have any evidence?" There is a small town named Shijiazan at the border of Qing. Many of the smuggled goods from northern Qi are hoarded and transferred there. If we investigate the merchants in that town, the truth will be revealed, yet Li Chengqian remains skeptical. So, all your information comes from the Xinzhong, correct? Fan Xian raised his chin, asserting, the young emperor of northern Qi is assisting me in the investigation. Why would the young emperor of northern Qi aid you? Li Chengqian looked at him with a puzzled expression. I took on the smuggling business, thus Li Chengze wishes to eliminate me. Hearing Fan Xian's assertion, Li Chengqian's expression darkened. I will dispatch people to Shijiazan overnight. Take care. Fan Xian nodded and departed from the palace. Unbeknownst to him, after his exit, every guard who had laid eyes on him was eradicated overnight. Chapter 12, The Pot Falls from the Sky. Li Chengze, taking advantage of the events from yesterday, adeptly played the victim and kept Xianshan at his residence for the night. However, unexpectedly the following day, an unanticipated visitor arrived at Li Chengze's estate. It was Wang Qinian. Wang Qinian knelt before Li Chengze, accusing him of Fan Xian's feigned death and demanding the release of his wife and daughter. Li Chengze regarded Wang Qinian, feeling as if a pot had fallen from the sky. Since yesterday, he had been quietly playing the role of the fragile flower beside Xianshan, leaving no time to hinder Fan Xian and his cohorts. Now Wang Qinian's entrance nearly thwarted all his efforts. Were it not for his certainty that Fan Xian was unaware of Xianshan's presence in his residence, he would have suspected Wang Qinian was sent by Fan Xian to sully his reputation. Xianshan, observing this peculiar injustice, interjected, it was not him. I have been with him since yesterday. Wang Qinian paused in confusion. But isn't Baiulu the second prince's property? Li Chengze appeared just as bewildered. Who told you that Baiulu is mine? Isn't Yuan Meng your associate? Yuan Meng has some ties to Li Hongchang, but he has none to me, Li Chengze quickly explained, fearing Xianshan might think him a habitual patron of brothels. What can you possibly argue about here? Come, let us go to Baoyuilu.as. Xianshan stood up. Wang Qinian hesitantly asked, are you coming as well? Is there a problem? When he saw Xianshan's questioning gaze, Wang Qinian silently moved ahead to lead the way to Baiulu. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Xianshan hesitated at the outstretched hand before placing her own into it, their two delicate hands intertwined. As the larger hand guided the smaller one inside, just as they entered the room, a vase flew toward Li Chengze. With a swift motion, Xianshan deflected the vase, which shattered into countless shards upon hitting the ground. The instigator, Fan Xian, pouted and, with faux grievance, asked, why did you save him? Xianshan leisurely took a seat, replying, and why did you attempt to strike him? He uses Baiulu for extortion and murder, resorting to all manner of unscrupulousness. Fan Xian pointed at Li Chengze, akin to a child reporting to a parent, his words laced with indignation. Li Chengze shook his head at Fan Xian, young master Fan, one may indulge in food, but one must not speak recklessly. I have no connection to Baiulu. Observing Li Chengze's unflinching demeanor and Wang Qinian, who was continuously gesturing behind Xianshan, Fan Xian began to sense something amiss. Could it truly not be Li Chengze? Then who could it be? At that moment, the name he had long overlooked finally surfaced in his mind. Li Chengqian, surely you don't believe our crown prince to be a virtuous individual? Li Chengze's words dripped with sarcasm. After a moment's thought, he surmised where Fan Xian had been the previous day. With a scoff, he continued, do you believe that after you left yesterday, everyone who saw you would be left unscathed? Fan Xian incredulously turned to Xianshan, is that true? Xianshan nodded, I am unaware of yesterday's events, but that crown prince is indeed the most ruthless among you. The stench of blood seemed to linger even from a distance. Fan Xian's heart sank as the realization struck him. Shijiazan, what would become of Shijiazan? He looked at Xianshan, lost like a child who had committed a wrong. Xianshan turned to Li Chengze. What do you think he will do? Li Chengze pursed his lips for a moment before finally speaking the truth. Slaughter the town. It is impossible for so many lives to perish without reason. The locals will inevitably investigate, Fan Xian exclaimed in agitation. Li Chengze chuckled, you were so naive. Investigate? A single fire will leave no trace. How can they pursue it? Who would confront the crown prince over something without evidence? Fan Xian stood despondently, I have brought this upon them. Meanwhile, Xianshan received news from the released butterflies. Li Chengqian's men had already arrived at Shijiazan. A faint glow flickered in Xianshan's hand as she transformed the butterflies into a thin film of water, encasing those individuals within mountain and water shadows, melodies of silk and bamboo. When this skill is activated, a phantom realm formed by water shadows envelopes the area. Note, this skill requires the presence of a light source. Duration, 15 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. In the eyes of those individuals, they believed they had completed their task and hurriedly withdrew. Xianshan's complexion paled slightly. Utilizing a skill card from such a distance was immensely taxing on her spiritual energy. Fan Xian, guilt-ridden, looked at Xianshan. I am so sorry, always dragging you into this. He stepped forward, intending to take Xianshan away, but Li Chengze beside him brushed his hand aside. Little Fan, it would be better for you to first distract your good ally. There's no need for you to concern yourself with Xiaoshan. With that, he gestured for Fan Xian to look downstairs. As Xianshan and Li Chengze descended, they coincidentally encountered Li Chengqian, who was ascending. Li Qingxian glanced at the intertwined hands of Xian Shan and Li Qingze, finding the sight exceedingly jarring. He could not help but approach, concern etched on his face. Young Master Xian, what seems to be the matter? It's nothing, just a slight headache. I shall be fine after a brief rest, Xian Shan replied dismissively. Fortunately, as Fan Xian remained upstairs, Li Qingxian did not press further, yet upon seeing Xian Shan, he had already surmised that the affairs of Bao Lu could hardly remain concealed. Should Li Qingze and Fan Xian encounter each other alone, their confrontational natures might easily gloss over any inconsistencies. However, with Xian Shan interjecting between them, their composure would inevitably unveil the truth. Indeed, upon reaching the upper floor, he was met with an irate Fan Xian. You are the mastermind behind Bao Lu, are you not? Since it has already been discovered, there is little point in denying it. Li Qingxian nodded, admitting, yes, it is I. So, you also benefit from the trafficking of people and coercing them into prostitution at Bao Lu. Bao Lu does indeed belong to me, but I was unaware of such matters. Li Qingxian explained, his expression one of feigned innocence. As soon as Li Qingze entered the carriage, he nervously inquired of Xian Shan, how is it? We shall return to the residence. I will have Xiebian summon a court physician. Xian Shan replied, grasping Li Qingze's arm as he prepared to call for Xiebian. He insisted, it is merely overexertion, you fool, exhausting yourself for a bunch of strangers, Li Qingze said, his eyes filled with concern for Xian Shan. If they all perish, you will truly have no explanation. Li Qingze chuckled sarcastically, if there is no explanation, then so be it. After all these years, how many inexplicable burdens have I shouldered, one more or one less? Who truly cares? I care. Xian Shan replied earnestly, looking at Li Qingze. Do not deny the things you have not done. Very well. Chapter 13. Confrontation at the city gate. That evening, Fan Xian returned to the diplomatic mission. Proceeding leisurely with the main contingent, upon reaching the outskirts of the city, a figure was seen running towards them. Little Fan, you have returned, he exclaimed excitedly, waving his hands. Wang Qinian offered Xian Qiwing a water flask, saying, here, drink some water. After exchanging pleasantries about the day, Xian Qiwing finally broached the matter at hand. Today, the crown prince returned to the capital from his military campaign. What a coincidence, Fan Xian remarked, leaning against the carriage. Visibly astounded, Xian Qiwing put on a sheepish smile. Actually, it could have been avoided. Unfortunately, the heavy rains the day before washed out the official road to the east. The crown prince had to alter his route. And so they all converged at the north gate. Fan Xian inquired, where is he now? Not far. He is less than 3 miles from here, Xian Qiwing replied eagerly. Fan Xian deduced that this was a ploy by Li Qingze to intentionally create an obstacle, thinking to himself that it would not bode well for both parties to be stuck at the gate. So the two contingents will be awkwardly piled up at the entrance. The Ministry of Rights has specifically sent you here to persuade me to yield. Xian Qiwing leaned closer, whispering, after all, he is a prince. Fan Xian, increasingly vexed by the princes, crossed his arms and smiled faintly. This matter is simple. I cannot decide. What? Xian Qiwing was taken aback. Fan Xian pointed to the carriage behind him. The Princess of Northern Qi is also in the procession, representing the future alliance between our two nations. Shouldn't we consult her regarding this matter? Xian Qiwing appeared troubled. Is that truly necessary? Fan Xian surveyed the surroundings. All right, did everyone hear that? Wang Qinian, standing nearby, chimed in. The matter of deceiving the princess is entirely due to Xian Daren's suggestion. Upon hearing this, Xian Qiwing panicked, waving his hands. No, perhaps we should consult her after all. Fan Xian approached the princess's carriage, engaging in a bit of flattery. When Xian Qiwing heard Fan Xian's response, he anxiously asked, what if we do not yield? What about His Highness? Fan Xian feigned helplessness. I have done my utmost, if not, then he will simply have to wait, Xian Qiwing gasped, but he is a prince. Fan Xian, however, was unfazed, declaring, and that is a princess, should we not have the Ministry of Rights prepare in advance? Hearing this, Xian Qiwing hurried back to relay the message. At the city gate of the capital, Li Qingze observed Xian Qiwing rushing past the orderly procession and immediately realized that he had encountered a setback with Fan Xian. As the diplomatic mission approached the city gate, 3 black arrows landed before Fan Xian's horse. He raised his hand, signaling the troops to halt. Moments later, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from ahead. A large number of cavalry charging forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. The two contingents stood poised on either side of the gate, the indigo flag snapping in the wind. Fan Xian dismounted and bowed. Fan Xian pays his respects to His Highness. A pure black warhorse stepped forward, its rider clad in a dark red robe. He circled around Fan Xian, his gaze scrutinizing. I have heard of your name. Fan Xian lowered his head, feeling apprehensive, yet his voice held no trace of fear. To dare compete with a prince for passage, such courage, albeit rather foolish. Li Qingrue's words dripped with sarcasm. Fan Xian rose, saying, Your Highness, I do not wish for this, it is simply unavoidable. What is unavoidable? Li Qingru inquired just as a soft feminine voice emerged from the carriage behind Fan Xian. I am unwell, having traveled southward. The change of environment has been taxing. Is it Your Highness's intention to leave me waiting outside the city? Fan Xian gestured toward the carriage. This is what I mean by unavoidable. The two parties stood at an impasse. Swords drawn. Li Chengru, maintaining his composure, asked, "What if I insist that you yield? Then I shall have no choice but to die in apology to your highness." The Grand Princess, unable to remain silent, lifted the carriage curtain and addressed Li Chengru. "It is I who wish to enter the city sooner. It has nothing to do with Lord Fan. Li Chengru regarded the Grand Princess peeking out, likening her to a timid rabbit. He chuckled softly. "You possess quite the audacity." He then turned back to Fan Xian, leaning down to ask, "Do you think I lack the resolve to slay you?" Fan Xian's expression remained unchanged. "What is there that you fear?" Neither side was willing to yield an inch. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, enveloping the scene in swirling dust. The gust startled several horses, and two frightened warhorses bolted toward Fan Xian, hooves raised high. In that moment, a blue light emanated from Fan Xian, enveloping him entirely. When the wind subsided, he stood unperturbed, his garments untouched. Li Chengru, witnessing the extraordinary spectacle before him, recalled the news he had received, his gaze darkening, yet he soon observed the two horses that had charged toward Fan Xian collapse at his feet. "You truly are formidable, Lord Fan. I have fought on the battlefield for many years, yet did not expect the court to welcome us home in such a manner." A heavy accusation fell upon Fan Xian. "This was merely an accident," he explained, "considering you are to be Wanner's future husband." But before Li Chengru could finish, Fan Xian hurriedly interjected, Your Highness, I must clarify that my engagement with the Grand Princess is merely an accident. I shall not marry her, so I urge you to speak cautiously." Li Chengru, upon hearing this, straightened his posture. "Then I have even less reason to spare you." With a gesture, he signaled his soldiers to advance. The Grand Princess stepped out of the carriage, declaring, "It is I who made this statement. There is no need to trouble Lord Fan." Just as tensions escalated, the Crown Prince arrived, followed by the second and third princes. A large contingent emerged from the city, and Li Chengru dismounted, stepping forward to salute the Crown Prince. Li Chengqian quickly extended a hand to assist Li Chengru. "Brother, you are my elder brother, how can you bow to me?" However, Li Chengze, uninterested in their brotherly affection, approached Fan Xian, patting him on the shoulder. "It has been a while, you look thinner." Fan Xian regarded him, silently criticizing his pretentious demeanor, yet nodded in agreement. "Oh, by the way, had I known you would return with my elder brother, I would have prepared a gift with Xiaoshan." Upon hearing this, Fan Xian guessed that Li Chengze had once again concocted an excuse to keep Xianshan at the Wang residence for the past few days. He ground his teeth inwardly, yet maintained a calm facade, responding, "Your Highness is too kind. Next time, Xiaoshan, and I shall certainly remember to prepare a gift for you. I have already received my gift from Xiaoshan. As for you, little Fan, there is no need for concern." Li Chengze replied, shaking the charm at his waist. The drums of the Ministry of Rites resounded, drowning out their exchanges. Chapter 14. Successful cancellation of engagement by decree of His Majesty. Summon Fan Xian and the princes to the palace for an audience. Upon hearing this order, the others turned to look at Fan Xian, who, upon hearing the news, sighed and rubbed his forehead, smiling wryly. "So eager to see you?" Li Chengru asked. Puzzled, Fan Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Perhaps it is because I just deceived the monarch." Observing Li Chengru's astonished expression, Li Chengze explained, "Brother, take your time to adjust, this is our little Fan." Inside the palace, as Li Chengze entered the great hall, he spotted a familiar figure dressed in a pale pink robe, leaning gracefully by the lakeside, reminiscent of a beautiful summer lotus after the rain. He joyfully approached. "Xiaoshan, what brings you here?" Xianshan turned his head with a smile that radiated warmth, his hair intricately braided to one side, adorned with scattered, unknown flowers. The distance that typically surrounded him seemed to dissipate, replaced by an aura of tenderness and gentility. Even Li Chengze and Fan Xian, who were well acquainted with Xianshan, found themselves momentarily entranced by the sight. Emperor Qingdi entered after Fan Xian, pausing momentarily upon seeing Xianshan, but quickly regained his composure. He approached Xianshan's side, commenting on how the little mountain must be feeling bored. Xianshan surveyed the picturesque surroundings, taking in the beauty of spring. "How could I possibly be bored?" he replied. "That would be my fault for inviting you in without anyone to keep you company." After saying this, he finally turned his attention to Li Chengru. "Li Chengru, you seem quite spirited, after many years apart. How is your health, father?" Their conversation, though familial, felt more akin to that of unfamiliar sovereign and subject. Emperor Qingdi surveyed the silently seated guests and announced, "Today, we shall dine together and listen to Fan Xian's tales of his journey to Beiki and any extraordinary occurrences." Rising to his feet, Fan Xian first brought up another matter. "Your Majesty, do you remember before my journey to Beiki, you promised to grant me a wish if all went well?" Qingdi nodded. "I recall. The journey has indeed been successful. I have brought Yan Bingyun back to the capital. However, the political climate in Beiki is somewhat tumultuous following Xin Chang's demise at the hands of Yusuji Tora." Qingdi directed his gaze at Fan Xian. "I am primarily concerned with the condition of the temple." At this proclamation, the expressions around the dining table varied. Shan revealed before his death that the temple truly exists. Situated in the far north amidst the snowy plains, the third prince curiously inquired, "Is there really a temple?" Shan affirmed, "Yes. As for your command, I have fulfilled my wishes to dissolve the engagement with the princess." And I hope for your benevolence in granting this. Fan Xian's eyes sparkled as he looked at Qingdi. The emperor, his countenance grave, asked, this engagement is one that many would covet, are you certain you wish to relinquish it? Fan Xian glanced at Xian Shan and lowered his head. I am certain. Very well, from this day forth, your engagement with the princess is null and void. I hope you do not come to regret your decision. Upon hearing this, Fan Xian nearly leapt for joy, exclaiming, I obey your command. However, Li Qing's expression darkened upon learning of Fan Xian's newfound freedom. With Xian Shan and Fan Xian growing closer, the previous barrier of Lin Wanner had kept them at bay. Now that Fan Xian was unbound, he would surely gravitate toward Xian Shan daily. A thought crossed Li Qing's mind, an idea to thwart Fan Xian, but he suppressed it upon seeing Xian Shan beside Emperor Qingdi. Let us eat, Qingdi said, lifting his chopsticks as a signal for all to begin their meal. Once the guests departed, only Qingdi and Xian Shan remained in the grand hall. Since your majesty is so intent on finding the temple, why not inquire of me? Xian Shan curiously asked. Qingdi gazed into Xian Shan's eyes and, after a pause, replied, in my life, due to my status and temperament, there have been few who I have genuinely cared for. Yet there is always a sliver of sincerity, and if he wished to utilize Xian Shan to uncover the temple, he merely needed to reveal Xian Shan's existence, and the temple would come seeking him. However, he was reluctant to employ such a method that might cost him Xian Shan. As Xian Shan observed the depth of Qingdi's gaze, he sensed a swirl of indistinguishable emotions within, feeling somewhat at a loss. He averted his gaze, aware of Fan Xian and Li Qing's sentiments, yet Qingdi was a man of profound thought, his intentions unfathomable. Even now, Xian Shan found it hard to believe, choosing to feign ignorance. Since that day, the atmosphere between the two had grown subtly intricate, and days later Xian Shan chose to flee. Having not returned to the small courtyard for quite some time, he found the grapevines had overtaken the wooden trellis. Amidst the layers of leaves, clusters of grapes, like amethyst, peeked out playfully. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting a dappled pattern on the ground. Leaning in a chair beneath the grape arbor, Xian Shan quietly listened to the rustling leaves. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, he heard the familiar sound of someone scaling the wall and, with a hint of exasperation, asked, how is it that you always know when I return? Fan Xian, tracing Xian Shan's silhouette with his gaze, responded softly, it's not that I know when you arrive, but rather that I continue to come here every day even in your absence. Xian Shan opened his eyes to meet Fan Xian's gaze. Fan Xian, do not hold too many feelings for me. I am merely a passerby in your life. But he lowered his eyelids, reflecting that overly possessive emotions can hurt both others and oneself. It seemed a reminder to Fan Xian as much as to himself. Sensing the sudden barrier that had arisen between them, Fan Xian speculated that some prior incident had led Xian Shan to be so guarded. He discreetly shifted the topic. In 3 days, His Majesty will host a chrysanthemum appreciation event at Xiankong Temple. Xian Shan, feeling a headache coming on, closed his eyes. Just as he had attempted to escape, he was now faced with seeing him again. He genuinely wished to flee, however, given that Qing state, under Qingdi's control, was indeed the safest refuge for him, and leaving immediately after such a heartfelt confession would make him feel like a scoundrel. He decided to hold off. He waved his hand, signaling for Fan Xian to depart first. 3 days later, upon opening his eyes, Xian Shan immediately sensed a throng of people gathered at the entrance. As he scanned the crowd, his awareness landed on a familiar carriage in the center. The system, which had been silent for so long, suddenly emerged, reveling in mischief. It seems Emperor Qingdi is genuinely worried you might escape. He has come personally to fetch you. There's something you need? Xian Shan inquired. Nothing, just came to enjoy the spectacle. Upon hearing this, Xian Shan silently activated his shield mode, yet he still had to face what was inevitable, so he reluctantly teleported to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the familiar visage of eunuch Ho. Young Master Xian, I have been specifically dispatched to escort you to the chrysanthemum appreciation event. Gazing at the grand display before him, Xian Shan asked, are you here to escort me to the event, or to abduct me for it? Eunuch Ho chuckled at this remark. How could we mere servants contend with you? We are here to escort you. Of course. He gestured towards the familiar carriage. Please. Chapter 15. The protection of Xiankong Temple. Xiankong Temple was perched atop a high mountain, accessible only by a narrow, winding path that climbed to the summit. The path was so constricted that only two could walk side by side. Upon reaching the top and gazing down, Xian Shan beheld a vast sea of chrysanthemums below. The golden petals of the flowers danced in the wind, resembling undulating waves of gold, blanketing the entire valley in autumn hues. Inside the grand hall of Xiankong Temple, chrysanthemums adorned every corner, and the moment one entered, the gentle, tranquil fragrance enveloped them. Curiously observing the floral expanse below, Xian Shan glanced at Emperor Qingdi and asked, do you enjoy chrysanthemums? Not particularly, Qingdi replied candidly, shaking his head. Then why go to such lengths to cultivate so many? Xian Shan recalled eunuch Ho mentioning that Qingdi cherished these flowers, often tending to them himself. Gently stroking the petals of a nearby chrysanthemum, Qingdi mused, some things do not require affection to nurture, just as some people do not necessarily come together out of love. Xianshan regarded Qingdi, uncertain whether he spoke of the Empress or Yi Qingmei, yet he pondered, if one does not love or like, can they truly endure it? Is it really possible? Xianshan queried, for you. It may feel like endurance, but for me, it is merely a norm of existence. He added, not everyone possesses the luxury of indulgent choice, especially not when one is still unformed and vulnerable, before binding with the system. Xianshan had been a privileged and harmonious young master. After binding, he was free to act as he pleased, thus, he had never experienced the helplessness and constraints Qingdi spoke of, nor did he grasp the depth of his words. Just as Xianshan prepared to press further, the lingering princes finally arrived. Li Qingzi, upon spotting Xianshan, eagerly approached. I heard you would be here today and sought you out early, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Neither did I, Xianshan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Qingdi. Had it not been for this person blocking my door this morning, I could have slept a little longer. As they conversed, they made their way to the observation deck when a familiar voice called from outside. Your Majesty, I Fan Xian, seek an audience. Yuneko stepped forward to open the window, revealing Fan Xian clinging to the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze. With a flick of his wrist, Xianshan summoned green vines to wrap around Fan Xian, drawing him into the room. Understanding that Xianshan was concerned for his safety, Fan Xian smiled at him and then turned to Emperor Qingdi, saying, Your Majesty, there is a fire. Qingdi regarded him with a rare flicker of irritation. You must be the one who started it. I came to protect you, Fan Xian protested in earnest. Qingdi looked down and inquired, Where is the fire? Extinguished. Then what are you protecting? I am worried for your Majesty's safety. Fan Xian replied sincerely. Qingdi scoffed, Are you concerned for my safety, or for those around me? Fan Xian earnestly insisted, Your Majesty, this fire was indeed suspicious. Should there be an assassin, this mountainous cliff is the hardest to defend. You should return to the capital for a time. Unfazed, Qingdi pointed at Fan Xian, What kinds of storms have I not faced in my life? A fire that hasn't even ignited has you so frightened. Yuneko chimed in, Your Majesty has faced assassination attempts 43 times in his lifetime and has never retreated. However, he fell silent upon catching a glance from Qingdi. As they arrived at the observation deck, the view below obscured the details of the flowers, leaving only one word to describe it, magnificent. Qingdi withdrew his gaze and addressed the group, Today is a fine day, let us drink and admire the flowers. As the palace attendants entered in procession, each bearing a cup of wine, he lifted his own cup and we shared a toast. The crowd collectively raised their cups, proclaiming, Long live His Majesty, long live, long live. Only the cup in Xinshi's hand was quietly exchanged by the emperor for a strawberry, a delicacy favored by Xinshi. After the wine was consumed, everyone took their seats. However, at that moment, one of the guards suddenly drew a blade and aimed it at the emperor. Yuneko frantically shouted, Protect His Majesty, protect him. Fan Xian pushed Li Qingping aside and rushed towards the emperor and Xianshi. At that instant, a man clad in white burst in from outside, brandishing a long sword. Heading straight for the emperor. Li Qingru intercepted the guard, while Fan Xian engaged in combat with the unknown man in white, yet the emperor remained composed, sitting undisturbed, unnoticed by anyone, amidst the chaos as the attendants fled. An elderly eunuch suddenly drew a dagger from beneath a tray and swung it towards Xianshi. In response, the emperor instinctively unleashed a surge of true energy, deflecting the dagger. The onlookers were left in astonishment. For the emperor had not revealed his martial prowess in many years, everyone had assumed he lacked combat ability, yet today they witnessed his remarkable skill. The emperor gazed at the flying eunuch, a rare flicker of annoyance crossing his features. His frustration was not from intervening to save Xinshi, but rather from missing the opportunity to feign a tragic ruse. After revealing his abilities, such chances would be hard to come by again. The surrounding guards quickly closed in, but the man in white seemed remarkably familiar with the layout. Despite the encirclement, he successfully crashed through a window and escaped the suspended temple before Fan Xian could pursue. He heard the emperor declare, I have heard that the four-looking sword has a younger brother who left home at a young age. Capture him. I wish to see whether these brothers are indeed fools. Meanwhile, the ministers on the observation platform below became disarrayed upon witnessing the unfolding events above. Fan Jian, unable to contain himself after seeing Fan Xian pursue the assailant, rushed up to the observation platform. He approached the emperor, anxiously questioning, Your Majesty, how could Fan Xian go alone? The emperor, unhurried, stood up and looked at the worried Fan Jian, asking, Why do you not concern yourself with my safety? Your Majesty's fortune is like a clock. It is naturally fraught with peril yet remains unharmed, but my son, Xinshi, observing Fan Jian's agitation, tapped the table, prompting both men to turn towards him. What is the rush? I am still here, even if he dies. I will bring him back. Upon hearing Xinshi's assurance, Fan Jian's expression changed, and he settled quietly in a corner awaiting Fan Xian's return. As if this commotion was merely to secure Xinshi's promise, the onlookers around them exchanged glances, unsure whether to be shocked by the emperor's extraordinary martial skills or by Fan Jian's audacious inquiry towards the emperor. Come, let us enjoy the blossoms together, the emperor instructed, prompting the crowd to gather at the edge of the observation platform. They soon realized that the battle below was fully visible, akin to witnessing a captivating theatrical performance. The two figures below continued their path through the flowers, swiftly entering a nearby bamboo grove. Chapter 16. The temple emerges. However, Xinshi soon sensed something amiss with Fan Xian. There were moments when Fan Xian could have evaded danger, yet his body seemed to move without his control. His expression darkened as he rose, scrutinizing the clash below and questioning, "Is something wrong with Fan Xian's martial arts?" Beside him, the palace official approached, saying, "It seems that during our mountain patrol yesterday, I noticed that Master Fan's true energy appeared uncontrollable." "Fool," Xinshi muttered under his breath, vanishing from the observation platform in an instant. As the crowd looked down, they saw a mysterious pink figure suddenly appear beside Fan Xian, with a flash of light. The white-robed man was sent flying. "Finish what you must and then return," the figure said. Before whisking Fan Xian back to the observation platform, Xinshi tossed Fan Xian to the ground, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Knowing your true energy is in disarray, how could you dare pursue an assassin alone?" Fan Xian, feeling the chaotic energy surging within him, coughed lightly. "It merely flares up occasionally. I thought it wouldn't cause an issue." Xinshi, exasperated by his demeanor, declared, "Come with me to recuperate. For the next 3 days, do not appear before me." Unico quickly gestured for the attendants to assist Fan Xian to the rear hall for treatment. The others, witnessing Xinshi's fury, obediently played the role of mere background figures. Despite the troublesome poison, Fan Xian's injuries were minimal thanks to Xinshi's timely intervention, consisting mainly of superficial cuts. It took Fan Xian 3 days to muster the courage to approach Xinshi again. "Look, I'm healed, please don't be angry." Xinshi, observing the expressions of the three before him, wished he could be whisked away by the temple at that moment. Fortunately, this tormenting period did not last long, as Wuzhu returned soon after. Upon seeing Xinshi, Wuzhu eagerly pulled him away, only to be stopped by the Emperor. Wuzhu, visibly agitated, brushed off the Emperor's hand, turning to Xinshi and urging, "We must hurry, the temple's emissaries have arrived." Xinshi, seeing Wuzhu's expression, deduced that the temple's people had indeed reached the capital of Fan Xian, stepped forward to grab Wuzhu, saying, "Calm down, they are still unaware of Xinshi's presence here." Suddenly, Xinshi sensed an approaching presence at a rapid pace. With a swift lash of his whip towards the window, the frame shattered, revealing a familiar yet strange figure behind it. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Wuzhu but with subtle differences. "Come back with me," he commanded Wuzhu. "You are a redundancy, undeserving of existence." "No," the man said, astonished at Wuzhu's refusal, as if such defiance was not part of his expectations. "I have unfinished tasks." "Tasks?" the man queried, but quickly recalled something related to Yi Qingmei, asking, "Is it the task left to you by her before her demise?" He then extended his claw-like fingers towards Fan Xian, yet a cascade of water fell from above, obstructing his advance. The moment the water curtain appeared, he seemed to sense something, looking at Xinshi and uttering, "You are the sea god." The temple had long sought to replicate divine powers through scientific means, creating 5 elemental eggs of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, only the water egg, designated as the sea god, had successfully developed, yet, just as the sea god was entering its growth phase, it was taken away by Yi Qingmei, who escaped from the temple. Consequently, all temple personnel who ventured outside had monitoring systems implanted to track the sea god. They never anticipated that the sea god would grow so rapidly and successfully hatch, leading them to misdirect their search for many years. Hearing the man's words, the emperor narrowed his eyes. Initially, he intended to follow this man to locate the temple, but upon recognizing Xinshi, he realized he could not allow him to remain. He gestured behind him, and the palace official, comprehending the emperor's signal, led the guards to encircle the suspended temple. Upon realizing the emperor had recognized Xinshi, Wuzhu took action, and the two engaged in a battle of similar movements, their true energy scattering and causing chaos around them. Meanwhile, the archers positioned by the palace official were already in place, raining arrows upon the two men, yet they seemed impervious, as the arrows struck them like meteors but left no mark. "Uncle Wuzhu," Xinshi called out, prompting Wuzhu to retreat to his side. The man was soon ensnared within a cage formed by flowing water, yet he remained fixated on Xinshi, declaring, "Sea god, you belong to the temple and should not waste time in this world." Xinshi replied, "I belong solely to myself. No one can command me." Gradually tightening the flow of water, Xinshi bound the man securely as Wuzhu held onto Xinshi's hand, which continued to constrict. A black iron rod pierced through the man's chest. Yet the substance dripping from the wound was not blood, but a golden liquid. Temple the professor, the second divine envoy has perished. A message and a video have been transmitted back. Did he encounter Wuzhu? The assistant examined the returned data and responded, based on the cause of death, it appears to be the work of the first divine envoy. What was the message, Professor? The message is, the sea god has hatched and is in the southern capital. The man's eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to the assistant. Quick, play that video. A massive white wall displayed the footage of the second divine envoy just before his death. As the professor exclaimed in exhilaration upon seeing Xinshi, "I knew it, the sea god would succeed." When crafting the 5 elemental deities, the other 4 eggs lost their glow one by one, while the sea god remained radiant. Occasionally responding when spoken to. His only regret was assigning the care of the sea god to Yi Qingmei. He never anticipated that she would escape the temple with the sea god. Leading him to search fruitlessly for over 20 years, his gaze fixated on Xinshe, he traced her cheek with his fingers in the projection, declaring, "This is my most perfect creation." He had always feared that if the sea god left the incubator, it would cease to grow or even perish. He never expected it to hatch successfully while retaining its human form. The assistant quietly asked the professor, "Should we send other envoys to the southern capital to retrieve the sea god?" The professor shook his head. "No, those individuals cannot contend with Wuzhu, let alone with the sea god by his side." After pondering for a while, he instructed the assistant, "Help me gather my equipment, notify the 3rd and 8th divine envoys to join me in the southern capital." The assistant, taken aback, exclaimed, "Professor, you will go personally?" "Yes, no one else can bring back the sea god. While I am away, you will oversee all matters." He spoke while retrieving several green syringes and a syringe gun from a nearby cabinet. His gaze fell upon Xingshan, his expression darkening with a profound determination, filled with an unwavering conviction that he would bring him back. "The temple is truly your home." Chapter 17. Farewell. After returning from the hanging monastery, Xingshan began a prolonged stay in the imperial palace. As per the discussions among the group, this arrangement would minimize the chances of anyone from the temple infiltrating and ensure timely assistance should anything arise. However, it was not long before Li Yunrui, under the pretext of transferring goods from the inner treasury, returned to the capital, making a grand display with a flower cart parade. The welcoming banquet was set in the Changchun Palace, and since Xingshan was residing in the palace, he naturally attended. Amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of toasts, no one noticed several unfamiliar figures entering the hall until Xingshan felt a scorching gaze upon him. When he turned to locate the source of that gaze, he saw a gaunt middle-aged man dressed in an incongruous green robe, his features refined and pale, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Flanking him were two expressionless young men wielding swords. Li Qingze and Fan Xian, who had been fixated on Xingshan, also sensed something amiss. In the palace, aside from the rotating guards, no one was permitted to bear arms. The audacity of these two men to enter armed, while the palace attendants regarded them as mere shadows, indicated that Li Yunrui had undoubtedly given prior instructions. These 3 individuals were likely harbingers of ill intent. Upon realizing he had been discovered, the man no longer concealed his presence. He stood up, his gaze ablaze as he regarded Xingshan. "Do you not remember me?" Hearing his voice, Xingshan furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. "I am Mingfeng, your creator, your only kin." He approached Xingshan, only to be obstructed by Emperor Cheng and Wuzhu, his expression twisted with rage as he surveyed those surrounding him, shouting, "I am your true kin. Your only kin. Come back with me to the temple, and together we shall forge a genuine new world." The words seemed to act as a key, unlocking memories within Xingshan. "The ocean is the origin of all. The sea god I created will pave the way for a new world. Together, we shall end this old world and establish a new divine realm belonging to us. In that time, we will not be discarded relics, but entities that all must revere. As time progressed, the voice in his memory grew increasingly obsessive. Xingshan snapped back to reality, addressing Mingfeng, "You wish to destroy this world." His tone was resolute. "Only through destruction can rebirth occur." Xingshan shook his head. "Note, destruction is destruction. Nothing beautiful can be built upon it." Mingfeng appeared unable to accept the contradictory words from Xingshan's lips. He gazed at him with an eerie calm. "I will ask you once more. Will you not return to the temple with me?" No. Mingfeng's eyes glinted with hatred as he swept his gaze over those who surrounded Xingshan, all for the sake of these past living humans. "They are not of my kind, and their hearts are undoubtedly different. If your true nature is revealed before them, how many of those surrounding you will remain? Is such a person worth abandoning the temple for?" Xingshan met Mingfeng's gaze defiantly. "No, I remain here solely because I wish to, and it has nothing to do with anyone else." Mingfeng let out a cold laugh, producing the syringe gun, its transparent body filled with a verdant liquid. Flowing with his movement. As the syringe was fired, many stood in front of Xingshan to shield him. The outermost Wuzhu managed to knock the syringe away, but in a corner unnoticed by others. Li Yunrui stealthily picked up the discarded syringe while everyone remained on guard against Mingfeng. An unexpected hand appeared, driving the syringe directly toward Xingshan's neck. A water barrier materialized, yet unexpectedly, the syringe seemed unaffected by it. Even as Xingshan dodged in time, a scarlet mark was left upon his neck. Instantly, he felt his spiritual energy spiraling out of control, a turbulent force surging within him, and his heart began to race violently. To the others, it appeared as though Xingshan was lifted by an invisible current, suspended in midair. His dark locks began to lose color, transitioning from inky black to silver strands. His attire flickered in and out of visibility, gradually morphing into a body reminiscent of white jade, adorned with delicate chains of shimmering gemstones. His lower half transformed from elegant legs into a lake green fishtail, with translucent fins trailing gracefully behind him. Mingfeng gazed at Xingshan in his current form, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This is the true visage of the sea god. Yet those around Xingshan were suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable dread. They reached out like forsaken devotees attempting to grasp the hem of their deity's garment. Sea God Xingshan sensed something unique in Mingfeng's voice this time, as if it held a special allure that compelled him to drift toward him uncontrollably. A sharp electric surge coursed through his body. Awakening his consciousness, host, be cautious, this old man is peculiar. I experienced a moment of disorientation. Regaining his composure, Xingshan swiftly retreated. Mingfeng, witnessing Xingshan's attempt to escape once more, felt his patience waning. Number 3, Number 8, retrieve the sea god. The two individuals beside Mingfeng sprang into action, lunging toward Xingshan and his companions, only to be met with a massive water barrier, yet, the air around them surged, shattering the barrier. Wuzhu swiftly confronted Number 3. While another was temporarily stalled by Emperor Qing, Xingshan closed his eyes, summoning streams of water that coalesced around him, binding the two men firmly. However, in the next moment, they dissolved as if melted, leaving only 2 puddles of golden liquid. The liquid, defying the water prison Xingshan had created, merged together to form a golden orb. Retreat. Xingshan's pupils constricted upon witnessing the orb, shouting to those below. Mingfeng, observing Xingshan's apprehensive demeanor, suddenly broke into laughter. So you remember what this is? Indeed, it is that very thing. Mingfeng's 2 most cherished creations in this life were the sea god, symbolizing hope, and this golden sphere, representing destruction. A frenzied light danced in Mingfeng's eyes. Since I cannot attain redemption, let us embrace destruction together. The golden orb began to expand, pulsating with crimson light. The temperature in the hall surged alarmingly as the surface of the orb began to crack. Xingshan extended his hand. Summoning streams of water from outside the hall to envelop the orb layer upon layer, he encased it, causing the water sphere to grow ever larger. Soon, a colossal water sphere emerged, trapping Xingshan, Mingfeng, and the golden orb within. While the others were forcefully ejected, Xingshan turned to face those outside the water sphere, his hand resting against the barrier, sending ripples through the surface. He gazed gently at the crowd, whispering, "Farewell." The golden orb erupted with a thunderous explosion. Its sound reverberating through the heavens and earth. The water sphere shattered in layers, and as the final layer broke apart, Xingshan's figure transformed into a stream of light, merging into the outermost layer of the enormous water sphere. The golden orb shook the water sphere, creating fissures, yet they were swiftly mended by the flowing light. Until the golden orb settled, the crystalline water sphere contained only a handful of black powder. But in the next moment, the water sphere shattered, transforming into myriad blue light points that coalesced into a miniature mountain shape, gradually dissipating into the air. It was as if the youth etched into the hearts of countless individuals softly uttered a final farewell. Chapter 1, The First Meeting of Sitang and Xingshan. Deep within the ravine, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, moss arrogantly covered the tree trunks, while the wild grass on the ground glimmered under the sunlight. Beside the babbling brook lay a wrecked black SUV, overturned. Next to it lay a young man, his chest pierced by a dry thorn. The excruciating pain in his chest compelled him to struggle awake. At that moment, blood dripped from his fingertips. Several white vines sprang forth from the ground, intertwining to form the silhouette of a woman, clad in a white shipao. She possessed an enchanting figure, her long hair cascading behind her. Her features bore a refined yet uniquely gentle beauty reminiscent of the waters of Jiangnan. She waved her hand, and a green luminescence infused into the man's chest. The mangled wound smoothed out, restoring the delicate texture of his skin. Qin Fong stared in shock at the remnants of his torn clothing and bloodstains. Sitang darted forward but was instantly pulled back. Qin Fong, in terror, fled into the woods. Sitang extended her hand, and several vines surged from her fingertips, ensnaring Qin Fong's legs and dragging him back. She looked at him. "Did you awaken me?" Qin Fong, overwhelmed, suddenly slapped himself twice, murmuring, "Stop dreaming, wake up, please wake up." Qin Fong, gradually calming down. Qin Fong observed Sitang surveying the unfamiliar surroundings and inquired, "What year is it? Your manner of speaking is peculiar." "It is the year 2020. Upon hearing Qin Fong's response, Sitang's eyes brimmed with a sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. So many years have passed. She then regarded Qin Fong. "From this moment forth, I am your master. You must obey me in all matters. Remember, my name is Sitang." At that moment, Qin Fong recalled a previously dismissed piece of information he had seen in a video. Something he had initially scoffed at as fabrication, but upon seeing Sitang, he suddenly recalled the words spoken by that person and gazed at her. "You are of the Chen tribe? How foolish." Sitang turned and walked towards the woods. Qin Fong cautiously glanced at her. "So what do we do now? I need to find someone, but before that, could you help me look up a person?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fong curiously inquired, "Who is this person? Is he also of the Kaizu clan?" "The person we are searching for belongs to the Kaizu, but the one you need to look up does not." "Then why are we searching for him?" "Whenever we seek assistance, we must always bring a token of gratitude." A nostalgic glimmer filled Sitang's eyes as she realized that, in the end, they would have to seek his help. "What connection does the person we are looking for have with the one you seek?" Sitang cast an impatient glance at Qin Fong. "You are being rather verbose. You must at least tell me what the person looks like and what his name is, or how could I find him?" "I have never seen him, but it is said he is an exceptionally handsome man, approximately around 1 meter 90 tall, who favors a complete ensemble of black leather and perpetually wears sunglasses." "I do not know his name. He likely does not use his real name. Do not disturb him, simply ascertain his approximate location. As Qin Fong listened to Si Teng's description, he found himself increasingly perplexed by this individual. How strange. Do not concern yourself with such matters, simply follow my instructions. Shenangjia, the ancient trees, with their gnarled roots intertwined, formed a natural canopy for respite. Beneath, the stream flowed gently, or a lake green fish tail swayed gracefully in the current. While the upper half belonged to an extraordinarily beautiful human form, he lounged by the bank, idly teasing a small squirrel. System, do you know how many years we have been here? The system, trembling, peered out. Host, it has been over 80 years. Over 80 years. I have been waiting in this godforsaken place for more than 80 years. When will the plot finally commence? Xianshan questioned the system. Host, the plot has already begun. Si Teng is currently bringing Qin Fong this way. They should arrive within 2 or 3 days. Xianshan suppressed his anxious emotions. Then why did we arrive in this world so early? That was due to an unforeseen incident in the previous world, encountering that madman, which led to our premature exit from that realm, the system murmured softly. And what of that madman? What is his background? And how could he possess such a vast array of lethal weaponry? Had it not been for our quick thinking, we both would have perished there. I reported to the higher-ups, but the specific investigation results have yet to be revealed. On a brighter note, we accrued 500 merits in the previous world, which is equivalent to several worlds. That is true. In this world, Xianshan had unlocked all his skills, and with the added boon of merits, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. One could say that even if Xianshan were placed in a mythical realm, he would be able to contend with it. Outskirts of Shenangjia, gazing at the vast expanse of the primeval forest, Qin Fong marveled. Why does your Kaizu clan have such an affinity for deep, secluded mountains? Si Teng cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes imbued with a hint of warning. You would do well to watch your tongue. Should you offend him, I may not be able to save you. Is this person truly that formidable? You cannot defeat him? Qin Fong asked, half in disbelief. To preserve Qin Fong's life, Si Teng explained as they walked. Since you are aware of the Kaizu, you should know that they are all derived from mutated plants. Qin Fong nodded. Yes, I have heard that from some master, but he is not. He is the sole individual who has undergone transformation from an animal. I do not know what his original form was, but since I first met him, he has always appeared as a merman. Moreover, he is the most powerful Kaizu I have ever encountered. Generally, a Kaizu's abilities are linked to their original form. However, he is different. He can manipulate water, control rocks, command trees, and even influence the weather. As Si Teng spoke, the memory of their first encounter with Xianshan resurfaced in her mind. She had been pursued by Qiu Shan. Fleeing in desperation into the heart of Shenangjia, having lost half her power, she was forced to retreat until she collapsed by a stream, believing it to be her end. Yet, just as Qiu Shan's sword was about to pierce her, a colossal curtain of water descended from the heavens, shielding her from the icy blade. Qiu Shan, wary, surveyed his surroundings. You have an ally? What ally? It is you who has intruded upon my territory, a languid voice resonated. Si Teng looked over to see a man floating in the water, his back to them, with cascading silver hair draped behind him. The moment he turned, both were taken aback, his exquisitely sculpted features exuding a translucent quality akin to white jade. His pink lips curving slightly, stirring ripples in their hearts. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was his lower half, which was a dreamlike and beautiful lake green fish tail. Qiu Shan, gazing at Xianshan's tail, asked in astonishment. You are a Kaizu, but how do you possess a fish tail? Xianshan cheekily tilted his head. Why should I tell you? He leapt gracefully, his ethereal tail fin splashing water, propelling Qiu Shan out of the inner confines of Shenangjia. Chapter 2. The blind man returned. Si Teng and Qin Fong arrived at the stream bank but found no one there. The lush vegetation along the creek suggested it was seldom traversed. Qin Fong turned to Si Teng. Is the person you mentioned truly still here? This place does not appear to have anyone. Just as Si Teng was about to unleash her vines to search, they heard a voice that was unforgettable. Long time no see. They turned toward the sound, and the once tranquil water surface rippled with circles. Qin Fong finally beheld the extraordinarily beautiful man described by Si Teng. Unlike the graceful beauty that radiated from Si Teng, Xianshan's allure was striking, even tinged with a hint of the uncanny. Young Master Xian, it has been quite a while, Si Teng remarked, her eyes reflecting a sense of nostalgia. 80 years of unknowing passage had transformed the world, yet here, in this unfamiliar realm, she had found someone familiar. It felt as if her heart had finally settled, no longer suspended in the void. You have traveled quite a distance to seek me. There must be a reason, Xianshan observed. Si Teng nodded. Indeed, you must have noticed that I am currently incomplete, which has caused some issues with my power. Xianshan regarded her, nodding. But why do you believe I would assist you? Si Teng remained silent, smiling as she produced a photograph of the image depicted a man clad in black leather, leaning against a narrow alley. A cigarette in hand, the light was dim, his head slightly bowed, the ember of the cigarette casting an orange glow upon his sunglasses, exuding a strangely alluring languor. Xianshan gazed at the photograph, a glimmer of emotion flashing in his eyes as he gently traced the man's face with his fingertips. His eyes held a depth of feeling and nostalgia that Si Teng and Qin Fong could not decipher. In truth, when Xianshan first arrived in this world, he sensed the presence of the blind man, but the plot had yet to unfold, leaving him trapped within the depths of the forest. The only individuals he had encountered were the unwittingly intruding Si Tang and Xiao Shan, thus he had relayed the blind man's appearance to Si Tang, requesting her assistance in locating him. Promising that if she succeeded, he would aid her. Once moments later, suppressing his emotions, he looked at Si Tang. I can help you restore your power, but you must take me to find him. Alright. Si Tang had just agreed when Qin Fang cautiously inquired. But what about young Master Xian's tale? Just then, he witnessed Xianshan donning a white tang suit embroidered with exquisite bamboo leaves. In a flash, he was on the shore, his lake green fishtail transforming into long, straight legs. A white oiled paper umbrella appeared in his hand, adorned with inkwash illustrations of rain and bamboo. This was Xianshan's attack form, unlocked upon reaching 500 merits, bamboo smoke, Sephora rain. Xianshan extended his hand, and butterflies made of blue light took flight from his palm, fluttering towards Si Tang. She could feel her previously elusive power solidifying, no longer plagued by that incapacitating condition. Meanwhile, Qin Fang observed Xianshan, experiencing firsthand the magnitude of his strength. What posed a challenge even for Si Tang was merely a trivial matter for Xianshan. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern for his future. With these two formidable beings watching over him, would he ever reclaim his freedom? Beijing mornings in Beijing are always bustling, with everyone steadfastly pursuing their goals, oblivious to the faces they brush past. Yet, as Xianshan surveyed the familiar surroundings, his memories were instantly drawn back to that small courtyard. Si Tang and Qin Fang watched as Xianshan navigated the alley with ease, arriving at the end where a modest Sihiyuan awaited. As Xianshan gazed at the unfamiliar gate, preparing to leave, he suddenly spotted branches peeking over the wall. A loquat tree. Recognizing the familiar leaves, he excitedly unlocked the door. The scene before him mirrored the small courtyard he had meticulously arranged in his memories. Even the arrangement of loquats on the table was strikingly similar. He pushed open door after door, as though he had instantly returned to that familiar time and space. However, the house was empty, and he surveyed his surroundings, as if time had frozen at the moment he departed. Observing Xianshan's current state, Si Tang and Qin Fang wisely chose not to intrude, silently standing by his dutiful background figures. A voice emerged from the entrance, and a figure darted in, brandishing a sharp dagger toward Qin Fang. Si Tang pulled Qin Fang aside and released her vines to lash out at the intruder. Yet, the assailant reacted swiftly, retreating several meters in an instant. Stop! Upon hearing the familiar voice, the blind man halted. Following the sound, he beheld a familiar figure standing beneath the loquat tree he had purchased at a high price. The exquisite contours of her brows and eyes remained unchanged as she gazed at him with a smile that radiated warmth. The dagger clattered to the ground from a distance. Heishio extended his hand, tracing the outline of Xinshan in the air, yet he dared not approach. He feared that should he draw near, the dream would shatter, and he would lose Xinshan once more. Xinshan stepped closer, gently removing the sunglasses from his face. After all the effort spent to heal his eyes, why should they be obscured by these dark glasses? It was only when a familiar sensation graced his face that Heishio realized this was not a dream. His expression shifted from anxious uncertainty to ecstatic joy at the return of what he thought lost. He buried his head in Xinshan's collarbone, tightly wrapping his arms around his waist, so fervently that Xinshan could feel a slight pain from his grip. Instead of pushing him away, he comfortingly stroked his head, whispering not to be afraid, for he had returned. Meanwhile, Qin Fang and Si Tang looked on in astonishment, never expecting the formidable Xinshan to have a human lover. Young master, how did you find me? Heishio inquired, feeling the familiar warmth in his hand. Returning to his usual demeanor, Xinshan then remembered the two background panels he had brought along. They helped me locate you. Qin Fang quickly waved his hands, saying, I only knew he often appeared in Beijing. The specific location was discovered by young master Xian. Heishio gazed knowingly at Xinshan. Did you miss me? Were you longing to see the courtyard? I merely wished to check if the loquat tree in the yard bore fruit, Xinshan replied, turning his head away with a hint of pride. In truth, when I first arrived here, there was no loquat tree. I had it transplanted later. Heishio's eyes brimmed with affection as he looked at Xinshan, softly saying, back then, I often wondered if the loquat tree would bear fruit. Would that mean you would return? Xinshan lowered his head, concealing the love that flowed in his eyes. What about the necklace I gave you? Heishio pulled the pearl chain from his clothing. After all these years, its luster remained undiminished. Chapter 3, Qingcheng Mountain. As Xinshan and Heishio reveled in their affection, Si Tang and Qin Fang discreetly withdrew. Xinshan gazed at Heishio, who clung to him even in slumber, his hand firmly grasping his. He understood that Heishio still harbored fears. Observing the face that showed no signs of change over the years, he felt a newfound gratitude for Heishio's long life. A gentle kiss fell upon Heishio's cheek, momentarily halting his steady breaths. Why not continue pretending to sleep? Upon hearing Xinshan's teasing voice, Heishio opened his eyes. The sight of Xinshan's smiling face, filled with reflections of himself, left him momentarily dazzled. He wrapped his arms around Xinshan's slender waist, Feeling a bit dizzy from the intimacy he rolled over, pinning Shinshan beneath him. The proximity allowed him to catch the fresh floral fragrance emanating from Xianshan. As Shinshan sensed the weighty breaths by his ear and the tightening grip at his waist. It felt as if Heishou intended to meld him into his very being. Shinshan lifted his hand, embracing the back of Heishou's neck, and in that moment, the atmosphere began to spiral out of control. Heishou seized Shinshan's head, capturing those lips he had long yearned for. The beast, long confined, had finally been unleashed, gripping its prey tightly. For 3 days, Shinshan found himself unable to escape through that familiar door. Feeling as if he was swept away by a tempest of dreams and reality, when Si Tang and Qin Fang returned for another visit, the air in the courtyard was thick with a sense of intimacy and ambiguity. "Young Master Xian, I have a matter that requires your assistance." Hearing Si Tang's words, Shinshan lifted his head. "Your powers have been restored. What could you possibly need my help with?" "Choshan," she replied, "you know I was born because of Choshan. Thus I have considerable limitations in utilizing my abilities against him." Shinshan recalled the obsessive man in question. "You wish to find Choshan, the very man who once hunted you?" "Yes, I have certain matters I wish to ascertain." But, just as Shinshan was about to agree, he was halted by Heishou. Looking at Si Tang, he remarked, "When seeking assistance, one must offer compensation, right?" Si Tang smiled knowingly. "We are aware of Black Lord's principles." Qin Fang stepped forward. Placing a wooden box he had held onto the table and reverently opening it, the box was only as wide as a palm, and inside lay a beautifully crafted floral bracelet adorned with colorful enamel at its center. Exceptionally exquisite, Heishou examined the bracelet, sensing something was amiss with its thickness. Lifting it, he discovered the center was hollow, filled with a ring of tiny bells that chimed softly as the bracelet swayed. He placed the bracelet against Shinshan's wrist for comparison, only to find it too large. Suddenly, his gaze dropped, and he spotted the perfect fit. He crouched down, cradling Shinshan's foot, and fastened the bracelet around his ankle. The delicate white foot paired with the golden bracelet was a sight to behold. He shook Shinshan's foot gently, satisfied by the sound of the jingling bells, upon witnessing the increasingly dreamy expression in Heishou's eyes. Shinshan understood the thoughts swirling in his mind. He lifted his foot and playfully nudged Heishou's chest, interrupting his love-struck grin. Shinshan extended his hand, and a flurry of luminescent butterflies took flight, swirling around before transforming into glowing specks and returning. Shinshan turned to Si Tang. He concealed his aura using a special method. "I am currently unable to pinpoint his location, but the last trace of his essence vanished at Sangcheng Mountain. Rest assured. Having received your offering, I will assist you in finding him. Just as well, I find myself rather bored. I shall accompany you to Sangcheng Mountain." Sangcheng Mountain. In the stillness of the evening, a heart-rending scream pierced the air. "Help! Murder!" Following the sound, Shinshan and the others discovered a man wielding a chainsaw pursuing a young man burdened with a backpack. Heishou raised an eyebrow at the scene before him. "Chainsaw massacre?" Shinshan gestured for Heishou to inquire. And with a swift movement, Heishou appeared before Wang Qianquan, startling him into retreat, nearly colliding with the chainsaw. Thankfully, Heishou grasped his shoulder, yanking him back just in time. Seeing Wang Qianquan unharmed, Yan Furuwei sighed in relief. "I am sorry, I didn't react in time. I just wanted you to see what was inside that hole." Wang Qianquan, still skeptical, hid behind Heishou and asked, "Really, with our long-standing relationship, would I harm you?" Yan Furuwei inquired. Wang Qianquan, calming himself, bowed to Heishou. "Thank you. Well, we shall take our leave now." As they prepared to return the way they came, a female voice called them back. "Wait a moment." It was only then that they noticed 3 figures standing beside the alley. 2 men and 1 woman. Wang Qianquan swept his gaze over their faces and questioned, "What are you doing filming a drama here at this hour? This isn't the right era." Yan Furuwei studied the trio before him. Si Tang wore a ginger-colored qipao, her hair cascading like seaweed, adorned with a pearl crown. Shinshan donned a white tang suit, embroidered with green bamboo, his long hair partly tied back, and an earring shaped like bamboo leaves dangling by his ear. These two could at least be considered from the same era. However, Qin Fang, dressed in a black sweater paired with a khaki trenchcoat, looked distinctly modern, while the recently intervened Heishou, clad in leather with sunglasses, appeared even more out of place. The more one looked, the stranger they seemed. "We have matters to attend to, so we'll be on our way." With that, Yan Furuwei hastily pulled Wang Qianquan away. After their departure, Qin Fang remarked, "I checked the nearby residents. A few older ones still recall Choshan. They mentioned that Choshan had a disciple living on the mountain, and that young man with the chainsaw must be him." "Him?" Shinshan replied in surprise. "I remember Choshan wasn't particularly strong, but among you humans, he should be quite formidable." His disciple? Shinshan shook his head. Indeed, Choshan had been a remarkable figure within the Shuemen back in the day. It seemed the current generation paled in comparison. Si Tang lamented, "Although I was once his adversary, Choshan's talent is undeniable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to assist me in my transformation." Yet this Yan Furuwei, to call him mediocre would be a stretch. However, Heishou, overhearing their conversation, leaned against Shinshan's back. "If everyone were as formidable as you two, would ordinary folks like us still have a place to stand?" Meanwhile, Qin Fang silently scoffed to himself, thinking that the only person truly deserving of the title ordinary should be Heishou, whose exceptional skills and exorbitant appearance fee were hardly commonplace. Chapter 4. teasing the blind one. The group followed the direction in which Yin Furue had fled. Arriving at their dwelling, in the middle of the courtyard lay a pit that looked as if it had been blasted open, with numerous white vines climbing out. Pink and blue flowers adorned the vines. Resembling an elfin dwelling, nearby hung a rope ladder, from which two individuals were emerging. Who among you is Qiu Shan's disciple? Si Teng inquired of the disheveled duo. I am, Yin Furue replied, only to realize he was addressing the same individuals he had encountered in the alley. What brings you here? Do you need something from me? Si Teng gazed at the multitude of vines, remarking, Qiu Shan has certainly made a name for himself. I wasn't even born in Sangqing Mountain, yet he has managed to uproot my origins. What do you mean? Yin Furue asked, bewildered by her words. At that moment, Wang Qiankuan, suspecting that Yin Furue had conspired with others to deceive him, scoffed, you all must have planned this together. It's no wonder I ran into them when I went up. And the Qipao and Tang suit, putting on a show in front of me, are you? Xian Shan regarded the individual before her with a bemusement that bordered on laughter, yet Si Teng's patience had reached its limit. Her gaze turned icy as she observed the incessant noise emanating from him. He was simply too loud. With a flick of her finger, verdant tendrils manifested from thin air, swiftly encircling Wang Qiankuan's mouth. Qin Fang, witnessing the terror in Wang Qiankuan's eyes, interjected on his behalf, pleading with Si Teng, must it be so loud? Upon hearing Si Teng's words, Wang Qiankuan hastily nodded in agreement. However, the moment the vines dissipated, he dashed towards the exit, yet, as he reached the doorway, a curtain of water materialized, blocking the sole escape route with impenetrable force. Si Teng turned her gaze towards Xian Shan, who had unexpectedly chosen to lend assistance. Observing the still screaming Wang Qiankuan, Xian Shan remarked that he truly was too noisy. Terrified, Wang Qiankuan instinctively covered his uncontrollable mouth, sensing that provoking Xian Shan would be far more perilous than inciting Si Teng's wrath. Meanwhile, Yin Furue turned to Qin Fang and inquired, what did you just call her? The one who can manipulate the vines. You must be referring to the resurrected Si Teng from your master's notes. Si Teng, as she approached Yin Furue, pressed, since you are aware of me, what else did your master say? Just then, the door of the room swung open, revealing a small boy, appearing around 6 or 7 years old, who sleepily approached, calling out, Master, who is calling? Run to the tilehouse, Yin Furue exclaimed, rushing towards the structure, only to trip over a rope underfoot, sending the chainsaw he held flying toward the tilehouse. With a swift motion, Xian Shan summoned a stream of water, diverting the chainsaw away from its target. Yin Furue, still shaken, turned to Xian Shan, stammering, Thank you. What else did your master tell you about me? Si Teng pressed again, her eyes fixed on him. Yin Furue produced a small booklet inscribed with Si Teng's name and handed it to her, saying, Miss Si Teng, this booklet contains records about you. Si Teng, without glancing at the booklet, replied, Please read it aloud. Yin Furue opened the booklet, his voice trembling as he recited, In 1910, anomalies occurred in the southwest. The original form was a white vine, commonly referred to as the ghost string. It is toxic, adept at strangling, and possesses a vicious nature. Fortunately, in 1946, the master Qiu Shan eradicated Si Teng during the Shindat. This revelation, Si Teng lifted her gaze to Yin Furue, questioning, What? After Yin Furue quietly repeated the line. Si Teng suddenly laughed, well done, yet Xian Shan interjected, observing, I recall that while Qiu Shan had considerable talent, controlling you was one thing, but killing you would be quite another. What you may not know, young Master Xian, is that I encountered a mishap afterward and lost half of my power. Si Teng softly explained to Xian Shan. Yin Furue, noticing Si Teng's respectful demeanor towards Xian Shan, suddenly remembered a few lines of small print at the bottom of the booklet that seemed to mention Xian Shan. He discreetly flipped to the last page, reading, Xian Shan, a mutated merman, currently the only known animal mutation, original form unknown, possesses immense abilities and has long resided at the center of Shinongjia. As Yin Furue perused the booklet, the group descended into a deep pit below. Upon arrival, they discovered that the area was, in fact, an ancient tomb, with the surrounding stone walls thickly entwined with vines, obscuring their true appearance. At the center of the clearing lay a jade cauldron the size of a plate, from which the surrounding vines appeared to sprout. Si Teng leaned her head against the vines, and at the point of contact, a luminous glow emanated. The massive vines seemed to awaken, retracting rapidly. Once they returned to the jade cauldron, they transformed into a slender braid, the very hair that Qiu Shan had taken from Si Teng when she had first mutated, with a complex expression. Si Teng gazed at the contents within the cauldron, then reached out to retrieve it. What is this? Qin Fang inquired, his eyes fixed on the object in Si Teng's hand. Xian Shan, realizing the significance of what Si Teng held, exclaimed, I see now. When you battled Qiu Shan, you appeared constrained because this object was in his possession. He Shazi, embracing Xian Shan from behind, whispered into his ear, Is that hair? Xian Shan nodded, Indeed, but it is no ordinary hair. This should be from the time Si Teng first mutated. If used for spells or formations, it could significantly suppress her. After absorbing the power contained within, Si Teng took some time, and when they emerged, the sun had already risen. Yin Furue and the tilehouse were seated properly on the steps, while Wang Qiankuan lay unconscious in the corner, having been frightened into a faint upon seeing Xian Shan. Yen Furue quickly declared, I swear we did not move all night. Meanwhile, Wang Qiankun, doused with cold water by Xian Shan, awoke in a panic, immediately closing his eyes again upon seeing Si Tang and Xian Shan. Muttering, illusion, this is all an illusion, she truly is Si Tang. I told you long ago, but you refused to believe me, Yen Furue remarked, his frustration evident as he wished to shake Wang Qiankun awake. Si Tang approached him, saying, Young master, may I ask for your assistance? No, he replied, shutting his eyes once more and reciting incantations under his breath. Si Tang extended her hand, and several faint strands of vine emerged from her fingertips. Weaving their way into Wang Qiankun's body through his nose and ears, Yen Furue, nearly burying his head in the ground, stood by, while Xian Shan, intrigued, noted, this method is rather effective, I have not employed it before. He then conjured a few droplets of water with spiritual energy and flicked them into He Xiaozi's mouth. He Xiaozi complied, swallowing without hesitation. Xian Shan could sense the droplets' position, controlling them to roll around in He Xiaozi's throat just as they reached it. He Xiaozi felt an itch at his Adam's apple and gently pinched Xian Shan's waist, signaling him to cease his teasing. Sensing He Xiaozi's increasingly tense muscles, Xian Shan, prioritizing his own safety, discreetly dissipated the water droplets. Chapter 5, The Suspended Door. Meanwhile, Si Tang instructed Yen Furue to accompany Wang Qiankun back to summon the members of the Suspended Door to meet her at Sangqing Mountain. The tile house was retained as a hostage. And the daunting task of watching over the child fell to Qin Fang. None of them were inclined to put themselves in a position of discomfort, so they rented a courtyard in the town for temporary lodging. The courtyard was a quintessential example of Huizhou architecture, with white walls and dark tiles, exuding a quiet elegance. Xian Shan marveled at the charm of the courtyard, exclaiming, this place is quite exquisite, why not purchase it? He Xiaozi suggested, recalling the numerous jobs he had taken on in the past few years to build a reputation, which had afforded him ample funds. Acquiring this modest residence would pose no challenge. However, Xian Shan shook his head, saying, no need, a short stay will suffice, we likely won't linger for long. Upon hearing this, He Xiaozi instinctively tightened his grip on Xian Shan's hand, leaving a red mark on her skin. Feeling the sting on her hand, Xian Shan turned to He Xiaozi and noticed a fleeting look of panic cross his face. She gently caressed the back of his hand, reassuring him, do not be afraid. As she spoke, she retrieved a beaded chain from around his neck, pressing her hand above it to extract a drop of blood from her fingertip. The blood fell onto the beads, spreading like ink and staining the entire chain a deep crimson, only for it to revert to blue moments later. Yet the bead directly in front remained a rich red, glimmering with deep blue undertones. What is this? Xian Shan inquired, smiling as she turned in a circle before He Xiaozi. He realized that whenever she moved, the position of the red bead shifted accordingly. Whichever bead is red indicates the direction I am in, she explained, the more pronounced and frequent the glow of the bead, the nearer I am to you. If the light flickers in and out, it signifies that I am far away. He Xiaozi's voice trembled slightly as he asked, what if, like last time, you vanish from my world? Then the red bead will disappear, and the central conch will illuminate. Xian Shan replied as she embraced He Xiaozi's neck, gazing into his eyes and earnestly declaring, that signifies, we will surely reunite. Hearing this, He Xiaozi enveloped Xian Shan's waist with his arms, wishing he could merge with her, never to part again. Young master, did you know, from the moment you left me, I finally began to appreciate this long life I possess. Xian Shan gently patted his head, akin to soothing a large, affectionate dog, promising, I will not abandon you. Even if our separation is brief, I will undoubtedly find you again, just as I have this time. A few moments later, Si Tang and the members of the Suspended Door arranged to meet at a restaurant. Within the private room, the expressions of the gathered individuals varied as they heard footsteps approaching and turned in unison. To their surprise, the front figure was not the Si Tang described by Yen Furue, but rather a remarkably youthful man appearing to be in his 20s, clad in a lightweight, pure white tang suit. His long hair cascaded down to his waist, with the upper portion casually secured in place with a wooden hairpin. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances at Yen Furue, who eagerly stepped forward to pull out the central chair for Xian Shan, saying, young master Xian, please take a seat. After Xian Shan settled in, he hastily drew out the chair beside her, saying, Black Lord, please. Today, He Xiaozi was unusually attired in a black tang suit, rather than his customary leather jacket. The loose-fitting attire concealed his muscular physique, yet his tall and graceful form remained evident. His sunglasses had been removed by Xian Shan upon leaving, revealing his handsome features. Both had come merely to observe. Thus they sat quietly without any intention to interfere. Meanwhile, the tilehouse had immediately gravitated towards Yen Furue. Upon seeing the crowd, the collective gaze shifted to the two standing at the entrance, where Si Tang donned a black velvet qipao draped with a velvet purple cloak. As she entered, she surveyed the crowd, who appeared to be on high alert. After leisurely taking her seat, she softly inquired, please do not stand on ceremony. Is the food not to your liking? Do sample it. An elder seated directly across from Xinshan spoke up, Miss Si, have you come to collect debts from us, the esteemed exorcists? Si Tang, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. What a curious notion, as we hold no grudges against one another, but regarding our past lives. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by the elder. Did not the old exorcist say? Matters of the past should remain in the past after all these years. I pride myself on being magnanimous and understanding. However, a bald man nearby, upon hearing this, suddenly slammed his hand on the table and rolled up his sleeves, demanding, "Then why do you still pursue us? If it weren't for the pursuit, would everyone present have gathered here?" The man's face flushed with anger but was restrained by two others beside him. "What business does Miss C have with us?" the elder asked, holding the man back. Tang glanced around at the assembly. "As you all know, I am new here and merely wish to inquire if any of you have encountered other clans over the years?" Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances and fell into a prolonged silence. Tang observed their hesitance. "No rush, take your time to ponder, just provide me with your answers within 3 days." With that, she turned to leave, but was halted by Jin as she approached the door. "Miss C, is one not sufficient? Why must you seek another?" He glanced at Shinshan, speaking softly. Tang looked at Jin and asked, "What did you just say?" Shinshan, however, suddenly directed his attention to Heishazi, chuckling, "Did you not find that crow we saw on the way over rather noisy?" Heishazi, bewildered by Shinshan's question, nodded in agreement. The others were puzzled by Shinshan's sudden remark, but Jin, perceiving the underlying meaning, stiffened and fell silent. Shinshan withdrew his gaze and left the private room, only to spot Qin Fang with a young woman clad in Miao attire in the lobby. Qin Fang's expression was one of disbelief as the woman, sensing someone approaching, pushed past the dazed Qin Fang and fled. Shinshan, observing her hurried departure, felt a sense of urgency in her retreat. As if her haste was incited by his presence. A dark figure stepped in front of Shinshan, blocking his view. "What is there to see? She is nothing to behold, quite unattractive, I must say," Shinshan teased. Noting the jealousy etched on Heishazi's face, "You haven't even seen her face, how can you judge her beauty? Perhaps she possesses a countenance of extraordinary allure." Heishazi reached out, touching Shinshan's cheek. "The most exquisite beauty in the world stands before me, none can compare." Chapter 6, Sheninding's exposure. Yet before the appointed time with Sitang, news arrived from the Exorcist Gate of a surprise attack by the clan. Leaving President Song Hong grievously wounded the following morning, Yen Fura stormed in, demanding Sitang surrender the room. Shinshan raised an eyebrow. "I find that sentiment unpalatable with me here. Is there truly a need for such underhanded tactics?" Indeed, Yen Furua's voice felt bewildered. Who else could it be? Just as he finished speaking, Jin and the Exorcist Gate members arrived, and curiously, Shen Yindeng was once again absent. Shinshan sensed something amiss. Shen Yindeng had repeatedly evaded their encounters. If it were not for their deep-seated enmity, it would suggest a personal issue on Shen Yindeng's part. He glanced at Heishazi, who understood and swiftly exited through a window at the back of the courtyard. Below, Jin placed a glass dome containing soil on the table before Sitang. She lifted the dome, and the unassuming soil suddenly radiated a crimson glow, simultaneously releasing a foul odor that made the Exorcist Gate members recoil. Covering their noses. Tang, unfazed, simply replaced the lid. "You may all return for now and await my news." Not long after the Exorcist Gate members departed, Heishazi returned. "I just spotted a woman in Miao attire by the bamboo grove outside. I nearly captured her, but her eyes, when she turned, I saw a flash of red light. In that instant, I was momentarily dazed, allowing her to escape, though she was wounded by my dagger." Heishazi produced the bloodied dagger from his waist. Shinshan encased the blood in a stream of water, forming a small orb that gradually faded in color. He discerned that the power of the clan was indeed hers, but why did Qin Fang react so strangely upon seeing her? Heishazi pondered aloud. Could her eyes possess the ability to influence one's thoughts? This prompted Shinshan to consider. "Qin Fang, did you not mention that Shen Yindeng bears an uncanny resemblance to your first love?" "Indeed." Qin Fang nodded. "Do you have a photograph of her?" At this, Qin Fang retrieved a small picture from within the house. Heishazi examined the photo closely. "It's different, the face I saw was not this one." Qin Fang was taken aback. "Different? But they appear identical to me." Shinshan addressed Qin Fang. "The issue lies with your eyes." "With my eyes?" Qin Fang questioned. Bewildered, Shinshan affirmed, "The vision of a blind man is uniquely acute. Sheninding's illusions affect him minimally. He perceives her true visage, while you see only what she wishes you to see." Just then, Yen Furo entered, voice trembling. "Miss C, young Master Xin, could you accompany me to the hotel? Might you assist in locating the room?" They followed Yen Furo to the hotel, coincidentally encountering the members of the Exorcist Gate returning from outside. Shinshan's gaze momentarily fixated on the woman clad in Miao attire. As Shenindeng's body tensed, she nonchalantly shifted her gaze away. After Shinshan diverted his attention, Shen Yindeng excused herself, hastily retreating to her room, with the Exorcist Gate members following suit. Once outside the hotel, Sitang remained silent. Yen Furo cautiously assessed their expressions, inquiring, "Miss C, will we be able to find her?" Shinshan, observing their demeanor, reassured him, "Do not worry, he is safe." Yen Furo's face lit up with hope. "Really, the room is unharmed?" Shinshan nodded. "He went out to play. I placed a butterfly upon him, therefore, I can sense his condition and whereabouts. So, where is he now?" Shinshan replied, "In Yunchi village." I knew something was amiss with Shen Yindeng. "She has been urging the Exorcist Gate to bring you both to Yunchi village, undoubtedly with ill intentions." As Yen Fura spoke, he paced anxiously. "Yunchi village is Shen Yindeng's stronghold. She surely means to cause you harm." But what of the room? If she insists on our presence, it must be for a reason. I am keen to discover her true motives. With that, Shinshan turned to Yen Furo. We shall depart for Yunchi village tomorrow. Yunchi village is enveloped by mountains, shrouded in mist, evoking an ethereal paradise. Shinshan and his companions chose not to accompany the exorcist gate to the location designated by Shenin Deng. Instead opting to rent two stilted houses. However, shortly after their arrival, Qin Fang received a call from his partner, informing him that An Man had sustained severe injuries, compelling him to return. Si Tang opposed retracing their steps at such a critical juncture. Leaving Qin Fang to embark on the journey alone. After Qin Fang's departure, Shinshan observes Si Teng sitting by the window, gazing at the scenery. If he wishes to go, let him. If he is to bloom, he must return on his own. Si Teng turned. Why should I go? What does it matter to me? He lives because of your resurrection. Even if I forcibly restore your powers, you remain incomplete. His distance from you will inevitably lead to his demise without energy to sustain him. Shinshan cautioned, noticing Si Teng's growing agitation. Si Teng sensed Qin Fang slipping beyond her reach and hastily departed. Meanwhile, on the winding mountain road, Qin Fang's expression gradually stiffened and distorted. He could distinctly feel his body becoming increasingly rigid. Familiar spots beginning to surface on his hands. As his grip on the steering wheel tightened, the vehicle began to lose control. Approaching a bend, the car veered toward a rocky outcrop, but in the next instant, robust vines ensnared the out-of-control vehicle. At the appearance of the vines, Qin Fang felt a return of sensation to his body. He glanced in the mirror, discovering his face had returned to normal. Just then, the familiar sound of high heels echoed from behind. Turning, he beheld a graceful figure emerging from the forest mist. Upon recognizing the familiar face, his heart swelled with joy. Si Teng had arrived, signifying that he still held a small place in her heart, even if it was insignificant. Si Teng ignored the complexity of Qin Fang's emotions and promptly took the wheel. They hurried back to Yuhang, just in time to bid An Man a final farewell. As Qin Fang watched the video An Man had left on his phone, the sky suddenly unleashed a torrential downpour. An Man was like a storm in Qin Fang's life, arriving swiftly and departing abruptly. Yet, in the next moment, the rain was held at bay. He looked up to see vines intertwining above him, forming a vast umbrella that shielded him from the downpour. Chapter 7. Beneath the crimson umbrella, Xianshan lived a stable life with the black bear in Yunchi village, occasionally venturing into the mountains. Yet, every time Xianshan entered the hills, Shenin Deng wore an expression as if preparing for battle. Xianshan knew she must have made some arrangements in the mountains that she wished to keep from him. Despite her evident wariness, on the day when everyone ventured into the mountains together, she still subtly lured Xianshan into entering Hebei Mountain. The cave was situated halfway up Hebei Mountain, and the group climbed the winding path from the foot of the mountain. After much effort, they finally reached the cave. As they followed Shenin Deng deeper inside, the members of the Su NMN suddenly surrounded Si Teng, their demeanor menacing. However, Xianshan merely smiled sarcastically at their behavior, thinking that if Si Teng were vulnerable to these few individuals, she would never have survived the total encirclement by the Su NMN years ago. Before any confrontation began, the ground beneath those men crumbled suddenly, and they fell into a newly formed pit. A tremendous suction pulled them downward, but just as they were about to land in the red earth below, they were caught by a suddenly appearing vine net. Don T moved, grabbed the vines. Careful, careful below. Panicked voices echoed around. At that moment, the entire cave began to shimmer with a red glow. Beneath the vine net, numerous grotesque red mushrooms sprouted, their centers splitting open as they lunged towards the group. Just as Xianshan stood by, watching the spectacle, the crimson umbrella suddenly targeted him. A blue water curtain blocked the umbrella's attack, only to shatter moments later. Xianshan halted Si Teng, who was about to assist, and looked at the crimson umbrella with a puzzled expression. You must have mistaken your target, Xianshan. I know you, the umbrella replied. Upon hearing this, Xianshan frowned, not because of the words but due to the unpleasantness of the voice, which was at times hoarse and at others shrill. Yet, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, you know me? Yes, there cannot be only you among the Qiao clan in Shenangjia. There was once a fir tree that came from Shenangjia, and it has seen you. According to it, you appeared abruptly in the heart of Shenangjia over 80 years ago, and it had never seen you before that. Yet, upon your arrival, you overshadowed Shoshan and saved Si Teng. I have always been curious, are the Qiao clan that has undergone animal transformation inherently stronger than us, the plant-transformed Qiao clan? As she spoke, she struck again, red-black mist lunging towards Xianshan like a vicious serpent. Xianshan pushed the black bear aside and shook his head in resignation. Why is it so difficult just to watch the spectacle? With that, his expression turned serious, and blue light enveloped him. Lifting him into the air, his hair gradually faded to a dazzling silver, while the upper half of his body transformed into a sheer white veil that concealed his exquisite form below, and his long legs morphed into a beautiful fishtail. Though in a cave, it suddenly began to rain, and as the raindrops touched him, the crimson umbrella sensed something was amiss. A burning pain emanated from where the raindrops landed, and soon the mushrooms bored of the umbrella's power were corroded to nothingness. Just as the Su NMN members clambered out of the pit, they beheld Xianshan in the air. A mermaid? The crowd gasped in astonishment, their voices cracking, with their lives secured, their innate curiosity ignited. Do you think the Chow clan really is as Miss Sitang said that the more beautiful they are, the stronger their talents? I believe so. Just now, didn't he, the Crimson Umbrella, mention that this young Master Xin only appeared over 80 years ago, yet the umbrella has existed for over 300 years. And still, it is being overwhelmed by young Master Xin indeed. Could it be that even Miss Sitang cannot defeat this Crimson Umbrella? The murmurs of speculation incited the wrath of the Crimson Umbrella. Black-red smoke billowing throughout the cave, the Su NMN members felt their breaths falter, and in the next moment, a semicircular blue light shield appeared around them, isolating them from the smoke. Quite right. I like it. Xian Shan's melodious voice drifted into their ears, unhurried yet clear. Enraged, the Crimson Umbrella struck the ground with a clenched fist, causing numerous sharpened iron pipes to shoot towards Xian Shan from the cave walls. Xian Shan's crossed arms glowed fiercely, a translucent circular shield enveloping him and deflecting all the hidden weapons. At that moment, the Crimson Umbrella produced a fist-sized round bell, dark red flames dancing around it. The umbrella hurled the bell at Xian Shan, which mysteriously pierced through his protection. However, Xian Shan swiftly dodged, causing the bell to miss and return to the Crimson Umbrella's hand. Xian Shan then unveiled a white oil paper umbrella. Channeling his energy into it, the previously soft tassels of the umbrella stiffened instantly. A fine silver needles, as thin as cow hair, streaked through the air and pierced into the Crimson Umbrella's body. As the needles entered, the umbrella felt its strength being drained away. In no time, the black-red mist that had surrounded the Crimson Umbrella dissipated, the oil paper umbrella emitted a green glow, and the needles seemed to receive a command. Returning to the umbrella as though they were normal tassels, swaying gently with Xian Shan's movement, the Crimson Umbrella collapsed to the ground, its body marred with signs of corrosion from the rain. Resembling a mushroom ravaged by a sudden downpour, after the Crimson Umbrella's demise, Yan Furui finally located everyone. He rushed to Xian Shan, asking, "Where's the tile house? Have you found it?" Only after being pulled by Wang Qiankuan several times did he realize something was amiss with Xian Shan. The brilliance surrounding Xian Shan faded back to its usual state, and following the guidance of the light butterfly, he found the tile house. It was ensconced within a red cocoon composed of dense mycelium. And Xian Shan utilized rainwater to erode the outer layer. The group then discovered that the reason the tile house had survived until now was due to a massive blue light butterfly shielding it with its vibrant wings. The Crimson Umbrella's mycelium couldn't penetrate the butterfly and thus could not consume the tile house. Xian Shan extended his hand, and as the butterfly shrank to the size of a palm, it returned to him. As the butterfly departed, the tile house opened its eyes, gazing around in confusion. Master Yan Furui rushed forward, holding the tile house tightly, and expressed his gratitude to Xian Shan. "Thank you, young Master Xian. Thank you, thank you." The following day, Yan Furui specifically brought the tile house to the stilted building where Xian Shan resided to express his gratitude, but he found no one present. That moment, Xian Shan was being taught a lesson by the black bear, who had pinned him to the bed. And the moment Xian Shan had pushed the black bear away yesterday, he had intentionally placed a restriction that rendered the black bear immobile. Today, he was facing the consequences of his actions and found himself unable to move. Therefore, despite Yan Furui's 3 visits in one day, he was unable to meet Xian Shan successfully. Chapter 8, Life Shared. Death together in a daze. Xian Shan felt as though a mountain pressed upon his body. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed a soft touch at his neck. Turning his head, he discovered the black bear's face nestled against his collarbone. Its arm wrapped around his chest, securing him close. Feeling the ache in his body, he irritably tossed the arm aside. The moment the arm left Xian Shan's body, the black bear opened its eyes. Softening its gaze upon recognizing Xian Shan, it moved closer, affectionately nuzzling against Xian Shan's chest. "I wish I could see you every day when I wake up," although its voice was hoarse and clingy. Xian Shan detected an undercurrent of sadness. He understood that the black bear feared waking to find him gone, which is why it held him tightly even in sleep. The moment its arm was free, it would wake in alarm. Xian Shan regarded the black bear for a moment before asking solemnly, "Do you truly wish to be with me forever?" "Yes, truly," the black bear affirmed, "even if you can never return to the world you once knew?" The black bear shrugged with a carefree smile. "With you here, what does it matter if I am familiar or not?" In response, Xian Shan produced a wooden box containing 2 white jade rings, each adorned with a blue wave tourmaline at its center. He took the rings out, interlocking them to form a single ring. After parting from the black bear, he had inquired with the system about any items or methods that could bind 2 individuals, and the system had recommended these rings. The rings required a bond of love and a blood pact. Once the contract was established, their lives would intertwine, sharing both life and death. He placed the rings between them. "Think carefully. Once the pact is made, wherever I am, you shall be sharing life and bearing death together." The black bear extended its hand, raising an eyebrow at Xian Shan, signaling him to put the ring on. Xian Shan slipped the ring onto the black bear's ring finger, and the black bear took the other ring, placing it on Xian Shan's finger as well. Pleased, the black bear gazed at their entwined hands. Gently kissing Xian Shan's fingertips, "You belong to me," the hoarse voice, laced with mirth, sent a flutter through Xian Shan's heart. He cleared his throat, attempting to mask his momentary daze. "You think too highly of yourself. We haven't even completed the pact yet." The flowing water in his hand coalesced into a fine needle, which pierced his fingertip, a drop of crimson blood falling onto the wave in the center of the black bear's ring. The wave shimmered with a red glow, and the black bear faintly heard the sound of waves crashing against rocks. As the black bear's blood fell onto Xian Shan's ring, both rings illuminated simultaneously, a red thread appearing to connect them. The thread vanished moments later, yet the black bear distinctly felt an invisible bond form between him and Xian Shan, grounding the emptiness he had felt since their meeting. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the door. The black bear adjusted Xian Shan's disheveled clothing, ensuring everything was properly covered before stepping to the door and opening it. Yen Furu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Haixiatzi. He rushed to the doorway, his face etched with urgency, inquiring, "Has young Master Xian awoken? I have matters to discuss with him." Haixiatzi intercepted Yen Furu, who was pressing against the doorframe to enter, asking, "What is it?" "Qin Fong has been taken by Yangbua." Haixiatzi, upon hearing this, wore a puzzled expression. Who was Yangbua? Since arriving here, he had been circling around Xinshan daily, while others paid little heed to him. Hearing this, Xinshan poked his head out from behind Haixiatzi. "Sheningding's husband?" Haixiatzi looked at Xinshan, likening him to a little rabbit peeking out of its burrow, unable to resist the urge to lean over and kiss his cheek. Yen Furu felt as if the entire world mocked his single status. Yet, upon hearing Xinshan's inquiry, he nodded affirmatively. Since he wished to rescue Shen Deng, it was likely he would head to the previous cave. Upon arriving at the cave, they found only Qin Fong lying at the entrance, blood streaming from his head, his hands, and feet, bound in a pitiable state. Citing, "Yangbua just fed me a strange mushroom, and then uncontrollably, images of our first meeting in the dense forest flashed through my mind. It's nothing significant. Now you know." Citing reassured, observing Qin Fong's anxious countenance, Yen Furu took Qin Fong back to tend to his wounds, while the other three continued deeper into the cave. Inside the familiar cave, they discovered another man's corpse alongside Sheningding's. Xinshan looked at Citing with confusion, having initially assumed that after Yangbua had pried into Qin Fong's memories, she would resurrect Shisan in the same manner. Thus, he had entered as a precaution, only to find that Yangbua had failed. And meanwhile, Citing, upon seeing Yangbua's corpse, realized that her ability to be resurrected was not merely due to human blood, but specifically because it was Qin Fong's blood. With a heavy heart, Citing returned, while Xinshan and Haixiatzi sweetly planned to ascend the mountain to watch the sunset. As the golden sun gradually descended, its rays cast a warm glow over the mountains, enveloping them in a golden veil. The two appeared as if they were part of an old romantic film. Xinshan gazed into Haixiatzi's tender eyes and softly declared, "Hello, my eternal companion." Haixiatzi felt a rhythmic pounding in his chest, his hand gently resting on Xinshan's neck. "Du bist mein Einund Alice." A deep voice echoed in his ear, and in the next moment, Xinshan found himself pressed against Haixiatzi, surrendering his kiss, after spending an indescribable night on the mountain. Xinshan conveyed a message to Citing using light butterflies, and the two returned to their courtyard in Beijing. Outside the alley, the sounds of children playing echoed, while the autumn breeze dispersed the white clouds, bringing a hint of coolness. Haixiatzi draped a blanket over the slumbering Xinshan, his fingers brushing through Xinshan's soft hair, wishing that time could remain suspended in this moment forever. Yet, one day, Xinshan suddenly sensed the intriguing aura of another Citing. Haixiatzi, observing the sudden smile on Xinshan's lips, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it that brings our young master such joy? Do you think there could be two completely identical people in this world?" "Twins?" Xinshan shook his head. "No, twins are not entirely the same. I mean completely identical, from scent to spiritual presence, as if one person had been duplicated, like some plants that split into two identical selves?" Hearing Haixiatzi's words, the fog in Xinshan's mind seemed to clear instantly. "Yes, it's splitting. I wondered why Citing wasn't complete when she first came to find me. I thought it was due to Qiushan. It turns out she had split into two, which forced her to seek my help. So has another version of herself returned?" Xinshan looked at Haixiatzi, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Haixiatzi eagerly grasped Xinshan's hand. "Shall we go and see?" Just as Xinshan stood, another familiar spiritual presence suddenly emerged, indicating that these two were indeed natural enemies. Chapter 9, The Past of Buying. "Never mind, let's honor our promise to find Citing." Haixiatzi skillfully took Xinshan's hand, and the two vanished from their spot. Meanwhile, atop a viewing tower, Bai Jin was frantically dodging the suddenly emerging vine whips, blood streaking his body, gazing at the unavoidable vines before him. He soon found himself powerless, collapsing onto the floor. Bai Jin looked up in astonishment at the two who had suddenly appeared. "Young Master Xian, you've come to rescue me." Upon witnessing the unexpected scene, Xinshan rubbed his temples, realizing it was indeed identical, but they had misidentified the situation. Haixiatzi, on the other hand, was intrigued by the bloodstains on Bai Jin, asking, "Are you playing with vine whips? Big brother, stop joking and help me." Haixiatzi helped Bai Jin to his feet, turning to observe the red figure beside him. Curiously, the woman bore little resemblance to Sighting. Sighting's features were gentle, while this one appeared more alluring, dressed in a flowing red robe adorned with black silk embroidery resembling vines. Her expression seemed somewhat deranged. Upon seeing Xinshan, she attempted to flee, but the vine whip ensnared Bai Jin, trying to take him away, only to be dispersed by the whip in Xinshan's hand. A water-formed cage firmly contained Bai Ying, who struggled in vain to escape. Xinshan summoned Sighting, and upon seeing her, Bai Ying's gaze turned complex. After a moment, Bai Ying spoke first. "I killed you with my own hands. Do you hate me?" Sighting regarded Bai Ying, her expression softening as she observed the unfamiliar face, gently replying, reflecting on the past, "We cannot say who wronged whom. It was merely a matter of weighing benefits, and mutual scheming is but a norm. However, I truly wonder what has transformed you into your present self. The current you is worlds apart from the Bai Ying who once abandoned everything for Xiao Yanquan." As Sighting spoke, she let her hand pass through the water prison, resting it upon Bai Ying's head. 80 years ago, in a brightly lit room, the dragon and phoenix candles had burned down halfway, and footsteps echoed from outside. Xiao Yanquan stumbled through the door, lifting the bridal veil covering Bai Ying. At that moment, Bai Ying beamed with joy, her face resembling Sighting's, embodying the delight of finding a kindred spirit. Following that, the two shared a beautiful time together, exchanging tender vows on the stage and dancing closely in the ballroom. However, before the red silk could fade, another palanquin was carried into the Xiao family's residence. Bai Ying, confined within the room, watched with rage and sorrow as the colorful red silk adorned the outside. Silently, she donned her theatrical attire, meticulously painting her face. On a stormy night, drenched in rain, the newlywed bride fell to the ground. Lifeless, Bai Ying stood by, sword in hand, blood trickling down the cold blade, creating ripples of crimson. Upon pushing the door open and witnessing this scene, Xiao Yanquan furiously confronted Bai Ying. "What have you done? Are you mad?" Bai Ying turned, revealing a completely unfamiliar visage. The rain had washed away her makeup, leaving behind a ghostly pale face. Xiao Yanquan gazed in terror at Bai Ying, exclaiming, Your face, your face." Bai Ying looked at Xiao Yanquan. "Did you not once vow to love only me for all your life, to keep me in your heart and mind forever? Do you not remember those promises, monster, monster?" Xiao Yanquan fled in panic, leaving Bai Ying alone, laughing maniacally at his retreating figure. She discarded the face that mirrored Sightings, severing ties with her past. Xiao Yanquan confined her to the room, and as days dragged on, the man she loved never returned through that door. Bai Ying sought out Xiao Yanquan but overheard his quarrel with the matriarch, leading her to contemplate using a child to bind his heart. In his moments of anger, she approached him tenderly, speaking sweetly to temporarily win him back. Soon, she found herself with Xiao Yanxuan's child, just as she had wished. However, not long after, she inadvertently witnessed a covert conversation between Xiao Yanquan and Qiushan, in which Xiao Yanquan demanded Qiushan to revitalize his textile factory. Using Bai Ying as leverage, Qiushan, upon learning of Bai Ying's pregnancy, was elated, for a woman was most vulnerable during childbirth, providing the best opportunity to act. Bai Ying, leaning against the wall in a daze, listened as the man she loved conspired with another to plot her demise. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, her body trembling as she clutched her chest. She went to the warehouse where she had once killed Sighting, kneeling on the ground, her trembling hands brushing the floor as she repeatedly uttered apologies. After enduring profound sorrow, her thoughts regained clarity. She recalled Sighting's corpse. That body she had hidden became her sole chance for a comeback. She meticulously orchestrated a plan, ensnaring everyone within her intricate game, linking seemingly unrelated individuals through secret connections. She buried her dark past in flames, firmly believing her plan would lead her to the dawn of a new day. Bai Ying looked at the awakened Sighting. "I knew you would eventually see this," she sighed. "I endured for 9 years, living day by day like a year. I once genuinely believed that by accompanying him like a human and loving him wholeheartedly, he would one day love me again." She gazed at Sighting, softly asking, "Was I truly foolish back then?" Sighting felt a pang of pity, yet anger flared at her stubbornness, turning her head away without responding. However, the proximity of the two individuals granted Bai Ying the opportunity to strike. A small blade shot forth from the bracelet on her wrist, inflicting a wound upon Si Tang's neck. Vivid green blood flowed from the gash, staining the fabric at her chest with spots of emerald hue. Qin Fong hurriedly stepped forward to support Si Tang. Si Tang, are you alright? Xian Shan's vine whip lashed across Bai Ying's face. "You truly remain obstinate." Bai Ying turned to Si Tang, declaring, "I despise Qiushan, I loathe Xiao Yanquan, but above all, I detest you. I have endured for years, meticulously plotting, and was but a step away from fulfilling my desires. Yet you claim you wish to be your true self. By what right?" Xian Shan, hearing this, felt a bitter laughter rising within him. At that time, Si Tang obstructed your path with Xiao Yanquan, and you showed no mercy in eliminating her. Yet, upon discovering that Xiao Yanquan was not the virtuous man you believed him to be, you began to regret having killed Si Tang, your other half, and when you were resurrected, realizing that Si Tang did not wish to merge with you, you became enraged at her refusal to adhere to your plans. Ultimately, your greatest love is nothing more than yourself. Bai Ying pointed at Si Tang and Qin Feng. We were once one, and she claims she wishes to be herself. By what right? She is simply infatuated with AMAN. At that moment, another figure appeared silently by Qin Feng's side. It was an elderly man, his hair and beard as white as snow, holding a black oiled paper umbrella. Chapter 10, Born of Love, Perished for Love. He cast his gaze down upon Si Tang, who lay in Qin Feng's embrace. A complex expression flickering across his face, he diverted his gaze to Bai Ying, softly rebuking, "Wretched creature." Upon seeing Qiu Shan, Bai Ying's arrogance faltered. "You're not dead yet. If you haven't perished, how could I leave first? To slay you with my own hands would make my return worthwhile." Her voice was laden with hatred. Ever since Qiu Shan's appearance, Xian Shan had quietly retracted the water prison that bound Bai Ying. She extended her hand, and the vine lashed out like a venomous serpent towards Qiu Shan. The oiled paper umbrella in Qiu Shan's hand flew forth, its edges revealing a circle of thin blades. The sharp edges shredded the vines, and the umbrella struck heavily against Bai Ying's abdomen, sending her reeling. Qiu Shan withdrew the umbrella's ribs, and suddenly the sky erupted with thunder. The lightning was absorbed by the black umbrella ribs, blue arcs crackling upon them. In that moment, Bai Ying seized the opportunity to take Si Tang away. Bai Jin looked in astonishment at the indifferent Xian Shan. "You will not intervene?" Xian Shan turned his head, stating, "The agreement I had with Si Tang was that I would help her find Qiu Shan, and then it would be concluded. Now that they have met, why should I interfere?" The black bear watched as Xian Shan lifted his head. He had clearly seen Xian Shan gathering spiritual energy moments ago, but sensing Bai Ying's lack of malice, he had discreetly dispersed it. They must reach a resolution. Upon hearing the black bear's words, Bai Jin understood why Xian Shan refrained from acting. The entanglement among these three individuals spanned nearly a century, and outsiders could not intervene to delineate right from wrong. Only these three could write their own conclusion. Deep forest. Si Tang gazed at the leaves overhead, the sounds of cicadas and birds filling her ears. "This place is quite pleasant, far superior to the burial site you had previously chosen." Bai Ying, feeling the power within her gradually collapse, chuckled. "This time, there is no need to bury me." She was, after all, a half-being derived from Si Tang, and though she was but a fragment, her strength paled in comparison to that of her principal counterpart. Especially after being gravely injured by Qiu Shan. Si Tang rose to her feet, extending her hand towards Bai Ying. "We can no longer merge, but the grievances between us and Qiu Shan must be resolved. Do you intend to simply wait for your demise?" Bai Ying raised her hand, and in the instant their hands touched, countless points of light spread forth, the surrounding vines intertwined to form a massive cocoon, enveloping the two of them. As the energy of the forest converged around them, Qiu Shan raised his hand, the thunder ominously gathering, but was interrupted the next moment by the vines. The vines exploded, the white and red garments contrasting sharply. Qiu Shan looked at the two distinctly different figures and inquired, "Not fleeing?" Bai Ying responded defiantly, "Who is fleeing? I told you long ago I would return. I simply did not expect that the once righteous Qiu Shan would become half of my kin." With that she laughed, her laughter filled with disdain and contempt. The intricacies of fate in this world are truly unfathomable. Qiu Shan stiffly tugged at the corners of his mouth, the electric arcs condensing upon the umbrella ribs in his hand. Yet were interrupted by Bai Ying. Bai Ying and Si Tang wielded the vines like swords, their battle fiercely entangled. However, the lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the shield formed by the vines, and both were gravely injured by Qiu Shan. Yet, seizing the opportunity, the two bound Qiu Shan with the vines, tightening their grip. As Qiu Shan felt the bones within him slowly fracturing, the long-anticipated thunder struck down once more. The three were violently thrust apart by the immense force. The third bolt of lightning was summoned by Qiu Shan at the cost of his remaining life. This long-awaited fate had finally arrived. In his final moments, Qiu Shan beheld a beautiful visage he had not seen in years. The one woman he had ever loved, her name was Chang Shang, yet because of her, his entire sect had perished, and on that day he learned her other name, Duhua. He became the sole survivor of his sect. But when he saw Bai Ying and Si Tang standing opposite one another, he finally comprehended that Chang Shang and Duhua were, in fact, two sides of the same coin. A tear fell from his eye, slowly dissipating into the air. Meanwhile, Bai Ying heard the familiar strains of a traditional opera, the very piece sung by Xiao Yanquan when he proposed to her, The Butterfly Lovers. The arriving Xian Shan looked at Bai Ying and asked, "Do you not wish to live for yourself?" Bai Ying slowly shook her head. "I was born of love and shall perish for love. With Qiu Shan dead, there is nothing left in this world worth my longing." She cast one last glance at Si Tang, softly saying, "If possible, please save her." Xian Shan regarded Bai Ying's gaze, and with a flick of his wrist, a delicate wooden flute appeared in his hand. The ethereal notes of the flute drifted through the air, and countless points of light emerged from the trees, converging into Si Tang's body. Bai Ying could distinctly feel Si Tang's spiritual energy gradually replenishing. She watched as Si Tang opened her eyes and softly uttered farewell. In an instant, she transformed into a multitude of light points, merging into Si Tang's being. Since that day they returned from the forest, the black bear resumed his life of unwavering vigilance. Xian Shan sensed the growing agitation within the black bear, and he grasped the black bear's hand, lifting it before his eyes, adorned with a ring. Do not fear, with this, even if I depart, you shall follow me. However, there are some precautions I must inform you of beforehand. Although we will not be separated by two worlds, similar situations to this one may arise. The black bear recalled the desolation of this world over the past 80 years. Are you saying we will be separated and appear in different places? Xianshan nodded. Yes, and I will be unable to leave my current location for a while. So you may need to come find me. Understood. The black bear tightened his grip on the bead chain, responding resolutely. At that moment, the long-lost system stealthily emerged. Host, due to special circumstances, I must remind you that the next world is a Xianxia realm. The black bear's combat prowess was indeed unparalleled in the Toon Raiding world, but upon entering a Xianxia or mythological realm, his safety would be precarious. Is there any way to counter this? Host, some skills in the system shop can be gifted, but the cost will be significantly higher than if you were to use them yourself. And now that you mention it, why haven't there been any rewards in this world? Host, this world is a welfare world specially applied for you due to unforeseen events in the previous world. So it is because the black bear was able to traverse the temporal rift using the beads you left behind. This world itself is a reward, thus, there will be no additional rewards. Xianshan nodded, pondering why this world felt somewhat unusual. Ultimately, he exchanged 20 card draws for a rather glitched dragon bloodline. This was primarily because the might of dragons was universally acknowledged across all realms. Moreover, this bloodline came with a powerful passive skill that would evolve based on the bloodline's awakening level. Chapter 1. The Demon Lord Chon Lu. The azure waters flowed gently, petals falling into the water and creating ripples. A two-story wooden house hovered in the center of a pond, entwined with flowering vines that formed a beautiful floral wall. The wooden house had no access to the outside world, resembling a solitary island. A purple figure gracefully approached. Zixuan requests an audience with the Demon King. The wooden door opened silently, and upon stepping closer, Zixuan beheld the figure leaning against the window. He turned, his silver hair cascading in soft arcs. Ice blue eyes gazing at Zixuan as if perceiving the thoughts within her heart. Do you wish to leave? Zixuan nodded. Yes, I wish to find him. Xianshan regarded Zixuan. You traded 20 years of your freedom to me in exchange for the water spirit pearl's usage rights for 20 years. Now, with the term not yet expired, by what right do you believe I would acquiesce? Zixuan looked at Xianshan, softly replying, because I know you two have someone you wish to meet. And you are waiting for him. Xianshan turned away, no longer looking at her. You may go, but I will reclaim the water spirit pearl in a week's time. Zixuan nodded and turned to leave. While Xianshan gazed into the distance, how long until then? He asked the system softly. Approximately 3 days. 3 days later, beneath the night sky, a red meteor streaked across, descending into the forest. A tall figure materialized in midair. Red hair flowing loosely behind, resembling a lion's mane. Two sharp, elongated horns adorned his head, and dark red pupils sparkled with white star-like gleams. He was merely passing through this place, but upon seeing Su Changqing, who was capturing demons, he felt an irresistible urge to engage in battle. The two adversaries, locked in a tense standoff, failed to notice the fleeting azure glow that shimmered at the bottom of the cliff. For a human to forcibly merge with the ancient bloodline of a divine beast is no trivial endeavor. The black bear was compelled to enter a dormant fusion phase. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged chaotically within him, altering every bone in his body from head to toe. As he opened his eyes, the shell encasing him shattered, transforming into a stream of light that merged into his being. The black bear glanced at the beaded chain around his neck, relieved to see it still intact. Focusing his spiritual energy at his back, two massive black wings unfurled, propelling him into the sky. Yet, just as he soared over the cliff's edge, a crimson sphere hurtled towards him with alarming speed. Instinctively, the black bear folded his wings, enveloping himself in darkness and deflecting the sphere back. The demon lord Zhong Lu turned to regard this unexpected figure, clad in black attire that accentuated his tall frame. He bore a patch of incomplete black scales around his neck. His hair stood tall, two metallic-hued black dragon horns extending from his forehead, complemented by wings of the same hue that spread out behind him. Shocked, he beheld the black bear. Was he of the legendary Yinglong clan? After the ancient war, the once formidable Yinglong clan had been utterly annihilated. How could there be a new Yinglong? However, the demon lord Zhong Lu soon regarded the black bear with delight. To battle against a creature of legend was indeed a rare fortune in his life. He decisively abandoned the somewhat amusing little Taoist priest and turned all his attention to assaulting the black bear. With twin blades drawn, he lunged at the black bear. Still unaccustomed to his newly acquired wings, the black bear landed and drew his bone blade to meet the attack, harnessing the formidable physique of the dragon clan and his battle-hardened skills. The two engaged in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. Amidst the clash, the black bear suddenly caught sight of the familiar crimson bead on his neck glowing brightly, while fending off the demon lord Zhong Lu. He swiftly retreated towards the direction of the red bead. If he couldn't win, he would seek his wife. There's no shame in that. Wooden cabin. Xianshan sensed the black bear's aura rapidly approaching and turned to face its source. Two beams of light pierced the darkness, descending upon the pond, where two similarly imposing figures stood facing each other. The black bear felt his depleting spiritual energy swiftly replenishing. He knew he had found Xianshan. The demon Lord Zhonlu also keenly sensed something amiss. Moments ago, the black bear had exhibited signs of weakness, yet now his aura surged dramatically, even more oppressive than when they had first encountered. At that moment, a clear and gentle voice emanated from the wooden cabin. "Demon Lord Zhonlu, your sudden arrival, does it signify urgent matters?" The two turned to see a figure standing before the cabin. The smoky blue hem of their attire swirling in the wind like flowing clouds, embodying the essence of an artist's lifelong dedication. The two protagonists have successfully checked in. The host may now depart. In the blink of an eye, the blue figure appeared between them. The demon Lord Zhonlu sensed Xian Shan's formidable power and recalled a previous conversation with Shifeng. The current demon king has emerged. He is from the Jingren clan, named Xian Shan, clad in blue. His beauty is unparalleled, and his abilities are the strongest of all predecessors. Without warning, the demon Lord Zhonlu launched an attack against Xian Shan. Unfazed, Xian Shan raised a hand, summoning a torrent of water to shield against the demon lord's assault. The demon lord squinted. "You are the new demon king, Xian Shan." Xian Shan nodded, a hint of surprise in his tone. "I didn't expect the battle-obsessed demon lord to recognize me." The demon lord Zhonlu noted the increasingly heavy gaze of the black bear behind him, and a wave of malicious thoughts surged within him. He turned to Xian Shan's picturesque visage, laughing. "I've heard a bit, especially regarding the new demon king's legendary beauty." Upon hearing this, the black bear could no longer contain himself and hurled his bone blade at the demon lord Zhonlu. The demon lord crossed his arms to shield against the immense force, yet he was still pushed back several meters. He chuckled at the livid black bear. "Little black dragon, we'll continue this next time. I have urgent matters to attend to." With that, he turned and departed. Xian Shan then looked at the black bear, whose expression was solemn. He reached out to stroke the black bear's head, gently asking, "What's wrong?" The black bear embraced Xian Shan, his tone filled with grievance. "I couldn't defeat him." Xian Shan patted the black bear's back. "You've lived many years, and you've only just completed your fusion. It's perfectly normal not to win against him." The black bear straightened up, glaring at the retreating figure of the demon Lord Zhonlu, silently grinding his teeth. "I will defeat him." After merging with the bloodline power of the Yinglong, the black bear's already imposing stature became even more solid. Standing alongside Xian Shan, he made Xian Shan appear particularly slender. One arm wrapped around Xian Shan's waist, while the other encircled his neck, their bodies pressed closely together, breaths intertwining in an intimate dance. "Do you know, whenever I'm on the brink of collapse, I think of you. I wonder if there's someone new by your side. If you think of me." Xian Shan gazed at the trembling lashes of the black bear, his voice soft. "I think of you every day." And the next moment, a tempestuous kiss descended upon Xian Shan's face, the scent of mint and sandalwood invading his mind, plunging him into a chaotic and bewildering dream. Chapter 2, The First Encounter with Long Kuei. In a half-dream, half-awake state, Xian Shan faintly heard the system's voice. "Main quest. Proceed to Mount Shu. Incomplete. Quest reward. Skill card X1 merit points X10. The following day, Mount Shu welcomed two unexpected guests. Taoist Qingwei observed the two figures outside the hall. They stood closely together, exuding an inexplicable harmony, giving the impression of a perfect match. Qingwei approached. Bowing respectfully to Xian Shan, "Your Majesty the Demon King, what brings you here?" "I have come merely to inform Taoist Qingwei that my agreement with Zixian has concluded," Xian Shan replied. Qingwei was taken aback. He had heard whispers of the agreement between Xian Shan and Zixian. After all, if Zixian wished to maintain her state, she had to seal Qing Air. The gentle water spirit pearl could minimize the damage, and it was no secret that this pearl was in the possession of the Demon King Xian Shan from the moment Zixian first visited Xian Shan. He had surmised her intentions. However, now that Zixian returned the water spirit pearl to Xian Shan, it indicated her abandonment of the status quo. Knowing Zixian, she was not one to relinquish things quietly. Thus, there was only one possibility. She had already met Su Changqing. Qingwei frowned slightly. He had no standing to judge Zixian's actions, yet for Changqing, this was not a favorable turn of events. He was too sentimental, easily ensnared by emotions. Looking at Xian Shan, he maintained a humble demeanor. "Your Majesty the Demon King, I have a request for your assistance. In return, Mount Shu will endeavor to facilitate communication between the realms of humans and demons." "What would Taoist Qingwei like me to do?" Xian Shan inquired with curiosity. "I merely wish for you to ensure their safety. We old men cannot leave Mount Shu and must rely on you." Qingwei replied, "Hidden quest, follow the world-saving task force, incomplete, quest reward, skill card X1 merit points X300. Seeing the system's unusually generous offer, Xian Shan pretended to ponder for a moment before agreeing to Qingwei's request. After all, this was merely an excursion for him and the black bear, a convenient task. Before setting off, Xian Shan deliberately exchanged his remaining two skill cards, one for the powerful attack ability Ritual, and the other for the protective ability Blessing. Ritual, Bound skill. When the ritual dance commences, a water domain barrier forms within 100 meters centered around the user. All entities harboring hostility towards the user within this domain have their abilities diminished by 50. This skill has no cooldown but consumes 50 of spiritual energy with each use. Blessing, bound skill, divine blessing will restore 30 of health and spiritual energy to all allies within a 50-meter radius of the user. This skill has no cooldown, consuming 10 of spiritual energy with each use. Xian Shan and the Black Bear followed the traces of Jing Tian and the others to a Ning village. Yet, upon their arrival, the villagers recoiled in terror at the sight of them. The Black Bear scratched his head. "My horns aren't even showing. Do we look that fearsome?" Xian Shan, observing the bewildered Black Bear, stifled a smirk. Something must have happened. As they wandered around, they noticed a woman dressed in a vibrant red gown selling cosmetics. However, upon seeing the two, she hurriedly offered a bow before swiftly retreating. Upon entering, they found Jing Tian and the others surrounding the innkeeper. Jing Tian, brimming with righteous indignation, demanded, "All the rooms are vacant, yet you tell us they are full. What does that mean?" The innkeeper, feeling guilty, lowered his head. "It's not that I don't wish to accommodate you. A man mysteriously died in our establishment last month, and the authorities are still investigating." Long Kuei timidly hid behind Jing Tian, softly inquiring, "Is it another monster?" Jing Tian reassured her, "Fear not, I am here." He gestured towards Su Changqing. Xian Shan couldn't help but chuckle at the scene before him. Only then did the others notice Xian Shan and the Black Bear standing at the entrance. "Wow, what a beautiful lady!" Long Kuei exclaimed softly, gazing at Xian Shan in awe. Xian Shan stepped forward, smiling as he gently pinched Long Kuei's cheek. "Thank you, little sister, but I am your elder brother." Jing Tian, upon hearing Xian Shan's response, hurriedly pushed Xian Shan's hand away from Long Kuei's face. "What are you doing, you big man? Don't touch my sister." Meanwhile, Su Changqing observed the figure of the Black Bear and felt an unsettling familiarity. Though he could not recall where he had seen him before, after some insistence from the group, the innkeeper finally relented, allowing them to stay, albeit requiring them to sign a life-and-death contract, stating that the inn would bear no responsibility for any mishaps during their stay. Fortunately, the first day passed relatively peacefully, and they all managed to rest soundly. On the following day, Jing Tian set off early with Su Changqing to practice swordsmanship in the woods. Only Long Kuei, Mao Mao and Shuijian remained in the inn. Hearing cries of distress from outside, the three hurried towards the square, only to find themselves embroiled in an argument along the way. Shuijian, having witnessed Long Kuei transform into Hong Kuei, insisted that the current Long Kuei was merely a facade, berating her for being hypocritical. Long Kuei, confused, stepped closer to offer Shuijian an umbrella. Angered by Mao Mao's praise of Long Kuei, Shuijian snatched the oil paper umbrella from her hands. With Shuijian and Mao Mao departing, Long Kuei was left sitting on the ground, bathed in sunlight. The blinding rays were suddenly shielded, and Long Kuei looked up to see Xian Shan, who smiled at her. "Pretty brother." Xian Shan handed her the oil paper umbrella. "I am Xian Shan. Here, take this umbrella and return it to me when you get back to the inn." Long Kuei gazed at the exquisite umbrella in her hands, somewhat flustered. Xian Shan, but Xian Shan did not give her a chance to refuse. He turned with the Black Bear and walked back to the inn. Long Kuei followed closely behind, not daring to decline further. At the inn, Jing Tian saw Long Kuei returning with Xian Shan and quickly approached her. "Sister, how did you end up coming back with them?" Long Kuei glanced at Shuijian and then lowered her gaze. "My umbrella fell, and it was only thanks to brother Xian Shan that I could return." As she spoke, she closed the oil paper umbrella and handed it back to Xian Shan. "It's just an umbrella. And it's not even raining outside. Can a few steps in the sun really kill you?" Shuijian scoffed at Xian Shan, took the umbrella and looked at Shuijian. "You are not her, and you have no right to judge the harm this has caused her." Such fragility. Upon hearing this, Xian Shan released the umbrella, letting it fall to the ground, striking Shuijian's foot. She felt as if the seemingly light umbrella had struck her like a brick, and she yelped in pain. But then she saw Xian Shan looking at her innocently, smiling as he said, "It's just a light umbrella. Does it really hurt that much?" Fragile. With that, he turned to leave, while the Black Bear chuckled, adding, "Oh dear, I hope Shan Shan's umbrella isn't broken." He affectionately patted the umbrella's surface. Long Kuei was amused by their antics on her behalf and silently bowed to the Black Bear. Chapter 3. As the night descended, Jing Tian and his companion stealthily made their way to Wan Yiji's home, only to stumble upon her attempting to prolong her husband's life, which the group mistakenly interpreted as an act of malice. Jing Tian brandished his sword and burst into the room, forcing Wan Yiji to withdraw helplessly. Hua Ying declared that only by locating the Earth Spirit Pearl could they save the man. Meanwhile, Su Changqing followed the trace of demonic energy to a tavern. Despite the late hour, the tavern was bustling with patrons. Su Changqing mistakenly identified Zi Xian as the source of the demonic energy and approached her, gripping her shoulder. "You fox demon." In the process, he inadvertently tore away Zi Xian's outer veil. She turned to face him, her forehead ornament swaying gently with her movement, causing Su Changqing's heart to thud in an unfamiliar rhythm. Overwhelmed by an unfamiliar emotion, he lowered his gaze. Zi Xian cast a dismissive glance at him. "You foul man, so clumsy." Su Changqing flustered, stammered, "Miss, please forgive me, I did not mean." However, he was interrupted by a man who had been watching from the sidelines. He approached with a drink in hand, teasingly asking Miss Zixian, "Who is this fellow? Is he your new flame?" The crowd joined in with laughter. "You really don't remember me," yet Su Changqing simply replied respectfully, "I am but a stranger to the lady." Zixian's hopes were dashed, and she turned to leave, leaving Su Changqing standing there, holding the veil she had dropped, lost in thought. After a long deliberation, he finally entered the room but fled in haste after Zixian playfully teased him. At the inn, Jing Tian aimed to capture Wan Yuji while Long Kuei found herself in turmoil. She wished to assist Wan Yuji, believing her to be a good person simply trying to save her husband, yet she feared that her actions might anger Jing Tian. Hong Kuei appeared, knocking Mao Mao unconscious and taking Wan Yuji's husband away. However, not long after her departure, Jing Tian and the others returned, with Mao Mao and the innkeeper accusing Long Kuei of stealing Wan Yuji's husband and labeling her a monster. Jing Tian argued passionately that Long Kuei would never do such a thing, emphasizing that the flowing-sleeved dress she wore was unique, a blue one he had personally gifted her. Yet everyone stood in unison to testify against Long Kuei, claiming she could transform into a red dress and had a complete change of temperament. Ultimately, they decided to confront her directly and set out to find Long Kuei. Meanwhile, the black bear leaned into Xian Shan's ear, whispering, "The little girl you fancy is about to be exposed." As expected, upon finding Long Kuei, Jing Tian angrily knocked her umbrella aside, demanding, "Tell me, where have you taken that man? Why did you harm him? Do you dare to strike Mao Mao? He is my only family in this world." Long Kuei, feeling wronged, looked at Jing Tian. "But Long Kuei is also your sister." Jing Tian swatted her hand away, which was shielding her from the sun. "You are not." Long Kuei gazed at Jing Tian's cold expression, her tears spilling over. She couldn't comprehend why her once loving brother had turned into someone so unrecognizable. Jing Tian, in a fit of rage, raised his hand, but just as it was about to land on Long Kuei's face, it was intercepted by an oil paper umbrella. Long Kuei, seeing the familiar umbrella above her, could no longer hold back her tears and turned to bury her face in Xian Shan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Jing Tian felt a sudden surge of panic, as if something immensely significant was being torn from within him. The arriving Xuejin and the others stood by, bewildered at the scene before them. Xian Shan gently patted Long Kuei's head. "Do not weep. Jing Tian is not Long Yang. The one who harms you is not your brother, so what is there to be sad about?" Long Kuei lifted her head, tears hanging precariously on her lashes. "He is my brother. He looks just like him." Xian Shan turned Long Kuei's face towards Jing Tian. "Other than his resemblance to Long Yang, is there any other similarity?" Long Kuei, hearing Xian Shan's question, calmed herself and scrutinized Jing Tian closely. Long Yang, from birth, was a royal scion, trained in imperial arts. His demeanor was poised and dignified. Even during playful moments, his elegance could not be concealed. In contrast, Jing Tian was carefree and unburdened, lacking grand ambitions but deeply loyal. While both had their merits, they were entirely different in both character and demeanor. Long Kuei wiped her tears. "Brother Xian Shan, I understand now." Meanwhile, Su Changqing, hearing Long Kuei refer to Xian Shan as brother, suddenly recalled Xian Shan's true identity. He stepped forward respectfully, but addressing him, "Your Majesty, the Demon King." The others looked at Su Changqing in shock. He is the Demon King? But he doesn't look like one at all." Sir Changqing, "You must be mistaken indeed, Your Majesty. What would such a prominent figure be doing here? Merely a chance encounter on the road." Unable to bear seeing a young girl being bullied, Xian Shan replied, picking up the oil paper umbrella that Jing Tian had knocked down. He handed the umbrella to Long Kui. "Do not give others the chance to harm you. Your brother will be pained by it." Long Kui accepted the umbrella, gazing at Xian Shan with hopeful eyes. "Brother Xian Shan, do you know where my brother is?" He looked at Long Kui. "Your brother has always been by your side." Long Kuei's gaze fell upon the magical sword in Jing Tian's hand. For all these years, it was the only thing that had remained with her. With a swift motion, she transformed into Hong Kuei, brandishing the sword. "Brother Xian Shan, is he here?" Xian Shan nodded. "Yes, but not entirely. Long Yang had died in battle long ago. He had secretly arranged for his body to be cast into the sword-forging furnace after his death. He had hoped that the magic sword, forged from his flesh and blood, would, if not capable of world-destroying power, at least ensure your safety. Yet, unexpectedly, you had jumped into the furnace before he did, inadvertently becoming the sword spirit. Consequently, he, due to his incomplete soul, was forced to slumber within the sword, only able to temporarily control it when you were in peril. As the red hue gradually faded, Long Kui trembled as she touched the magical sword. Brother, the person she had been desperately searching for, had always been by her side. "Brother Xian Shan, what does it mean that my brother's soul is incomplete?" She glanced at Jing Tian, whose garment was subtly tinged with red. Once more, Xian Shan patted Long Kuei's shoulder, urging her to calm down. "After Long Yang's death, his soul was fragmented by his obsession to protect you. Locking his protective thoughts within his body, merging with the magical sword, the thoughts that cherished you were reincarnated alongside his soul, attaching themselves to Jing Tian. Meanwhile, the love he bore for you fused with your essence, giving rise to Hong Kui." Long Kui gazed at her skirt, now tinged with red again, as Xian Shan's voice echoed in her ears. "Each time the blue skirt is stained red, it is his way of saying I love you." Chapter 4. The World of Ultimate Bliss. Long Kui gazed at her crimson-stained skirt, Weeping uncontrollably at the surrounding crowd, equally shocked by the tale, slowly regained their composure. To Tier 1 soulless under, what a profound obsession and love that must be. Xue Jian felt a pang of pain as she listened. Jingtian, looking at his own recently raised hand, was filled with regret. Long Yang must be very disappointed. He had tethered a fragment of his soul to himself, presumably anticipating that Long Kuei would seek him out. Thus, he hoped that under the influence of his fragments his future self would treat Long Kuei with greater kindness. Yet, could anyone truly endure the agony of a fragmented soul orchestrating so many affairs? Su Changqing cast a puzzled glance at Xingshan. Ordinary mortals could certainly not, but he was Long Yang. The Long Yang of the second life still bore remnants of divine power, allowing his plans to unfold. Brother Xingshan, I know this is selfish, but I still wish to know if there's a way to bring my brother back. Long Kuei implored, her eyes pleading. Xingshan turned to the dazed Jingtian, whose fragments awakened as he returned to the demon sword. Jingtian placed his hand over his heart, realizing something significant had departed his body. It was not merely an illusion. As long as you can procure a fruit from a divine tree in the heavenly realm to reconstruct his body, he may return to the world. Upon hearing Xingshan's words, Su Changqing stepped forward to object vehemently, insisting that such an act would disrupt the order of the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the nearby black bear could no longer tolerate Su Changqing's serious demeanor. This mortal realm is not as fragile as you imagine. There are countless villains in this world. Why focus solely on a little girl? But Long Kuei's identity is special. Remaining in the mortal realm for an extended period is detrimental to both her and those who interact with her. Xingshan regarded Su Changqing, asserting, Long Kuei is a living dead. The only distinction from humanity is her vitality. He produced a blue coral hairpin and handed it to Long Kuei. Wear this, and you shall no longer fear the yang energy of this world. Seeing this, Su Changqing refrained from further objections. Days later, the group set off to the ancient vine forest to seek the Earth Spirit Pearl. The atmosphere among them was somewhat delicate since that day. Although Long Kuei still ventured alongside Jingtian and the others, she no longer directly referred to him as brother. Instead, she addressed him with his name, maintaining a respectful distance and no longer clinging to him incessantly. The group safely arrived at a cave without incident, where a massive ancient vine tree stood at its center. The vine branches stealthily extended, binding them tightly when they least expected it. A terrifying face twisted from the tree trunk, declaring, who dares trespass into forbidden territory, pay with your lives. At that moment, the previously silent demon sword soared into the air, severing the vines that ensnared Long Kuei, and then plunged into the tree trunk. Brother, Long Kuei beheld the sword that once again stood before her, as if she could see her brother's silhouette. Time and again, he stood in front of her, shielding her from all dangers. The brilliance of the sword grew ever more radiant until it erupted in light, shattering the strange ancient vine tree, leaving only a brown pearl suspended in midair. The Earth Spirit Pearl. Jingtian approached, intending to retrieve it, but as he drew near, the pearl seemed to come alive, darting away. Suddenly, Luo Ruli appeared, snatching the Earth Spirit Pearl that was almost within Jingtian's grasp. Without Su Changqing present, the few of them were no match for Luo Ruli. The demon sword once again shielded Long Kuei. But after defeating the ancient vine monster, its light visibly dimmed. Long Kuei gazed at the increasingly dull sword, a flash of red light igniting in her eyes. Brother, this time it will be I who protects you. The red on her dress spread swiftly, and the crimson flower emerged. Her first act was to summon back the demon sword. A longbow materialized in her hands, and red arrows, ablaze with fierce fire, struck Luo Ruli, wounding him. Luo Ruli, taken aback by Long Kuei's sudden transformation, hesitated before choosing to retreat. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Earth Spirit Pearl he had just claimed had already fallen into the hands of Jingjing, who appeared midway. After Luo Ruli departed, Jingjing handed the Earth Spirit Pearl to Long Kuei. Long Kuei, gazing at the pearl in her hand, reached out to detain Jingjing, who seemed intent on leaving. Jingjing, come with us, otherwise, when Luo Ruli realizes what happened, he will surely return to settle the score with you. To her surprise, Jingjing shook her head. I want to go. I want to stay here with my boss. Meanwhile, the distant black bear observed Jingjing in the water mirror. Remarking on the little monkey's stubbornness, shall we go rescue those unfortunate souls? Black Bear inquired, glancing at the mirror where several of their companions had been captured by Wan Yuji. Xingshan leaned against Black Bear's shoulder, idly toying with his fingers. We're only here to ensure they don't perish. We're not their caretakers. This matter is well within Su Changqing's capabilities. Of Black Bear's hand, perhaps due to his lineage, had become particularly long and sturdy, regularly leaving a circle of purple bruises on Xingshan's ankle. Just then, a cold female voice rang out from outside the inn. I seek an audience with His Majesty the Demon King. It is the Holy Maiden, Black Bear said, flicking his fingers, causing the previously closed door to swing open. Upon seeing Xingshan and Black Bear's posture, the Holy Maiden forced herself to avert her gaze in an effort to maintain her composure. She had come to return the Water Spirit Pearl to His Majesty the Demon King. The azure pearl glimmered with a radiant glow. Xingshan extended his hand, and the Water Spirit Pearl floated automatically into his palm. The Water Spirit Pearl has returned. What do you plan to do, Qinger? I have discussed it with Zishuan and intend to unseal Qinger. As she spoke, the Holy Maiden's voice bore an unmistakable hint of joy. Xingshan said nothing, merely nodding his approval before allowing her to depart. Black Bear, observing Xingshan's contemplative expression, quietly asked, "Do you think that young lady Zixuan will simply give up?" Xingshan nodded. 200 years of obsession is not so easily relinquished. Su Changqing did not disappoint Xingshan's hopes, swiftly rescuing Jing Tian and the others. Meanwhile, Xingshan and Black Bear had ventured ahead to Fengdu. Within the city of Fengdu, coffins appeared as commonplace as flowers in grass. While paper money fluttered in the breeze, white lanterns and mourning banners adorned the long streets. Black Bear, somewhat at a loss for words, asked, "Is this what you refer to as the world of ultimate bliss?" Seeing Xingshan nod, Black Bear incredulously remarked, "I thought you meant to take me to a paradise, but this is what it turned out to be. Have you not heard of the phrase joy begets sorrow?" Xingshan replied with a smile, casting a glance at Black Bear's lower half. Over the past few days, Black Bear had grown increasingly audacious, taking advantage of Xingshan's indulgence. If not curbed, he would surely end up in dire straits. Aware of his own excesses, Black Bear shamelessly began to massage Xingshan's shoulders, softly defending himself. "It's all due to this lineage. The integration is slow and comes with side effects." Chapter 5, The Birdman Wangsheng Pavilion. That name is rather ominous. Fengdu lies at the confluence of yin and yang, and the name is quite fitting. The two pushed open the door. The person at the counter looked up, revealing an elderly woman. The candlelight cast upon her face caught Black Bear off guard, causing him to shiver. Aunt Ma had grown accustomed to such reactions, but upon seeing Xingshan, her eyes lit up. Such a handsome young gentleman. Unlike those from the mortal realm. A smile graced Xingshan's lips, though he did not respond to Aunt Ma's remark. Meanwhile, Black Bear rapped on the table, regaining Aunt Ma's attention. "May I inquire if there are any guest rooms available?" "Yes, indeed," she replied respectfully, leading the way. After showing them to their room on the second floor, Aunt Ma departed. As dusk fell, Black Bear listened to the bustling voices from below and joked, "Those unfortunate souls have arrived again. Haven't they?" But just as he spoke, Black Bear sensed a familiar aura nearby. He ground his teeth and glanced at Xingshan. "Is that Birdman here?" Xingshan observed the rare youthful exuberance on Black Bear's face and chuckled. "Do you dislike him so much? Is it because you lost last time?" Black Bear shook his head. "What is there to be upset about if I lost? I couldn't defeat the mute either. But that Birdman is different. He openly mocked you." Black Bear recalled, feeling a surge of anger at the memory. As the hour of the rat approached, the gates of the underworld swung wide open, and numerous ghost soldiers roamed the streets. 2 clumsy ghost soldiers stumbled into Xingshan's room, only to find themselves tightly bound by Black Bear. "Wait, they're holding something." Curious, Black Bear pulled out the paper scroll from their hands, revealing 2 portraits, one of Su Changqing and the other of Jing Tian, who issued this order to capture those 2 unfortunate souls. Xingshan raised his gaze, observing Black Bear's gleeful expression. Who else could it be? In Fengdu, only 2 individuals can issue such orders. The Fire Ghost King wouldn't know Su Changqing or Jing Tian, let alone have their portraits drawn. Upon hearing Xingshan's words, Black Bear finally recalled the connection between the demon Lord Zhongluo and Su Changqing. "Right, I remember now. The first time I encountered that Birdman, he was fighting Su Changqing. At the moment he saw me, he abandoned Su Changqing to come after me like a dog chasing a meat bun." Xingshan, noticing Black Bear's indignation, reassured him, "The demon Lord Zhongluo seeks a formidable opponent. The moment you appeared, Su Changqing could hardly compare." Just then, a fierce battle erupted outside the door. Xingshan gently gestured, causing a water mirror to materialize. Revealing the scene outside, Black Bear watched as Jing Tian appeared strangely out of place in the mirror, feeling a sense of dissonance, until he witnessed Jing Tian scatter the 2 ghost soldiers, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "Jing Tian, is he really that formidable?" Xianshan smiled silently as he observed the Black Bear. The Black Bear scrutinized for a moment, realizing this was not Jing Tian. The movement was reminiscent of serpentine grace. Su Changqing also heard the sounds of battle and, upon recognizing Jing Tian, wished to rush out and lend assistance, only to find himself trapped within the confines of the room. Jing Tian was escorted away by the shadow soldiers, and the Black Bear and Xianshan followed suit, neither of them making an effort to conceal their presence. Consequently, as they entered, the demon Lord Zhonglu immediately took notice, with a delighted expression. He inquired, "So you have arrived as well? What a delightful surprise." Meanwhile, Zixuan, transformed into Jing Tian, looked up at the demon lord with a puzzled expression. Following his gaze, she noticed the 2 figures appearing at the entrance. When Xianshan's eyes briefly met hers, she understood he had discerned her true identity. However, Xianshan quickly averted his gaze and addressed the demon lord, stating that their visit was primarily due to the sighting of this. The Black Bear produced a drawing depicting Jing Tian and Su Changqing. After a cursory glance, the demon lord replied candidly, "It was indeed my command. I have an agreement with Mount Shu that requires Su Changqing and Jing Tian to fulfill. Might I request that the demon lord temporarily spare them?" The demon lord Zhonglu fixed his gaze upon Xianshan, and after a prolonged silence, a smirk appeared on his lips. "Since the demon king has spoken, I suppose I could make an exception this once. However, I too have a condition." The Black Bear, observing the demon lord's demeanor, surmised that this would not bode well, hearing that the demon king was the strongest among his predecessors. He wondered if Zhong Lu had the honor of facing him in battle. As the Black Bear noted the demon lord's lingering gaze upon Xianshan, he felt a surge of irritation. "I will fight you," he declared, stepping protectively in front of Xianshan. To his surprise, the typically combative demon lord Zhong Lu shook his head. "Little black dragon, you are indeed formidable, but my interest lies solely in battling him." Upon hearing this, the Black Bear's jealousy radar went off, nearly deafening him. "No, I cannot consent to that," he protested, wrapping his arms tightly around Xianshan's waist. Xianshan, indulgently patting the Black Bear's hands, turned to the demon lord. "Given your strength, wouldn't it be more entertaining to face two opponents rather than one? Are you suggesting that both of you would join forces against me? Is that not rather unfair?" He was aware that both the demon lord and the demon king valued strength above all else. So even if there was a disparity in their abilities, it would not be significant. Moreover, the formidable physique of the Ying Long clan provided a natural advantage, and the last encounter had demonstrated that the little black dragon was no slouch in terms of power. He was confident, yet not arrogant. "The Black Bear and I will engage. I shall merely assist him." The demon lord Zhong Lu raised an intrigued eyebrow. "Very well, if you both wish to face me. I shall not pursue them further within the confines of Fengdu City." Xianshan leaped gracefully, his figure soaring like a silken ribbon in the wind. As he moved, ripples akin to flowing water appeared beneath their feet. The demon lord immediately sensed that his spiritual energy was significantly suppressed. How amusing! No longer holding back, the demon lord's aura surged, and a short blade sprang forth from his wrist. In a flash, he appeared before the Black Bear, ruthlessly slashing downwards. The Black Bear's fingers curled, summoning his bone blade. The clash of spiritual energy and demonic force generated a tremendous shockwave, toppling Su Changqing and the others who had just entered. Feeling a slight sting in his arm, the demon lord Zhong Lu regarded the Black Bear with newfound seriousness. "Little black dragon, you have made considerable progress." The Black Bear remained silent, his bone blade becoming increasingly lethal as it repelled the short blade's assault. He realized that although his mastery of spiritual energy did not match that of the demon lord, his indomitable physique constrained the demon lord's movements. With this insight, he abandoned the bone blade. Reverting to his dragon claws for direct combat, the sharp claws could bypass the demon lord's protective barrier and strike at his body. Given the close quarters engagement, the demon lord lacked the time to gather demonic energy, rendering his blade ineffective against the Black Bear's resilient form. Chapter 6. Yun Ting, recognizing that this stalemate could not continue, the demon lord braced himself against the Black Bear's claw attack aimed at his abdomen. He then concentrated his magic, forming a crimson protective barrier around himself. The black dragon's claws raked against it, leaving crimson fissures, but in the next moment, the barrier erupted, injuring the Black Bear. Xianshan descended gracefully, supporting the Black Bear while glancing at Shifeng. "Let us end it here for today. The envoy's visit to the demon lord must pertain to significant matters." Shifeng approached the demon lord, whispering something into his ear, prompting the demon lord's expression to darken as he muttered angrily about those old fools. He turned to leave for the demon realm but was intercepted by Shifeng. "My lord, those old fools are watching closely. It would be prudent to recover your strength before returning." Observing Shifeng's worried demeanor, Xianshan, embodying the spirit of kindness, resolved to assist them. He clasped his hands before his chest, surrounded by shimmering lights. Upon opening his eyes, the lights coalesced like ribbons, enveloping both the Black Bear and the demon lord. As the demon lord found himself encircled by the lights, his instinct was to condense demonic energy. But upon meeting Xianshan's gentle gaze, he silently released it. The lights enveloped him, and the demon lord felt his abdominal wound healing at an unnatural pace, while the previously expended demonic power began to restore. Their injuries were not severe, and with a single act of grace, both had recovered. Although their spiritual energy and demonic power remained partially depleted, consider it a debt owed, the demon lord stated before departing with Shifeng. With their objectives accomplished, Xianshan and the Black Bear also took their leave, leaving Su Changqing and the transformed Zixin to exchange glances, bewildered by the unfolding spectacle. Upon returning to the Wangxing pavilion, Zixin proactively sought out Xianshan. "You wish to inquire about the agreement between me and the Manchu sect leader, do you not?" Xianshan asked leisurely, lifting his teacup. Zixin was not seeking to pry. Rather, she wished to know if the agreement had any bearing on her. "What difference does it make if I know?" she replied. Zixin, "It has been 3 lifetimes. Do you still not comprehend? After reincarnation, one is no longer the same person," Xianshan remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. Zixin shook her head in protest. "Lu Fang is him, Yeping is him, Changqing is also him. He has always been himself, and what do you believe? Are Long Yang and Jing Tian the same person?" Upon hearing the Black Bear's question, Zixin froze. She recalled the conversation between Xianshan and Long Kui. No matter how much she wished to believe otherwise, Long Yang and Long Kui had demonstrated through their actions that Jing Tian was not Long Yang. In Long Yang's heart, Long Kui was irreplaceable. His love for her was profound and everlasting, impervious to the ravages of time. In contrast, Jing Tian viewed a sister who had suddenly appeared as merely a fleeting connection influenced by Long Yang's obsession, incomparable to the bond he shared with Mao Mao, who had grown up alongside him. Similarly for Changqing, she was not the beloved who had captivated him at first sight, one whom he would defy the world to be with. She was merely a stranger. Her gaze was clear yet sorrowful, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. After donning her veil, she quietly exited Xan Shan's chamber, only to encounter Su Changqing emerging from Jing Tian's room. Their eyes met before they both averted their gazes. Two individuals unable to gather their thoughts, opting to evade the moment. I am leaving, Zixian said softly to Su Changqing, bidding farewell. Allow me to escort you, Su Changqing offered, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Zixian's eyes. The streets of Fengdu were scattered with paper money, fluttering like offerings to commemorate a love that had endured for 3 lifetimes. That night, in pursuit of the fire spirit pearl held by the Fire Ghost King, Jing Tian was reluctantly thrust into the role of a groom. Outside the palace gates, Shuijian and Mao Mao were in a state of frantic anxiety. To demonstrate his loyalty, Jing Tian vowed before the crowd that he would marry no one but the Fire Ghost King, pledging his eternal love solely to her. However, these declarations enraged the secretly infatuated Shuijian, who exclaimed, I have truly misjudged you. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Jing Tian interrupted, angrily commanding her to silence. Why should I be silent? I intend to speak. In a moment of desperation, Jing Tian struck Shuijian across the face, cutting off her unfinished words. His hand trembled slightly, but he steeled himself, shouting at Shuijian to leave. Shuijian, clutching her stinging cheek, turned and walked away. Xan Shan shook his head at the unfolding farce. The Shuijian clearly knows that Jing Tian is doing this for the fire spirit pearl. Why is she so furious? The black bear, observing Xan Shan's puzzled expression, found him endearingly naive at times. Unable to resist, he playfully ruffled Xan Shan's cheeks. When jealousy takes precedence, one cannot think clearly. Xan Shan, gazing at Shuijian, who had been deceived by Zhao Wuyan, shook his head in resignation. The Shuijian should face some hardship to cultivate her vigilance. Lizhou. Shuijian was rescued by Yun Ting, who thoughtfully placed her in a room identical to her own at home. He even went so far as to find a flower named after her to decorate the space. As she observed the meticulous and considerate Yun Ting, her thoughts drifted back to Jing Tian. Upon their reunion, however, Jing Tian remained oblivious to Shuijian's feelings, persistently attempting to push her towards Yun Ting. Observing Shuijian's increasingly darkening expression, Yun Ting watched with amusement as Jing Tian endeavored to recommend her. The encounter between Jing Tian and Shuijian ended on a sour note. When Xan Shan and the black bear arrived in Lizhou, they coincidentally witnessed Yun Ting saving Shuijian from under the hooves of a horse. Yun Ting stared in shock at his hand and the unscathed Shuijian. The surrounding crowd gathered, marveling at Shuijian's remarkable safety. It was then that they learned of Yun Ting's peculiar affliction, which had been with him since birth. Anyone who comes into contact with him will suffer burns as if struck by lightning. Over the years, Shuijian has been the only one untouched. Observing the ecstatic Yun Ting, He Xiao let out a sigh. Disappointment was destined to be his companion. Once he too aspired to lead a normal life, understanding how astonishing it must be for those like them to have a ray of light pierce the dark depths of a well. However, Shuijian and Jing Tian were fated to be together, a bond that could not be easily severed. Upon seeing Xan Shan and He Xiao amidst the crowd, Yun Ting realized they were no ordinary individuals. He approached them, introducing himself. I am Yun Ting, may I inquire your name? Xan Shan, just a passerby. Yet, from the reactions of Shuijian and the others upon seeing Xan Shan, Yun Ting began to piece together some truths. Once at the Yun residence, Yun Ting regarded Xan Shan with utmost respect. I know you are no ordinary person. Might you be able to resolve the troubles that have plagued me for years? Yun Ting, if I resolve your issues, you will also lose the means to protect Lizhou. Are you certain you wish for my intervention? Upon hearing Xan Shan's words, Yun Ting's expression wavered. The choice between a normal life and the ability to safeguard the peace of Lizhou left him in turmoil. Chapter 7. Who is Xiao? Xan Shan gazed at the Lei Ling pearl in his hand, ultimately choosing the life of a common person. In truth, He Xiao understood Yun Ting's predicament well, had it not been for a similarly afflicted mute he encountered years ago. He might not have survived to witness Xan Shan's arrival. As the Lei Ling pearl detached, the monsters lurking near Lizhou surged forth, eager to cause chaos, yet a protective barrier of flowing water rose to the heavens, enclosing all of Lizhou within its embrace. Within Lizhou city, all demonkind were warned against causing disturbances, lest they be exiled to the South Sea. A gentle voice, imbued with undeniable authority, echoed throughout Lizhou. The demons within the city sensed the pressure of the Demon King and quickly retracted their demonic aura. None wished to be banished to the South Sea due to a fleeting moment of folly. The South Sea was a forbidden land for demons, where their powers would be significantly diminished. Some restless demons attempted to act out, only to be ensnared by the water, their lives extinguished before the eyes of the crowd. Brother Xan Shan is truly formidable. Long Kuei gazed up at the spectacle with admiration. Meanwhile, Jing Tian and Mao Mao shivered simultaneously, remarking on how ruthless young Master Xan was, leaving not even a trace behind. Yet, if such measures were not taken, countless innocent lives in Lizhou would suffer. Long Kuei contended, observing the shaken citizens around them. Su Changqing nodded in agreement. While the Demon King's actions were harsh, they were understandable. Suddenly Jing Tian turned around, puzzled. Why does it feel so quiet today? where are Sister Xuejin and Huang? Have they gone back to the Yun family with that young Master Yun? Long Kui shook her head. That can't be. I saw Sister Xuejin just now while fending off those demons. At that moment, someone in the crowd looked at Jing Tian with curiosity. Weren't you just walking with that girl in red? Upon hearing this, Su Changqing realized the gravity of the situation. The box. You mean the box transformed into my likeness and took Xuejian away? Jing Tian asked anxiously. But we have no idea where he has taken Sister Xuejian. Su Changqing retrieved the communication device from Shushan. Don't worry, the sect master will have a solution. Jing Tian, following the hint from Taoist Jing Wei, arrived at the realm of Inshu, yet, amidst the countless identical trees, he found himself lost in a vast labyrinth. Let alone locating a single unremarkable tree. Flames roared, consuming the forest, as tree after tree succumbed to the blaze. At last, Jing Tian recalled having drawn a pig's head on the nape of Xuejian's neck with 1,000-year ink at the inn. Using this clue, they finally discovered the enormous tree that was Xuejian transformed in the heart of the forest. Together, they unearthed the tree, and as the roots broke free from the soil, it transformed back into Xuejian, collapsing into Jing Tian's embrace. Gazing at the oblivious Xuejian, waves of panic surged through Jing Tian. Brother Xianshan, Brother Xianshan will surely have a way. Upon hearing Long Kuei's words, they hurried back to Lizhou, collectively exhaling in relief upon seeing Xianshan at the Yun residence. Your Majesty the Demon King, I implore you, please look at Xuejian. What has happened to her? A blue light butterfly encircled Xuejian, delicately supplying her with the spirit energy of the surrounding flora. Moments later, as the light dissipated, Xuejian opened her eyes. Xuejian's identity is unique. I can only heal her temporarily. You must quickly seek a divine tree's essence from the divine realm to ensure her complete recovery. Mao Mao, ever straightforward, asked, is the divine tree's essence the same one that could save Long Yang last time? Indeed. Upon hearing Xianshan's response, Jing Tian's heart sank. He longed to save Xuejian, yet Long Kui had awaited this opportunity for over a millennium. The divine tree bears fruit once every millennium. Surely there are more than one in the heavenly realm, but it depends on whether you can procure one. Xianshan escorted them to the abyss of gods and demons, handing over the Lei Ling pearl extracted from Yun Ting. The stone of heaven opened, transporting Jing Tian and Su Changqing to the divine realm, while Xuejian and the others awaited at the entrance. The guards of the divine realm, upon seeing Jing Tian, respectfully allowed the two passage. They entered bewildered, as the grand hall was shrouded in celestial mist, with celestial beings of various forms lining both sides. Upon seeing Jing Tian, they all respectfully addressed him as General Faping. The heavenly emperor regarded Jing Tian with warmth. General Faping, does everything feel familiar to you? Who are you? I am the heavenly emperor. Jing Tian, curious, asked, Your Excellency the heavenly emperor, may I ask why so many people refer to me as General Faping? Who is this Faping? The heavenly emperor's gaze held nostalgia. Faping is the mightiest divine general in the world, unparalleled. Since your banishment until today, thousands of years have passed. 1,000 years is but a fleeting moment. Yet I still vividly recall your silver-white armor. Do you still remember Xiao? Xiao, who is Xiao? The heavenly emperor sighed softly, observing the change in Jing Tian's expression. Thousands of years ago, beneath the divine tree stood a spirited silver-armored general. A goddess in a white gown approached gracefully, her clear, cold features akin to the morning dew at dawn. She gazed at the leaves in Faping's hand, her words laced with a hint of mirth. The heavenly emperor has tasked me with guarding this tree. You mustn't let it come to harm or there isn't a soul around. Why guard it? Xiao replied, looking at the flourishing divine tree. If I do not guard it, what else can I do? It is too quiet here. Isn't silence a good thing? Faping remarked, his voice laced with weariness as he gazed at his sword. Then what is the purpose of my existence? What use is this demon-suppressing sword in my hands? To this day, I have yet to encounter a worthy opponent to draw my sword against. It is a dishonor to both me and the sword. A world at peace, a realm in tranquility, aren't such days what everyone yearns for? Faping looked around at the unchanging environment, finding it utterly mundane. Is a world at peace truly desirable? Look at this divine realm. It remains unchanged for millennia. Everyone here is stagnant. Where's the meaning in that? Faping, if you could choose, what is it you desire most at this moment? Xiao gently inquired, her gaze fixed on him, rising to his feet. Faping regarded the demon-suppressing sword in his grasp, his words brimming with yearning. I want an opponent, one who can truly compel me to draw my sword. Concern filled Xiao's eyes. Faping, your resentment is too heavy. It will inevitably harm you. Faping regarded Xiao, a rare smile gracing his usually stern features. Let it be, you will heal me. Indeed, I will forever guard you here. Xiao's gaze overflowed with affection for Faping. Chapter 8. Long Yang. Faping had grown weary of the tranquility of the divine realm, yearning daily for a worthy opponent, until one day, a red light flashed across the horizon, and the demon-suppressing sword in his grasp emitted a long-lost hum. It's here, he exclaimed joyfully, eyes fixed on the radiant light. The demon lord Zhonglu, observing the famed demon-suppressing sword in Faping's hand, declared, You are Faping? I shall take that sword. Those who intrude upon my divine realm shall face death without mercy. The two clashed before the southern heavenly gate for several days, the sounds of clashing weapons resonating endlessly, ultimately forming a bond of mutual respect. Beneath the divine tree, Faping addressed the demon lord Zhonglu. Today's battle ended in a draw, let us agree to meet again on another day. The demon lord Zhonglu chuckled lightly, I shall come when I come, go when I go, I am always ready. With that he unfurled his wings and prepared to depart. Leave your name, Fei Ping called out. The demon lord turned back. Zhonglu, your opponent is Zhonglu, my opponent. Watching Zhonglu's departing figure, Fei Ping's heart brimmed with the exhilaration of battle. He eagerly shared his joy of encountering a worthy rival with Xiao, yet she was filled with concern. Fei Ping secretly sparred with Zhonglu, knowing that if others discovered this he would be accused of colluding with the demon clan. But when Fei Ping held her hand, gazing at her with deep affection, he implored, Xiao, promise me, always stay by my side and share in the joy of victory. The words he had on the tip of his tongue remained unspoken. Until the demon lord Zhonglu returned to the southern heavenly gate, Fei Ping, driven by the desire to battle Zhonglu, disregarded Xiao's warnings and left the southern heavenly gate without permission, taking advantage of this opportunity. The demonic clan launched a massive invasion, resulting in devastating losses for the divine realm. Enraged, the heavenly emperor commanded the celestial soldiers to bring Fei Ping back. The demon lord Zhonglu intended to take Fei Ping with him back to the demon realm, only to be met with Fei Ping's firm refusal. Divine Hall, as the general of the divine realm, how dare you abandon your post, putting the realm in peril? Fei Ping, what do you have to say for yourself? Fei Ping remained silent. The heavenly emperor then turned his gaze toward Xiao, who stood nearby. You have consistently shielded Fei Ping, leading to today's calamity of demons besieging the divine realm. Are you aware of the consequences? The little deity is willing to accept punishment. However, upon hearing this, Fei Ping raised his head, positioning himself protectively in front of Xiao. If punishment must be meted out, what does it have to do with Xiao? Fei Ping, you have finally spoken. You have followed the demon lord Zhonglu and engaged in duels with him on numerous occasions. Today, disregarding the safety of the divine realm, you have accompanied him to the new immortal realm, inciting chaos among the demons. Yet Fei Ping insisted that seeking a worthy opponent in his heart was not wrong, even rebuking the divine assembly for their cowardice and lack of dignity as deities. Consequently, Fei Ping was cast down to the mortal realm. Meanwhile, Xiao waited beneath the divine tree for the one who would never return. Leaves fell upon her, layer upon layer, much like her longing for Fei Ping. She decided to send the fruits of the divine tree, laden with her yearning, along with the jade pendant she never gifted, to the mortal realm. The fruits transformed into Shua Jian, while Xiao, having unlawfully sent the sacred fruits to the mortal realm, was punished and stripped of her form, her soul becoming a flower spirit, eternally nurturing the divine tree. Jingtian lamented that all current misfortunes stemmed from the heavenly emperor. Had he not demoted Fei Ping over such trivial matters, there would have been no Long Yang nor Shua Jian. After much persuasion, the heavenly emperor consented to send 2 fruits of the divine tree to them. However, Shua Jian, born of Xiao, could not be healed by others. They needed to find a way to locate Xiao themselves. Might I request the heavenly emperor to bring Miss Shua Jian, Miss Longkui, and young master Xian into the divine realm? The heavenly emperor looked quizzically at Su Changqing. I understand Miss Shua Jian and Miss Longkui, but who is this young master Xian? Su Changqing hesitated for a moment before deciding to speak the truth. Young master Xian is named Xinshan, the current demon king. The heavenly emperor hesitated, recalling that in his memory there had been no benevolent demon kings. Sensing the emperor's uncertainty, Jingtian hurriedly explained that Xinshan has a close relationship with the old man of Qingwei from Shushan, and it is thanks to him that we have come to the divine realm. This is the demon king. The inhabitants of the divine realm gazed incredulously at Xinshan. The remarkably youthful man, clad in pure white, with silver hair secured by a wooden hairpin, appeared as if he were a fragment of the clouds, exuding an ethereal grace. Typically, the image of a demon king conjured notions of malevolence and arrogance, yet Xinshan seemed more akin to an immortal. Xinshan lightly bowed, addressing the heavenly emperor, I am Xinshan, the demon king. The heavenly emperor, intrigued, inquired, young master Xian, I have a question that piques my curiosity. May I seek clarification? What is it? Noticing young master Xian's air of refinement, the emperor wondered about his true form. He glanced at Xinshan, then cast a somewhat disdainful look at the deities present in the hall. Xinshan replied, I belong to the Zhao people. No wonder. The heavenly emperor nodded. The Zhao people are indeed favored by the heavenly mandate, requiring no arduous cultivation to transform into humans upon reaching maturity, revered as jewels by all sea clans. The emperor turned to Longkui, are you Fei Ping's sister? Yet, unexpectedly, the seemingly timid Longkui firmly shook her head. No, my brother's name is Long Yang. The heavenly emperor then turned to Jingtian, but Long Yang has already reincarnated as Jingtian. How can there be another Long Yang? Jingtian is Jingtian, and my brother is my brother. As she spoke, her skirt gradually stained with crimson. The heavenly emperor observed the stark contrast between Longkui's demeanor now and moments ago, a glint of nostalgia in his eyes. Her gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to Fei Ping's. Xinshan elucidated, Long Yang may have foreseen the events following his reincarnation, thus, upon his death, he chose to shatter his soul, infusing part of it into the demon sword, while his love for Longkui was bestowed upon her. When Longkui was trapped in the demon suppression tower and tormented by its demons, she merged with Long Yang and became Hongkui. The heavenly emperor gazed at Xinshan in astonishment, shattering one's soul, seeing Xinshan nod affirmatively. The Emperor's expression turned complex as he looked at Hongkue. He loved you dearly. Xinshan extracted Longyang's spirit from the demon sword and infused it into the fruit of the divine tree. The fruit transformed into a figure strikingly similar to Jingtian, clad in the dark armor he wore at the time of his death. Longkue gazed at Longyang, her fingers trembling as they traced the wound upon his chest. Just by looking at this ravaged body, she could surmise the brutality of the war that transpired long ago. Xinshan turned to Longkue. Are you ready? Longkue nodded, her form shifting into Hongkue. Red light particles began to drift upwards with Xinshan's movements. Merging into Longyang's body, the wounds on him rapidly healed, and Longkue felt a faint pulse beneath her palm resting on his chest. She exclaimed joyfully, "Brother, Longyang." Longyang opened his eyes, looking at Longkue with affectionate tenderness. He gently stroked her head, whispering, "Silly girl, do not fear. I have always been by your side. I promise to protect you forever, and I shall certainly fulfill that promise." Chapter 9. Fei Ping and Xiao. Two similar figures stood side by side. Yet none would mistake them for one another. Jingtian lounged casually, exuding a suave charm, often carrying a hint of a roguish demeanor. In contrast, Longyang, adorned in dark armor, stood tall and imposing, radiating a sharp yet compassionate aura. Regardless of how he treated others, he remained neither servile nor arrogant, maintaining a dignified composure. Yet, when facing Longkue, he was exceptionally gentle, his eyes brimming with warmth. Jingtian watched Longkue affectionately clinging to Longyang, a flicker of melancholy shadowing his gaze. Xue Jian approached him quietly, taking his hand. He snapped back to reality, looking towards the Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor, does Xue Jian truly require Xiao's personal rescue? The Heavenly Emperor regarded Xue Jian with surprise. It is curious. Her condition appears to be severely compromised. How is she able to remain so lucid and even act with such ease? He turned to Xinshan. Is this the work of the Demon King? Xinshan nodded. I crafted a temporary heart for her using the spirit of plants, but with each breath, the essence diminishes, providing only a fleeting vitality. To heal her, Xiao must personally infuse the fruit of the divine tree into her as a new heart. The Heavenly Emperor shook his head, explaining with a hint of exasperation, "It is not that I do not wish to assist you, since Xiao sent the sacred fruit to the mortal realm. She has imposed upon herself the penalty of becoming a flower spirit. Among the multitude of flowers, even the Heavenly Emperor cannot discern which one is Xiao." The Emperor glanced at Longyang, noticing his aura bore a resemblance to Fei Ping's. If he were to disguise himself as Fei Ping, perhaps Xiao would appear. Longyang is Longyang. He cannot and does not wish to become Fei Ping. Upon hearing Longyang's refusal, the Heavenly Emperor sighed softly. Even this stubbornness is reminiscent of him. At that moment, Longkue tugged at Longyang's arm. "Brother, please help them. Sister Xiao has waited for so long. While I am fortunate to have waited for you, yet Sister Xiao will never see General Fei Ping again." Longyang, gazing at Longkue's tear-streaked face, sighed in resignation. "Little crybaby, do not weep." The moment Longyang donned his silver armor, the entire hall fell silent, as if the invincible General Fei Ping from 1,000 years past had returned. The Heavenly Emperor hesitated, eyeing the demon suppression sword in his hand before finally speaking. In truth, the consciousness of Fei Ping still lingers within this sword, but it can only be sustained for 4 hours. Longyang comprehended the Emperor's implication. 4 hours would be sufficient for them to bid farewell. Consider this my gratitude for the fruit of the divine tree. The Heavenly Emperor nodded, infusing Fei Ping's consciousness into Longyang's being and handing him the demon suppression sword. "Go forth, she has awaited you for a long time." Fei Ping gazed at the vast sea of flowers, softly whispering, "Xiao, I have returned." Amidst the swaying blossoms, a figure emerged from the blooms. Xiao looked at Fei Ping, her eyes shimmering with tears. "Is it truly you?" She gazed at him from a distance, hesitant to approach. Fei Ping approached her. Xiao, hearing the familiar voice, tears streamed down her cheeks. "You have finally returned." Fei Ping, like the demon suppression sword in his grasp, was sharp and unstoppable, yet, in the presence of Xiao, he sheathed his blade, silently remaining by her side, offering quiet companionship. The atmosphere between them was serene yet harmonious, akin to leaves and flowers, silent yet eternally intertwined. However, when the familiar demonic aura resurfaced, Fei Ping grasped the demon suppression sword, gazing towards the southern heavenly gate. "He has come again." Xiao stepped in front of him, gently shaking her head. "Do not go, rest assured. I will be fine. I cannot let you leave. I fear that if you do, it will be as it was before, and you will depart from me once more." But Fei Ping gazed at the scattered celestial soldiers at the southern heavenly gate, softly explaining, "I am sorry, but I must go. I understand your intentions. However, all of this stems from me. If I do not resolve it, no one will have a future. I cannot be so selfish." Xiao's eyes were filled with sorrow. "I do not wish to see you leave again. I promise you, this will be the last time." Xiao lowered her gaze. "Have you truly decided to depart?" "Yes, I will accompany you." She looked steadfastly at Fei Ping, unwilling to witness his retreating figure once more. Fei Ping, somewhat delighted, replied, "Very well, let us go together." As the two individuals laid eyes upon the demon lord Chonglu, Fei Ping's consciousness dissipated like mist. Longyang turned to Xiao. He was leaving. I understand, yet every affair must reach a conclusion. Upon witnessing the gaze Fei Ping cast in her direction, she comprehended his departure was imminent. The demon lord Chonglu lunged towards Longyang. who met the onslaught with his sword drawn. Accustomed to the tumult of battle, Long Yang's movements were expansive and formidable, rendering him nearly unapproachable. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate until Long Kuei arrived. Observing Long Yang's struggle, her skirt quickly became stained crimson, and she loosed an arrow aimed directly at Chon Lu. After Long Yang's obsession was extracted, Long Kuei transformed into Red Kuei, maintaining her awareness albeit with heightened aggression. Sister, do not intervene just yet. If we do not face the demon Lord Chon Lu earnestly, he will not relent. Brother, this is for you. After tossing the demon sword to Long Yang, Long Kuei dutifully stood aside. Her eyes filled with concern, or upon grasping the demon sword, Long Yang's aura surged. Having been entwined with the sword for a millennium, he had become one with it, compared to the nominally renowned demon-suppressing sword. The demon sword was far more effective in unleashing its true potential. Sensing Long Yang's increasingly fierce presence, the demon Lord Chon Lu laughed with exhilaration. Excellent. The two clashed from the star-speckled night until dawn broke. Observing his wounded arm, the demon lord chuckled heartily. You have won. What is your name? Long Yang, momentarily taken aback, replied, You know I am not Fei Peng. Chon Lu raised an eyebrow. You cannot recognize your opponent? Long Yang, that is my name, he answered with a smile. After the demon lord's departure, Long Kuei scampered to Long Yang's side. Brother, you are so impressive. Long Yang bent slightly to tap Long Kuei's nose. Indeed, your brother is quite capable, so do not fret. Nearby, Xiao watched their interaction with envy, yet she was acutely aware that he was not Fei Peng. She stepped forward. Thank you for allowing me to see him once more. She extended the orb in her hand to Long Kuei, with the wind spirit pearl, merging the essence of the divine tree with Miss Shuijian will restore her to normal. Long Kuei grasped Xiao's sleeve and handed her the demon-suppressing sword. Sister Xiao, my brother, and I sought the demon-suppressing sword from the Heavenly Emperor. Keep it as a memento. Xiao gently brushed her fingers over the sword, feeling its familiar spiritual energy as it emitted a silvery glow. Accompanied by a gentle chiming sound, thank you. Embracing the sword, Xiao returned beneath the divine tree. Long Kuei observed from afar, as if she could once again see that silvery figure silently accompanying Xiao. Chapter 10, the conclusion of the tale. After Long Kuei and Long Yang retrieved the wind spirit pearl, their first instinct was to entrust it to their most trusted ally, Xianshan. Utilizing the wind spirit pearl, Xianshan infused the essence of the divine tree into Shuijian's heart. Meanwhile, Su Changqing, who was supposed to deliver the box to the heavenly pool, succumbed to its allure, allowing the evil sword immortal to flee due to his selfish desires. As a result, Jing Tian was misled by the heavenly emperor into swearing an oath to capture the evil sword immortal. Xianshan's mission had essentially concluded when Jing Tian and Su Changqing arrived in the heavenly realm. The escape of the evil sword immortal had yet to affect the demon race, and as the Demon King, he could not indiscriminately interfere. Hence, after handing the Water Spirit Pearl and Wind Spirit Pearl to Jing Tian, he and the Black Bear returned to their cozy cottage, briefly resuming their blissful life together. The aches in their bodies and the incessant chimes of the golden bell until dawn made Xianshan deeply understand the saying, the nature of dragons is lecherous. With the convergence of the 5 spirit pearls, the demon-locking tower of Shushan was successfully sealed, yet the evil sword immortal was far from subdued. Chaos erupted in the mortal realm, and the news of Shushan's call for aid reached Xianshan. Come, little black dragon, it appears we must take action. He communicated with Long Kuei and Long Yang, summoning them to Shushan as well. Due to the threat posed by the evil sword immortal, the entire Shushan was on high alert. Particularly the demon-locking tower, which contained nearly all notorious malevolent demons. Should the evil sword immortal scheme succeed, it would spell disaster for the world. Shushan sought to unite forces with Xianshan, planning to capture the evil sword immortal upon his approach to the demon-locking tower. By the time Xianshan and the Black Bear arrived, everyone else had already gathered. The demon lord Chon Lu raised an eyebrow at the sight of the two. Teasing the Black Bear, little black dragon, why do you cling to Xianshan like a baby, still nursing? Surprisingly, the well-fed Black Bear ignored the jibe, remaining steadfastly by Xianshan's side. As darkness enveloped the sky, a shroud of black mist gradually descended upon Shushan. A figure streaked across the heavens, landing atop the demon-locking tower. Cloaked in black, the figure gazed at Jing Tian, who stood at the tower's pinnacle. I know you are not Fei Peng, you cannot deceive me. Jing Tian responded with a mysterious smile. Indeed, I am not Fei Peng, hence I am not the sort to duel with you. As soon as his words fell, a circular wave of water enveloped the entire vicinity of the demon-locking tower. The moment the wave emerged, the evil sword immortal felt half of his strength suppressed. Demon King Xianshan. He lowered his head to find a lithe figure appearing below, each of her movements further solidifying the suppression of his power. He abandoned Jing Tian and transformed into a black mist, hurtling towards Xianshan. Just as his hand was about to seize her, a black dragon claw emerged, firmly gripping his hand and casting the evil sword immortal away with indigo spiritual energy. The evil sword immortal crashed against a stone pillar, staring at the sudden arrival. Dragon horns, dragon claws, wings. Impossible, he incredulously questioned. How can this be from the Yinglong clan? The Black Bear grinned at the evil sword immortal. Waving his hand, surprised, upon seeing these two figures, the evil sword immortal felt the urge to retreat, but just as he prepared to flee, a familiar silhouette materialized behind him. Jing Tian, you are not. Suddenly, he noticed that Jing Tian's attire was different from before. His pupils constricting. You are Long Yang. News of Long Yang's battle with the demon Lord Chong Lu had already spread across the 6 realms, and he was aware of it. He had intended to ambush the demon locking tower upon receiving word that both Xian Shan and Long Yang were not accompanying Jing Tian. But he inadvertently walked into their trap. The evil sword immortal, having recently absorbed malevolent thoughts from the mortal realm, was now cornered as he had failed to seize the demon locking tower. The sky erupted in a tempest of black mist, wreaking havoc throughout Shushan. The evil sword immortal sought to exploit this chaos to escape, only to find himself ensnared by Xian Shan. The black bear's bone blade pierced through the evil sword immortal's chest. Yet moments later, it healed. The black bear gazed at the evil sword immortal's unscathed chest. What kind of nonsense is this? He was born from the world's malevolence and possessed no true body. Merely a manifestation of black mist. To defeat him, a precise strike to his vital point was essential. Hearing Xian Shan's explanation, Long Yang promptly redirected his assault towards the evil sword immortal's head. When the demon sword pierced through his skull, the evil sword immortal swiftly transformed into a wisp of black mist, dissipating into the air. The moment of his disappearance, the sky appeared as though it had been cleansed by flowing water. Returning to a pristine and azure clarity, Jing Tian made another trip to the heavenly realm, reporting the incident to the heavenly emperor before returning to Yong'an with Shuijin and Mao Mao. Content to live a tranquil life as a modest shopkeeper, Xian Shan visited the ruins of the Jiang kingdom, which had been transformed into a sea of sunflowers by Long Yang and Long Kuei. The mountains were adorned with blooming sunflowers swaying gently in the breeze, as if numerous smiling faces greeted passers-by. At the center stood a small courtyard enclosed by a fence, where a young girl slept peacefully in a rocking chair beneath a tree. While a young man beside her fanned himself gently. A refreshing breeze rustled through the morning glories on the fence, preserving this untold tale. In this world, Xian Shan and the black bear spent 70 years together until the lifetimes of Shuijin and Jing Tian concluded. At which point the system's voice began to resonate. The narrative of this world has concluded. The host and their partner shall depart within the hour, due to the rewritten conclusion of this world. The current world bestows an additional 500 merits upon the host and their partner. The host's current merit stands at 1433 points, while the black bear, partner, possesses 500 points. Kind reminder, the next world is a high martial world. And certain abilities will be sealed. Please review and prepare accordingly. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xian Shan opened his skill page, discovering that several abilities had been grayed out. Name, Xian Shan. Next world identity, Miao Jiang Youth, identity as a merfolk temporarily sealed, merit, 1433 points. Age, 17. Original ability, Miao Jiang Gu technique, all Gu techniques within the world can be utilized. Skill cards, single log support. Water Cloud Expanses, Landscape Shadow, Water Veil Weapon Card, Divine Wood Spring Flute, Lotus Autumn Water, usable in critical moments. Skill cards 2, can be exchanged for Gu techniques. Card Drawing Chances 2, temporarily sealed. Gold Ingots 490. System Tools, Premium Tent 1, Replaceable Form, Personal Space, 50 due to the host's merit reaching 1000 points. The apparel warehouse has been unlocked, and the system will provide attire suitable for the current world. Black Bear, partner, identity automatically completed as childhood husband. Merit, 500 points. Age, 20. Bloodline, Ing Long, temporarily sealed. Passive skill, indestructible weapon, bone blade. Original skills, close combat. Photographic memory. Bloodline ability transformation, lightness skill, combat instinct. Water control. Apparel will be provided based on the host's clothing. Chapter 1, Snowfall Villa. Xian Shan exchanged the 2 skill cards for Puppet Theater and Rose Butterfly. Puppet Show, Puppet Poison. On a 3-foot stage, dancing puppets are controlled by those who wield the poison, allowing them to sit, fly, and converse with ease. A maximum of 20 can be stored simultaneously, with no cooldown time. Rose Butterfly, Toxic Poison. Butterflies love soul departure. As the butterfly wings scatter their pollen, the poison invades the marrow. A note, those who perish from the rose butterfly will bear crimson rose patterns upon their necks. A maximum of 10 can be stored simultaneously, with no cooldown time. Snowflakes flutter down, blanketing the peaks with layer upon layer of plush softness. Xian Shan gazes at the inn nestled at the foot of the mountain. Swaying precariously amidst the wind and snow. Main quest, first encounter at Snowfall Villa with Xiaosei. Quest reward, gold ingots X20. Personal space X10 M.AS. Xian Shan resignedly strides toward the inn. Xiaosei, seated by the window, has already spotted the rapidly approaching figure. It is a youth clad in Miao attire, his smoky purple outer garment accentuating his skin's snow-like pallor, adorned with intricately layered silver ornaments at his waist. His hair cascades behind him, with a butterfly-shaped silver accessory securing the hair on the right side. Upon entering, Xiaosei's gaze is immediately drawn to the exquisite and enchanting visage, reminiscent of a vibrant and beautiful venomous serpent. The inn's attendant approaches. Esteemed guest, would you care for something to eat? Without even glancing at the menu in the attendant's hand, Xian tosses him a piece of broken gold. One of everything on the house special. The attendant, thrilled by Xian's generosity, readily replies, certainly, please wait a moment. The door swings open once more, and a handsome youth in red strides in, carrying a large box on his back. He sits at the table beside Xian and curiously leans closer. Noticing Xian's attire, are you from Miao territory? Xian nods. Indeed. His response ignites a spark of excitement in the youth. Really, this is my first encounter with someone from Miao. I've always heard my master speak of it. Now I've finally met one. Do all Miao people practice poison arts? My master said poison arts are formidable, capable of claiming lives without a trace. Meanwhile, Xiaosei sighs, exasperated. Who asks so directly? Xian, observing Lei Wujie's nonchalant demeanor, playfully inquires, would you like to experience it? Lei Wujie eagerly stands asure, but in the next moment, he feels his limbs uncontrollably begin to move. I can't lift them. My leg. Why is my body suddenly out of control? Xiaosei, unable to watch any longer, steps forward to remind him, fool, you've been afflicted by his puppet poison. Upon hearing Xiaosei's words, Xian lifts his head in discontent. What puppet poison? Such an unpleasant name. Mine is called Puppet Show. Xiaosei, glancing at Lei Wujie who is still spinning in circles, nods in agreement. Quite fitting, indeed. Stop chatting and help me. Lei Wujie anxiously exclaims, realizing the two have become engrossed in conversation. Xian jingles the gold bells on his feet, causing Lei Wujie to collapse in exhaustion on the ground. Saved, but after resting for a moment, he eagerly rises again. How did you cast that poison on me? I felt nothing at all. Xian rests his chin on his hand, observing him. Do you recall what you did upon entering? Lei Wujie scratches his head. I came in, sat down, drank a cup of tea. Was it that cup of tea? Xian nods. Then what if he hadn't drunk the tea? Xiaosei inquires curiously. Xian's lips curl into a smile. Not drinking tea would naturally lead to an alternative method. At the sight of Xian's smile, Xiaosei feels as though he has encountered a snake flicking its tongue, involuntarily shivering, yet, Lei Wujie remains drawn to Xian, his instincts telling him that Xian harbors no ill intent. After the attendant sets the dishes before Xian, he looks at Lei Wujie, whose eyes are gleaming with anticipation. Shall we eat together? Is that permissible? Xian offers him the chopsticks. If you dare to eat, then you may. Upon hearing Xian's invitation, Lei Wujie does not hesitate, seizing the bowl and devouring the food with the fervor of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Xiaosei, noticing that Xian has only sampled a few bites of his dish, queries, aren't you going to eat? I'm not hungry. If you're not hungry, why order so much? Xiaosei questions, perplexed at the spread before them. Xian gazes out at the snowy landscape, casually responding, I merely wanted to sample the flavors of this secluded inn. Stunned by Xian's reply, Xiaosei finds himself momentarily speechless, while he too had been generous in his spending. He had never been so frivolous. A cacophony of voices erupts as the door to Snowfall Villa is kicked open, and several men of varying build stride in. One burly man grabs the attendant by the collar, demanding, bring the finest wine and the most expensive meat. At that moment, a man wielding a large blade spots Xian and subtly gestures to a lanky companion beside him. The man turns around, eyes lighting up upon seeing Xian, and approaches with a lewd grin. Miss, care to share a drink? Xian raises an eyebrow. Are you blind? It is only upon hearing Xian's voice that the men realize he is, in fact, male. What a letdown, just a guy. The man turns to leave. Did I give you permission to leave? At Xian's words, the man turns back. What? If you're willing to drink, it's not out of the question. After all, your face is quite lovely. Meanwhile, Xiaosei and Lei Wujie silently turn away, fearing they might be splattered with blood. Xian smiles as he extends his hand. Allow me to show you a little something. From within Xian's sleeve emerge several silver-white little insects, the size of sesame seeds, flapping their transparent wings as they land on the necks of the men. Instinctively, they reach to swat them away, but upon contact with the silver insects, their hands begin to rot. Xian lightly taps the table, and the men simultaneously raise their hands to slap themselves. How synchronized! Both Xian and Xiaosei turn to regard Lei Wujie, who had made the remark. Unexpectedly, Lei Wujie resumes eating, as though he had merely commented casually. Observing the men's faces swelling grotesquely, the sound of the gold bells rings out as the silver insects return to Xian's fingertips. While I'm still in a good mood, leave regaining their senses, the men scramble to escape. A finally satiated Lei Wujie gazes at the silver insect on Xian's fingertip. May I draw closer to examine it? Xian taps one of the silver insects, causing it to flutter to Lei Wujie's fingertip. Lei Wujie inspects the silver insect closely. It resembles a miniature moth, radiating a metallic sheen. How come this fool can touch it without any ill effects? Those men nearly lost their hands. Xiaosei observes Lei Wujie's unscathed hand. It's my possession. Naturally, I can allow whoever I choose to touch it. Chapter 2. A debt predestined. In the brief interlude of their conversation, Lei Wujie has already begun to play with the silver insect. He employs lightness skills to chase the insect as it flits about, but as he vaults over a railing, his foot slips. And he tumbles down the stairs. Although he manages to land safely due to his reflexes, he inadvertently knocks over the dishes on the table, and by sheer coincidence, the dish lands squarely on Xiaoxi's exquisite fur coat. Xianshan can only exclaim, it seems Lei Wujie is destined to owe Xiaoxi's silver. Xiaoxi glares at the oil stain on his garment, his expression darkening. 1,000 taels. What? Lei Wujie stares at him in confusion. For the garment, 1,000 taels, Xiaoxi points to the outfit that Lei Wujie has tarnished. What kind of clothing is so expensive? Xiaoxi spreads his arms. This robe was custom made by the Yushu workshop in Tianqi City. It took 3 months to make. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie lowers his head, feeling guilty. But I have no money. You wear the rare phoenix fire worth a fortune, and you say you have no money? Xiaoxi incredulously questions, the clothes weren't even bought by me. Lei Wujie mutters under his breath, yet he quickly adds, but I will soon have money. I plan to go to a place where I will acquire wealth. What place? Xiaoxi inquires, frowning. Snowmoon City. Upon hearing that name, Xiaoxi deduces Lei Wujie's identity. Alright, but I must accompany you. Hearing Xiaoxi's agreement, Lei Wujie cheerfully responds, not a problem at all. Beneath the night sky, the cold wind howls through the falling snow, landing on the rooftop of a dilapidated temple. The walls of the temple are weathered, with dried weeds sprouting from the cracks. And the rickety wooden door creaks open. This snow is too heavy. Who knows when it will cease? Lei Wujie complains, covered in snow. Luckily, my horse is a rare steed. Otherwise, we would have been buried by this snowfall. Xianshan waves his hand dismissively at Xiaoxi's remark, not we, I did not ride your horse. The two companions beside him fall silent at Xianshan's retort. Ever since entering the forest, Xianshan has unabashedly summoned a gigantic python before their eyes, leaving them bewildered as to why the serpent would venture out in the depths of winter. Xianshan sits atop the python's head, trailing behind them, causing their horses to gallop in fear, nearly shattering their bones. Upon exiting the woods, the python obediently slithers away. The trio enters the main hall of the dilapidated temple, discovering a recently extinguished bonfire at the center. Xiaoxi gazes at the fire pit, deep in thought. Someone must have kindled a fire here recently. Good, that saves us the trouble of gathering firewood. Xianshan nods in satisfaction, pulling out a thick beastskin blanket to spread on the ground. Lei Wujie looks at Xianshan, perplexed. Where did you pull all these things from? Xianshan casually remarked to the child, do not overthink things, it may hinder your growth. As Lei Wujie diligently tended to the fire, a delightful aroma suddenly wafted in from outside. What is that smell? It is so fragrant. Xianshan inhaled the scent of roses that danced at the tip of his nose, reminiscent of the gentle whispers of dawn. Roses bloom amidst the chilling winds, their delicate fragrance a subtle hint of allure. To his surprise, amidst the wilderness, such an insightful youth could be found. The voice was akin to a rose blooming in the crisp winter air, captivating yet imbued with an undeniable chill. That fragrance suits you well. Upon hearing this, Yuji chuckled, her praise making her feel a tad bashful. However, just as the trio stepped outside, a golden invitation flew directly towards them. Lei Wujie reached out to catch it, but the invitation was deftly swatted back by a flute that Xianshan had sent forth. Yuji caught the returning invitation and smiled at Xianshan. It seems that you are aware of my identity, she lightly teased. The Grim Lord's wrath is known throughout the realm. It is hard to imagine one would be ignorant of such a notorious figure. Yet, this invitation was likely not meant for us. Xianshan turned to glance at the dilapidated temple. At that moment, a dark figure leaped from within the temple. This invitation must be intended for me. Upon seeing this figure, Yuji's previously cheerful demeanor immediately darkened, her expression turning grave. The tall silhouette behind Yuji remained silent, brandishing a blade aimed at Tanglian. As Tanglian pushed Lei Wujie, who had stepped too close, out of the way, the blade's energy stirred a flurry of snow, obscuring the Grim Lord's view. Yet, when clarity returned, the familiar figure had vanished, leaving only a few glimmering silver needles glinting in the place where Lei Wujie had just stood. Injured and unable to withstand the combined might of Yuji and the Grim Lord, Tanglian found himself defenseless. With enthusiasm, Lei Wujie stepped protectively in front of Tanglian, declaring, I shall take this blow. However, Yuji was not inclined to grant him that opportunity. Drawing her soft sword from her waist, why not test my sword first? Unlike a traditional blade, the soft sword twisted and coiled with Yuji's movements, resembling a sinuous serpent, leaving one to ponder from which direction its strike might come. Meanwhile, Lei Wujie employed his unbounded fist, the force of his punch arriving before his fist did, creating an even contest. In the next moment, Yuji's figure vanished beneath the moonlight, appearing ghost-like behind Lei Wujie. Just as he aimed to strike her down, her form transformed into a flurry of snow, dissipating into nothingness. Although they had the upper hand, they suddenly retreated. Lei Wujie, somewhat dissatisfied, called after their departing figures, why do you leave so abruptly? The Grim Lord, growing impatient, swung his blade, unleashing a torrent of energy that surged towards Lei Wujie. What audacity to provoke anyone! Although he grumbled, Xianshan earnestly tossed his flute into the fray. Upon contact with the blade's energy, the flute emitted a piercing sound wave, dispersing the attack. Yuji looked at Xianshan. Astonished by his prowess, I did not expect my young brother to be so formidable. However, alas, I have matters to attend to today. Let us meet again next time. After Yu Ji and the grim lord departed, Xiao Sei turned to Tang Lian. Brother, is there something amiss in your courtyard? Someone seems to have slipped in. And upon hearing this, Tang Lian hurriedly rushed towards the back, followed by the other two, eager for the unfolding drama. Indeed, beside Tang Lian's carriage stood a figure clad in apricot yellow, wielding a long spear. Upon noticing the trio, the figure swiftly mounted a horse and made to leave. However, Tang Lian recognized her immediately. Shaking his head helplessly as he watched her retreating silhouette, refraining from making any move to stop her, Master brother, why did you not apprehend her? Lei Wujie inquired, puzzled by the lack of action. She is my third master's daughter, Si Kong Qian Luo. Just as those words left his lips, the carriage, burdened with too much weight, suddenly shattered, spilling its contents onto the ground, a golden coffin adorned with intricate patterns. Xiao Sei rushed forward, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the coffin. I said pure gold. Upon hearing this, Lei Wujie joined him. Tang Lian, wary, glanced at Xiao Sei. What of it being pure gold? It is worth a fortune. Xianshan, observing the two's avarice, turned to leave, muttering, do not mind those two gold-crazed fools. After a day of travel, the group finally arrived at the renowned Meiren Zhuang just as darkness fell. With its soaring eaves and exquisite design, the establishment was known as a haven for indulgence, its lanterns twinkling like stars in the night. Xianshan gazed at the pearls scattered like gravel around him. Lamenting, I am still far too impoverished, Xiao Sei shot Xianshan a glance, swallowing back his impending retort. At that moment, 3 red veils floated from the pavilion, and amidst the flurry of petals, a woman descended gracefully before Tang Lian. Her face alight with joy. That not Lian. Tang Lian, slightly embarrassed, replied softly. Rui, the celestial maiden. Rui stepped closer. Lian, it has been 16 months and 7 days since your last visit. Have you not missed me at all? Your names are quite a perfect match. Rui turned her gaze to Xianshan, her eyes sparkling. What a handsome young man. Today, Meiren Zhuang hosts an unprecedented gambling event. Would you care to join? I am not one for gambling, Xianshan replied, shaking his head as he nudged Xiao Sei forward. He rather enjoys such things. Pushed into the spotlight, Xiao Sei looked at Xianshan. But I have no money. I shall provide your stake, Xianshan declared, producing a fist-sized aquamarine ghostly orb. Though the item you possess is indeed rare, to think that a single bead would suffice to enter this game is rather presumptuous. With a flick of his sleeve, Xianshan extinguished the lights in the courtyard, leaving only the orb in his hand glowing with a radiant light. This a luminous pearl, how could it be so clear? Look at the shadow on the wall. As the orb spun, the wall displayed a complete story. Very well, this pearl shall serve as your wager. Rui reluctantly averted her gaze from the wall, surveying the surroundings. Rui announced this day, Meiren Zhuang is fully reserved by this young lord. Those wishing to gamble may remain. Those disinterested, please take your leave. Just then, a strange voice interjected. I understand your desire to assist your little lover. But you must realize that merely possessing Meiren Zhuang cannot contain this situation. It is indeed time to clear the area. The speaker, an ethereal figure with white hair, exuded an otherworldly grace. As the words left his lips, the group found themselves encircled by a throng of martial artists, clamoring for the golden coffin. Xianshan, seated at the table, surveyed the diverse expressions of those around him. How bothersome, he mused, before a melodic voice emerged, as butterflies flew from the silver bells at his waist. These butterflies, translucent with a hint of red at their wing tips, were a sight to behold. Do you find them lovely? He inquired of Xiao Sei. Nodding, Xiao Sei replied, they are beautiful. What are they called? They are called rose butterflies. Perplexed, Xiao Sei asked, why such a name? Xianshan chuckled, you shall soon discover. As the butterflies danced, they sprinkled a fine, transparent glitter. Suddenly those nearby clutched their throats, collapsing one by one. Not once their task was complete, the butterflies returned quietly to the silver bells. Xiao Sei keenly observed that those who fell bore a rose-shaped mark the size of a fist on their necks. No wonder they are called rose butterflies. Seeing Xiao Sei's approving glance, Xianshan beamed. Indeed, they are quite beautiful, are they not? Meanwhile, the onlookers from Wushuang City were on high alert. Master brother, this individual beside Tang Lian may pose a considerable challenge. At that moment, the white-haired figure struck, blocking an incoming spear from above. Liu Ji from Wushuang City. Tang Lian regarded the sudden arrival with confusion. Liu Ji eyed the white-haired figure warily. Regardless of our past conflicts, the golden coffin must not fall into his hands. What lies within that golden coffin rightfully belongs to me, from the heavenly realm, the white-haired figure scoffed, dismissing Liu Yuji's concerns. As Liu Yuji was forced back, Tang Lian stepped forth to aid him. Xiao Sei, observing the unfolding chaos, turned to Xianshan. Why do you not assist? With a perplexed glance, Xianshan replied, why should I? That coffin has no relevance to me. Did you not just aid Tang Lian? Xiao Sei gestured towards the scattered bodies around them. I merely detest those who indiscriminately involve me in their conflicts. Xiao Sei silently lamented the recklessness of Xianshan. After compelling the two back, the white-haired figure chose not to press further, declaring, as former acquaintances, I shall spare your lives for the sake of your master. However, should you obstruct me again, do not expect mercy. Just then, a petite figure landed on a nearby rooftop, a colossal sword case crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Yunsuo Jing Shuangruojiro Yurui.4 flying swords surrounded the white-haired figure. Those sword names are quite fitting. I wonder what to name my new poisons, observing the glimmering eyes of Xianshan. Xiaosei quietly inquired, may I ask how many types of poison do you possess? Perhaps over 100, though I do not frequently employ them, just a dozen or so, Xianshan pondered before answering. After acquiring this identity, he had brewed all the poisons that piqued his interest, storing them on his person for precaution. Xiaosei scrutinized Xianshan's slender figure, utterly unable to discern where he concealed so many sinister insects. Meanwhile, Bai Faxian soared away, with Wu Shuang following closely behind, while Lu Yuji anxiously pursued them, accompanied by the people of Wu Shuang City. The sound of thunder echoed ominously. The carriage was in peril. Tang Lian dashed out and indeed beheld that familiar carriage ensnared by a multitude of dark shadows. Violent storm needles exploded in the air, a flurry of fine needles raining down upon those men. The crowd was forced to disperse. Tang Lian, how is it that you have emerged alive from within? After the black shadows detonated, they vanished into thin air. Lei Wujie stared around in bewilderment. What is happening here? This is the art of Gusu, a nefarious formation where those within the Gusu array seem to have entered a dreamlike state. Listening to Tang Lian's explanation, Xianshan scoffed, what a mystical tale. It is merely an illusion array. Tang Lian, astonished at the sudden appearance of Xianshan and Xiaosei, asked, how did you two get in here? I simply entered at will. Xianshan replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Chapter 4. The monk with a heart like lotus root. Xianshan, can you not lead us out as well? Xianshan picked up the flute in his hand. Why bother with such trouble? We can just break through. 2 sharp notes rang out, and Lei Wujie noticed the surrounding environment shattering like glass, revealing the reality. The exposed black-clad figure surged forward, intending to seize the coffin. At that moment, the observing Ming Ho and Yu Ji also decided to intervene. Amidst the chaotic scene, the lid of the golden coffin was overturned, revealing a bony hand resting on its edge. Everyone gaped at the coffin. Even Tang Lian was taken aback to discover he had transported a living person. It was a strikingly handsome monk, clad in a white robe, eyes closed in repose. Xiaosei glanced at Wu Xian, then turned to look at Xianshan, remarking, I can't help but feel you two bear a resemblance. In truth, upon examining their features, Wu Xian and Xianshan appeared entirely different. Yet both possessed an alluring charm, albeit in distinct manners. Wu Xian exuded the captivating aura of a fox, while Xianshan radiated the enchanting quality of a serpent. The black-clad men attempted to abduct him directly, but as Wu Xian opened his eyes, a flash of golden light flickered within his pupils, causing those men to collapse instantaneously. He emerged from the coffin, observing Ming Ho standing nearby, who approached and bowed respectfully. Using his mental magic, he awakened Ming Ho's memories. Ming Ho regarded Wu Xian and said, as a token of gratitude, we can escort the master away. Wu Xian turned his back, this is my own tribulation. You should leave. After Ming Ho and Yu Ji departed, the others warily eyed Wu Xian. In a fleeting moment of eye contact with Wu Xian, Tang Lian felt his thoughts freeze, unable to regain clarity. At that moment, a figure appeared, swiftly pressing points on Wu Xian's body. He caught the falling Wu Xian and said, this is my junior brother, Wu Xian. On a winding mountain path, a carriage sped by. A figure landed atop the carriage, prompting Tang Lian to leap out. You again. He frowned at the familiar silhouette on the roof. Bai Faxian looked down at him and said, very well, leave the person behind and I shall grant you a path to safety. In your dreams. Yet, even with their combined efforts, they were no match for Bai Faxian. Inside, Xiaosei and Xianshan remained leisurely sipping tea. Are you not going to assist them? Xiaosei inquired. Pausing his tea, I am no martial artist, Xianshan replied. What about you? Why are you not joining the fray today? Xianshan, looking at his cup with little enthusiasm, remarked, Bai Faxian is being merciful. It would be pointless for me to strike. Finally, Bai Faxian, incensed by the group's entanglement, drew his sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that erupted as the blade left its sheath, obliterating the carriage. Xianshan watched as tea splattered with sand, casually tossing it aside. He took out his flute, its mournful melody drifting through the air, and the crowd noticed Bai Faxian standing frozen, his expression suddenly sorrowful. Oblivious to the unfolding chaos around him, as if lost in another realm. Seeing this, Wu Xian, who had been feigning sleep, sat up and glanced at Xianshan. Illusion, just granting him a beautiful dream, Xianshan replied. Wu Xian fell silent for a moment, then grasped Xianshan's wrist. I wish to visit a certain place. Would you be willing to accompany me? Feeling the pressure on his wrist, Xianshan looked up and asked. If I were to refuse, would you let me go? Wu Xian smiled softly. I would not. Xianshan turned away, disinterested in engaging further with this monk of a heart like lotus root. Thus, Xianshan was led away by Wu Xian, along with the intrigued Xiaosei and Lei Wujie, who had been watching the spectacle. By the campfire, Lei Wujie glanced at Wu Xian bathing in the distance and whispered to the others. Shall we take this opportunity to make a run for it? Xiaosei regarded the Navi Lei Wujie. By all means, good luck with that. As Lei Wujie prepared to flee, He noticed the two others remained motionless. Puzzled, he turned back. Why aren't you running? You sought his likeness of foot. Do you think we could outrun him? Xiaosei replied. Lei Wujia, feeling indignant, retorted, but Xian Shan can take him. But does he seem inclined to act? Xiaosei pointed to Xian Shan, who was contentedly munching on pastries. Lei Wujia let out a sigh, dejectedly sitting by the fire. Upon Wu Xian's return, Xiaosei asked, "Where are you headed that you must drag all three of us along?" Wu Xian, flicking his sleeves, replied, "Excellent question. As I am broke, your eyes are indeed sharp. Among all those people, he is the wealthiest. Even dismantling his silver ornaments would suffice for your journey to Nanju," Xiaosei lamented, glancing at Xian Shan. Upon hearing this, Xian Shan turned. "If I lose a piece of silver, you three shall accompany me to the grave." Upon finally entering the town, Xian Shan headed straight for the largest tavern, ordering a feast. Wu Xian, observing Xian Shan's extravagant display, couldn't help but exclaim, "I truly chose the right companion. Indeed, had you only brought us two, we would have been left to starve," they replied. Having satisfied their appetites, the four resumed their journey, initially intending to purchase a horse each. Xian Shan, after experiencing the thrill of riding, decisively bought an exquisite carriage. On the desolate road, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly echoed ahead, as a large group wielding long knives blocked their path. Lei Wujia charged forward, intent on breaking through, only to find himself ensnared by a web of ropes. When he regained his senses and looked back, he discovered the other three had long vanished without a trace. Upon waking in the confines of a cell, he was greeted by the rich aroma of wine. How delightful! He dazedly approached the cell's edge. "Are you drinking? You must have been captured too. Where did you procure the wine?" A stranger's voice replied from next door. "I have my ways. Since fate has brought us together, let us drink together." A jug of wine was passed to Lei Wujia, who joyfully accepted it. "Then I shan't be polite. May I inquire why you, young brother, were captured by bandits?" Lei Wujia sighed. "I was betrayed by three unreliable friends." In another corner of the camp, a loud sneeze erupted. Xiaosei warned Wu Xian, "Be cautious. We are in the lair of the longbow pursuers of the 100 Ghosts. Night march. One misstep and we might join Lei Wujia." Wu Xian, puzzled, asked, "Why just us two? What about him?" Xiaosei swatted away Wu Xian's hand as he pointed at Xian Shan. "Are you out of your mind? Do not dare point at him. Is he truly that fearsome?" Wu Xian recalled seeing Xian Shan only once in action, when he ensnared by Fa with an illusion. This had led him to believe Xian Shan was a gentle soul. Chapter 5. A favorable impression. Let me clarify, in the beauty manner. Apart from the few you see, everyone else has been dealt with by him. Wu Xian gazed at Xian Shan in astonishment. Previously he thought Xian Shan lacked offensive prowess, only to realize he had shown mercy. When the trio infiltrated the prison, they found that there was no one left in Lei Wujia's neighboring cell, but Xiaosei keenly observed a wine cup on the table. He lifted it to his nose. Inhaling the familiar scent of wine, Zhou Lu Bai from the tower in Tianqi City. At that moment, the image of a person flashed in his mind. The four escaped the camp, having brazenly made off with 4 of their horses. Lei Wujia's thunderous noise echoed throughout the camp, successfully diverting the attention of various factions. With no one trailing them, the quartet leisurely continued their journey, yet after traveling the better part of the day, they encountered not a single soul. Xian Shan found a clear spot and sat down, exclaiming, "I'm exhausted. Strange, there is supposed to be a trade route between Yashur and Bailey. How have we seen no one after traveling for so long?" Wu Xian questioned, surveying the empty road. Lei Wujia had a sudden revelation. Could it be the official road has been rerouted? Xiaosei looked at Lei Wujia, incredulous at his sudden insight, and smacked him on the head. "Do you think the official road is like a river that can simply change course?" Upon hearing their conversation, Xian Shan narrowed his eyes. "Do not tell me we have been walking the wrong way for half a day." The trio fell silent, feeling guilty in response to Xian Shan's query. Lei Wujia leapt into a tree, spotting an inn not far off. The inn in the inn's courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and cobwebs adorned the eaves and corners of the windows. As the light of the setting sun illuminated the corner of the table, a mark caught Xian Shan's eye, but Xiaosei swiftly obscured it with his teacup. Xian Shan diverted his gaze, lacking a fervent curiosity. The twilight deepened, and the four prepared to endure the night in this makeshift refuge. The moon hung high in the sky, and Xiaosei, casting a glance at the 3 slumbering figures, silently stepped outside. After his departure, 2 pairs of eyes opened simultaneously. Wu Xian gazed at Xian Shan's bright eyes and remarked, "I knew you weren't asleep either. Aren't you going to follow him?" "I do not possess such a strong sense of curiosity that if you wish to see, you should go on your own." The following morning, Lei Wujia, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed his desire to visit the western city of Muliang, but was met with vehement opposition from Xiaosei. Undeterred, Lei Wujia ventured out on his own, seeking to explore Muliang. Shortly thereafter, the sound of thunderous explosions echoed from the direction he had taken. This place, so sparsely inhabited, could it really harbor an opponent formidable enough to compel Lei Wujia to resort to such drastic measures? Xian Shan turned to Wu Xian. "Forgive my candor, but with his martial skills, There are indeed many in this realm who could best him. Xiao Sei chuckled lightly at this. If you compare him to you, he may indeed seem ordinary, yet, apart from you eccentric geniuses, Lei Wujie is deserving of the title gifted. The explosive sounds continued to reverberate, prompting Xianshan to rise first and investigate which unfortunate soul had encountered trouble yet again. Upon their arrival, they found Lei Wujie suspended from a tree. Surrounded by three men wielding long knives from Nanju, Xianshan extended his hand, and a rose butterfly emerged from his sleeve, unfurling its wings and soaring towards the ground below. What a beautiful butterfly! Wu Xian exclaimed, captivated by its elegance. With a mischievous tone, Xianshan replied, "This butterfly is known as the rose butterfly. As for why it bears that name, I trust you will discover the answer shortly." As the shimmering dust from the butterfly's wings descended, the men from Nanju collapsed the moment they touched it, familiar rose-red marks appearing on their necks. I now understand the significance of the rose in this butterfly's name. In the small yet bustling realm of Yushur, frequented by trade and activity, Wu Xian quickly spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Following his gaze, Xianshan discerned a monk, dressed in traditional robes. Indulging in 2 jars of wine. Wu Xian approached the man as he departed, with the 3 hostages following closely behind, leading them to the great Fanyin temple. The monk approached the abbot. Visibly impatient as he gazed at the green sedan chair across from him. "This broken sword in your hands lacks the finesse it should have," he said, taking the weapon from a nearby novice. The instant he grasped the sword, a clarity illuminated his eyes, and the sword's energy transformed into a flurry of blades aimed at the green sedan. From within the sedan, an icy aura emerged. Repelling his attack. As the curtain lifted, a delicate, androgynous man clad in green stepped out, holding a green sword. Upon seeing him, Xianshan could not help but muse, surely this man must be a transformed peacock? The remark caught the man's attention, prompting him to call out, "Since you have arrived, why not come down?" Just as Xianshan prepared to descend, Wu Xian restrained him, leaping down from the rooftop himself with an ethereal grace that harmonized seamlessly with the atmosphere of the great Fanyin temple. Evoking the image of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, Jin Xian Gong. Jin Xian regarded him with a teasing smile. "Your courtesy is quite unexpected. Whatever happened to that young man in white who came to discuss tea and philosophy with me? Back then, you sought me for tea, but now you come to apprehend me," Wu Xian replied, the tension between them growing palpable. "Please to draw your sword." Jin Xian's sword, known as the Wind and Snow Sword, unleashed a chilling presence the moment it was drawn. Wu Xian transformed into a golden light, enveloping Jin Xian within its radiance. However, the disparity in their internal energies, honed over the years, was not something mere talent could bridge. As the water encircled Wu Xian, it solidified into ice, imprisoning him firmly. In response, Wu Xian joined his hands in prayer, conjuring a golden bell that enveloped him. Yet, Jin Xian's second strike arrived silently, and Wu Xian found himself unable to retaliate. Just as the blade was about to strike him, a massive water curtain appeared from thin air, shielding Wu Xian. Jin Xian, pushed back by the sudden barrier, gazed at it in bewilderment. "Do you have assistance?" The sound of bells chimed, and Jin Xian followed the noise to see a youth perched on the eaves, his legs dangling as the bells jingled with his movements, dressed in distinctive Miao attire. His features were exquisitely enchanting. "Are you aiding him? Are you from the outer realms?" Jin Xian inquired, directing his gaze at Xianshan. Xianshan shook his head, the butterfly at his temple swaying gently as if alive. "Then why did you suddenly intervene to assist him?" Xianshan smiled, his words causing Jin Xian to stumble over his response. "If he appears more agreeable to me, I would assist him. Do you have any objections?" Unable to gauge Xianshan's depths, Jin Xian cautioned, "This matter is of great significance. I kindly ask you not to meddle." Just then, he caught sight of a familiar figure behind Xianshan. Chapter 6. Who else would not exorcise demons and uphold justice? Jin Xian sheathed his long sword. The cool wind sharp against his skin. "The traveler is cold and without clothing," he remarked before turning to leave. As he brushed past Wu Xian, he softly advised, "Little Wu Xian, the people from the 9 Dragon Gate have come looking for you. If you wish to escape, do so swiftly." Wu Xian, with a self-deprecating smile, replied, "There is no escape." Observing the intense expressions of the two, Xianshan interjected, "If there is no escape, then why not simply face it? Slay him, and all will be well." Jin Xian glanced at Wu Xian, saying, "It appears you are rather fortunate indeed." Wu Xian responded with a smile directed at Xianshan. After Jin Xian departed, Wu Xian turned to Wang Rensun, who sat on the ground, offering his sword. "I will not kill you. Instead, I ask that you perform a ritual for me." Wang Rensun's face contorted with hesitation. "Though I train at the Great Fanyin Temple, I am not a monk. I do not require just you. I demand the entire Great Fanyin Temple to conduct this ritual." Perhaps sensing the impending separation, Wu Xian imparted a set of martial techniques to Lei Wujie and instructed Xiao Sei in the ways of confronting inner demons. But when it came time for Xianshan, he merely observed him for a while before chuckling softly. "The world claims I have mastered all the secret arts of the Rakshasa Hall. Yet none can I impart to you. I do not require your teachings. I merely wish to join in the revelry." Wu Xian murmured softly, "But the more I think about it, the more I wish to leave a mark behind. I fear that once I depart, you will forget me. Gazing into his sorrowful eyes, Xian Shan replied, let me give you something. He removed a silver bell from his waist and hung it on Wu Xian's. Inside, there resides a charming little insect known as the returning spring. It is a gift for you. Xiao Sei, overhearing, looked up at Wu Xian. Returning spring goo. Jin Xian was correct. Your fate is indeed extraordinary. Is the returning spring goo truly powerful? Lei Wujie inquired, leaning closer to Xiao Sei. The returning spring goo is said to be a forbidden insect from Miaojiang with a meticulous crafting process that often leads to backlash for those who attempt to create it. Yet, it is also one of the most miraculous goo. Legend has it that even with a single breath remaining, it can bring a person back to life and dispel all poisons. Wu Xian returned the relics of Master Wang Yu to the temple. But the descent was fraught with challenges. The 9 Dragon Gate had already arrived, laying out the formation of true appearance, waiting for Wu Xian to step forward. You Central Plains sects are not as impressive as you claim. To ambush a mere youth, you employ a formation to encircle him. TSK. Diju remarked, casting a scornful look at Xian Shan. However, he did not linger on Xian Shan, for his focus was solely on Wu Xian. The inner energies of the 7 members of the formation of true appearance coalesced into Diju alone. Wu Xian forcefully attacked Diju's indestructible body, yet the combined power of 7 individuals was not something a 17-year-old boy could withstand. Just as Wu Xian was toppled, Wu Chan and Tang Lian arrived, positioning themselves protectively in front of Wu Xian, pleading with Diju to spare him. Yet Diju, deluded, believed that everyone was thwarting his efforts to eradicate the remnants of the demonic sect. He had completely succumbed to madness, absorbing the internal energies of others for his own gain. You Central Plains folk are truly amusing. Hearing Xian Shan's ridicule, the others found themselves at a loss for words. With a flick of his sleeve, Xian Shan declared, let us help others to the end.as. The shadows of the mountains and waters opened. Diju became ensnared in his own obsessions. The onlookers witnessed Diju's erratic behavior, attacking indiscriminately, yet he was thwarted by a wall of water on the other side. When Lei Wujie saw a silver light flash by, he excitedly shouted, it's Xian Shan's puppet show. The silver insect landed on Diju's neck, disregarding his indestructible form, and burrowed directly into his body. The golden light surrounding Diju dimmed, and as Xian Shan extended his hand, Diju seemed to receive some command. His right hand firmly gripping his own throat, Xian Shan smiled at the powerless Diju. You are now a demon. If I slay you, it could be considered exorcising demons and upholding justice. Wouldn't it? His gentle voice resonated in Diju's ears like the hissing of a venomous snake. Wait, young brother, please show mercy. A frantic voice called out from a distance. A blue figure rushed towards them. And Xian Shan tilted his head to regard Sikong Changfeng. Why should I heed your words? Sikong Changfeng pointed at the nearly asphyxiated Diju and cautiously advised, look at his age. He is quite old. You were so kind-hearted, just allow him to return home and enjoy his retirement. With a disinterested expression, Xian Shan withdrew his hand, while those nearby, including Tang Lian, sighed in relief, knowing that if Diju were to die here, Shuiyu City would not escape unscathed. However, in light of Xian Shan's current state, none dared to step forward to intervene, merely watching in anxious anticipation. After Diju departed, Sikong Changfeng directed his gaze towards Wu Xian, who had specifically come to this location to see Yi ensure safely back to the sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's immediate reaction was to glance at Xian Shan. Sikong Changfeng, genuinely apprehensive that the little ancestor might intervene once more, hurriedly positioned himself in front of Wu Xian to block his line of sight. Wu Xian lowered his gaze, expressing his desire to return to Han Shui Temple. Sikong Changfeng reiterated his statement with emphasis. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared nearby. It was Bai Fa Xian. Upon spotting Xian Shan, Bai Fa Xian's expression turned wary, fearful of being ensnared by him again. Xian Shan addressed Wu Xian, asking if he wished to leave. Sikong Changfeng and Bai Fa Xian exchanged tense glances, with Wu Xian anxious that he might express reluctance, fearing the little madman might strike again. He turned to Xian Shan, wishing to engrave his image in his mind. I truly should return. Safe travels, Xian Shan replied, watching as the figures departed. If I continue to watch, I might not be able to leave Shuiyu City. Upon arriving at Shuiyu City, Lei Wujie made a beeline for the Deng Tian Pavilion, while the other 2 hedonists headed to the tavern adjacent to it. What do you think? How many floors can he reach? Xiao Sei inquired, observing Lei Wujie's retreating figure. Xian Shan briefly scanned the Deng Tian Pavilion. If no one grants him leniency, he likely won't surpass the 14th floor. Are you referring to Tang Lian? Xian Shan nodded. It appears he has quite an affinity for Lei Wujie. However, not long after Lei Wujie returned, exclaiming, Xiao Sei, Xian Shan, that person on the 13th floor is quite peculiar. Instead of sparring with me, he wants to roll dice. In such a case, you should consult Xiao Sei for guidance. Xian Shan indicated to Lei Wujie, seeking assistance from Xiao Sei. Xiao Sei, would you teach me? I can teach you, but it won't be for free, Xiao Sei replied, raising his teacup. Lei Wujie suddenly had an epiphany and guessed what was to come. But you're not going to ask for more money, Are you 200 taels extra, along with the 1,000 taels you owe, totals 1,200 taels fine. With thoughts of soon reaching the pinnacle of the Deng Tian Pavilion, Lei Wujie gritted his teeth and agreed. Gambling is merely a small trick that if you wish to conquer the Deng Tian Pavilion, you must rely on your greatest skill. Lei Wujie, however, appeared somewhat confused, gazing at Xianshan with uncertainty. What is my greatest skill? Xianshan gestured with his fist. I understand now. Chapter 7. Tang Lian's release. Xianshan observed the swiftly illuminated plaque of the 14th floor, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Hisses Tang Lian, unleashing not water but the sea? It seems, as you said, Tang Lian is quite fond of this junior brother. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from outside the tavern window. He has surpassed the 14th floor. He has surpassed the 14th floor. Noticing the commotion outside, Xiao Sei's gaze fixated on the individuals from Wangchang Mountain. Xianshan casually inquired, "Do you know them?" "I do not, but it is rare to see someone from Wangchang Mountain. And I wish to make a prediction." Xianshan expressed surprise. "I thought someone of your disposition would not believe in fate or destiny." Xiao Sei did not respond directly but countered, "Are you implying that you do not believe in such matters?" "Mr. Xian, it is not a matter of belief, it is whether what I deem true is destiny. I do not care. If it is, then splendid. If not, it does not affect me in the slightest." Xianshan replied nonchalantly. "Even if it means going against heaven." Xiao Sei's eyes flickered with some astonishment. "Who is to judge what is against heaven? I merely do what I wish, everything else does not concern me." Upon hearing Xianshan's words, Xiao Sei felt a firm resolve within him. A notion that had lingered in his heart for a long time was finally solidified today. At that moment, the one who had ventured into the pavilion returned. "Why are you back down again?" Lei Wujie cheerfully responded. "I just finished sparring with my senior brother. He told me to rest before attempting the 15th floor tomorrow." Xianshan nodded. "We witnessed it. Tang Lian truly wishes for you to be his junior brother." Hearing Xianshan's teasing, Lei Wujie scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Donggui Tavern. Xiao Sei gazed at the plaque above the door. "We've arrived." Lei Wujie looked around the empty tavern, pouting. "The liquor here must be terrible. At this hour, the tavern should be bustling, yet look, there's not a soul in sight. That's rather nice, at least it's quiet." Xianshan leaned against a chair beneath the corridor, gazing at the bright moon. "I wonder where the blind man has gone." The blind man, whom Xianshan mentioned, was still en route from Penglai Island to Shuaiyue City. "Why is there not even an owner in this tavern?" Lei Wujie peered around, curious. "Isn't that him over there?" Lei Wujie looked up and noticed a figure lounging on the rooftop, clutching a jar of wine and occasionally indulging in a hearty drink, appearing rather disheveled. "My young brother here wishes to enjoy a drink. Is there any chance of fate tonight?" Xiao Sei called out. "A drunken night under the moon is destined for you tonight." His hand swept over the wine jar, and the clear liquid coalesced into a stream, dancing through the air, gliding past the bright moon, weaving through the flowers before returning to the jar. "By Li Dongjun, drink from this bowl. It is the finest of the wind, flowers, snow, and moon." Xiao Sei took a gentle sip from the cup, somewhat wistfully stating, "The myriad flavors of the world are but this. So miraculous." Hearing Xiao Sei's words piqued Xianshan's interest. He lifted a bowl and took a large sip, only to cough. "What on earth? So spicy." Observing Xianshan's reaction, the other three could not contain their laughter, bursting into raucous guffaws at Xianshan. "Could it be that this is your very first taste of alcohol?" Lei Wujie chuckled. Xianshan defiantly retorted, "I've had fruit wine before, the sweet kind that carries a fruity aroma. That sort has no alcoholic flavor." "Who said that?" Xianshan muttered under his breath. Lei Wujie stealthily sidled up to Xiao Sei. "Is Xianshan drunk?" No sooner had he spoken than Xianshan toppled forward onto the table, but fortunately Xiao Sei was quick enough to catch him by the collar. The next day, when Xianshan awoke, he discovered that Lei Wujie had already gone off to challenge the Deng Tian Pavilion once more. Deng Tian Pavilion, perhaps among the young men of Lei Men, you are indeed a genius. However, once you enter the martial world, there are those who can take your life in an instant. Do not be overly arrogant." Lei Wujie struggled to rise from the ground. "I have long since understood this. My journey to Shuaiyue City has allowed me to encounter countless masters, the revered seniors who command respect in the martial world, the mysterious figures whose names I do not know, and my peers, true geniuses whom I find difficult to match. I, Lei Wujie, have come this far through defeat, yet I can bear my losses. I believe that as long as I am alive there will come a day when I can reclaim my victories." "That sounds quite passionate. I seem to understand why Tang Lian is fond of him," Xiao Sei remarked, startled by the sudden voice beside him. "Mr. Xian, when did you arrive?" Xianshan took a bite of the candied hawthorn skewer in his hand, glancing at the figure of Lei Yun. He appearing by the window, just arrived, and happened to overhear. Dark clouds gathered, obscuring the sky, and thunder roared throughout Shuaiyue City. A blinding flash of lightning tore through the gloom, dancing wildly in the air. It appears that Lei Yun, his realm has been restored. After Lei Yun he departed on his crane. Lei Wujie ascended to the pavilion's peak. Lei Wujie, disciple of Lei Hong at Lei Family Fort, seeks an audience with the Snow Moon Sword Immortal. Li Hani. Xianshan, aware of the gazes of those around him, quietly edged closer to Xiao Sei. Positioning himself so that Xiao Sei's form would shield him. Si Kong Chang Feng approached Xian Shan side. Mr. Xian, has your visit to Shuaiyue City a particular purpose? Xian Shan nodded. I seek assistance in locating a person. In return, I can perform a task for you. Si Kong Chang Feng's eyes brightened at the mention of compensation. Who is this person? Is there a portrait? Si Kong Chang Feng accepted the scroll from Xian Shan's hand. And as he unfurled it, curiosity drew the others closer. It depicted a tall man with shoulder-length, slightly curled hair casually draped behind his head. His features were sharp and handsome, wielding a snow-white bone blade. His gaze piercing as if it could inflict harm. But if you encounter him, tell him I am looking for him. Very well, I shall have someone searched. In the meantime, Mr. Xian may rest in Shuaiyue City. Xian Shan nodded and turned to leave. Behind him, the sound of the pavilion cracking resonated alongside Si Kong Changfeng's furious shout, Li Hani! By Huahui, Xian Shan regarded the scenery around him with evident disinterest. What is there to enjoy in a place like this that you had to drag me out? Oh, Xian Shan, how long has it been since you last left that inn, if you stay there any longer? Ull start to mold, Lei Wujie suggested, noticing Xian Shan's growing impatience. Why don't we visit Miss Yi for a while? Xian Shan replied with a half-smile, are you suggesting I go for a visit? Or is someone seeking an excuse to meet her? Despite his words, Xian Shan decided to indulge the wishes of this naive fool. As they stepped outside, a man, having just brushed past Xian Shan, caught a lingering scent of flowers from him, but he hastily intercepted the group, asking, might I inquire your name, sir? Would you care to befriend me? It's merely a chance encounter. There is no need, Xian Shan replied, attempting to walk away, only to have his hand seized. Chapter 8, The Disrupted Martial Arts Recruitment Challenge. On the high platform, the Confucian Sword Immortal observed as Duan Xianyi held on to Xian Shan, asking, is this the formidable youth from Miaojiang? Indeed, but what does Duan Xianyi hope to achieve by blocking the way? Si Kong Chang Feng inquired, perplexed. What else could it be, before the gentle breeze? As if seeing for the first time, emotions akin to a familiar acquaintance stirred within Si Kong Changfeng. Upon hearing the banter of the Confucian Sword Immortal, gazed in astonishment at the scene below. Xingshan was clearly a youth. Yet, the Confucian Sword Immortal nonchalantly responded, stating that the so-called love at first sight merely referred to the fleeting moment of being moved by a beauty. What distinction exists between men and women? Meanwhile, the atmosphere below had grown increasingly tense. Xingshan looked at the hand on his wrist, impatience beginning to surface in his eyes. Observing this, Si Kong Changfeng hastily descended to pull the hand away from Xingshan's wrist. It was not intentional. Please do not be angry, young Master Xian. However, Duan Xuanyi relentlessly flung his fan, blocking Xingshan's path to leave. Xingshan's gaze turned cold. He had initially thought to avoid disturbing others during the 100 Flowers Festival. Yet there always seemed to be pesky flies hovering nearby. With a slight gesture, Xingshan pointed at his own neck, causing Duan Xuanyi to suddenly stiffen, his hands instinctively tightening around his throat. Young Master Xian, please show mercy. He is the young master of the Duan family. If something were to happen at the 100 Flowers Festival, it would be difficult for me to explain, Si Kong Changfeng interjected, pleading for leniency. I have already shown mercy, otherwise, with the way he looked at me, I would have gouged out his eyes just now. Still watching the excitement, hurry and help, Si Kong Changfeng shouted towards the high platform. The Confucian Sword Immortal carefully observed Duan Xuanyi's condition, attempting to expel the goo worm with his vital energy. To his surprise, the goo worm, sensing the energy, swiftly retreated into Duan Xuanyi's body. He quickly withdrew his hand, realizing that if he startled the goo worm, it would crawl toward Duan Xuanyi's heart vein. If it truly entered there, it would be impossible to save him. Young Master Xian, please let him lower his hands. I trust he understands his mistake and will apologize. Duan Xuanyi, upon hearing Si Kong Changfeng's words, hastily nodded toward Xingshan. This is the last time. If such an incident occurs again, that person must die, even if he kneels before me. Xingshan extended his hand, and the goo worm flew back into his palm. Duan Xuanyi, drained of strength, knelt on the ground. Young Master Xian, I am truly sorry. Xingshan noticed the unwillingness in Duan Xuanyi's eyes and lifted his chin with his flute. I know you are discontent, but I do not care how you feel. Remember, if you fall into my hands again, you will surely die. Duan Xuanyi gazed at the enchanting face so close before him, his heart filled only with the obsession to seize. Why have you come to seek me out during the 100 Flowers Festival? Xingshan questioned, looking at the group surrounding him with a face full of confusion. That Duan Xuanyi was utterly defeated by you last time, he surely harbors ill intentions this time. Moreover, ordinary disciples of Shuaiyue City cannot contend with him, and since we cannot intervene, we must seek your assistance. Xingshan looked at the obsequious Lei Wujie. You do not intend for me to control his defeat through puppetry, do you? That is indeed the idea. Although puppetry is quite effective, it is easily detectable. After all, the goo worm only controls the body. Are you not concerned about the Duan family and Shuaiyue City turning against you? Xingshan inquired. Tang Lian sighed in agreement. Then, Xingshan, do you possess any goo worms that can aid others? Preferably those that are completely undetectable. Xingshan pondered carefully and finally unearthed a not particularly lethal goo worm from a corner. Here, this is the Xiyin goo. Xiao Sei took the goo worm from Xingshan's hand. It resembled a small pink conch. It does not appear to possess any lethality. Xingshan nodded. Indeed, it lacks lethality. This goo worm primarily disrupts the thoughts of others, causing confusion in their minds. How is it used? Simply throw it onto Duan Xuani, and that should be simple enough for you. Lei Wujie looked at Xingshan with admiration. Xingshan, how did you know it would be Xiao Sei going to the arena? Xingshan regarded Lei Wujie with an expression of disbelief. I merely deduced who would not go. With Tang Lian possessing the Heavenly Maiden's essence, she would certainly not partake in this commotion. Your relentless pursuit of Missy would likely prevent you from wading into this trouble. Leaving only him, Xiao Sei lamented further. So, this pitiful person devoid of any martial skills is being forced onto the stage to fight. Xiao Sei feigned helplessness, but Xingshan mercilessly exposed him. Enough, since they have chosen you. They must have devised a plan. You have made good use of Tang Lian's hidden weapons and Lei Wujie's thunderbolts, have you not? Exactly, with the addition of the goo worm generously provided by Xingshan. Even if that white-haired immortal were to arrive, you could still flee. Lei Wujie nodded in agreement, yet, unexpectedly, the next day, before Xiao Sei could take the stage, Luo Mingxian appeared first. Lighthearted and carefree, Xiao Sei was delighted to watch the spectacle. Luo Mingxian defeated Duan Xuani's younger brother, but accidentally sustained a small cut on his hand. It was a trivial injury that no one paid heed to until Duan Xuani took the stage. Suddenly Xingshan sensed an issue with Luo Mingxian's vital energy. However, Duan Xuani's fan was already upon him, and as Luo Mingxian prepared to take it head-on, an unexpectedly appearing wooden flute collided with the fan. Deflecting it back at Duan Xuani, upon seeing the familiar flute, Duan Xuani recognized Xingshan's intervention. He looked up and indeed, on the second-floor railing sat a figure he yearned for day and night. Duan Xuani. You are even more despicable than I imagined, came the enchanting voice laced with anger. Yet, Duan Xuani feigned innocence, gazing at Xingshan. This poison is not of my doing, if young Master Xan is dissatisfied. I can arrange for another match with Luo Mingxian. Xingshan scoffed. Young Master Duan is quite eloquent. While I may not match your silver tongue, I shall take the stage next. Upon hearing this, Xikong Changfeng above grew increasingly anxious. Realizing that the young master of the Duan family was truly in peril today, having suffered once, Duan Xuani would surely not seek to incur further misfortune. The moment Xingshan spoke, Duan Xuani had already planned his retreat. He looked respectfully at Xingshan. Young Master Xan, I am aware that I am no match for you, so I voluntarily concede. Saying this, he dutifully led the Duan family members away. Such a respectful demeanor made it difficult for even Xingshan to act recklessly. He could only watch as Duan Xuani departed, but his internal fury intensified. He placed the flute to his lips, and melodious notes filled the air, birds flocking around Xingshan. As the final note lingered, those birds flew directly towards the direction Duan Xuani had departed. Outside, beside a carriage, a guard clad in black stood dumbfounded, witnessing the unfolding scene. Chapter 9, No one will wait forever at Songming. What transpired? Song Ming came to his senses. Your Highness, just now a youth dressed in Miao attire took the stage, after which Duan Xianzheng conceded and left. After he played the flute, the surrounding birds flocked to him, circling about, and when the music ceased, they flew towards the direction of Duan Xuanzheng's departure. Hearing this, the White King expressed surprise. Oh, send someone to investigate what occurred on Duan Xuanzheng's side. His Highness, the White King of Bailey, has arrived. All of you kneel and welcome. Xingshan ignored Song Ming entirely, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle from the second-floor railing, while Song Ming wisely pretended not to notice. The arrival of the White King signified the Emperor Mingda's concession. Yet this compromise was not what Xiao Sei desired. Others were unaware of their discussions, but 3 days later, when the White King departed, Xiao Sei remained in Shuiyue City. The hero conference was about to commence. This time at the Lei family fortress, Lei Wujie eagerly wished to take Xingshan and Xiao Sei to witness the event, and indeed Xingshan, having grown weary of his stay in Shuiyue City, agreed to his proposal. However, as they proceeded, Xingshan sensed something amiss. Though he was unfamiliar with the route, he had a general sense of direction, and it was clear they were headed the wrong way. Xingshan regarded Lei Wujie with suspicion. Wujie, you haven't led us astray again, have you? Is this the direction to Lei's fortress? Certainly not. We shall first head to Wancheng Mountain. Upon hearing Lei Wujie's answer, Xiao Sei was equally perplexed. What are we going to Wancheng Mountain for? Lei Wujie looked up proudly. Of course, to invite that immortal on Wancheng Mountain down. You wish to matchmake the Shuiyue sword immortal with Zhao Yuzhen. You have quite grand ambitions, young man, Xiao Sei teased. Zhao Yuzhen has not descended the mountain in all these years. Do you truly believe he would come down for this fool? For Lei Wujie, perhaps not, but for Li Hani, he might. Hearing Xingshan's response, Lei Wujie instantly brimmed with confidence, pulling the two along at a brisk pace to Wancheng Mountain. Zhao Yuzhen sensed the sword intent of Ting Yu and hurried over, only to find 3 unfamiliar youths. You are Zhao Yuzhen? Lei Wujie asked the suddenly appearing man. Zhao Yuzhen was fair and handsome, his purple robe billowing in the wind, exuding an ethereal aura. He summoned Ting Yu to his hand and, gazing at the familiar sword, expressed his disappointment. I sensed Ting Yu's sword intent just now. Thinking she had come up, he looked at Lei Wujie and inquired, Who are you, if you do not know who I am? I shall beat you until you do. Upon hearing Lei Wujie's audacious words, even Xingshan's thoughts momentarily faltered. Young hero, such boldness, Xingshan remarked, stepping back a few paces with Xiao Sei. Observing the unfolding drama, Lei Wujie brandished the killing sword. Gathering thunder, yet Zhao Yuzhen merely flicked his fingers, extinguishing the lightning. The gathered dark clouds vanished without a trace in an instant. Xingshan shook his head at the swiftly concluded battle. I still overestimated him. Your technique seems to align with the art of cloud riding. Your family, the Leis, truly are fascinating. What business do you have repeatedly intruding upon Wangcheng Mountain? Lei Wujie remained silent, once more grasping the sword. Yushi Huachen, petals cascaded from the peaks, soaring towards Zhao Yuzhen, only to be dispelled by her protective true energy. Indeed, you are her disciple. Zhao Yuzhen's figure flickered, and in an instant, she stood before Lei Wujie. Did she send you to find me? How is she? Lei Wujie, filled with indignation, replied, I merely wish to avenge my sister. You are her brother, Zhao Yuzhen inquired. Astonished, why don't you ask her these questions yourself? Zhao Yuzhen cast her gaze downward. She told me that on her third ascent to the mountain, she wanted me to descend with her. But I waited for many years, and she never came. She has indeed come. Zhao Yuzhen's head shot up in surprise at Lei Wujie's words. She came that year when Lei Yunhe stormed Wangcheng Mountain. You severed one of his arms and drove him down the mountain, succumbing to your own madness in the process. During your healing, Li Hani indeed visited. This should be common knowledge throughout Wangcheng Mountain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuzhen turned to Li Fansong, who scratched his head and said, at that time, I had yet to join the sect. Zhao Yuzhen finally gleaned the complete story from the hurriedly arrived Lu Suzhen. Zhao Zhenren, we are to attend a banquet at Leiman, and the Snow Moon Sword Immortal will accompany us. Will you come? Xiao Sei asked Zhao Yuzhen, and my master Lei Hong is also at Leiman. Zhao Yuzhen detected the implicit meaning in Lei Wujie's words, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth. What if I choose not to descend the mountain? My sister will meet my master. He may never allow her to leave again, and if I do descend, everything will be within your grasp. Zhao Yuzhen chuckled at Lei Wujie's response. You speak true. So will you descend or not? Lei Wujie asked anxiously. Zhao Yuzhen did not respond, turning instead to walk up the mountain when a strange voice rang out. Zhao Zhenren, no one will wait for you indefinitely. Sometimes a single step can alter the course of a lifetime. Thank you. Upon hearing Zhao Yuzhen's words, Xianshan turned to leave, with Lei Wujie and Xiao Sei following suit. Only Lu Suzhen remained. Gazing in astonishment at Xianshan's retreating figure, before sighing, a glimmer of hope. Main quest, rescue Li Hani and Zhao Yuzhen. Quest reward, gold ingots X100, skill card X1, merit X50. Upon receiving the system task, Xianshan parted ways with Xiao Sei and others, following the system's instructions to find Li Han at Wangcheng Mountain. Lu Suzhen watched Zhao Yuzhen's departing silhouette, sighing, I hope that glimmer of light truly shines upon these two. Meanwhile, within the bamboo grove, Li Hani found herself encircled by the Tang sect and the Dark River. The Dark River set up formations, the Tang sect unleashed poison, and with a 6-on-1 assault, Li Hani was pushed to her limits. After the final strike, exhausted, Li Hani was grievously injured by Su Changhe. As the ominous hand of Yama loomed over her, a long-lost visage surfaced in her mind. And she murmured, had I known, I would have gone to see him one last time. In the next moment, several wooden swords forced Su Changhe back, and Li Hani caught the familiar scent of peach blossoms. A beloved figure arrived, riding the spring breeze. Little fairy, I have come to see you. The sky was awash with peach blossom petals, seemingly celebrating this reunion. Zhao Yuzhen gently wiped the blood from Li Hani's lips. Gazing at her tenderly, a little fairy, I have missed you so much. I have often pondered how our reunion would unfold, but then an unwelcome voice interrupted. Xin Jian immortal Zhao Yuzhen set Li Hani down beside a tree. Little fairy, wait for me. Chapter 10, Why is it you again? Zhao Yuzhen glared at the assailants before her. Yama's hand, do not feign divinity in my presence. A massive silhouette of a golden lion materialized behind Zhao Yuzhen. Roaring towards the heavens, its voice infused with true energy, sending the attackers reeling. Su Muyu stared in shock at the apparition behind him. Wangcheng Mountain's Tai Yi Lion technique, 9th level, in the world. It is often said that among the 5 great sword immortals, the lone sword immortal is unparalleled in swordsmanship, for he alone possesses the might to claim a city, yet I believe your Xin Jian immortal sword is the true number 1 in the world. Zhao Yuzhen, hearing Su Changhe's words, coldly scoffed, whether my sword is the number 1 is inconsequential, for I never draw it lightly. I possess 36 peach blossom swords. What do you think? Folly. The Buddha teaches that all appearances are illusory. Su Changhe, upon hearing this, turned his head and asked, then what does your Xin Men say? All appearances, save for the little fairy, are illusory. This is my declaration. I represent Xian Men. As Zhao Yuzhen finished her words, thousands of swords hovered in the air, the sword energy coalesced into blades, raining down like a deluge. Su Changhe and his companions struggled to fend them off. Yet the onslaught was relentless, and they sustained injuries. At that moment, the 3 from the Tang sect spoke up, we implore the elder to help us find a flaw. Do you have a solution? We shall not disappoint the elder. Upon hearing this, Su Changhe ceased evading and directly used his true energy to counter the terrifying sword energy. Seizing the opportunity, the Tang sect unleashed the Rain Pear Blossom Needle. The ominous poison needles aimed not at Zhao Yuzhen, but rather at Li Hanyi. Zhao Yuzhen's face paled, little fairy, but just as Su Changhe smirked, a curtain of water descended from the heavens, interrupting his ambitions. Who? Su Changhe, watching the blocked rain pear blossom needle, seethed with rage. A light laugh echoed, and Su Changhe turned to see a youth clad in Miao attire perched upon a branch beside Li Hanyi. Upon recognizing Xian Shan, Su Changhe's expression darkened. I know you, the one skilled in using gu. This matter does not concern you, so please do not interfere. Oh, is it only your side that can have allies? Is this world's principle solely yours? Xian Shan retorted with a mocking smile. Su Changhe, enraged, was about to explode, but he quickly remembered another matter. Since you've come here, then Xiao Sei is left unguarded. Li Hanyi, hearing Su Changhe's words, anxiously looked at Xian Shan. Little Jie, do not worry, he is fine. Not be why the time I left, they had already departed from Sword Heart Tomb. Li Hanyi felt relieved. Her grandfather would surely arrive in time near Sword Heart Tomb. As Su Changhe realized today's endeavor would not be successful, he retreated. Moments later, the National Master arrived. Upon seeing Xian Shan, the National Master exhaled in relief. Since young Master Xian is here, then the Dark River's plans must have failed. Xian Shan, feeling uncomfortable under their gaze, averted his eyes. Why do you look at me as if I am a savior? We truly owe a debt of gratitude to young Master Xian for your rescue. Observing Zhao Yuzhen's grateful expression, Xian Shan turned away. No need, I merely feared Li Hanyi would perish. For that fool would come crying to me. Now that you are safe, I must take my leave. The National Master watched Xian Shan's departing figure, chuckling as he stroked his beard. What a proud yet kind-hearted young lad. Lei Family Fortress. Lei Qianhu, forcibly executing the 5th level of the Five Thunder Heavenly Gangfist, was at the end of his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Su Changhe lunged at Lei Qianhu. Thunderclouds gathered in the sky, and a figure descended, lightning piercing through Su Changhe's protective barrier, sending him staggering back. Ninth Heaven's thunder, the crane among the clouds. Alas, you have arrived too late, your brother is already dead. Lei Qianhu, evading Lei Hong's attempt to heal him, was too late. Who says it is too late? A clear voice rang out as Xian Shan's figure reappeared before Su Changhe. Why is it you again? Xian Shan, observing Su Changhe's distraught expression, chuckled. I hadn't anticipated this. I felt quite exhausted from the rush, yet it seems the Elder of the Dark River is equally fatigued. Enough, I shan't waste words with you. If I continue, he will truly perish. As Xian Shan spoke, he turned to Lei Yunhe and Lei Hong. I intend to heal Lei Qianhu. Whether I can succeed depends on whether you can stop him. Lei Yunhe and Lei Hong, their faces alight with hope, asked, really, do not celebrate too soon. He is unlike others, he has drained his own vitality, so I must replenish that lost life force, thus I must not be interrupted until my healing is complete. Do you understand? Lei Yunhe and Lei Hong stood resolutely before him. Understood, rest assured. Little brother Xian Shan nodded, and a melodious flute tune filled the air. As swarms of luminous butterflies took flight, they fluttered into Lei Qianhu's body, gradually replenishing the life force he had lost. Observing Lei Qianhu's visibly recovering complexion, Su Changhe became frantic, glancing at old Master Tang. We must interrupt that Xian Shan's healing. If Lei Qianhu recovers, all our efforts will be in vain. Old Master Tang and Su Changhe joined forces, while Lei Yunhe and Lei Hong also launched their attacks, yet, as the blossoms fell like rain, hidden weapons flew through the air like stars from all directions, knocking Lei Yunhe and Lei Hong down simultaneously. The Lei family twins were indeed formidable, but to simultaneously confront so many experts, they faced certain doom. Just then, 5 figures stood before Su Changhe. Lei Wujie gazed at the flurry of luminous butterflies. Xian Shan, what is happening? We are under siege. In a moment of desperation, Tiger Master used the 5th level of the Five Thunder Heavenly Gangfist, and fortunately, this young brother arrived in time to heal him. Lei Wujie regarded Xian Shan, his eyes sparkling. Thank you. Xian Shan. Do not express gratitude prematurely, you must hold them back, for I cannot afford any interruptions during my treatment. Upon hearing this, several individuals hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Xian Shan. However, the combined forces of Old Master Tang and Su Changhe were not to be underestimated, and certainly not something Lei Wujie and his companions could withstand. The ominous Wang Tai from the Tang clan loomed near, yet Lei Qianhu's injuries would soon mend within mere moments. Xian Shan resolutely decided to endure the impending confrontation. Xian Shan. The onlookers, their hearts aflame with urgency, gazed at Xian Shan, who stood defiantly before Lei Qianhu, but time was insufficient for them to intervene. In the next moment, a towering shadow clad in black emerged, enveloping Xian Shan in a protective embrace, shielding him from the approaching Wang Tai. How could a mere mortal withstand the might of Wang Tai? Old Master Tang gazed at He Xiaozi in disbelief. He Xiaozi turned a mocking glint in his eyes, and retorted, your limitations do not dictate mine. In his grasp, a bone blade as white as snow glimmered, reminiscent of a beast's fangs. Who permitted you to strike at him? Chapter 11. The shameless elder. Within He Xiaozi's eyes, unrestrained bloodlust flickered. He swung the blade, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to a towering mountain of bones. Crashing toward Old Master Tang, the elder hastily summoned his inner strength to defend, yet the force of the attack disregarded his protective chi, sending him hurtling several meters away. Lei Wujie, witnessing He Xiaozi's formidable prowess, turned to Xiaosei with exhilaration. This time, we truly might escape with our lives. Xiaosei, however, poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Do not forget about Su Changhe. Indeed, Old Master Tang and Su Changhe exchanged a knowing glance and swiftly joined forces, their combined energies surging toward He Xiaozi. Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing that familiar voice, He Xiaozi's demeanor shifted, his eyes sparkling as they turned to Xianshan, young master. These two old codgers are utterly shameless, ganging up on a blind man. Xianshan lightly tapped He Xiaozi's head. Enough, you've long since regained your sight. What shall we do about these two elders? Shall we kill them? He Xiaozi half embraced Xianshan, resting his head on the young man's shoulder and inquiring softly. Xianshan surveyed the remnants of Lei Mena's forces, contemplating vengeance. All right then. Let us get serious, He Xiaozi declared, straightening his posture. Old Master Tang and Su Changhe regarded him warily, only to witness him sheathing his bone blade, his hands curled into claws, conjuring a water sphere between them. While a colossal water dragon formed in his wake, the dragon, with its icy gaze, loomed over the two men, then surged forward with a flick of its tail. However, the cunning Su Changhe seized the opportunity when Old Master Tang was distracted. Positioning himself in front of the elder and making his escape, Old Master Tang was struck by the water dragon, crashing against a stone pillar at the entrance of the grand hall. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, little did he anticipate that years of scheming would be disrupted by two suddenly appearing youths. Indeed, human calculations pale in comparison to the will of heaven. Xianshan turned to Old Master Tang. I believe this should be termed divine intervention. Though the Tang clan suffered defeat, the elder had exchanged the lives of the guests present to ensure that laymen would bear witness to the incident as a covert attack by the Dark River during the heroic banquet. With both Old Master Tang and Lei Qianhu sustaining injuries in their efforts to protect the event, although Lei Qianhu vehemently accused Old Master Tang of being duplicitous and cunning, he begrudgingly acquiesced. After leaving the antidote behind, the Tang clan hastily departed with Old Master Tang. Xianshan surveyed the battlefield strewn with the wounded and sighed, what a laborious fate I lead. He raised his flute, and golden butterflies surged forth, merging into the bodies of several individuals. Xiaosei felt his wounds healing rapidly, even the severed hidden veins regaining a modicum of vitality. Lei Wujie, sensing his strength and internal injuries returning, marveled, how extraordinary, what kind of technique is this? Xianshan turned to Xiaosei, I can only mend physical injuries. As for your hidden veins, I have no means to restore them, you must seek another solution. Having emerged from this battle unscathed was already a fortuitous outcome. We shall take it one step at a time. At that moment, He Xiaozi stepped forward. I know someone who can assist you. But whether you will act depends on your own efforts. Perhaps it was the enigmatic abilities of Xianshan and He Xiaozi that sparked a fleeting glimmer of hope within Xiaosei. There is a formidable individual on Penglai Island, renowned for his exceptional medical skills. However, Xianshan's attention was piqued by He Xiaozi's words. You were injured. A fleeting look of discomfort crossed He Xiaozi's face. No, not at all. Then how do you know he possesses such medical prowess? Xianshan scrutinized him with narrowed eyes. He Xiaozi chuckled awkwardly. I was in a rush to find you upon my arrival and attempted to force a teleportation, only to suffer a backlash. After uttering this, he averted his gaze, unable to meet Xianshan's penetrating stare. You are utterly. Xianshan observed He Xiaozi's cautious demeanor and decided against pursuing the matter further. Enough, give me your hand. With a grin, He Xiaozi sidled closer to Xianshan, wrapping his arms around him from behind and gently swaying. It was an accident, I assure you. It won't happen again. As Xianshan clasped He Xiaozi's hand, a golden butterfly emerged from his fingertips, colliding with He Xiaozi's chest and merging within him. This indicated that Xianshan had accumulated 1,500 merits. Awakening a new ability, Butterfly Guiding the Moon. Cicada startles the snow. With this newfound power, he could create a golden butterfly from a drop of his blood and half of his spiritual energy. This butterfly would nurture itself within the host's body, and when the host faced a fatal attack, the butterfly would absorb at least half of the damage. Note, after sustaining injuries, the butterfly perishes, and the host may only create one butterfly per month. With the matters at hand resolved, the heroic banquet concluded, and the group made their way to Penglai Island as per He Xiaozi's directions. To reach Penglai Island, they must embark on a boat, and the only vessel capable of traversing such distances was the Snow Pine longboat belonging to the Mu clan. Alas, how did you manage to get here? Hey, Lei Wujie inquired with curiosity. Me, I was aided by Moe to reach Sanxi Island, where I encountered the Mu clan's fleet and returned with them. Is that the Snow Pine longboat you mentioned? Following Xianshan's gaze, the others spotted a grand ship docked by the shore, its crimson sails billowing in the wind. He Xiaozi gazed at the familiar vessel, marveling, our luck is indeed splendid. That is the Mu clan's ship. What does the sail depict? A phoenix in flight. It is the family crest of the Mu clan from Qingzhou. The following day, He Xiaozi visited the Mu clan to discuss the arrangements for the journey. only to be informed that the second young master of the Mu clan was also aboard the ship and that a discussion with him was necessary. In the afternoon, the group was invited aboard the Mu clan's vessel, where they finally met the second young master, a remarkably handsome young man dressed in resplendent attire, holding a folding fan. He regarded Xin Shan with keen interest. "You must be young Master Xin. I have heard whispers regarding the Lei Clan's affairs and am quite curious about your medical skills. I would like to discuss them further. Master Mu, your news travels fast, but I possess no medical expertise." "How can that be?" Lei Qian, who appeared to be on the brink of death yet was miraculously healed. "Was it not your doing?" Xin Shan regarded the expectant Mu Chunfeng and clarified. Lei Qian, who was afflicted by a backlash from his own technique. "I merely employed a secret method to replenish his vitality, which has nothing to do with medical skills." Upon hearing Xin Shan's explanation, Mu Chunfeng expressed disappointment. "I had hoped to engage in a discussion about medicine with you." After a moment of contemplation, Xin Shan summoned a tiny green insect from his waist, known as the rejuvenation bug, and presented it to Mu Chunfeng. "This bug, named rejuvenation bug, is a token for our passage on your ship." Mu Chunfeng gazed at the vibrant green creature with excitement. "Is this the famed Miaozhong secret bug capable of countering a myriad of poisons, reputed to save a life as long as there is breath?" Xin Shan nodded, and Mu Chunfeng joyfully accepted it, procuring a jade box to carefully place the rejuvenation bug inside. "Thank you, young Master Xin. I will ensure its safekeeping. You may stay on the ship for as long as you wish. I will arrange accommodations for you." Chapter 12. The immortal Moe Penglai Island was enveloped in ethereal clouds and mist, with a narrow stone staircase that allowed only one person to pass, leading directly to the mountainous peak. As the group ascended the stairs and reached a waterfall, a figure clad in white descended gracefully, landing upon the water's surface, gazing at the visitors. "Noble guests have arrived. It is an honor. Forgive our presumptuous intrusion. I hope the immortal will show us leniency." Moe flashed to the shore, addressing the affectionate pair of He Xiazi and Xin Shan. "It seems you have found the person you sought. Yes, I must express my gratitude for your assistance back then. Your arrival on the island is fate. It was but a trifling matter, no need for thanks. It has been many years since anyone has graced this place. Since you have come, it is also a matter of destiny." The group followed Moe to a small courtyard atop the mountain. Moe then turned to Xiaosei and Yirui. "Do you two have business with me? Why do you presume it is us?" Though their faces displayed fatigue, their auras remained robust, while one was born with a deficiency, and the other's hidden veins were entirely depleted. Yirui lowered her head in agreement. "What you say is indeed correct. I can heal both of you, and both of you can be healed." The group erupted in joy at Moe's words, but he quickly added, "However, I have a condition." "What is it?" "I will assist you with your earthly matters, but you must help me alter my heavenly fate." Moe's gaze fixed intensely upon Yirui, his eyes harboring an inscrutable depth. "What does the elder wish to change about his fate?" "I seek to bring back a departed soul to this world," he replied, his voice tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. "How may we assist you in this endeavor?" Xiaosei instinctively felt that this task would be fraught with difficulty, yet Moe did not directly respond to Xiaosei's query but instead remarked, "Tomorrow, I will request an item from you. If you provide it, I will heal you." With that, he turned and departed. Lei Wujie gazed in the direction where Moe had departed, grumbling about what kind of immortal this was. "Still wanting to trade with us, does he truly believe that immortals are living Buddhas? When one seeks assistance from others, it is only natural to offer compensation. Who would allow you to feast for free?" The next day, Tang Lian mysteriously vanished. When the crowd arrived at the bamboo grove, they encountered Moe. His gaze was indifferent as he addressed them. "The deadline has arrived. I have come to claim what I desire." Xiaosei inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Moe pointed towards Yirui, who stood nearby. "You form the array." Moe, upon seeing the familiar formation, suddenly smiled. "The three talents array. You are a disciple of Huanglong Mountain." Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, the formation was obliterated. He stood atop the bamboo branches, demanding, "Why do you not kneel before the immortal?" A formidable surge of true energy descended from above, forcing Xiaosei and the others to half kneel in order to withstand the sudden onslaught. Only Xin Shan and He Xiazi maintained their composure. To their robust physiques, this level of force was akin to a mere veil. Xin Shan, observing Moe's lofty demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. He had never seen anyone act so arrogantly. "That remark is truly deserving of a beating." He Xiazi scrutinized Moe, sensing that something was amiss with him. Moe seized Yirui and began channeling an unending stream of true energy into her body. "This is bad. He intends to exchange souls." Xin Shan's wooden flute flew forth, interrupting Moe's actions. Lei Wujie caught the falling Yirui, while Moe glared darkly at Xin Shan, asking, "Why do you interfere with my affairs? Exchanging life for life, even if successful, will bind you with karmic retribution." Leading to an unfortunate end. However, Moe, already ensnared by his obsessions, could no longer heed Xin Shan's counsel. "What qualifications do you possess to instruct me?" he fumed, but another wave of true energy halted him. By Li Dongjun, in the past, I saved you from peril, yet now you come to thwart my endeavors. The successive interruptions twisted his expression into one of increasing ferocity, with a flick of his sleeve. Countless bamboo stalks erupted from the ground, launching towards Bai Li Dongjun like deadly arrows. Bai Li Dongjun wielded his sword, a tempest of sword energy swirling around him. The fierce aura shattered all approaching bamboo into fragments. As Xianshan observed their confrontation, he noted that while it appeared they were evenly matched, the disparity in their realms was not easily bridged. The sound of the flute resonated through the bamboo grove, and a multitude of luminous butterflies materialized, flocking towards Bai Li Dongjun. He could distinctly feel his waning true energy replenished as those butterflies merged with him, realizing that the recently fatigued Bai Li Dongjun had suddenly regained his strength due to the butterflies. Moe sought to disperse them, but Bai Li Dongjun seized the moment to inflict a wound upon his arm. He understood that he must first subdue Xianshan, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. He dove towards Xianshan, but was repelled by a bone blade. You two seek to impede me. Moe glared at Heixiazi. Heixiazi shrugged. I had no intention of getting involved, but since you laid hands on my wife, I cannot turn a blind eye. Wife? Heixiazi's declaration startled everyone present, including Moe, who momentarily froze in surprise. Xianshan shot him a disapproving glance, yet refrained from rebutting, tacitly acknowledging his words. Wow, so men can also have wives? Lei Wujie gazed at Xianshan and Heixiazi with newfound curiosity. Xiaosei, noticing Lei Wujie's expression, smacked his head, admonishing, do not emulate that. Your sister would wield her sword against you. Oh, she wouldn't. What I like is. Lei Wujie furtively glanced at Yurui, sheepishly scratching his head. Moe turned to Xianshan and asked, so your urgency to set sail was in search of her? Of course, she possesses an extraordinarily beautiful visage, but alas, she is overly meddlesome. As he spoke, his fingers curled like claws towards Xianshan's neck, only to be intercepted by a sudden appearance. An elderly figure, exuding an aura of celestial grace, with white hair and beard, held a pristine whisk in hand. Who is this? Qi Tianchen of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau, he replied, turning at the sound of a familiar voice. He performed a respectful bow. Little prince, I trust you are well. Has the National Master also entered the realm of transcendence? Qi Tianchen chuckled lightly. I am not as accomplished as Lord Bai Li. I have yet to reach that level. This time, I merely leveraged the power of the dragon-seeking array to traverse thousands of miles. Upon concluding, he turned to Moe, sighing, disciple, it has been many years since we last met. Moe respectfully returned the gesture. Greetings, senior brother. Reunited with an old acquaintance, the world had changed around them. Now, senior brother, I am white-haired, yet your appearance remains unchanged. It brings joy to my heart to see you alive. However, his tone shifted abruptly. Yet as the heir of Huanglong Mountain, you have strayed into the path of the sinister. This is most regrettable. At Qi Tianchen's rebuke, Moe's lips twitched. What? Do you two wish to stop me? Senior brother, our realms are as disparate as heaven and earth. What can you use to impede me? Qi Tianchen's expression darkened as he flicked his whisk towards Moe, commanding, kneel. Chapter 13, Return to Tanchi City. Moe initially evaded, yet moments later, he truly knelt. I shall grant my senior brother 3 bows. The first in gratitude for our meeting. Were it not for your glance back in that fateful year, I would have perished. Again, Moe knelt once more, his voice devoid of emotion. The second is for the teachings of the sect. Without Huanglong Mountain, there would be no Moe. Again, 3 bows for the bond of fellow disciples. He rose to his feet. Bai Li Dongjun leaned towards Qi Tianchen, whispering. The National Master struck him thrice, yet he remains unscathed. Can we defeat him if we join forces? Qi Tianchen sighed softly. We are still lacking one. Who? You have learned from the Confucian immortal of the academy, while I am the national teacher of the Shenmen. We still need one punch to subdue the demons and achieve invincibility. Upon hearing Qi Tianchen's words, Xiaosei and Lei Wujie simultaneously looked up. They recalled the set of martial arts that Wuxin had previously taught Lei Wujie, which Wuxin had named the ultimate invincible demon-slaying technique. Yet Moe did not afford the others an opportunity to confer. His true energy surged like a tempest, intent on tearing everything around him asunder. Bai Li Dongjun and Qi Tianchen faced him, yet still felt insufficient. Lei Wujie stared at his hands, and after a moment's deliberation, he resolutely stepped forward. Xiaosei, witnessing his movement, understood his intent. Lei Wujie, your current body cannot withstand the realm of carefree resilience. If you forcibly break through, you may very well perish. You heard the monitor's words. We still need one punch to subdue the demons, to be invincible. He resolved to utilize the fire-scorching technique to forcibly ascend to the realm of carefree resilience. If I perish yet we emerge victorious, do not forget me. Roui out as the crowd felt a wave of melancholy. Lei Wujie sensed a kick to his leg. Turning, he saw it was Xianshan. Stop with the melodrama. I am right here, and you 1T die, but if you delay any longer, one of those two will die. Realizing Xianshan was beside him, Lei Wujie awkwardly scratched his head. Then I shall go. The 4 of them combined their efforts, with Xianshan aiding, leading to a stalemate. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Li Dongjun splashed Mengpa soup towards Moe, enveloping him in a mist of the concoction using his true energy. Yet, moments later, Moe awoke anew, and the others regarded him as if facing a formidable foe. Do not fear, he has awakened. Xianshan could distinctly sense that Moe's aura had become remarkably clearer. He could now truly be regarded as an immortal. Moe descended before Xiaosei, inquiring, "Do you still wish for my assistance?" Xiaosei candidly replied, "I do, but I will not plead for it." At her words, Moe suddenly chuckled. Such admirable spirit. Grasping Xiaosei's shoulder, he vanished, watching the spot where they had disappeared. Sikong Qianluo anxiously turned to Xianshan, asking, "Young Master Xian, you mentioned he has awakened. He wouldn't do anything detrimental to Xiaosei, would he?" Xianshan tapped his flute, responding, "Let us catch up and see." The crowd followed their figures all the way to a small courtyard atop the mountain. Arriving just in time to see Moe heal Xiaosei. Upon noticing Yi Ruoi trailing behind the others, he lightly touched her, channeling true energy into her. His gaze towards Yi Ruoi was filled with tenderness and longing as he softly called, "Little Green." Yi Ruoi, scrutinizing Moe's expression, tentatively asked, "Little Green, is she your sister?" Moe nodded. "Indeed, you two bear a striking resemblance. If she were to grow to adulthood, she would surely be as beautiful as you. I just bestowed upon you a thread of true energy to safeguard your heart pulse. As long as you do not suffer severe internal injuries, you will be no different from an ordinary person." Yi Ruoi, intrigued by Moe's sudden shift in demeanor, questioned, "Why do you wish to assist me?" Perhaps it is due to this green attire. With the affairs of Peng Lai concluded, they boarded the snow pine vessel of the Mu family once more. However, Baili Dongjun remained behind to protect Moe in seclusion and did not return with them. Yet, just as they arrived back in Shuiyue City, the Baixiutang delivered the news of Emperor Mingde fainting during the ceremony. Xiaosei intended to return to Tianqi, and as soon as word spread, various factions began to stir. Main quest: assist Tang Lian in intercepting the Dark River assassins. Quest reward: gold ingots 100. Merit 50. After Xiaosei departed, the others dispersed to intercept the various forces, with Xianshan directly accompanying Tang Lian to confront the Dark River. Meanwhile, He Xiaozi stealthily trailed behind Xiaosei as she left. Tavern at the city outskirts. Xie Qidao arrived with his men and, upon seeing Xianshan waiting, realized that his mission was thwarted. He sent word back to the Dark River, reporting that the route was blocked, and discreetly withdrew. Tang Lian gazed at the heavens, still finding no trace of the Dark River, smiling as she looked at Xianshan. "It is indeed a pleasure to be with you. Not a single cup of the 7 starry night wines I prepared has been consumed." Xianshan cast a sidelong glance at him, advising him to drink less of such things and to adhere to fewer of those feudal customs. Tang Lian understood that Xianshan's words stemmed from his perceptiveness regarding her thoughts, but that would not be the essence of Tang Lian. Xianshan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "I often wonder how your Tang clan raises its children." "Never mind, it's of no concern to me. Let us be on our way." Xiaosei should have already arrived. Shueluo Mountain Villa. Lei Wujie observed the last two arrivals with confusion. "I had assumed that senior brother and Xianshan would arrive first together." Tang Lian sighed in resignation. "It is precisely because of Xianshan that we are delayed." Why is that?" "Because we waited for ages without even a glimpse of the Anna. They must have retreated upon encountering Xianshan." "How wonderful! Had I known, I would have gone with Xianshan to Anha instead." Lei Wujie gazed at the two with a hint of envy. Xiaosei was hosting a banquet for the officials at Qianjin Terrace, while Xianshan and He Xiao, disliking such gatherings, chose to abstain from the festivities. The following day, news spread throughout Tianqi City of Emperor Mingde's personal visit to Qianjin Terrace, thus officially acknowledging the return of the 7th prince. Xiao Chaida. It was not until Xianshan sensed the presence of the rejuvenation bug previously gifted to Wuxin nearby that he followed its direction. Ultimately finding Wuxin at an inn after a long separation, Wuxin looked at him with joy, but upon noticing the figure beside him, his expression immediately darkened. The uproar surrounding the hero banquet at Lei family fortress had been significant, and as the leader of the Tianwaishan, he had certainly received the news. He was aware of the presence of an enigmatic man by Xianshan's side, but knowing and seeing it firsthand were two entirely different matters. Witnessing the stark contrast in Xianshan's demeanor towards He Xiao, with those affectionate gestures and words piercing through his heart like daggers, he turned away, interrupting their conversation. "Xianshan, is Xiaosei at Shueluo Mountain Villa?" Xianshan nodded. "I cannot step out. Please inform him that I require his assistance and ask him to meet with me." Chapter 14. Wuxin understood. Xianshan nodded and waved gently as he turned to leave. Wuxin felt a sudden healing of his internal wounds and let out a resigned sigh. Xianshan's attentive tenderness genuinely left him uncertain about how to respond to him. Within a couple of days, Xiaosei sought his aid, requesting Huajin to assist the White King with his eye ailment. However, he anticipated that the Red King would surely come to cause trouble that very evening, hence he wished to enlist Xianshan's help in protecting the White King. The moon hung serenely in the branches, casting its silvery light upon the ground, illuminating the two silhouettes standing before the door, but soon several shadows surged forth, encircling the pair. These shadowy figures wore masks that obscured their faces. Their dull and lifeless pupils resembling those of marionettes. Why do these individuals fight as if they are mere puppets, devoid of pain? Lei Wujie queried, observing the assassins who showed no signs of fatigue. I am unfamiliar with the concept of puppetry you speak of, but these individuals are indeed peculiar. Sumuyu, standing nearby, also sensed something amiss. This style of combat would undoubtedly drain their lives. Just then, the assassins simultaneously spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing at their feet. Master, save me! Sumuyu grasped his arm, fleeing swiftly. What an embarrassment it would be to be thwarted by these nameless assassins. Lei Wujie remarked as he gazed upon the corpses in the courtyard. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, prompting the two to quickly turn and evade. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a figure entirely shrouded in black robes. And Lei Wujie felt an inexplicable familiarity with this silhouette. It was not until their energies clashed, causing the wind to lift the hood, that he recognized the familiar face beneath Wuxin. Yet even in their combined strength, they were no match for Wuxin, who forcefully entered the dwelling. Upon observing Wuxin's state, Xianshan suddenly comprehended. No wonder the rejuvenation bug could not be located. It turns out Wuxin has lost his senses. Xianshan attempted to implant the puppetry within Wuxin to exert control over him, but Wuxin harbored another force within him that resisted. How troublesome! Xianshan sighed, furrowing his brow. It would be simple to eliminate someone else, but rescuing him proves to be a challenge. Blind one, expel him. Understood. He Shao eagerly advanced at Xianshan's command, slicing through the air with his bone blade, sending Wuxin tumbling out the door just as Xiao Sei arrived. He witnessed the startling scene. Wuxin, how did you end up here? What has happened to you? Ever since Wuxin disappeared from the palace, Xiao Sei had dispatched the 100 Secrets Hall to search for Wuxin's whereabouts. Yet all reports indicated that Wuxin had never left the imperial palace. Upon hearing Xiao Sei's words, Wuxin hesitated, turning to him. What did you just call me, Wuxin? Upon hearing that name, a series of images flashed through Wuxin's mind. Just then, the Red King stepped forward, emitting a sharp whistle, and Wuxin retreated behind him as if responding to a command. At that moment, a figure was hurled from the house. It was the Ninth Prince. The Red King, observing Xianshan and He Shao within, recognized that there was no chance of turning the tide tonight. Retreat. Lei Wujie looked at the Wuxin following the Red King and asked, should we bind Wuxin? Not yet. Bringing him back now will not save him. We must first find a way to restore his senses, Xiao Sei replied, shaking his head. If Xianshan could save him, he would have acted already. Since Xianshan is unable to assist, we must devise another plan. As night descended, the carriage ambled towards the palace. Lan Yuho regarded Lei Wujie and Xiao Sei. I can only escort you inside, not retrieve you afterward. However, I will prepare a carriage for you at the eastern corner of the city wall. Remember, you must exit within an hour. Xiao Sei nodded. Acknowledging, Lan Yuho handed them a parcel. This is clothing I have prepared for you. Change into it shortly. Lei Wujie looked at the parcel in confusion. Why must we change clothes? Isn't Xiao Sei a prince? Can't I simply accompany him inside? Daytime entry does not require a change, but it is night now. After the palace gates close, no one is permitted to enter. Moreover, you are going to the inner palace, and since he is a prince, it is even more critical to avoid suspicion. Lei Wujie nodded in understanding, opening the parcel, only to widen his eyes in shock at its contents. Why are these women's garments? Did I not mention, you are going to the inner palace? Only by masquerading as palace maids can you avoid drawing attention. Hearing Lan Yuho's words, Lei Wujie hesitated, glancing at the garments in his hands. Wouldn't he dressing as a palace maid attract even more attention? Despite his numerous complaints along the way, the two eventually donned the pink palace maid attire. Their objective was to visit the Xianfei Palace to inquire about Wuxin. In the flickering candlelight, a beauty poised like a painting sat before the mirror. Upon seeing two furtive figures in the copper mirror, Xianfei rose and inquired, I did not summon you. Why have you entered uninvited? Recognizing Xiao Sei's face, Xianfei suppressed a smirk. Are you a new palace maid from Jingtai Palace? You possess a fair degree of beauty, though your frame is rather robust. What a pity. Xiao Sei raised his head. Your Highness, Xianfei, no need to feign ignorance. Xianfei smiled at them. Lei Wujie, feeling a surge of anxiety, glanced at Xiao Sei. Have we been discovered so quickly? Xiao Sei was a disciple of Luo Qingyang and the daughter of the leader of the Shadow Sect. The Shadow Sect excelled in disguise. Xianfei gazed at Xiao Sei with a smile. You bear a striking resemblance to your parents, Your Highness of Yong'an. Moments later, she retracted her smile. What brings you to trespass the inner palace? Your Highness of Yong'an, their purpose for entering was merely to request a drop of blood from Xianfei. Xianfei, puzzled, inquired, a drop of blood? For what reason? Xiao Sei looked into Xianfei's eyes and explained softly. I have a friend who has recently been poisoned. The cause of the poison is a drop of Your Highness's blood, and the antidote also requires a drop of Your Highness's blood. Upon hearing this, Xianfei immediately recalled the drop of blood that Xiaoyu had sought previously, pondering, how is it that my blood can serve as both poison and antidote? That is because the poisoned individual shares the same blood as Your Highness. Xianfei's breath caught at Xiao Sei's words. What is the name of this friend of yours? Yi Yanshi, son of the former leader of Tianweishan, Yi Dingji. Xiao Sei articulated slowly. He has come to seek Your Highness. Are you not aware? Xian Fei recalled the dashing young eunuch she had encountered earlier. Could it be him? Meanwhile, Lei Wujie could no longer contain himself, interrupting Xian Fei's thoughts. Time is of the essence. Your Highness, he presented the vial in his hand. Xian Fei removed an earring, pricked her fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall. But if you encounter him, please convey my wish that he does not seek me again. Xiao Sei bowed his head in acknowledgement. Xiao Sei understands. As Xiao Sei and Lei Wujie prepared to leave the palace, they were suddenly cornered by a figure clad in black. Fortunately, Jin Yu Gonggong arrived just in time to shield them from the shadowy figure. Chapter 15 Luo Qingyang. The following day, Jin Yu's lifeless body was discovered in that very corner, and from that moment onward, the situation in Tianqi City tightened like a taut string, with no one knowing when it might snap. However, none of this pertained to Xian Shan, who was preoccupied with researching alongside He Xiao how they could draw nearer to the next world. Xian Shan purchased a peculiar item called Intimate Boundaries from the system shop. And when he revealed it, both he and He Xiao were left momentarily speechless, for the object bore a striking resemblance to a certain type of handcuff one might find in a hotel. Xian Shan rubbed his temples, feeling as though his eyes would be blinded by the fluorescent fuchsia of the fluffy handcuffs, yet, ultimately succumbing to the relentless persuasion of the black bear, he conceded to try it out when the time came. Until a flying sword cleaved the plaque of Tianqi City, the words questioning sword Tianqi resonating throughout the city. By the time the crowd arrived at Tianjin platform, the angry sword immortal was already present. The angry sword immortal struck first, unleashing a surging sword intent towards Luo Qingyang, yet Luo Qingyang effortlessly deflected the attack with the mere unsheathing of his sword. Both seemed unscathed, but Xian Shan understood that the angry sword immortal could no longer strike a second time. Currently, while Luo Qingyang could not compare to Moe, within this Tianqi city, no one could surpass him unless Zhao Yuzhen were to arrive. After the angry sword immortal departed, Wushuang arrived once more. Xian Shan glanced at the White King and softly sighed that the White King truly deserved the title of a good brother. Indeed, his actions suggested he had anticipated Luo Qingyang's purpose for this visit. The black bear looked towards the Red King and replied. Xian Shan sneered, noting that his immediate decapitation of the Tianqi City plaque was a motive that few could fail to decipher. Meanwhile, Lei Wujie approached, incredulous, asking what the purpose was. Xian Shan facepalmed, having forgotten him. Below, Wushuang unfurled the Wushuang sword box, and a dozen swords flew forth, swirling around him. 12 flying swords. After a century of decline, Wushuang City finally produced a sword immortal. You flatter me, Senior. As he spoke, he suddenly retreated, the nearby swords hurtling towards Luo Qingyang. Luo Qingyang remained motionless, yet several ethereal figures materialized around him, wielding sharp azure blades that effortlessly repelled those flying swords. Swordsmanship was indeed a sophisticated art, but as a swordsman, lacking a true sword in hand diminished one's prowess. Hearing Luo Qingyang's words, Wushuang tilted his head and laughed. I have a sword in hand as well. He leapt from the sword box, and a melodious cry echoed as a long sword radiating with fiery light emerged from its center. Wushuang's fingers glided along the blade, instantly amplifying its oppressive aura. Luo Qingyang observed the Daming Zhuke, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his visage as he remarked, a fine sword indeed, worthy of my draw. He unsheathed his long sword, its movements painting a desolate scene. Wushuang swung his sword, the blazing silhouette of the Zhuke soaring towards Luo Qingyang. Colliding with his blade, the Daming Zhuke was forced back into its sheath. Wushuang City is fortunate to have a disciple like you, Luo Qingyang said, admiration lacing his tone. Wushuang replied with a smile. Senior's sword is unlike any in the mortal realm. I am truly enlightened. Yet, Wushuang's expression suddenly shifted, blood spilling from his mouth as he sighed, ultimately conceding defeat. If you were to practice for another 10 years, perhaps your sword could truly surpass mine. Alas, it seems you are destined to perish today. With that, Luo Qingyang unexpectedly struck, his sword intent surged towards Wushuang, only to be halted by a sudden curtain of water. Xian Shan observed Luo Qingyang's ruthlessness towards a junior and remarked on the audacity of the city lord of Luo. I have my reasons, however. Today, the city lord of Luo may not achieve his desires. Xian Shan lightly landed in front of Wushuang. The black bear followed suit, gesturing for the White King to escort Wushuang away. Luo Qingyang cast a glance at the two, declaring, you both hail from Miaojiang. None shall wield a sword here. You lack the qualifications to participate in battle. After the White King and Wushuang departed, Xian Shan turned to leave, his leisurely voice tinged with mockery. I wish to fight you too. Meanwhile, the late returning Xiao Sei and his companions wore glum expressions. What monumental event has transpired in my brief absence? Xian Shan inquired with curiosity. This fool bravely declared war on Luo Qingyang. They are to duel in 3 days. Xiao Sei explained helplessly. The black bear pointed incredulously at Lei Wujie, asking him to fight Luo Qingyang. The gap between them is like that of a tree and grass. They aren't even in the same league. If I were you, I'd send a carrier pigeon to your sister, urging your brother-in-law Zhao Yuzhen to intervene. Upon hearing Xian Shan's words, the others recalled the substantial weight of Luo Qingyang's reputation. At least Zhao Yuzhen would stand a considerable chance with his Dao techniques. However, Lei Wujie, a true stubborn sort, shook his head, asserting one must face their own battles. How could I drag my sister and brother-in-law into this? Xiaosei sighed in resignation. Let him be. After all, the 5 great sword immortals share a bond, and this foolish lad occupies 2 spots. Luo Qingyang shouldn't resort to lethal force. 3 days later, Tianjin platform remained unchanged, indicating no challengers had emerged to confront Luo Qingyang in recent days. A sword flew forth, aiming directly at Luo Qingyang's visage, yet it was thwarted by his protective true energy. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself face to face with Xiaosei. Tianqi Xiaosei, here to question the sword. 9 long swords orbited around him, all launching towards Luo Qingyang, the sword of the ruined nation, the sword of the Xiao clan that conquered the world. An honor indeed, yet, with a mere flick, he forced Xiaosei back. Xiaosei raised his hand, a golden dragon shadow emerging behind him, charging towards Luo Qingyang and knocking him backward. Luo Qingyang unsheathed his sword. But just as he initiated his sword dance, it was abruptly interrupted by Xiaosei's scolding sword technique. Why does that sound so much like Lei Wuji's voice? Xian Shan mused, observing the suddenly frenzied Xiaosei. The nearby Confucian sword immortal nodded. Indeed, this is the method Lei Wuji conceived that night to disrupt Luo Qingyang's sword momentum. It actually worked. Qian Luo watched the interrupted sword dance, excitement coursing through him. Provoked by Xiaosei's words, Luo Qingyang lashed out in anger, his sword energy coalescing into a colossal sword, cleaving toward Xiaosei. After dodging multiple sword shadows materialized behind Luo Qingyang as he raised his hand, the sword light piercing forth, only to be halted by an unexpected heart sword. Luo Qingyang gazed at the heart sword blocking Xiaosei, contemplating 3 days of nurturing the heart sword in an instant. This sword is powerful, but do you possess a second sword? Chapter 16. The Empress's farewell. Ji Shuai, Zikong Qian Luo, and Tang Lian advanced to assist Lei Wuji in resisting Luo Qingyang. The surging sword energy erupted violently, and the group fell to the ground. Shall we lend them a hand? The Black Bear inquired, observing the struggling group below. Xian Shan watched as Xiaosei's true energy steadily escalated. Not yet. Pressuring them is beneficial. We shall intervene when their lives are truly at risk. I am the unparalleled sword immortal Luo Qingyang, here to question the sword. Is there any dissent? Hearing Luo Qingyang's proclamation, Xian Shan couldn't help but scoff, remarking on the shamelessness of these individuals, realizing he himself was overly conservative in comparison. I dissent, Xiaosei bellowed, his aura surging dramatically as the shattered swords gradually coalesced into a brand new blade in his grasp. Swinging the sword at Luo Qingyang, the golden lightning was deflected by Luo Qingyang's strike. The final heavy sword also shattered, yet, at that moment, a sword's cry resonated throughout Tianqi city as a golden long sword pierced the heavens. Hovering before Xiaosei, since heaven has chosen me, I shall comply with destiny. Xiaosei soared upward, grasping the heavenly slashing sword. Both swordsmen swung their blades simultaneously, their sword energy erupting, reducing the entire Tianjin platform to ruins. Not bad. Xian Shan stood, declaring, let us conclude. The sound of a flute echoed, resonating in the air, as countless luminous butterflies danced. Those enveloped within felt their wounds swiftly heal, even the subtle pain from depleting true energy was alleviated. The Confucian sword immortal gazed at Xian Shan in astonishment, softly exclaiming, I wondered why those few bore an air of invincibility. It turns out you serve as their support. Hearing this, Xian Shan chuckled and shook his head. No, it is merely the fearlessness of youth. Luo Qingyang assessed the situation and realized that Xiaosei could not be killed today. He sensed the formidable man wielding a bone blade beside the Miaozhang youth, and with the crafty young lad, he had no chance of victory. Weighing his options, he took flight and departed. That evening, the Red King, accompanied by the drugged Wuxin, stormed into Shuilahua Mountain Manor. He sought to eliminate Xiaosei, but the group had already been healed by Xian Shan and seized the opportunity to rescue Wuxin. Xiaosei regarded the Red King, stating, You have lost. However, the Red King retorted with a sardonic smile. Have I truly lost? In the next moment, Luo Qingyang arrived with Xian Fei, prompting the Red King to pitifully retreat behind Xian Fei. Mother, you have come. Lei Wuji, looking defeated, turned to Xiaosei, lamenting, I feel like crying. Why must there be so much helplessness in this world? Enemies abound, yet we are left either dead or maimed. Xian Shan kicked him, saying, What injuries? Let me see. That's exactly my point. Why do they keep coming in droves? Yet Luo Qingyang had no intention of lingering, knowing that with Xian Shan and the Black Bear present, attempting to kill Xiaosei before their true energy was restored was a fool's errand. He grabbed Xiaoyu and Xian Fei, attempting to leave, but was halted by Xiaoyu. Suddenly Xian Fei felt a wave of dizziness. Wuxin's fingers twitched, and a copper bell flew from Xiaoyu's sleeve into Wuxin's grasp. Wuxin gazed at Xiaoyu, saying, I suspect you intend to use this to coerce me and the lone sword immortal into committing murder, do you not? The medicinal techniques of the Western Chu are exceedingly harmful. To think you would cast such a spell upon your own mother. Indeed, she is fortunate to have you. Xian Fei looked at Xiaoyu in disbelief, exclaiming, You. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyang, infuriated by Xian Shan's words, intervened, sweeping Xiaoyu aside with a flick of his sleeve. He attempted to retaliate, but was halted by Xian Fei's grasp. Xixiang, cease your actions. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu, who had lost the bronze bell, anxiously questioned Wu Xian. How could you possibly know? Wu Xian regarded him coolly and replied, From the moment I laid eyes upon Her Highness Shen Fei, I was aware, otherwise, do you truly believe your plans would have unfolded so seamlessly, lacking knowledge of the art of medicinal poison? I could only entrap myself with a tightening grip. Wu Xian crushed the bronze bell. He expelled the parasites from Shen Fei, while Xiaoyu watched the harmonious scene among the three with evident envy. He glared at Shen Fei, accusing, "Your heart belongs solely to that family." In response to this, Luo Qingyang recounted past grievances with indignation. Upon hearing this, Wu Xian calmly stated to Xiaoyu, "In truth, you have always been the chosen one. Yet, your desires have been insatiable, you covet power, that position, and the entirety of Her Highness's affection. Compared to me, you have already attained much, yet your heart remains like an abyss, forever unfilled." After speaking, Wu Xian turned away. "What I wish to see and accomplish has now been achieved." He cast a final glance at Xian Shan and Xiao Sei, softly saying, "Dear friends, let us part ways here." Shen Fei, at a loss, reached out to Wu Xian's shire. It was only then that she realized he had always referred to her as Her Highness Shen Fei, aware that her favoritism towards Xiaoyu had caused Wu Xian sorrow. She found herself unable to abandon Xiaoyu due to years of familial affection. Wu Xian turned his head, saying, "Her Highness, I must return to Tianweishan. I surmise you would not favor the cold, desolate place of Xiaosei, hence I shall not invite you along." As they bid farewell, it seemed they might never meet again. "Take care." He rose into the night sky like an immortal, riding the wind. Xiaoyu, having been rendered powerless by Xiaosei, was taken away by Luo Qingyang and Shen Fei. He Xiaozi observed their retreating figures, pondering what Shen Fei had been so occupied with throughout her life. For someone as carefree as He Xiaozi, it was incomprehensible how Shen Fei could be so constrained, unable to harden her heart yet incapable of letting go. "Let us depart as well," Xian Shan suggested to He Xiaozi. Lei Wujie turned back to Xian Shan, saying, "You are also leaving, where do you intend to go?" Xian Shan tapped Lei Wujie's head lightly. "Home, back to Miazheng. This farewell may indeed be our last, so do take care not to perish." Lei Wujie looked at him reluctantly. "With you gone, I won't even dare to fight." "Then fight less," Xiao Sei remarked, eyeing Xian Shan and He Xiaozi. "I know both of your identities are remarkable, and I am grateful for your protection along the way. This life may not afford us another chance to meet, however, I wish to say that it is my fortune to have encountered both of you. May your paths be intertwined for 1,000 miles. And may you share harmony for a century. A farewell, and do pay a visit to that fool in Tianweishan when time permits," Xian Shan replied as he and He Xiaozi turned to leave. Once out of sight, He Xiaozi shackled their wrists with glaring handcuffs. "Let us go. I refuse to believe we won't be together this time." Current world settlement, Xian Shan merits 100, He Xiaozi merits 100. Next world, the young man on a white horse drunk in spring wind. Abilities will change, please refer to the host for preparation. Detected host using item, intimate bond. In the next world the host and partner will arrive at the same location. Chapter 1, Twilight Clouds and Spring Trees. Name, Xian Shan. Next world identity, Merman, fixed human form, merit, 1663 points. Age, 700. Original ability, water manipulation. Skill cards, 1 tree can support. All things coexist, water cloud wide, mountain water shadow, water enveloping silk, puppetry, rose butterfly. Weapon cards, divine wood, spring flute, bamboo smoke, rain, lotus blossom, autumn water, available in crisis. Skill card 1, draw card. Opportunities 2, gold ingots 7, 10. System tools, deluxe tent 1, replaceable form, portable space, 60M due to the host's merits reaching 1,000 points. The clothing warehouse is now open and the system will provide attire suitable for the current world. He Xiaozi, partner, identity automatically updated to partner. Merit, 600 points. Age, 300. Bloodline, Inglong, fixed human form, passive skill, indestructible weapon, bone blade. Original skills, close combat. Photographic memory. Bloodline ability transformation, lightness skill, combat instinct. Thunderous power. Attire will be provided according to the host's clothing. On the long street, shops lined either side, and Bai Li Dongjun surveyed the desolate road with a heavy heart. This street was supposed to be the most prosperous in Chaisang City, yet for reasons unknown, it lay in silence. Just then, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent. The earthy aroma of the forest mingled with the fragrance of fresh grass. And in an instant, the moisture dispersed the scent that had wafted into his nostrils, akin to a sudden downpour. Previously, he had scoffed at the notion that a scent could awaken memories, but upon inhaling this fragrance, his recollections were abruptly drawn back to the torrential rain of years past. He stumbled to the familiar door, which bore a glaring white seal. Regaining his senses, he realized the source of the fragrance was the shop directly across from him. It was a rouge shop specializing in perfumes and powders for women, which he had assumed was run by a lady, hence he had never visited. Upon entering, he found the counter empty. Is anyone here? Bai Li Dongjun called out. A tall, slender figure emerged from within, raising an eyebrow upon seeing Bai Li Dongjun. "What brings you here? Shopping for your beloved?" Upon seeing He Xiaozi, Bai Li Dongjun momentarily froze, exclaiming, Are you the owner here?" "I am not, the owner is my beloved." Understanding He Xiaozi's words, Bai Li Dongjun nodded, realizing it was indeed a lady. He Xiaozi, observing Bai Li Dongjun, countered in a leisurely tone, Not a lady. After saying this, he glanced inward. Young master, someone seeks you. A delicate bell chimed, and a slender figure appeared at the door. It was an elegant and noble young man, draped in a white robe. The fabric flowing with the breeze, silver sequins adorned the shoulders of his robe, shimmering like scales from afar. He raised his gaze towards Bai Li Dongjun, inquiring, "What brings you here, young sir?" I was wondering if the fragrance I just encountered was concocted by you." Xian Shan nodded. "Indeed, this fragrance is called Twilight Clouds and Spring Trees." "Twilight Clouds and Spring Trees, how fitting. May I purchase some to take home? This fragrance was freshly brewed today. It seems we are fated." "So I shall gift it to you," Xian Shan replied, extending the fragrance towards Bai Li Dongjun. Bai Li Dongjun accepted it, softly asking, "Thank you, young sir. May I know the names of you two gentlemen?" "I am Xian Shan, and this is my beloved. You may call him Xiazi." Bai Li Dongjun hesitated, asking, "Beloved, but you are both men. Love is love. Why must it conform to gender?" Upon hearing Xian Shan's words, Bai Li Dongjun felt a twinge of shame and lowered his head, acknowledging, "I was narrow-minded." Upon returning to the tavern, Bai Li Dongjun was met by a group of well-dressed men at the entrance. One of them gazed at the tavern sign and murmured, "Donggui, indeed Donggui, from the looks of you, it seems you have traveled from afar." "Donggui is a fine name, quite befitting," the man said, stepping inside the tavern, where he spotted a man slumped over a table. "Are there no other patrons?" "He is not a guest, he is my waiter." A variety of uniquely shaped wine cups adorned the table, a total of 12. Each priced at 20 taels. The man's attendant scoffed, "Do you know how much the best tavern in the southwest, Lan Yushanzu Luo Bai, charges for a cup? 18 taels. My wine is slightly better. Hence I sell it for 20. Bai Li Dongjun lifted his head with pride. The man silenced his disgruntled attendant and produced a silver note, purchasing all of them. He poured from a bottle named Suyu. Reflecting on how sometimes destiny shifts in the blink of an eye, after finishing, he poured himself a cup of yuan zhang, exclaiming, "This yuan zhang is indeed refreshing. That waiter over there, would you care for a drink?" He tossed a cup towards Sikong Changfeng. The cup was deftly caught, and Sikong Changfeng glared, looking for trouble. He grasped a spear beside him, its tip gleaming as it lunged towards the man. The spear clashed with the man's palm. He staggered back, while Sikong Changfeng found himself atop a wooden table. Just as he was about to strike again, someone tapped him on the back of the head. Bai Li Dongjun scolded Sikong Changfeng, "You fool, I told you not to fight, yet you still do. What a waste." "Esteemed guests, my waiter is a wanderer from the Jianghu and lacks manners. Please do not take offense, young master. Let us end our drinking here today," the man said, turning to leave. Sikong Changfeng watched their retreating figures, taking a sip of his drink. "There is still one person in that carriage." Bai Li Dongjun's demeanor remained unchanged. "I can tell." Sikong Changfeng looked at him in surprise. "Tell what?" "The scent of a woman." A stranger entered the tavern, addressing Bai Li Dongjun. "Owner, I wish to purchase wine. Unfortunately, we have run out. Please come again another day." The man hurled the wine jar in his hand toward Bai Li Dongjun. But the rapidly approaching vessel was shattered by a thrust of Sikong Changfeng's spear. In their repeated encounters, the man found himself unable to gain the upper hand. He looked at Sikong Changfeng, his expression a mix of surprise and suspicion, and queried, "With your marksmanship, you cannot be a nameless individual. Do reveal your name." "Interestingly, I am indeed a nameless one. Having never known my parents since childhood, I grew up on the kindness of strangers, sleeping in dilapidated temples. I bear no surname, nor has anyone ever bestowed a name upon me. However, being born empty-handed and departing in the same manner is not without its merits. Thus I have taken the surname Sikong, and I wish to become the long wind, never to return. Hence I am called Sikong Changfeng." Soaring into the air, he resembled a hawk locking onto its prey. His spear aimed at the man who lay prostrate on the ground, only to be intercepted by the sudden appearance of the butcher. The ensuing conversation with the butcher made Bai Li Dongjun realize that his establishment had become an obstacle to others. Just then, he recalled the two men next door. Were they allies or merely bystanders caught up in this turmoil? Chapter 2. The attempt to capture him. "Have you asked me? You claim I am an obstruction. Yet what of the people from the adjacent rouge shop? Why do you not concern yourselves with them?" Bai Li Dongjun inquired tentatively. The butcher paused, then remarked, "Those two are even more peculiar. Who would open a rouge shop with two men? You ought to worry about yourselves." With that, he brandished the cleaver in his hand. The butcher's cleaver swung down like a tempest toward Sikong Changfeng, who raised his spear to block the blow but was forced down by the immense pressure, veins bulging in his arms. The butcher sneered, "Your marksmanship is incomplete. It has been learned through stealth." After being repelled by the butcher, Sikong Changfeng caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden phantom behind him. "I know you now. Alive, you evade the law. Dead, you confront Yen Luo. You are Jin Ko Yen Luo." Yen Shanzue, realizing he could not contend with Yen Shanzue, Sikong Changfeng positioned himself protectively in front of Bai Li Dongjun. "You must flee. I will hold him off." As Bai Li Dongjun dashed to the second floor, he was unexpectedly halted by a woman who smiled and asked, "Young lad, where are you off to?" Sneaking away, reluctantly Bai Li Dongjun was compelled to return to the main hall on the first floor. Why haven't you run yet? Si Kong Chang phone queried upon seeing Bai Li Dongjun's return. With a resigned gesture toward the upper floor, Bai Li Dongjun responded, "Look up there." Si Kong Chang Feng surveyed the precarious situation surrounding them and sighed softly. "I have one shot left. With this shot, the one in front will surely perish, but my own survival is uncertain. You must do your utmost to protect yourself. If I survive, I will lead you out." "What are your chances?" 1 in 10. Not. Bai Li Dongjun stared at him in shock. 1 in 10, you speak with such conviction, but I am merely a dying man, willing to gamble. He chuckled bitterly. At that moment, a foreign voice echoed from above, "What do you mean dead? You're not dead." Everyone turned to see one of the subordinates who had been following that man earlier. He ripped off his human skin mask, revealing a handsome yet unfamiliar face. My surname is Lei. Yen Xian Zui turned to him, inquiring, "Lei, which Lei?" "The Lei from Lei family fortress." The man replied lazily, "You could say that." Si Kong Chang Feng's eyes brightened. "You are Zhua Imo Duoyen." Lei Mengsha. Lei Mengsha leaped down, landing before the two, delivering a scathing tirade to the three adversaries across from him. Yen Xian Zui swung his cleaver down heavily at Lei Mengsha, only for the latter to effortlessly catch it between two fingers. Like a lightning serpent, Lei Mengsha sent the three adversaries flying out the door, colliding perfectly with the two men who had just been thrown out from across the street. "Oh ho, it seems the other side is equally formidable," Lei Mengsha observed with a gleeful smirk at the scene unfolding on the street. He Jizi stepped outside, glancing at the group opposite, his brow arching with amusement. What a coincidence! The bone blade in his hand seemed to emanate a chilling aura in the light. Meanwhile, the three in the center wiped the blood from their lips. "What now? Shall we continue fighting?" A young master who inexplicably opened a tavern along with two dubious men running a rouge shop. "How bizarre. Let us apprehend that one from the rouge shop upstairs." Yen Chen Zui directed at Xian Shan, who was watching the commotion from above. The woman leapt to the second floor, aiming to catch Xian Shan, but was swiftly kicked down by He Jizi. "Have you asked me?" He Jizi grinned, resembling a dragon guarding its treasure. Watching the subdued group, Lei Mengsha withdrew his intent to assist and opted to enjoy the spectacle. At that moment, the elderly lady who had been the first to be thrown out cursed, "Bah, male thieves and shameless harlots." Xian Shan narrowed his eyes coldly, fixing her with a piercing gaze. "What did you just say?" "I said you two men are shameless and ambiguous." "Very well, you are the first to dare insult me to my face." Xian Shan replied with a smile that appeared exceedingly gentle yet sent a chill down one's spine. Several ropes formed of flowing water appeared out of thin air, suspending the struggling individuals aloft. The sensation of suffocation drove them to frantically claw at their necks, attempting to tear away the water ropes, but their hands merely met with flowing water, offering no purchase. Observing their futile struggles, Xian Shan's smile deepened. "What a pity there are not enough. If I could fill the entire street, it would certainly be a sight to behold." Bai Li Dongjun looked at Xian Shan, now entirely transformed, and shivered, relieved he had not provoked him last time. "Alas, brother, do you know them?" Lei Mengsha inquired curiously. Bai Li Dongjun replied softly, "I have seen them before. That celestial being is Xian Shan, and the man in black is his beloved. Shall we go together?" Lei Mengsha called out to the pair, "Let us go." In the blink of an eye, Xian Shan and He Jizi appeared beside the three. Ruined temple. Lei Mengsha turned to Bai Li Dongjun and Si Kong Chang Feng. "Speak, do you have any news?" "What news?" Bai Li Dongjun replied, bewildered. Lei Mengsha, puzzled, asked, "Are you not spies sent by Lao Chi to Chaiseng City?" "What spies?" Bai Li Dongjun retorted. "Why don't you say Xian Shan and the others are spies?" Lei Mengsha, upon hearing Bai Li Dongjun's words, turned to look at Xian Shan and his companion, but quickly returned his gaze. "I suspect these two would never accept any employment." Bai Li Dongjun turned to see the dilapidated temple, once covered in cobwebs, now cleansed by water. Beneath Xian Shan, a luxurious daybed had appeared out of nowhere. While He Jizi quietly brewed tea beside him, the atmosphere between the two was serene and gentle, as if they were in their own home, leaving the three onlookers feeling entirely superfluous. Bai Li Dongjun nodded. "I believe you are correct. So you two are truly not spies, merely individuals who inexplicably arrived here to open a tavern." Bai Li Dongjun clarified. To be precise, I am a brewer. I merely came to enjoy some wine and act as his assistant." Hearing their words, Lei Mengsha felt utterly dismayed. "Have I lost my mind? I thought you two were sent by Lao Chi, yet you tell me you were just passing through. So why did I forsake my painstakingly crafted disguise to come and rescue you?" Bai Li Dongjun cautiously suggested, "Do not be hasty. Perhaps we can be of assistance. With your meager skills, how can you help?" As soon as Lei Mengsha finished speaking, Si Kong Changfeng sensed an approaching presence and warned, "Someone is coming." A figure clad in blue entered, surveying the scene in the ruined temple. "What is happening here? Why are there so many people?" Lei Mengsha sighed heavily and introduced the identities of the individuals present, explaining why they suddenly found themselves besieged. He Jizi, upon hearing this, smirked disdainfully. "This Yen Tian truly cannot handle a simple game of throwing sand." At that moment, Bai Li Dongjun interjected softly, "I have one more thing to mention. There is a female ghost over there." Everyone turned to where he pointed, spotting a red figure approaching the ruined temple. Chapter 3. Lioli. As Lei Mengsha recognized the approaching figure, He gestured for Bai Li Dongjun to remain silent. Have you learned to be so talkative from me? Knowing who she is, why would you tease her? As the woman drew closer, Bai Li Dongjun caught a familiar scent. You are the lady who sat in the carriage during the day. The woman turned to him, the tavern's young proprietor, and remarked, you are still alive. Bai Li Dongjun coughed lightly. I shall not hold it against you. For you are magnanimous. After the group concluded their discussion regarding plans for the next day, Lei Mengsha suddenly turned to Xian Shan and He Zhaizida. I wonder if you two would like to join us. After all, today's events have made you victims as well. Luo Shen looked at Lei Mengsha in confusion, who whispered in his ear, if we can bring these two in, we will surely prevail. The others, upon hearing Lei Mengsha's words, looked at the pair with eager expressions. He Zhaizi turned to Xian Shan and asked, shall we go see the excitement? Xian Shan stood, moving towards the group. While Lei Mengsha readily vacated his seat, I have already heard what you said earlier. You summoned me and the blind one here because you were lacking helpers for tomorrow's showdown. Correct, Xian Shan leisurely exposed Lei Mengsha's intentions. The latter, realizing he had been found out, nodded readily. Indeed, young Master Xian, you are right. We are outnumbered and require someone of considerable skill to lead the charge. And I believe you would not mind joining in the fun main quest. Attend the Gu family wedding quest reward, gold ingots 100 merit 50. Xian Shan agreed but stated, unless absolutely necessary. I will not intervene. Lei Mengsha gazed at Bai Li Dongjun and inquired, why have you suddenly agreed to aid me in this abduction? Bai Li Dongjun gently caressed the wine flask in his hand. As a familiar crimson figure flashed before his eyes, he murmured softly, I once promised someone that I would become a renowned immortal of wine. Though the tavern is no more, I suppose achieving fame to some extent counts as fulfilling half of that promise. Gu Mansion, the interior of the estate was adorned with red silk, with bright red lanterns hanging from every eave. The crowd bustled to and fro, with blessings echoing in a jubilant cacophony. Creating a scene of extraordinary festivity for the grand wedding, Xian Shan casually retrieved a luminous pearl from his spatial pocket as a congratulatory gift and successfully blended into the throne. Dressed in resplendent attire, a woman draped in red silk stepped gracefully into the hall. She bowed to heaven and earth, yet the newlyweds remained rigid, not a single person offering a salute. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. Puzzled by the peculiar scene unfolding before them, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly tense, when suddenly a clear, youthful voice rang out, wait a moment. A slender youth clad in blue stood at the entrance. Questioning, why has the banquet commenced before all the guests have arrived? Is this truly the hospitality of the head of the southwestern region? Mr. Gu, observing the unfamiliar figure at the door, inquired, who are you? A guest. Mr.Gu stepped forward, addressing the young man, little brother, we of the Gu family have not extended an invitation to you. What audacity brings you here? To seize the bride. The man beside Yan Biutian swung a blade towards Bai Li Dongjun. But Sikong Changfeng stepped in to block the attack. However, the man's blade aura was exceedingly domineering, sending Sikong Changfeng staggering back. The long blade shot towards the two, prompting Sikong Changfeng to pull Bai Li Dongjun back into the courtyard. Sikong Changfeng urged, Master, retreat, but Bai Li Dongjun remained unperturbed, shaking his sleeve, not fleeing. Liuli, upon hearing Bai Li Dongjun's command, all guests turned their gaze towards the bride. Yen Liuli, you fools, you have misjudged. No sooner had he spoken than the entire hall trembled as if struck by an enormous force. A thick serpentine tail descended from the eaves, sweeping aside the man wielding the knife. A colossal white serpent's head slithered into the hall, its slender tongue flickering, emitting hissing sounds. Come back, upon hearing Bai Li Dongjun's call. It retreated to the courtyard. Its robust body stood tall, receiving Bai Li Dongjun as he leapt atop its head, its red vertical pupils gazing coldly at the multitude. The fallen man beheld the serpent's horns. Its body glistening white, stretching 10 zhang in length. The serpent was the prized possession of Wen Lin, the head of the Wen family. You do not bear the surname Bai, you are of the Wen family. Named Wen Dongjun, Bai Li Dongjun, upon hearing the man's inquiry, rubbed his ears and languidly replied, what a dreadful name. Liuli has grown up alongside me. My grandfather bestowed it upon me at my birth. Furthermore, I do not carry the surname Wen. But Bai, I am Bai Li Dongjun. The Bai surname was indeed renowned. Bai Li Dongjun's grandfather, Bai Li Luocheng, was a valiant general who fought alongside the current emperor, while his father, Bai Li Chengfeng, was known for his swift swordsmanship. His mother, Wen Luoyu, was the cherished youngest daughter of the Wen family, and his uncle was Wen Hujiao, the master of poisons. Bai Li Dongjun proudly lifted his chin. Do I not have the right to be your guest? Yan Biutian stepped forward. Earlier, the young master mentioned seizing the bride. May I inquire if the young master knows my sister? Not acquainted, Bai Li Dongjun replied bluntly. The Marquis of Jinchi has expanded our northern territories through remarkable military achievements, which I greatly admire. If the young master merely seeks to partake in the celebratory feast, he shall be treated as an esteemed guest. However, the young master neither knows my sister nor holds any affection for her, yet claims he wishes to seize her. Is that not somewhat excessive? Yan Biutian's reasoning was sound and convincing, yet Bai Li Dongjun, undeterred, gazed back at him. I claim I will seize the bride, but I never stated it was for myself. Yan Biatian felt an ominous premonition rising within him. What do you mean? At that moment, Lei Mengsha and a man clad in a black shroud arrived, bearing a coffin. As the lid was removed, a strikingly handsome corpse clad in indigo brocade was revealed, albeit marred by numerous wounds, appearing quite disheveled upon seeing the man inside. Mr. Gu collapsed in shock. Guluwali, Bailey Dongjun pointed at the coffin, declaring, "The true bride snatcher is he. The head of the Gu family, Guluwali, and your Miss Yen were childhood sweethearts, and he has always cherished her. If he comes to seize the bride, does that not align with your so-called principles?" "Preposterous, he is dead," Yen Biatian bellowed in fury. Bailey Dongjun retorted, "If it were not for your machinations, why would he be dead?" At that moment, a woman's voice resonated throughout the Gu mansion. "I, Yen Lioli, am willing to marry Guluwali." The crowd gasped in astonishment, as none had anticipated Yen Lioli would genuinely consent. Xin Shan observed Yen Lioli's resolute expression, recognizing her deep affection for Guluwali evident in her eyes when she looked at him. "Bailey Dongjun, will you partake in this cup of celebratory wine with us?" Yen Lioli inquired, gazing at him. "Of course, how could I refuse?" He accepted the wine flask thrown by Yen Lioli and drank heartily. Yen Biatian cast a menacing glare at Bailey Dongjun. "Kill him." Several iron chains flew forth, binding Lioli's horns, as Shaobai struggled against them, sustaining injuries in the process. Enraged, he thrashed about, his long tail reducing everything nearby to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Gu Jianmen's eyes blazed crimson as he gazed upon his brother's corpse, his hands trembling beneath his voluminous sleeves. He turned to Mr. Gu, angrily accusing, "Did you not say my brother died of illness? Afflicted by a terrible disease, he perished far from home. Then how do you explain the sword wounds upon this corpse? You, mind your words, he died of illness." Extending his hand, a long sword materialized within his grasp. The red outer robe torn to reveal a white garment beneath. Gu Jianmen raised his sword, proclaiming, "The head of the family Guluwali met an untimely demise. I of the Gu family vow to avenge this wrong. Until death, we shall not relent." A chorus of blades echoed in agreement. "We shall avenge this wrong, until death." Mr. Gu, witnessing the chaos unfolding before him, retreated in panic. "This is insurrection, this is insurrection." He attempted to seek refuge behind Yen Biatian but was met with Gu Jianmen's decisive sword strike to his throat. Gu Jianmen directed his gaze towards Yen Biatian, as a massive armored blue figure loomed behind him, sword in hand, coldly regarding Yen Biatian. Yen Biatian felt a weight in his chest, gasping as he scanned the surroundings. Shouting, "We are on the brink of defeat, will no one emerge?" But silence reigned, and he realized he had become a forsaken pawn. Desperately, he drew his sword to confront Gu Jianmen, yet the sword aura struck directly at his chest, shattering his internal organs. With the matter settled, Gu Jianmen expressed his gratitude to Bailey Dongjun before realizing that two individuals remained seated in a corner of the courtyard, appearing serene amidst the turmoil. "Who are these two?" Lei Mengsha leaned in to whisper to Gu Jianmen. "They are the esteemed figures who have come to maintain order." "Thank you, esteemed seniors," Gu Jianmen murmured in thanks. Xin Shan leisurely set down his teacup. "No need for thanks, you shall have cause to express gratitude once more." Shortly the others exchanged puzzled glances when suddenly a raucous laughter erupted. Numerous unfamiliar figures appeared atop the eaves, and the group instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Bailey Dongjun sighed in resignation. Truly, just as one wave settles, another arises. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed those figures charging towards him. "What, seeking me?" He swiftly turned, clutching Xin Shan's garment. "Brother, save me." The assailants, upon seeing Bailey Dongjun clinging to Xin Shan, intended to seize both individuals, yet, as they approached, a colossal dragon's head sent them flying. A massive water dragon shielded Xin Shan, repelling anyone who dared come near. The black bear turned its head towards the intruders, speaking languidly. "You wish to capture him? Have you sought my permission?" At the forefront of that group stood an elderly man with white hair and beard, who addressed the black bear and Xin Shan. "Are you certain you wish to intervene in this matter?" Xin Shan met his gaze, questioning. "What, do we not make our intentions clear enough? Then do not blame this old man for being ruthless." He concentrated his energy into his palm, preparing to strike at the black bear. "Compare ages with me," the black bear muttered as he unsheathed a bone blade. The stark white blade pierced through the old man's protective aura, wounding his arm. The old man clutched his injured arm, incredulously staring at the black bear. "Impossible, how could you breach my protective aura?" The black bear mocked him. "With such little energy, you might as well abandon protection. You could run faster instead." In a flash, he appeared before the old man, seizing his throat with 5 fingers, and in an instant silence fell. This transpired in the blink of an eye upon witnessing his death. The remaining individuals swiftly retreated. It seems I arrived too late." Bailey Dongjun looked up at the familiar voice. "Uncle." Like a puppy reuniting with its master, he joyfully dashed forward. "Little Bailey, have you had your fill of fun yet?" Wen Hujiao regarded Bailey Dongjun with affection. Bailey Dongjun mischievously blinked, as if savoring the first sip of wine. "What do you think?" Wen Hujiao affectionately ruffled Bailey Dongjun's cheek, then turned to the figures on the platform. "Esteemed young masters, today's meeting is indeed as remarkable as rumored." As he scanned the figures of Xin Shan and the black bear, his expression shifted. "These two young masters possess an extraordinary demeanor. I extend my gratitude for your assistance today. Xianshan inclined his head slightly. Since we have crossed paths, it is fate. Nearly joining the fray, no need for thanks. After speaking, he turned to the maiden Yan Liuli, who stood beside him, and inquired, will the wedding proceed today? It shall continue, Yan Liuli replied, raising her voice as she cast her gaze upon the man lying in the coffin, but I refuse to marry Gu Jianmen. I wish to wed him. Very well, she declared. Gifts of gold and silver for the maiden's wedding seem rather pedestrian. Instead, let us bestow upon her a grand wedding. With a flick of his wrist, Xianshan conjured forth streams of water that flowed through the hall and courtyard, cleansing the remnants of blood until not a trace remained. The corpses and debris were gathered to one corner. The red cloth fell to the ground, and the entire courtyard was transformed anew. When Huzhou looked at Xianshan in astonishment, as he had assumed that Xianshan would be the one in need of protection between the two. Yet, he was taken aback by how effortlessly Xianshan controlled his true energy with such mastery. Xianshan and the Black Bear left only after witnessing the entirety of the wedding ceremony. Dear seniors, should you find the time later, I recommend a visit to Tianqi City. The autumn dew at the Jialu cottage is truly worth savoring, Xianshan suggested, observing the eager look in Lei Mingxia's eyes. He nodded. Very well, farewell. Main quest. Attend the Sword Trial Assembly quest rewards. Gold ingots 150, meritorious deeds 100, space 10. The Sword Trial Assembly took place within the Sword Forest, a magnificent sight formed by countless swords. At the center stood a stone platform, whereby Li Dongjun and Wen Huzhou arrived to find the area already brimming with people. Wen Huzhou patted by Li Dongjun on the shoulder, urging him to look ahead, where two familiar figures stood at the forefront of the viewing platform. The crowd silently parted, leaving a spacious clearing. By Li Dongjun approached, young Master Xian, are you here to participate in the Sword Trial Assembly as well? Xianshan shook his head, no, neither of us wields a sword. We merely come to enjoy the festivities. As soon as Xianshan finished speaking, a collective sigh of relief swept through the surrounding crowd. The music began to play, its serene and melodious notes echoing around, signaling the official commencement of the Sword Trial Assembly. Swords are classified into 4 tiers. First tier, high mountain, inaccessible to ordinary swords. Second tier, vast sea, boundless and limitless. Third tier, cloud and sky, towering above all, defying the mundane. Fourth tier, celestial palace, the sword of the heavens, truly beyond this world. A refreshing scent of lotus wafted through the air, permeating the surroundings. This sword is of my own making. I name it unstained by dust. May an unparalleled gentleman take it up and wield it across the world, allowing this sword to ascend the sword rankings. The ethereal and exquisite sword hung in the center, emitting a gentle glow. Chapter 5, Reunion of Yi Bai in Wushuang City. Song Yanhui has come seeking a sword. Who dares to bestow their wisdom? The crowd whispered amongst themselves, momentarily silent. A deep and melodious voice rang out clearly amidst the stillness. A tall and striking figure clad in red landed upon the platform. Song Yanhui gazed at the sudden apparition and asked, who are you? Yi Dingji, he replied, raising his head, his features sharp and handsome, his gaze icy as if laced with shards of frost. By Li Dongjun, slightly inebriated, looked at the figure and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. His heart began to thrum uncontrollably in response to the man's voice. He raised his hand to his chest, pondering, why does this person seem so familiar? Meanwhile, the contest on the platform had already concluded. Xianshan observed Yi Dingji, a look of admiration gracing his face, the youthful gallant on a spirited steed. Upon hearing Xianshan's words, the Black Bear stepped in front of him, a look of accusation on his face. Xianshan chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Jealous, are we? I merely expressed a casual remark. At that moment, Bai Li Dongjun suddenly leaped onto the platform. I too wish to claim a sword. Yi Dingji regarded Bai Li Dongjun, an inexplicable feeling swelling within him. This exquisite and refined young gentleman seemed profoundly significant to him. His gaze involuntarily softened as he leaned casually upon his sword, asking, may I inquire your esteemed name? Bai Li Dongjun tilted his head back, taking a swig of wine before responding. Bai Li Dongjun. Upon hearing this name, Yi Dingji's eyes locked onto him, seemingly harboring a distinct emotion. He softly repeated, Bai Li Dongjun. Even the inebriated Bai Li Dongjun sensed the warmth and affection in his eyes. Do we know each other? He questioned. No, we do not, came the reply, though his eyes were unmistakably gentle, as if ready to drown the beholder in their depths. Then you, Bai Li Dongjun began, but Yi Dingji interrupted. Aren't you here to claim a sword? Where is your sword? Bai Li Dongjun raised his right hand only to realize it was empty. Beside him, Wang Yixing tossed the fire god sword he had just acquired to him. Here, young master, a sword for you. Bai Li Dongjun beamed at the sword in his hand, grinning. Isn't this a sword? Yi Dingji chuckled and shook his head, murmuring, still as foolish as before. At that moment, Bai Li Dongjun finally recalled what he had intended to say. Why do I find you so familiar? Yi Dingji tilted his head and laughed lightly. Bai Li Dongjun, are you trying to ingratiate yourself with me? But soon after, he raised his sword, suppressing the smile on his face. You have come to the wrong place. Though his words were sharp, his gaze remained gentle and indulgent. He approached Bai Li Dongjun, the blade of his sword glinting fiercely, yet when he swung it at Bai Li Dongjun, He deliberately slowed his movements, the sword was predictably parried, and he regarded Bai Li Dongjun's dazed expression, asking, "Will you not draw your sword?" Bai Li Dongjun shook his head, "I do not know how to wield a sword." Yi Dingji sliced alongside the sword's body, a corner of Bai Li Dongjun's white garment fluttering to the ground. Bai Li Dongjun felt the blade glide over his head and, in a moment of panic, touched his hair, relieved to find it intact. Yi Dingji sheathed his sword, his gaze upon him filled with mirth. "It appears you are not my match." Bai Li Dongjun looked at the sword in his hand, softly murmuring, "Sword, do I know swordsmanship?" He closed his eyes, and a vision flashed before him of a figure dancing with a sword, petals swirling in harmony with the blade. When he opened his eyes again, they were clear and resolute. "I remember now. I know swordsmanship." As he raised the sword, all surrounding swords trembled slightly in response, petals cascaded down, dancing gracefully alongside the tip of his blade. As he wielded the sword, a massive fire phoenix emerged behind him. When Hujo gazed in shock at Bai Li Dongjun, the Shichu sword song. How could little Bai Li possibly know the Shichu sword song? Meanwhile, Yi Dingji, after recovering from his shock, was filled with tenderness and pride. This person was meant to shine like the sun, dazzling and radiant. Bai Li Dongjun lunged at Yi Dingji, their blades clashing with a symphony of ringing sounds. Riding the sword through the heavens, lost in the vastness, singing freely in the clouds, drinking from 30,000 jars, the immortal resides in my heart. Today's song ends here. He soared into the air, sword raised high. A clear phoenix cry resonating as a resplendent fire phoenix materialized behind him. In response, Yi Dingji also took flight, his hand gliding along the blade, summoning a gigantic dragon of purple and gold to spiral upwards. The two forces collided, petals scattering in all directions. Their blades met, tips aimed at one another. Both retracted their swords simultaneously, and Bai Li Dongjun looked at Yi Dingji again. Yi Dingji regarded him no more, regardless of strength. It pales in comparison to the lost sword dance. To witness the complete Shichu sword song is the greatest fortune for a swordsman. It is far more precious than acquiring a fine sword, unstained by dust. It is meant for you. Yi Dingji tossed the unstained by dust sword to Bai Li Dongjun, and many in the crowd gazed at the sword now in Bai Li Dongjun's hands, their thoughts stirring. Bai Li Dongjun smiled as he approached Yi Dingji, but was pulled away by Wen Hujo. Yi Dingji watched Bai Li Dongjun's departing figure, his eyes filled with warmth. That foolish boy has learned something truly remarkable. At that moment, a large crowd surged in pursuit of Bai Li Dongjun. Yi Dingji's expression darkened as he flew to obstruct their path. "Ladies and gentlemen, the grand event has not yet concluded. Why the haste to depart?" The crowd confronted Yi Dingji, questioning, "Are you attempting to stop us?" Yi Dingji swung his sword, creating a crack in the stone bricks. A smirk crept onto his face, but his eyes remained cold as he addressed the crowd. "Take one more step forward, and I may just kill you." Xan Shan and the Black Bear joined Yi Dingji's side. It is too late for you to pursue him now. Why not quietly enjoy the remainder of this grand event? "Who are you? What gives you the right to speak?" a man challenged Xan Shan. In the next moment, without warning, he clutched his own throat. Xan Shan looked on with a gentle smile, his demeanor remarkably kind. "I believe you should carefully consider the words you wish to say, do you not think?" The man's face turned crimson, and he nodded helplessly. Xan Shan released his hold on the puppet strings controlling him, addressing the crowd. "Do I need to kindly escort you all back?" Upon hearing Xan Shan's words, the crowd obediently returned to their previous positions. The moonlight shone down, clear and gentle, casting its glow upon the ground. Yi Dingji gazed at the wine jar in the book, the image of the figure he had seen today filling his mind, and a smile crept across his face, thinking of Bai Li Dongjun. Yi Dingji heard a familiar voice and turned to see, "You, the brother who helped me fend off those people today? I have yet to thank you, along with that young master," the Black Bear replied lazily. "No need for thanks, we cannot simply stand by and watch that foolish boy be harmed." Yi Dingji was somewhat surprised. "Do you know each other?" The foolish boy went to Chaisang City to open a tavern. Claiming he wished to make a name for himself, however, he fell into a trap set by others and nearly met his end, the Black Bear said, intentionally exaggerating the severity of the situation. Chapter 6, The Fall of Ancient Dust. Indeed, Yi Dingji stood up, his expression fraught with concern. "Is he unharmed? Has he sustained any injuries?" The Black Bear looked at him. "Did you not just spar with him today? Does he appear to be injured?" Yi Dingji became aware of his own indiscretion and calmed himself. That foolish boy was still contemplating their initial agreement. The young master must have come to me for reasons beyond this matter. He Shazi tossed a box in his hand to him, stating, "I am merely here to convey a message. If all goes well, Bai Li Dongjun should be heading to Tianqi City in a few days." "Tianqi?" Yi Dingji gazed at the wooden box in his hand, questioning, "What is this?" "This is incense bought by Bai Li Dongjun from my beloved, named Muyun Chun Shu." After speaking, He Shazi turned to leave. Yi Dingji, looking at the wooden box, felt warmth welling in his eyes, thinking, that foolish boy, main quest, rescue the scholar at Shandong City. Quest rewards, merit 200, space 10M. Peach Blossom Grove. The unexpected arrival of 4 guests cast a shadow over the entire Peach Blossom Grove, stirring a tempest of flowers. The local tyrant of Shandong City was present, who dared to harm my master. Bai Li Dongjun and Wen Hujio arrived together, standing protectively in front of Gu Chen. Dongjun, stand down, you cannot defeat them. Yet Ji Yuchen wished to shield the Bai Li family from harm, restraining Bai Li Dongjun's actions. Petals danced without wind, surging like colossal waves toward the four unwelcome guests. In the next moment, the scenery around Bai Li Dongjun abruptly transformed. He stood as if amidst the clouds, mountains, and stars sprawled beneath him. Ji Yuchen addressed Bai Li Dongjun, Dongjun, you have learned the Western Shu sword song and questioned the heavens. Now, my master will teach you the latter part. It is called the Great Path to Heaven. He raised his sword, and a massive full moon ascended behind him. The bright moon falls upon my garment. To become an immortal's attire, where shall the immortal go? He points toward the land of Penglai. Wherever his sword's edge reached, it resembled falling stars. What remains in this land? Precious stones shattered into brilliance. 1,000 gold glass cups, beauties with delicate waists, all desires fulfilled. Upon hearing the immortal's virtue, he gazed around in confusion. Suddenly, the silver hair he once possessed transformed to jet black, and a fiery phoenix behind him cried out. Its fiery stones raining down upon the two adversaries, the duo, gravely injured, stumbled out of the illusion. Ji Yuchen looked at Bai Li Dongjun. Dongjun, the great path to heaven requires you to forge your own path. The sword's edge swept through the surroundings, dispelling the illusion, revealing the familiar peach blossom grove once more. Ji Yuchen remarked to the two disheveled figures, within 5 years, you will have no hope of regaining your powers. The bald giant questioned, Scholar, was this sword worth it to you? Perhaps I have a second sword. Gu Chen replied. The four understood this statement may be empty rhetoric, yet none dared to wager. After their departure, Gu Chen finally revealed his fatigue. His once dark hair instantaneously turned white, and the once vibrant peach grove withered into a desolate forest. Bai Li Dongjun, observing the fallen leaves, was engulfed by immense panic. He approached and grasped Gu Chen's sleeve, exclaiming, Master, what is wrong? Gu Chen turned to the others and asked, Could I have a moment alone with my disciple? Just as Xiao Ruofeng was about to lead Lei Mengsha away, an inexplicable floral fragrance wafted through the air. Let us discuss this later. A white figure descended from the heavens, the fabric of their garments fluttering like an immortal arriving in the mortal realm. Xianshan, Bai Li Dongjun exclaimed in surprise at the sudden appearance. Remembering Xianshan's remarkable abilities, he gazed eagerly. Xianshan, you must have a way to save my master, right? When Hu Jiu was about to explain to Bai Li that Gu Chen's condition was beyond remedy when he saw Xianshan nodding. With a wave of his sleeve, a flurry of luminous butterflies emerged, enveloping Gu Chen in a cocoon of light, which radiated a gentle blue glow. Moments later, the light of the butterflies dimmed, becoming translucent. While new buds began to sprout in the peach blossom grove. At the instant the butterflies completely vanished, the grove burst forth and bloomed once more, as if spring had returned. Ji Yuchen's expression had returned to normal. He looked at Xianshan. Thank you, may I ask why you chose to assist me? Xianshan tilted his head, responding casually, a year ago in Tianqi, I encountered a woman and owe her a favor. I promised that if I saw you, I would help you once. Is she? Well, Gu Chen inquired softly, that depends on what you consider well. If living in luxury counts, then she is doing quite well. As for the rest, you may wish to inquire directly with her. Xianshan tossed a jade pendant to Gu Chen. This was given to me by her to pass on to you. With this pendant, you can enter the 32 chambers of the Tianqi teaching workshop and ascend directly to the immortal pavilion. Gu Chen fondled the jade pendant in his hand, nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. But my identity will only bring her trouble. At that moment, Bai Li Dongjun cleverly interjected, Master, after today, those individuals will surely believe you have ascended. If you merely assume a different identity, wouldn't that solve the problem? From today onward, the scholar has ascended. All you need to do is change your name, refrain from using the Western Shu sword song casually, and you will regain your freedom to wander wherever you please. Xiao Ruofeng chimed in support. To outsiders, it appeared that on that day, Scholar Gu Chen had fallen, while Bai Li Dongjun rode forth to Tianqi. The cold wind blew through the desolate courtyard, where weeds flourished and yellowing leaves were swept from the branches by the gusts, swirling with the dust upon the ground. Yidingji brushed against the familiar doors and windows, his fingertips gathering a thick layer of dust. He walked through the corridor only to discover a white figure in the courtyard. Yungu Yi Bobo I Dongjun has come to see you. The flickering flames in the brazier illuminated the familiar profile as he poured out some wine onto the ground. Crouching down, he placed yellow paper into the brazier, whispering gently, Yungu, do you know, I will soon fulfill our agreement. The wine I brew now is unmatched by few in the world. In a few days, I shall challenge Xiaolu Xiaozhu's Chou Lu Bai. Once I defeat it, I shall become a renowned wine immortal. Yidingji listened quietly, a smile gracing his eyes. How wonderful it was that the most important person in his heart still remembered him and their agreement. But now I have decided, I will fulfill this for you as well. I shall not only become a wine immortal, but also a sword immortal. Yidingji embraced his sword, gazing at Bai Li Dongjun's silhouette. Chuckling softly, his eyes filled with tenderness. Suddenly, Yidingji sensed someone approaching. His hand instinctively rested on the hilt of his sword, a look of vigilance crossing his face. Bai Li Dongjun heard the noise behind him, asking, why are you here? Did I not say to meet tonight? The masked figure obscured their features, yet their conversation indicated familiarity. Did I not also mention I was unavailable tonight, and how did you know I was here? Bai Li Dongjun turned to face him. You and Yi Yin share a bond like siblings. If you return to Tianqi, your first act must surely be to visit him. Chapter 7, The Great Examination. The Great Examination begins, before the gates of Qianjin Terrace. A crowd had gathered. Young Master Bai Li Dongjun has arrived. Hearing the familiar voice, Yi Dingji looked up in delight. That familiar figure landed before him but stumbled upon landing, nearly falling. Instinctively, he extended his arm to catch Bai Li Dongjun. Feeling the warmth of his palm, smiling as he asked, "Have you been drinking again?" "Who has been drinking?" Bai Li Dongjun retorted, only to meet that familiar face, his heartbeat once again thrown into disarray. For a moment, he was at a loss for words, then exclaimed in surprise, "You are that master of the sword forest? Your name is Yi Dingji." Before he could finish, Yi Dingji smiled and interjected, Yes, that's me." Yi Dingji, I was indeed drunk that day, but I remember your swordsmanship was quite impressive, and you were rather amusing. I had intended to befriend you, but before I could speak, my uncle whisked me away. As soon as Bai Li Dongjun finished explaining, Yi Dingji promptly remarked, "It's never too late to think about it now." Agreed, Bai Li Dongjun responded with exceptional enthusiasm. A middle-aged man called out loudly, "Exam candidates, please enter." The crowd moved into Qianjin Terrace, where the first floor housed neatly arranged examination areas, while the judges sat upon the elevated platform on the second floor. The exam begins. The subject of today's examination is not only martial and literary skills. It requires each candidate to showcase their extraordinary talents beyond these realms, with a duration of 6 hours. If anyone feels ready to submit their work within this timeframe, inform us of what you wish to demonstrate, and we shall dispatch an appropriate examiner for your assessment. If you pass the assessment, you will advance to the final trial. Each candidate was accompanied by an exam assistant, who could fetch items necessary for their performances from outside Qianjin Terrace. Any objections? Bai Li Dongjun glanced at Yi Dingji, teasing, "Did everyone not already know? Why ask if there are objections? If there were, would it even matter?" Yi Dingji, unable to suppress a smile at his playful demeanor, chuckled affectionately. The examination begins. Bai Li Dongjun summoned his exam assistant, San Luan. "Go find Lei Mengsha and bring me my big package." The assistant hesitated, asking, "Who should I look for?" "Enough with the nonsense. Young Master Lei Mengsha, I go." After the assistant departed, Yi Dingji curiously inquired, "What do you plan to do?" Bai Li Dongjun smiled mysteriously, "You'll find out soon enough." Yi Dingji nodded with a smile, refraining from further probing. While others were already preparing, the table before Bai Li Dongjun and Yi Dingji remained empty. Just then, a figure slowly emerged from outside, buried beneath a pile of clutter, wobbling as they approached the two. "Whose exam assistant is this?" Others gazed in astonishment at the towering heap of clutter. The examination assistant approached Bai Li Dongjun and, with a hint of resentment, tossed the blanket from his shoulders onto the table before him. Ignoring the mockery from the onlookers, Bai Li Dongjun closed his eyes as he embraced the blanket in front of him. "What, are you really planning to take a nap here, just as they said?" Yi Dingji inquired, observing the genuine drowsiness etched on Bai Li Dongjun's face. "Indeed, but how come you, like them, are so uninformed?" Bai Li Dongjun remarked, a subtle complaint lacing his tone that he himself did not notice. Turning his head, he continued, "You actually believe them?" Yi Dingji tilted his head, concealing a smirk that had begun to form. "Just a joke." After counting his belongings, Bai Li Dongjun glanced at Yi Dingji's still empty table and asked, "What have you prepared?" "It's coming." Yi Dingji pointed toward the door. A burly man entered, carrying a large leg of lamb, which he unceremoniously dropped onto Yi Dingji's table. "This is what I've prepared. Now, can you tell me what you intend to do?" Yi Dingji looked at the pile of clutter, still at a loss. Bai Li Dongjun gestured for Yi Dingji to lean closer. Yi Dingji obediently brought his ear near Bai Li Dongjun's lips, brewing wine. The two of them, one with wine and the other with meat, made a rather perfect pair. Haixiatzi teased the duo below. "Is this innate spirit of yours meant for eavesdropping?" Haixiatzi countered, "My ears are naturally sharp. Their words are as if spoken right beside me. How can this be considered eavesdropping?" Shinshan watched Haixiatzi's firm defense and chuckled helplessly. "I shouldn't have chosen this bloodline for you. It's nearly ruined you." Meanwhile, Bai Li Dongjun's wine was ready. Yi Dingji took a whiff and his eyes lit up. "How fragrant." At that moment, another person's wine was also ready for evaluation. Yi Dingji remarked, "Looks like you're a step too late. If that person's wine is better than yours, you're out of the running." "No one's wine can surpass mine," Bai Li Dongjun asserted with unwavering confidence. Yi Dingji, noticing this, teased, "You're quite self-assured, aren't you?" However, Bai Li Dongjun's response caused Yi Dingji to momentarily pause his actions. "Of course, I made a pact with that person. He crafts the sword in the sky. While I am the immortal in the wine, how could the future wine immortals brew possibly falter in such a place?" When he mentioned that person, a glimmer of fragmented moonlight seemed to fill his eyes, sparkling softly and tenderly. Yi Dingji regarded him, his expression softening instantly. The two submitted their evaluations simultaneously, with Uncle Tu, Luyu, and Yi Dingji collectively judging. Uncle Tu raised the wine brewed by the man, inhaling deeply. "What an aromatic wine, it rivals the finest offerings of our Qianjintai." After tasting it, Uncle Tu marveled, "Indeed, excellent wine, rich and smooth." "It is anything but ordinary," Luyu refrained from commenting, instead lifting Bai Li Dongjun's wine for a taste. Let me try the second cup. Uncle Tu again sniffed the wine, which was crystal clear, lacking any distinct aroma of alcohol that if you hadn't mentioned this was wine, I might have mistaken it for water. However, it does possess a refreshing fragrance. After all three finished tasting, a moment of silence enveloped them. Bailey Dongjun, what is the name of this wine? Liu inquired, gazing at the cup and handed Guozhao. Liu, puzzled by this name, asked, why is it called Guozhao? Because it could have been brewed for a long time, yet it was brought forth early, allowing people to enjoy it sooner. However, aged wine has its own charm. And early wine carries its unique freshness. There are myriad flavors in wine. One specific flavor is not inherently superior. As Liu spoke, he pushed the cup before him toward Ling Su, requesting, pour me another cup. Beside them, Uncle Tu could not help but ask, young brother, may I also have another cup? Bailey Dongjun nodded in response. Desire begets abundance. Uncle Tu squatted down, retrieving his own wine cup from beneath the table. Chapter 8, Xuanwu Tower. After finishing, Uncle Tu sighed nostalgically. What a familiar flavor. Have you tasted this Guozhao wine before? Bailey Dongjun inquired. I know not what Guozhao is, but I do recognize the taste of my mother. Uncle Tu replied, tears glistening in his eyes. Wai Yidingji set down his cup and looked at Bailey Dongjun, his gaze filled with tender nostalgia. This wine takes me back to my childhood, when we played together. Perfectly timed, the two exchanged glances, smiles blossoming in their eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Liu then turned to Yidingji, since you've tasted this wine, let us now sample the meat. Wai Yidingji sliced the leg of lamb and placed it on the wooden table. Please do try. Though he said this, he did not spare a glance at the two examiners, instead fixating on Bailey Dongjun's reaction. After tasting a piece, Bailey Dongjun looked at Yidingji, his eyes sparkling as he nodded enthusiastically. After sampling a bite, Liu remarked, this lamb seems to be from the barbarian nation. Wai Yidingji, have you been to the barbarian nation? Bailey Dongjun inquired curiously. Wai Yidingji nodded, to the northern barbarians? Yes, I have been. I was fortunate enough to participate in their sacrificial festivities. This leg of lamb was roasted for a full 6 hours. You didn't just visit, you must have stayed there for a while. Liu noted, the flavor of this lamb, its cooking methods, cannot be replicated by someone who has merely passed through. Indeed, to truly explore a place, one must immerse oneself in its life, without years of shared living. How can it be considered genuine exploration? Yidingji replied. Bailey Dongjun, hearing this, regarded him. Why Yidingji, I hadn't realized you were of similar age to me, yet your experiences are so rich. I have traveled to the northern barbarians, ventured to the southern exquisiteness, explored the various Buddhist nations to the west, and even set sail to the east. In this vast world, I fear I haven't traveled enough, nor gone far enough. He seemed like a free wind sweeping across mountains and rivers. Bailey Dongjun looked at Yidingji, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity. As the wine slid down his throat, a wave of warmth surged within him. He couldn't help but exclaim, you remind me of a friend from my childhood. If he were still alive, he would surely be as carefree as you. Wai Yidingji's gaze flickered slightly, but he suppressed the words that threatened to spill forth. Speaking such sentiments would only bring trouble to Dongjun. Bailey Dongjun and Yidingji passed their preliminary test. As the sun rose high, two figures had stood before Bailey Dongjun's door for quite some time. Xiao Ruofeng stepped forward, gently knocking twice, and called out, Bailey Dongjun, the final test is approaching in a few days. I came to ask if there are any friends you wish to meet or opponents you wish to avoid from the preliminary test? After a prolonged silence, the tightly shut door finally cracked open. Bailey Dongjun leaned against it, sleepily asking, what do you mean by that? Just answer me, Xiao Ruofeng replied, without a moment's hesitation. Bailey Dongjun declared, Yidingji. I do not wish to be his opponent. Xiao Ruofeng nodded. Yidingji, he doesn't wish to encounter you either. Upon hearing this, Bailey Dongjun's expression sharpened. Why? Because kindred spirits appreciate one another. Final test. The rules for this final test were as follows. 4 individuals would form a team. With a total of 4 teams participating, each team would receive a clue and would then seek to uncover the ultimate object based on that clue. The first team to find it could join the academy. And among these 4 participants, Mr. Li would select one to be his closed-door disciple. After hearing this, Bailey Dongjun immediately turned to find Yidingji, but as he took a few steps, he was swept back by the crowd surging toward Yidingji. He glanced at Yidingji, now surrounded by admirers, and sighed, you are indeed quite popular. Why Yidingji, noticing Bailey Dongjun outside the throng, smiled and gestured, please allow me some space, my gratitude to all for your affection. But I have already made my choice. While saying this, he walked toward Bailey Dongjun. I choose you. Bailey Dongjun, somewhat prideful, tilted his head and asked, why do you choose me? Because you are handsome, Yidingji replied without a moment's hesitation. The two, along with the disguised Dean Luoxia, Yu Yao, and Zhao Yuya, formed a team of following the clues. They arrived at the Xuanwu Tower. As they pushed the door open, it automatically shut behind them. Darkness enveloped them. Save for the faint flicker of light from Yidingji's fire stick. As Bailey Dongjun walked forward, he caught a glimpse of a ghastly face nearby, causing him to panic and retreat, knocking the fire stick from Yidingji's hand. Picking up the fallen fire stick, he examined it closely only to find it was a stone statue. Bailey Dongjun sighed in relief and returned the fire stick to Yidingji. After descending the stairs, they intended to continue but were halted by Wang Yixing. Wait. He waved his hand forward, and a cloud of yellow powder fell, revealing a dense web of threads ahead. Is that the Panlong silk from the Honglu temple? Yi Dingji exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the threads before him. The Panlong silk is forged from fine iron, so thin it is nearly impossible to discern with the naked eye. Both secretive and sharp. Wang Yixing suddenly dropped to the ground as he spoke. The other three looked on in shock as Wang Yixing crawled forward. Bailey Dongjun drew his sword, severing the threads ahead, remarking, "They don't seem all that sharp." Wang Yixing stood up, somewhat awkwardly defending himself. "This is a celestial palace-grade sword. It's merely the most ordinary Panlong silk. At the innermost position, in the central sword box, lay a splendid long sword, its hilt adorned with a green gem, surrounded by a myriad of long swords tightly arranged beneath it." Yi Dingji gazed at the sword situated at the very center, feeling an uncanny resemblance between the jade on its hilt and an EYE. At this moment, Bailey Dongjun also turned his gaze towards the jade. Witnessing a fleeting glimmer upon its surface, akin to a blink, grasping the unsullied hilt of the sword, Bailey Dongjun proposed, "Shall I cleave it open to unveil the mysteries it conceals?" Yet, at that instant, a cacophony of voices erupted around them, men and women, old and young, clamoring in a dissonant symphony, demons and spirits. Yi Dingji scoffed, tossing a firewood stick towards the sword. Instantly, the surrounding candle flames flared to life, and an elderly figure descended from above. As the old man opened his eyes, the onlookers were astonished to discover he possessed a pair of dual pupils. "Now that you stand before me, if you wish to attain the ultimate answer, you must first pass my test," Yu Yao inquired. "Are you from the academy?" The old man replied, "All swords return to their origin. I command all swords." Bailey Dongjun scoffed derisively. What a charade! He leapt into action, his sword aimed fiercely at the man, and the figure sidestepped, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. Chapter 9. The immutable king. Bailey Dongjun closed his eyes, feeling the wind around him rip apart. He turned his head to evade, the icy blade barely grazing his neck. He rolled to avoid further danger, while Yi Dingji extended his hand, firmly blocking the sword before him. With a swift motion, he crushed the sword, shattering it into countless fragments. Just as they contemplated retreat, three long swords obstructed their path. Bailey Dongjun pivoted, swinging his sword towards the central blade. Suddenly, the old man reappeared, and Bailey Dongjun felt a tremendous impact on his chest, sending him careening backward. Yi Dingji dashed forward, catching him in his embrace. Once on the ground, Yi Dingji released him, his gaze falling upon the blood at the corner of Bailey Dongjun's lips, a fleeting pain flickering in his eyes. "Since we cannot escape Wang Yihan, let us fight," he declared. "This man is from the celestial realm. We mere mortals of the Vajra realm are no match for him." Bailey Dongjun spoke in a low voice. Wang Yihan, however, replied with a calm demeanor, "You are mistaken. I am not of the Vajra realm, but rather of the free realm. Then why come to seek a master?" Bailey Dongjun questioned, perplexed. Wang Yihan lifted his chin proudly, who said, "I came to seek a master. My master El Sujin is a true immortal roaming this world, no less than Mr. Lita. I am here on a mission to undergo training." Bailey Dongjun glanced at Yi Dingji with a wry smile, only to see a hint of guilt etched on Yi Dingji's face as he patted his shoulder. "Dongjun," an ominous premonition surfaced in Bailey Dongjun's heart. "What is wrong?" Yi Dingji approached, his eyes filled with hostility as he stared at the old man. "I too am of the free realm," he declared, his ferocious red energy palpable. Unexpectedly, the old man waved his whisk, signaling for them to depart. "You four may go." "Why the sudden change of heart?" Bailey Dongjun asked, astonished by the old man's sudden shift in demeanor. "You had the chance to abandon me and flee, yet you chose not to. I find that commendable. The so-called Academy's test is merely a measure of my satisfaction. If you truly wish to overcome me, then what need is there for a master? Remember this moment, never forsake your companions." With that, he gestured for them to leave. Bailey Dongjun naturally draped his hand over Yi Dingji's shoulder, who smiled back as they made their way outside. However, after taking a few steps, blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth once more. Yi Dingji, alarmed, looked at Bailey Dongjun. "Are you alright?" "Not too well," Bailey Dongjun replied weakly. "My inner energy is in disarray." He stepped to the roadside, preparing to meditate briefly. Yi Dingji anxiously followed. "Let me assist you in regulating your energy." Yin Luoxia observed the pair and inquired, "How long will you need?" "At least half an hour. His injury must be treated immediately. Otherwise, if we encounter Zhuge Yun later, lacking one person would be troublesome." The two joined palms, their energies circulating between them, gradually healing Bailey Dongjun's wounds. "I never expected you to possess such skills," Bailey Dongjun remarked softly, gazing at Yi Dingji. Yi Dingji lowered his eyes. "That's because I've died many times." Although Yi Dingji spoke with a smile, Bailey Dongjun inexplicably sensed a profound sorrow hidden within that smile. Just then, two figures materialized, one in white hair and the other in a black robe. Wang Yihan recognized the familiar silhouette Zhuge Yun, but he quickly shook his head. "No, the fluctuations of your inner power cannot possibly belong to someone as young as Zhuge Yun. Who are you? That is of no concern to you. Our target is not you," the figure responded, shifting his gaze to the healing Bailey Dongjun. Wang Yihan turned to Yi Dingji and whispered, "Focus on healing." "This is my battle, Nameless Jr.," the figure in black robe declared, suddenly launching an attack. The wooden sword that Wang Yihan had been carrying on his back flew forth, aimed directly at the man's face. The figure evaded, observing the drastic change in Wang Yihang's demeanor. Wang Yihang gestured, and the wooden sword behind him transformed into dozens of blades, hovering in the air. What is this? The white-haired immortal mused. Sensing a strange familiarity with the wooden sword's point, one rise, one fall, this is called a tribulation. Before this, there existed boundless tribulations. This is the boundless sword technique. Upon hearing Wang Yihang's words, the figure in black robe's pupils widened. You are not Zhao Yuji, only you can deny my identity as Zhuge Yun, yet I cannot deny my identity as Zhao Yuji, Wang Yihang asserted. I am the chief disciple of El Suzhen from Wancheng Mountain. With a wave, the wooden sword sliced through the void, hurtling towards the two dot where the sword energy passed. Stones shattered and wood splintered, yet the black-robed figure's inner power was profound, and despite Wang Yihang's exceptional talent, their realms were ultimately different. Just as Wang Yihang was on the verge of defeat, a red phantom appeared, delivering a blow to the black-robed figure's chest, sending him flying. The immutable king technique, Wang Yihang exclaimed. Astonished as he looked at Yi Dingji, behind him stood a towering figure of the immutable king, radiating a red glow that exuded an overwhelming pressure. The black-robed man wiped the blood from his mouth, his expression transforming into one of fury and dread, embodying the fearsome visage of the immutable king. This technique unleashed all the energy within one's body, turning the tides of battle, but it was also the most perilous and self-destructive martial art in existence. He glared at Yi Dingji. You truly can transform into the immutable king. I do not believe it. Then let us fight until you believe. The arc of red light descended upon the black-robed figure, who could offer no resistance as he was sent flying. Wang Yihang, observing the temporarily subdued adversary, urged, All right, Yi Dingji, cease your efforts. Such commotion will surely attract the Academy's attention. Cease my efforts. He looked at Wang Yihang, his eyes gleaming with an unusual red light, his voice hoarse and menacing, radiating an aura of violence to Eye. In the next moment, the red glow in his eyes faded, and he staggered slightly. Fortunately, Wang Yihang was there to support him just in time. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure transformed into a swirling black vortex, hurtling towards the two. Yi Dingji, having been backlashed by the immutable king technique, was too drained to retaliate, merely watching helplessly as the black wind approached. A flash of sword light, resembling a colossal crescent moon, gleamed as it collided with the black vortex. The black-robed man was forcefully slammed against a stone wall, spitting out blood. Bailey Dongjun, pointing his sword at the man, declared, Dare to harm those before me. He lightly tapped the ground, propelling himself into the air. Closing his eyes, petals swirled from all directions, converging into a sea of flowers that flowed like a rushing river. After being struck, the black-robed figure instantly dissipated into a wisp of dark mist, leaving behind a chilling proclamation, We shall meet again. Bailey Dongjun, sword in hand, gazed at the spot where the figure vanished. A look of disdain etched upon his face. Chapter 10. Like the return of an old friend after driving away the black-robed figure, the four began to analyze their situation as they walked. So should we seek out other teams now? Perhaps seize their pouches? Bailey Dongjun lamented. Zhuge Yun fled too quickly. I almost forgot to snatch anything. Yu Yao, with a proud demeanor, produced 3 pouches from behind her, shaking them. No worries, I managed to acquire these. You stealthily obtained them without anyone noticing? Truly a master of deception, Bailey Dongjun remarked with genuine admiration. However, he soon realized something and asked, puzzled, isn't there only 1 pouch per team? How does Zhuge Yun possess 3? He is not Zhuge Yun at all. Those pouches must have been seized from other teams. The fate of those candidates is likely dire, Yi Dingji replied softly. The four opened the pouches, revealing that the writings within formed a poem. The heavens do not reveal the vermilion bird's tears. Have you not seen the black tortoise descend upon the world? In the wind appears the white tiger's glare. The moon does not set, awaiting whom to arise. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, the 4 sacred beasts of heaven, guardians of the 4 corners, Yi Dingji mused, contemplating the note in his hand. Since the poem revolves around the 4 beasts, the answer must also be derived from them. I understand now. The missing azure dragon is the key. The moon does not set, awaiting whom to arise refers to the land of the dragon's ascent. Yin Luoxia queried, looking at Bailey Dongjun. Land of the dragon's ascent? Bailey Dongjun nodded. The Azure Dragon Gate, Tianqi City, is guarded by 4 gates representing the 4 directions, and the Azure Dragon Gate lies just outside the palace. However, there are 2 paths to the Azure Dragon Gate. Ultimately, Bailey Dongjun and Yi Dingji chose the right path, while Wang Yihang and Yin Luoxia opted for the left. Yi Dingji and Bailey Dongjun strolled leisurely, and after some contemplation, Bailey Dongjun finally spoke. Yi Dingji, do you find something peculiar about Yin Luoxia? How did you notice? Yi Dingji, with a hint of curiosity, inquired. Just now, it seemed she was fervently trying to deter us from taking this path to the right, as if she possessed some foreknowledge. Yi Dingji nodded and explained, in fact, prior to the grand examination at the academy, I encountered her at the Panglai Pavilion, and her appearance then was markedly different from what it is now. However, judging by her recent actions, she appears to be on our side. As they conversed, a familiar figure clad in purple suddenly appeared ahead. Is that you? Yi Dingji asked, casting a wary glance at Bailey Dongjun. Do you know him? Bailey Dongjun nodded. He is a harbinger of misfortune. During our first encounter, he attempted to capture me along with many others. Fortunately, I was surrounded by companions at that time, And they were thwarted. The second time I saw him, my master had just passed away. Today marks our third meeting. As the three clashed and brushed past one another, the figure in purple cast a curious glance at Yidingji. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Your internal energy has been depleted, yet your meridians remain unscathed. To possess such resilience in your meridians, you must indeed be endowed with a natural martial vein." Natural martial vein? Yidingji, puzzled, turned to Bai Li Dongjun. Do you know what that is? Bai Li Dongjun shook his head in uncertainty. "I don't know, but those who attempted to capture me last time mentioned it." With the realization of Yidingji's vulnerability due to both his natural martial vein and the temporary inability to use internal energy, the figure in purple swiftly shifted his target, heading straight for Yidingji. Bai Li Dongjun stepped forward to intercede, but he was no match for the man. At that moment an extraordinary scene unfolded. The wild grass around them surged forth, ensnaring the purple-clad figure's feet and immobilizing him. Leaves from the trees lining the street fell like swords, hurtling toward the figure's face, who, the purple-clad man, severed the grasping grass beneath him with his sword, and the leaves grazed past him, leaving behind streaks of crimson. Realizing that a formidable ally was covertly aiding Yidingji and Bai Li Dongjun, he quickly retreated. Once he had vanished, Bai Li Dongjun excitedly called out, "Xianshan, is that you?" "Stop calling, I'm not near you," came the ethereal reply from all directions. "The grand examination is over. Go seek a master." Thanking the unseen voice, Bai Li Dongjun eagerly took Yidingji's hand and sprinted toward the Qinglong gate. "Was Xianshan the gentleman in white from the sword forest last time?" Yidingji inquired, observing Bai Li Dongjun's apparent delight. "Indeed," Bai Li Dongjun confirmed, then suddenly realized and countered, "Do you know him?" Yidingji shook his head. "Not really. During our last encounter in the sword forest, he helped me fend off those pursuing you. I had wondered why my uncle and I managed to escape so easily in the sword forest. It turns out you and Xianshan were shielding me from behind," he mused, then abruptly turned back with a question. "But if your meeting with him was merely a chance encounter, why would he assist you?" Yidingji found himself momentarily at a loss for words, finally responding vaguely, "To meet you for the first time feels like the return of an old friend." Upon arriving at the Qinglong gate, they found Wang Yixing and Yi Luoxia had already arrived. Li Changsheng looked at the two of them and smiled. "Who do you think I should take as my disciples?" "Him," Yidingji interjected eagerly. Li Changsheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, you don't wish to be my disciple?" Yidingji replied candidly, "I already have a master whom Li should know. My master's name is Yuxing Mo, and I have come merely to meet you." Along with, his gaze involuntarily fell upon Bai Li Dongjun's face, then quickly averted, and to explore this hidden gem of Tianqi City. Li Changsheng chuckled at the two of them. "Very well, then it shall be you." He then playfully tapped Bai Li Dongjun on the head. After the grand examination, Wang Yixing returned to Wanqing Mountain, while Yidingji chose to linger in Tianqi City for a while. He claimed it was to experience the local customs. Yet only he knew the true reason behind his stay. As the group enjoyed drinks, ominous clouds suddenly loomed over the city, transforming the once azure sky into a realm of darkness. Yidingji, hearing a familiar melody, exclaimed, "Oh no, my master!" He leapt onto the rooftop, with Bai Li Dongjun closely following. Amidst the thunder, a striking figure emerged, holding a purple gold umbrella, his gaze indifferent. However, upon seeing Yidingji, a fleeting softness crossed his eyes. "Have you gone mad?" Yidingji exclaimed, unusually childlike in his expression. "I had intended to send a message to my master today, but before I could, he arrived first. I did not come solely to find you." "I also seek him," Yuxing Mo said, turning to Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng shook his head in resignation. "But I did not wish to see you." Raising his umbrella, Yuxing Mo summoned a colossal dragon that surged into the air, charging directly at Li Changsheng. With a wave of his hand, Li Changsheng summoned countless sword shadows that encircled him like a vast golden bell. The dragon coiled around the bell, crashing against it. While the sword shadows assailed the dragon's body, the dragon and bell erupted simultaneously, the shockwave resonating throughout Tianqi City. Chapter 11. Is it the meaning I was thinking of? Snowflakes fell from the sky. Yet the two figures had vanished from the eaves. Where are they? Bai Li Dongjun gazed at the desolate buildings, devoid of any presence. With a soft sigh, Yidingji remarked, "He has departed, and I must also take my leave." "Are you leaving now?" Bai Li Dongjun looked at him, eyes filled with reluctance. Yidingji ruffled his hair and smiled, "Not just yet, I can still accompany you for a few days." That evening, however, Bai Li Dongjun stumbled upon a wanted poster by the roadside, featuring Yidingji's likeness. Beneath the portrait read, "Yidingji, formerly Yi Yun, the remnant of the once mighty general's household." Bai Li Dongjun was taken aback to see that name. He had thought the person he could never see again had just parted from him mere moments ago. The memory of their first encounter in the sword forest flooded back, an inexplicable heartbeat, and Yidingji's words, "To meet you for the first time feels like the return of an old friend." Little did he know that it truly was the return of an old friend. A wave of inexplicable sorrow and the joy of rediscovery surged within him, crystalline tears cascading down his cheeks unnoticed. He approached and tore down the wanted notice. Returning to the inn where Yidingji was staying, the moonlight streamed through the window like gauze, softening the sharp contours of Yidingji's profile. Hearing a sound at the door, he turned to see Bai Li Dongjun, whose wary gaze instantly softened. "Why are you back so soon?" Bai Li Dongjun remained silent, merely gazing at him. It was evident that this person had been so open. Yet how had he failed to notice? Perhaps he had sensed the indulgence, yet instinctively overlooked it, fearing he could not bear the pain of losing him again. Yi Dingji, sensing Bai Li Dongjun's unusual demeanor, caught sight of the wanted notice in his hand and momentarily faltered. "You, no, yes." Bai Li Dongjun nodded, fearing that Yi Dingji might be saddened by the contents of the notice. He crumpled it into a ball and tossed it out the window. Yi Dingji, captivated by Bai Li Dongjun's unwavering gaze, teased, "Why are you staring at me so intently? Do you have a fondness for me?" "Indeed," came Bai Li Dongjun's straightforward reply. Yi Dingji stood there, taken aback. As if struck by a heavy blow to the chest, that single word echoed in his mind, resonating repeatedly. After a long pause, he feigned composure and averted his gaze. "I like you too, you are my best brother." The following day, despite the reluctance following the exposure of his identity, Yi Dingji knew he must leave Tianqi swiftly, otherwise, not only would he be in danger, but Bai Li Dongjun would also become a target for those pursuing him. He sought out Jixia Academy, discovering Bai Li Dongjun drinking with Lei Mengsha. Lei Mengsha eyed Bai Li Dongjun curiously. "Why are you in such high spirits today? Reuniting with the best friend of my life is certainly worthy of celebration." "Isn't it?" Bai Li Dongjun responded. Lei Mengsha nodded in agreement but then questioned, "But how can you be so certain at such a young age that he is your best friend?" Without hesitation, Bai Li Dongjun affirmed, "I know, from the past to the present, and into the future, even when I become mere dust buried beneath the earth, he will always be my best friend. Perhaps I may encounter others who understand me and are kindred spirits, but none will surpass him." Lei Mengsha observed the peculiar softness in Bai Li Dongjun's expression when he spoke of Yi Dingji. His curiosity piqued. He asked, "What do you think defines the best?" Bai Li Dongjun gazed into his cup, where the familiar visage of Yi Dingji materialized. He replied softly, "For me, meaning that unforgettable person at the most opportune time is what constitutes the best." From that moment onward, amidst the heavens and earth, anyone other than him felt a tad less fated. Outside the door, Yi Dingji overheard Bai Li Dongjun's words and tightened his grip on the jade pendant in his hand. It depicted a dancing crane, a pair that combined seamlessly into a harmonious circular ornament. From that moment, he silently vowed that throughout his life, having lost so much, Bai Li Dongjun must not be among those losses. He gently pushed open the door, calling Dongjun. Upon hearing Yi Dingji's voice, Bai Li Dongjun turned, his face lighting up with joy. "Yun Gu, you've come." Yi Dingji reached out to smooth Bai Li Dongjun's slightly disheveled hair, stating, "Dongjun, I have come to bid you farewell." Observing the atmosphere between the two, Lei Mengsha quietly exited the room, sensing something peculiar in their interaction. Scratching his head, he turned to leave. Bai Li Dongjun gazed at Yi Dingji with an expression of profound reluctance, asking softly, "Are you leaving?" The depth of Dongjun's affection was not lost on me. "I must take my leave for now, but the day of our reunion shall surely not be far off." Yi Dingji embraced Bai Li Dongjun, whispering in his ear. He dared not meet those eyes, which were filled with his reflection, fearing that if he looked too long, he would find it impossible to depart. "All right," Bai Li Dongjun nodded, "I trust you." Yi Dingji retrieved a jade pendant he had been clutching tightly in his hand, saying, "Dongjun, this is for you." The once cold jade pendant, now warmed by Yi Dingji's touch, felt pleasantly heated in Dongjun's grasp. Upon seeing the shape of the pendant, Bai Li Dongjun was reminded of the one that had previously hung by Yi Dingji's waist. He picked it up and connected the two pendants, and indeed, they fit perfectly. Bai Li Dongjun turned to Yi Dingji, exclaiming, "Is this pendant the meaning I think it holds? What Dongjun wishes it to signify, it shall signify," replied Yi Dingji with a smile. Affectionately ruffling Bai Li Dongjun's neck, Xianshan and He Shazi silently observed as Yi Dingji reunited with Yu Shang Mo, waiting outside the city, before shifting their gaze. On an otherwise unremarkable day, a surge of overwhelming true energy suddenly swept through the entirety of Tianqi City, prompting Xianshan and He Shazi to swiftly investigate. At the palace gates, two factions stood in confrontation. Li Changxing couldn't help but snicker at the tense faces before him. With a wave of his hand, a golden palm print, towering several dozen zhang high, struck towards the crowd. Despite their utmost efforts to resist, they were still sent sprawling to the ground in disarray. Sensing the presence of Xianshan and He Xiazi, Li Changxing followed closely behind them as they departed. Outskirts, "Mr. Li, do you have urgent business following us?" Xianshan inquired, turning around. Li Changxing regarded Xianshan and his companion thoughtfully, recalling the last time he awaited Bai Li Dongjun and Yi Dingji at the Qinglong Gate, where he had sensed an unusual aura. Seeing the two return virtually unscathed confirmed his suspicions. Someone was aiding them from the shadows. "As you both arrived today, I felt that same presence again." Xianshan nodded in response. "It was I who assisted him that day." So, Chapter 12, Li Changxing's plea. "I can sense your formidable strength. I have come seeking your assistance." Xianshan acknowledged the authenticity of Li Changxing's renowned title. Curiosity piqued. "Is there truly anything in this world that Mr. Li cannot accomplish?" "To be frank, I have practiced a martial art known as Dichan. This technique allows one to rejuvenate every 30 years. As he spoke, Li Changxing cast his gaze down at his hands, knowing that it would not be long before this body reverted to that of a man in his 20s. However, I no longer wish to continue this way. I seek your help in dissipating the Dechun technique. Though I do not fully comprehend this art, I can surmise that mastering such a skill demands immense human and material resources. And to undo it would render all that effort futile. Are you certain? Xin Shan asked, scrutinizing him. Life is merely a prolonged experience of loss. Each departure feels like a knife carving a wound upon me. Years later, the wounds may heal, yet new ones inevitably emerge. Perhaps my will is not strong enough. I find myself on the brink of succumbing to this relentless cycle of loss, thus, I wish to bring it all to an end. Xin Shan, sensing the sorrow in Li Changxing's eyes, recalled their first meeting with He Xiaozi, that carefree, unburdened demeanor he once possessed. Had he grown weary of the perpetual departures surrounding him? Very well, when your 30-year period concludes, come find me, and I shall assist you in dissolving this technique. Xin Shan affirmed, agreeing to Li Changxing's request. Chenjin Terrace, by Li Dongjun engaged in a drinking contest with Xiesher. While Xin Shan and He Xiaozi also received invitations, with nothing to occupy their time, the two decided to join the revelry. By Li Dongjun arrived at Chenjin Terrace, where Xiesher cast him an annoyed glance. Now that everyone is here, let the contest begin. Xiao Ruofeng turned to Xiesher. Let us start with a drink of Qiu Lu Bai. Having spent many years accompanying the military, I have longed for its taste. Upon hearing this, Xiesher was elated as he opened the jar, releasing a fragrant aroma. By Li Dongjun gazed at the Qiu Lu Bai with longing in his eyes, wishing he could partake in the tasting. Xiesher placed 3 wine cups on the wooden table, and by Li Dongjun, noticing the remaining wine in the jar, excitedly proposed, "You have a jar of wine, yet you have only poured 3 cups. How about the rest as a wager? If you lose to me, let us speak of that only when you win." Xiesher replied, gesturing to the 3 wine tasters. "Please, gentlemen." Xin Shan chuckled, shaking his head. To declare someone's loss before the contest has begun is rather provocative, is it not? Nonetheless, Bai Li Dongjun's brew is indeed exceptional. He has the right to be proud. He Xiaozi confirmed that Bai Li Dongjun's wine was truly of divine quality. Xiao Ruofeng lifted his cup, gazing into the clear liquid. During the flourishing autumn, it is collected in jade pots for brewing, hence the name Qiu Lu Bai. However, as it is difficult to harvest, even with countless efforts, the yield is but a drop in the ocean, thus, we can only savor it this month, which is regrettable. Bai Li Dongjun watched enviously as Xiao Ruofeng drained his cup, swallowing hard in silence. After finishing, Xiao Ruofeng bore a look of nostalgia, remarking that the Qiu Lu Bai he tasted now was even richer than before. Following this, Mr. Sun turned his gaze to the jar of Qiu Lu Bai hanging at the center of Chenjin Terrace. Xiao Xia's brewing skills have improved significantly in recent years. It has nearly caught up to that cup of Qiu Lu Bai. Xiesher sighed lightly. Not quite, but I suppose that counts as a compliment. In life, there is no room for sorrow. Let us drink fine wine and ascend to great heights. Though the wine remained excellent, Xiesher seemed to carry a hint of middle-aged melancholy compared to his younger self. The Moon Crescent Maiden, having finished her drink, softly remarked to Xiesher, "In this world, one can savor but a single flavor of fine wine, yet Qiu Lu Bai offers 3 distinct tastes. It warms the heart in spring, ignites ambition in summer, and alleviates sorrow in autumn." Xiao Ruofeng then turned to Bai Li Dongjun. "Dongjun, how many flavors can your wine offer?" Bai Li Dongjun responded with a radiant smile, "My wine is celestial, beyond the reach of earthly flavors." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into lively discussions. Bai Li Dongjun waved his hand, shattering the wine jar to reveal a jade bottle within. "In Shizai, may I borrow your purple silk for a moment?" Just then, a light white gauze floated down from the second floor room. "Use this. The color may lack some elegance." Recognizing Xin Shan's voice, Bai Li Dongjun caught the gauze, exclaiming, "Thank you." The white gauze swirled, lifting the jade bottle from the table. On a snowy winter night, a beauty dances with a sword beneath the bright moon, leaping towards the moon, like a true celestial being, wandering the immortal palace, reveling in the vastness, until the break of dawn. The stars still lingered. As the white gauze departed, the jade cups on the table arranged themselves into the formation of the Big Dipper. "This is my 7 cups of starry night wine. I invite you to partake." Mr. Sun, seated in the middle, took a cup first, his eyes suddenly brightening. He downed the remaining cups in one go, exclaiming, "Excellent! What a fine wine!" Xiesher, observing Mr. Sun's exuberance, asked, "What makes it so remarkable?" Mr. Sun appeared lost in reminiscence, as if transported back to his youth, filled with dreams and aspirations under the moonlight. Xiao Ruofeng raised his cup and upon drinking, felt his true energy surge within him. Contemplating this wine, little junior brother brought me into Tianqi and allowed me to witness the true grandeur of the world. Dongjun, I have no way to repay you. The flavor of your wine is no different from the other two, save for a hint of my personal sentiment." Upon finishing his statement, Bai Li Dongjun gestured for Xiao Ruofeng to continue. Rising, Xiao Ruofeng drained the remaining cups. The sword resting on the table trembled as he grasped it. Releasing a burst of true energy, he soared into the air, golden wings materializing behind him. Looking at Bai Li Dongjun, gratitude shone in his eyes. "I have lingered in this realm for far too long, yet have struggled to find a path of breakthrough. Your wine has aided me immensely. thank you. Bai Li Dongjun poured another cup, inviting Xieshur to taste. After Xieshur drank, he fell silent for a moment before softly inquiring. May I ask, to whom does your master belong? My master's surname is Gu, Bai Li Dongjun answered candidly. So that is it. So that is it. As expected, Bai Li Dongjun emerged victorious, yet, he turned to Xieshur's jar of wine. Leaning closer, this half-jar of Xiao Lu Bai, can we uphold our agreement? Xieshur responded with a hearty laugh, what one desires, one shall obtain. With a flourish of his sleeve, he tossed the jar to Bai Li Dongjun. What boldness! Bai Li Dongjun caught the jar and eagerly took a sip, exclaiming, indeed, it is a worldly treasure, bringing great delight. The two ascended to the second floor, claiming both the jar of Xiao Lu Bai and the spear of Si Kong Changfeng. Just then, a flurry of concealed weapons suddenly shot from the lanterns surrounding them, aimed directly at the two. The white gauze flew forth, ensnaring the projectiles and hurling them back at the emerging figures clad in black. A sneak attack while one is unprepared, how despicable. Chapter 13, the answer. Xianshan leapt down, surrounded by the flowing white gauze, appearing for a moment like a celestial being beneath the moonlight. This white gauze was procured from the previous attire card Xianshan had obtained from the system, named Moonlit Shattered Snow. Moonlit Shattered Snow, weapon card, the moon in the sky. Snow on earth, crafted from the silk of ancient ice silkworms, impervious to water and fire. A fusion of offensive and defensive capabilities. Bai Li Dongjun ran over joyfully, Xianshan, you've come too. Xianshan nodded, did you not send me the invitation? Has He Yi not arrived? Bai Li Dongjun noticed the absence of that familiar figure behind Xianshan. He has come. Just as Xianshan spoke, two figures were suddenly tossed down from the window. The familiar black figure leaned against the window, waving down at the crowd below with a cheerful hi, I'm here. With a leap, he descended, and only then did the onlookers shift their gaze to the two figures that had been cast to the ground. It was the Qing Wang and his companion, Ying Xian. In the instant they were thrown from the building, Qing Wang had pulled Ying Xian above him, cushioning her fall. The black bear observed their positions and raised an eyebrow. Noting that he was still a man, Qing Wang stood boldly, daring to strike against the king. Xiao Ruofeng remarked, word by word, that daring to act against the scholars was true audacity. Li Changsheng was accompanied by Bai Li Dongjun and Yu Yao as they departed the capital. Yet they strolled leisurely along the way. Bai Li Dongjun, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Master, are we not in a hurry? No, I am waiting for someone. Li Changsheng replied softly, gazing towards the direction of Tianqi City. However, the one he awaited had yet to arrive. Instead, Ji Ruofeng arrived first, blocking the carriage of Li Changsheng and preventing further progress. Li Changsheng regarded him, lamenting, Ji Ruofeng, you are more astute than I had imagined. And more stubborn than I had anticipated. I merely seek one answer, Ji Ruofeng stated, his masked eyes filled with determination as he looked at Li Changsheng, though you have taught me martial arts for a few days. Favors are favors. If you insist on obstructing us today, do not blame me for being impolite. With a smile, Ji Ruofeng remarked pointedly, who dares hinder the path of Mr. from the academy, unless Mr. Li has lost his martial prowess. How shall I put it? It must begin with your sudden departure from Tianqi City. You once spoke of traveling with the immortal poet, wielding a sword that shook the heavens. Yet the immortal poet has long since passed away. Why do you remain? He continued, there have been many sword immortals, yet why do you alone favor the immortal poet? Is it because he is sufficiently legendary? Is Li Changsheng not legendary enough? Must fanciful tales be fabricated to embellish those three characters? But if what you claim is not fabricated, how long has Li Changsheng truly lived? Ji Ruofeng spoke passionately. While Li Changsheng merely smiled gently, showing no intention of interrupting. Li Changsheng had investigated the life experiences of Mr. after his sword gained renown, which spanned nearly 30 years, thus, it could be surmised that the previous Li Changsheng was certainly not the same as the current one. If Mr. departs Tianqi today, it is likely that there will be no more Li Changsheng in this world, is there not? Ji Ruofeng queried, looking at Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng made no rebuttal but instead sighed. You truly are more clever than I imagined. Bai Li Dongjun and Yu Yao, upon hearing Li Changsheng's tacit acknowledgement, gazed at him in shock, since Mr. wishes to leave Tianqi at this moment. There must be an unavoidable reason for it, thus, I suspect that it is not that you do not wish to continue as Li Changsheng, but rather that you cannot. As for why you cannot, I surmise it is because you have lost your martial prowess and hence must depart. Master, are you now willing to reveal the answer to me? Hearing Ji Ruofeng's almost provocative tone, Bai Li Dongjun's expression darkened. Ji Ruofeng, I do not know whether my master has lost his martial prowess, but you truly lack awareness. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Ji Ruofeng. At that moment, Xiao Ruofeng also arrived. Positioning himself alongside Bai Li Dongjun in front of the carriage. No need to fight. Li Changsheng called out, observing the tense standoff among the three. He leaped onto the surface of the river. The water rippling beneath him as he landed steadily. He extended his hand, untouched by dust, casting aside Bai Li Dongjun, and made a beeline for Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng regarded Ji Ruofeng with admiration, stating, those under 30 may be deemed invincible, those over 30 who can surpass you number no more than 10. Not among those who can kill you, at most 3 exist. I am certainly one of them. Yet I shall not kill you. I will provide you with the answer you seek. but from this day forth, my disciple, surnamed Xiao, the Lengya king of Tianqi city, will require your assistance in his endeavors." Li Changsheng brandished his sword, declaring, "The waters of the great river descend from the heavens." A tremendous wave surged behind him as he stood before the torrent. "You wish to know the answer? I shall reveal it to you. For 30 years, I have traversed the rivers and lakes, instilling fear in the world under the name of the Academy. 60 years ago, with the cold and warm twin swords, I triumphed gloriously over Wei Changshu of the famous sword manner known as the Kunlun sword. Immortal. 90 years ago, clad in simple garments, wielding a broken sword, I severed the calamity of the demonic sect. 120 years ago, I drank and slept alongside the immortal poet, co-creating the poetic sword technique, and the answer you most desire, 150 years ago, was when I single-handedly established the 100 Knowledge Hall that was the earliest version of me. The immortal supports my head, granting me longevity. You have already guessed this answer. Why must you seek it?" Li Changsheng swung his sword, the blade cleaving Ji Ruofeng's mask without inflicting harm. "I cannot believe that such a thing as true immortality exists." Ji Ruofeng exclaimed in shock, gazing at Li Changsheng, whispering in disbelief, "I in this world, there is no genuine immortality. I have simply been trapped in this mortal realm for far too long." As he spoke, the waves receded, revealing a familiar face that vanished, replaced by an unfamiliar yet elegant visage. By Li Dongjun rubbed his eyes in disbelief, realizing that this was no illusion. He stepped onto the water, returning to the shore. Li Changsheng patted Ji Ruofeng's shoulder, instructing, "You now know what you wish to know. Return and document it in the 100 Knowledge Hall, but do not let others know." After obtaining the answer he sought, Ji Ruofeng turned to leave. Once everyone had departed, Li Changsheng summoned Bai Li Dongjun to his side. "Bai Li Dongjun," he stumbled, leaning against Bai Li Dongjun for support, "carry me back to the carriage." Upon reaching a valley, Li Changsheng instructed Bai Li Dongjun to halt the carriage. Bai Li Dongjun, puzzled, looked at his master. "It is still early, are we not continuing?" Li Changsheng surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. "Let us wait a moment, we are expecting someone." Bai Li Dongjun, curious, leaned closer. "Master, who exactly are you waiting for? You know this person as well." Just as the words left his lips, two figures gracefully approached. "Xanshan," Bai Li Dongjun exclaimed, recognizing the familiar silhouette. "Master, are you waiting for Xanshan?" Li Changsheng nodded affirmatively. "But what business do you have with Xanshan?" Li Changsheng looked at Xanshan with resolute eyes. Chapter 14, A Reunion. Xanshan regarded Li Changsheng's youthful countenance. "Have you truly made your decision? Once you disperse your power, it cannot be regained." Li Changsheng nodded. "Let us begin, I implore you." Xanshan extended his fingertip, lightly touching Li Changsheng's forehead. Golden light began to be drawn out, coalescing at Xanshan's fingertip into a golden orb the size of a walnut. Hidden task: assist Li Changsheng in dispersing his power. Reward: merit 300. Skill cards 2. Li Changsheng observed the orb with a smile, saying, "So this is how it is done." "Mr. Li, I will ask you one last time, if you are certain you do not want it, I shall take it back. After that, there will be no more Li Changsheng in this world, nor any longevity." Xanshan inquired, holding the orb. This orb held limited significance for him, yet it was an invaluable treasure for the Black Bear. The Chuan method is designed to sense when a person's physical condition begins to decline, circulating within the body to restore the waning physique to its peak state. The reason the Black Bear struggled so much during the first fusion was that, despite appearing youthful, his bone age was over 100 years, far less malleable than that of a child. Furthermore, the infusion of bloodline power would naturally be arduous. After the world concludes, the Black Bear's merits should reach the threshold for a second bloodline awakening. If this golden orb were absorbed by the Black Bear, his physique could be adjusted to the most suitable condition for bloodline fusion, making it far less challenging than the first time. Li Changsheng nodded. "With the assistance of Mr. Xan, this item shall serve as compensation." Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Li Changsheng sensed something, raising his head and sighing as if bidding farewell to an old friend. With nothing pressing to attend to, Xanshan and the Black Bear accompanied Li Changsheng, who was currently quite fragile, thus they casually roamed about while ensuring his safety. The brawny blacksmith swung his hammer, sparks flying. Without lifting his head, he inquired, "Need a hoe, shovel, or plow?" "A knife, a fine knife." The blacksmith's movements faltered as he raised his gaze to the individual now known as Nangong Chunshue. Upon recognizing the strange yet familiar face, he asked, "Who are you? An old friend? What is your name?" "Nangong Chunshue." The blacksmith looked at Nangong Chunshue and asked, "Aren't you surnamed Li? You look just like that guy when he was young. You must be his son?" Bai Li Dongjun bit his lip tightly to suppress a laugh. "What, in your eyes, does he seem like a man with romantic entanglements?" Nangong Chunshue attempted to salvage his image. To his surprise, the blacksmith answered without hesitation, "Of course, that flamboyant fellow. Even if he has a few grandchildren, I wouldn't be surprised." Though he derided Li Changsheng, he nonetheless led the group into the forge. He glanced over the newcomers, his gaze lingering on Xanshan. Among them, only this most handsome man in white evoked an unusual sensation in him. The one clad in black, though evidently powerful, seemed quite ordinary. This normality referred to his aura, while the one in white was distinctly different. The impression that man gave was akin to that of a flower, a butterfly, or a full moon, exquisite indeed, yet devoid of any earthly warmth. Two young lads of the Golden Dharma realm, and a girl of equal stature. Yet, behind them trailed two enigmatic figures of profound depth. What an extraordinary pairing you are! Bai Li Dongjun discerned the sarcasm in the man's words and retorted defiantly, inquiring about the prowess of this blacksmith who so disdainfully regarded the Golden Dharma realm. Alas, I do not look down upon the Golden Dharma realm, rather, I hold contempt for your Golden Dharma realm, for I too reside within the Golden Dharma realm. With that, he rapped his smoking pipe against the table. A fierce surge of true energy erupted, causing the ground around them to tremble violently. Nangong Chunshue, having enjoyed the spectacle, stepped forward to introduce Dongjun. This is the renowned master blacksmith I mentioned, the third-ranked weapon forger, weapon god Luo Shang. Li Changqing sent you to seek me. Surely he has not arranged anything pleasant for me. Nangong Chunshue clarified. Mr. Li wishes for you to forge a fine blade for this young gentleman. I shall not. I have just accepted an important commission and have no time for him. Luo Shang turned his head away, dismissing him. Nangong Chunshue produced a butterfly-shaped white jade pendant from his sleeve, stating, even the most significant commission warrants a glance at the remuneration, Mr. Li is prepared for you. Luo Shang cast a glance, his attention fixating on the pendant. He set down his smoking pipe and took the jade pendant from Nangong Chunshue's hand. A glimmer of light flickered in his eyes as he asked, did she leave this? Luo Shang carefully tucked the pendant into his bosom. You, lad, possess a celestial grade sword and still seek a blade from me. It seems Li Changqing intends to impart his ultimate skills to you. Bai Li Dongjun's curiosity piqued. What ultimate skills? The dual wielding of swords and blades. 3 days later, Bai Li Dongjun gazed at the jet-black blade in his hand, its edge shimmering coldly. Even before approaching, one could sense its bone-chilling chill. What is the name of this blade? Unlike the old curmudgeon of the sword Hearttomb, once a weapon is forged, it bears no further connection to its creator. As for its name, it should be bestowed by its master. Luo Shang's expression soured at the mention of Li Suwan. Since my sword is named Unstained by Dust, let my blade be called Allure of Lead and Gold. Nangong Chunshue tossed a manual of blade techniques to Bai Li Dongjun. He eagerly opened it, only to find it was the most ordinary 5 tigers breaking mountains blade technique, one even the guards of the town West Marquis would know. Do not underestimate this set of blade techniques. Once I had a friend. Before Nangong Chunshue could finish, Bai Li Dongjun interrupted, casting a sidelong glance at him. This set of techniques is renowned across the lands. Is it not? You are weaving a tall tale to deceive me. I do not believe it. At that moment, Luo Shang suddenly interjected. You may believe it, for the person he just mentioned is me. He stood up, challenging. If you are unconvinced, how about exchanging a few moves with me? Very well. The consequence of that agreement was that Bai Li Dongjun found himself bedridden for several days, until a familiar voice rang out from outside. How rare to see you so honest. Bai Li Dongjun propped himself up, his eyes sparkling as he looked toward the door, his voice brimming with excitement. Yun, brother Yun, Yi Dingji, noticing he seemed unscathed. Teased to brother Yun, should I then call you Dongjun? The two exchanged a smile, their eyes reflecting the joy of reunion and unspoken affection. Chapter 15, Emotional Debt. Brother Yun, I never expected to encounter you here. Yi Dingji handed the sword in his hand to Bai Li Dongjun. For the sword that weapon god Luo spoke of belongs to me. What is its name? Bai Li Dongjun inquired, eyeing the sword in Yi Dingji's grasp. Yi Dingji glanced at the blade beside Bai Li Dongjun and raised an eyebrow, asking, what is the name of your blade? It is called Allure of Lead and Gold. Yi Dingji pondered for a moment before smiling. Then my sword shall be named Moon of the Jade Tower, purging lead and gold, untainted by dust. Who knows the moon of the Jade Tower in the heavens? Nangong Chunshue remarked, casting a teasing glance at the two. You seem to have too many thoughts. Let us set off. Bai Li Dongjun turned to Yi Dingji. Brother Yun, shall we go together? Yi Dingji looked at Bai Li Dongjun's cautious anticipation and, after a deliberate pause, smiled. All right. The group traveled leisurely in a carriage with Yi Dingji diligently driving at the front, yet, the chatter between the young couple never ceased. Dongjun, who is this Chunshue brother? As Bai Li Dongjun hesitated on whether to directly reveal Nangong Chunshue's identity, the latter interjected, you may consider me the reincarnation of Li Changqing. Whether a person can be reincarnated, I do not know, but I am certain one cannot reincarnate as a fully grown adult. He said, glancing at Nangong Chunshue, then added, however, your manner of speaking as if you are deceiving is quite fitting. Brother Yun, he truly is Amor. Yi Dingji was taken aback, looking at Nangong Chunshue in disbelief. Yi Dingji's talent is indeed rare in this world, and due to the influence of the Rainborn demon. He harbored intentions, yet he thought Yi Dingji might not agree, so he tentatively suggested, we still have the chance to become master and disciple. Thank you for your kind offer, but I am going to Tianqi City to participate in the Academy's grand examination. Merely to see what my master's lifelong rival truly looks like. I never intended to truly become your disciple. As of now, having one master is sufficient. Nangong Chunshue sensed the seriousness in Yi Dingji's words and sighed. In the matter of teaching disciples, your master may indeed surpass me. Saying this, he chuckled softly. In truth, he has won this round. Xianshan observed Yi Dingji's figure for a while and turned to He Xiaozi. Extending his hand, He Xiaozi averted his gaze, pretending not to see. Xianshan tugged at He Xiaozi's sleeve and whispered in his ear, "Do not be so stingy." They finally got together, and if you can lend a hand. Do so. He Xiaozi raised his hand, signaling 5, a mischievous smile playing at his lips. Xianshan swatted his hand away. "Don't even think about it." At most 3 times objective achieved, He Xiaozi produced a piece of black scale from his sleeve. This was merely an ordinary scale shed during He Xiaozi's molting process, but to others it was akin to a life-saving talisman. Xianshan shrank the scale, threaded it onto a string, and tossed it to Bai Li Dongjun. Here a life-saving charm, but he knew Bai Li Dongjun would undoubtedly pass this on to Yi Dingji, for in his heart, he could not accept the possibility of losing Yi Dingji once more. Bai Li Dongjun gazed at the unfamiliar path ahead, asking, "Master, where are we headed?" "Originally, we intended to visit Tangmen, but with young Master Xian's assistance, that is no longer necessary. We shall head directly to Shueiyue City." Nangong Chunshui looked at the familiar city before him, nervously rubbing his hands together. "Why do I feel a bit anxious? It seems you are in debt of emotion." He Xiaozi quipped. Xianshan shot him a cold glare. "It appears our Black Lord is quite experienced." Ahem. He Xiaozi cleared his throat, casting a pleading glance at the others. Bai Li Dongjun stifled a laugh and interjected, "Master, are we not heading to Shueiyue City?" "Why does it say Shaguan above?" Nangong Chunshui explained. "This city was once called Dechangi, though it contains the character big in its name. It is, in fact, quite small, located in a remote area. It boasts beautiful scenery and a peaceful existence. Later, extraordinary individuals came and secluded themselves here, inadvertently attracting more and more people, leading to the city's growth. Eventually, it split into 2 cities, one being Shangguan and the other Shaguan. Shaguan is known for its winds, while Shangguan is known for its flowers, Songshan snow, Irai moon. People began to refer to these 2 cities collectively as Shueiyue City. Among the 4 extraordinary individuals I just mentioned, only one was a sword immortal, and one descendant remained. The people elected this descendant to become the lord of Shueiyue City. Just as Nangong Chunshui was boasting about the unparalleled beauty of that woman, he was interrupted by Bai Li Dongjun. He pointed at Xianshan and asked, "Is she more beautiful than young Master Xian?" Nangong Chunshui was momentarily speechless, finally relenting, saying, "It is different. Young Master Xian belongs to that ethereal, untainted realm. How can they be compared?" Just as he spoke, a red figure flew down from the city tower, her long sword pointing directly at Nangong Chunshui. She glared at him, demanding, "Who are you?" "Miss Luo, long time no see. I am Nangong Chunshui." Luo Shui scrutinized the unfamiliar face. "I do not recall knowing anyone named Nangong Chunshui. That is because when we last met, I did not bear this name." Upon hearing this, Luo Shui seemed to piece together his identity. With a sweeping strike of her sword, she was met by Nangong Chunshui's block. Recognizing the familiar sword technique, she exclaimed, "It is indeed you. What do you want here?" Bai Li Dongjun leaned in, asking, "Is this the lady you spoke of as your beloved? Why does she seem to regard you with such disdain?" "My relationship with Miss Luo is one of mutual affection. We pledged our lives to one another at first sight." Nangong Chunshui laughed, his expression gleeful, while the others averted their gazes in discomfort. Yet Luo Shui shot him a reproachful look. "You rogue, faithless man, you are the world's #1. I cannot kill you, yet I also do not wish to see you again." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Nangong Chunshui stared at her retreating figure, words caught in his throat. That night, Shueiyue City was particularly lively, the throngs of people outside bustling with noise. Within the tavern, Nangong Chunshui gazed at Haixiatzi and Xingshan, posing a question to both. "What is it?" The inquiry carried an air of certainty. The 2 exchanged candid nods in agreement. "If your beloved were to ask you how many past lovers you have had, how would you respond?" As Nangong Chunshui articulated this perplexing question, his countenance reflected utter bewilderment. Upon hearing this, Xingshan set down his cup, gesturing for Haixiatzi to answer. "Me. My wife has never posed such a question. But if she were to ask, I would probably answer truthfully." Nangong Chunshui nodded, as if encountering a kindred spirit, then shifted his gaze to Yi Dingji and Bai Li Dongjun. "And what of you?" Chapter 16, The Question of Life and Death. Yi Dingji regarded Bai Li Dongjun. Their emotions laid bare. "I believe I shall have but one lover in this lifetime." "A master, how did you respond back then?" Bai Li Dongjun retorted. "I intended to be forthright, so I disclosed my training in the Dazhuan technique. And then she asked me this question, to which I replied 3. Hearing this, Xingshan burst into laughter, prompting a puzzled look from Nangong Chunshui. "Do you find something amiss in my words, Sir Xingshan?" Xingshan pointed at Haixiatzi, suggesting, "This is a matter you ought to inquire about with him." Haixiatzi, meeting the eager gazes around him, sighed. "While from your perspective 30 years may constitute a lifetime, and having one lover per lifetime seems reasonable. This is due to the unique nature of the Dazhuan technique. If we were to disregard the Dazhuan technique, your form has merely transformed. You have always been one person, both in body and soul. Ultimately, this would imply that it is merely a single lifetime, which, from your perspective, translates to you replacing your lover every so often, with each merely a fleeting scenery in your prolonged existence." Upon hearing Haixiatzi's words, The crowd began to comprehend why Luo Shui was so irate. His upon reflection, master, your situation does seem a bit. Bailey Dongjun hesitated to finish his thought. Why Yidingji turned to Nangong Chunshui. Mr. Li, what did Miss Luo say after your reply? Her expression soured somewhat, yet she did not explode immediately. Instead, she posed a second question. Haixiatzi leaned against Xingshan's shoulder, leisurely remarking, that surely means she would have several lovers thereafter. Indeed. So how would you answer if you were in their shoes? Nangong Chunshui inquired, directing his attention to Bailey Dongjun. Bailey Dongjun pointed to himself. Me, Yanj would never pose such a question to me. He then looked at Yidingji, answering with a hint of pride. Nangong Chunshui averted his gaze, concluding that these two were of no use. He then turned to his disciple, Sikong Changfeng, and you, as for me, Sikong Changfeng began, before you, I believed that love was merely a transient companionship, ending with death, yet, upon meeting you, I discovered that love transcends the boundaries of time. Thus, after you, I have had no other lover. Upon finishing his declaration, he lifted his cup. For decades hence, it would only be exchanging one woman for another. Reiterating the same sentiments, upon hearing Sikong Changfeng's response, even Haixiatzi sat upright in admiration. Well done, young man, your romantic words are quite impressive. And how did you ultimately respond, master? Nangong Chunshui, feeling somewhat guilty, raised his cup. I had imbibed quite a bit that day and was somewhat inebriated. I told her that I couldn't possibly keep track. Haixiatzi, collapsing onto Xingshan, looked at Nangong Chunshui with a mixture of exasperation and disbelief. There are countless ways to respond, yet you managed to choose the most fatal one. The following day, the group arrived at the foot of the Tower of Ascension. What is this Tower of Ascension? Bailey Dongjun inquired, gazing at the plaque before him. The Tower of Ascension in Shueiyue City boasts 16 levels. Each level is guarded by a formidable expert, with the guardians growing increasingly powerful as one ascends. Particularly on the higher levels, one encounters legendary figures. Only by conquering the highest tier can one glimpse the wonders of Shueiyue. With that, Nangong Chunshui leaped into action, and numerous challengers were cast down from the tower. With him standing triumphantly at its pinnacle, Luo Shui, I have arrived. His voice resonated throughout the entire Shueiyue city. The onlookers could not help but murmur, why does this sound so familiar? Master, is he directly quoting? As the two figures atop the tower departed hand in hand, the crowd below realized they had been forsaken. So, after the lovers unite, they simply abandon us here. Bailey Dongjun gazed incredulously at the vacant summit. The crowd exchanged glances, and ultimately they decided to challenge the tower together. Although they claimed to be united, in truth, only Yidingji, Bailey Dongjun, and Sikong Changfeng actively participated, while Xingshan and Haixiatzi merely observed. The trio took turns ascending, and they advanced swiftly until they reached the 10th level, where their pace significantly slowed. By the time they reached the 16th level, they were compelled to collaborate. Ultimately, Yidingji employed the immovable king technique, allowing them to barely pass through, and nevertheless all three emerged with injuries. Xingshan looked at the three of them collapsed on the ground. Truly pitiful. Let us depart. With a flick of his sleeve, the three were instantly healed. Bailey Dongjun, grinning, remarked, I knew Xingshan would not abandon us like that. Person. With so many experts in Shueiyue City, the remaining group busied themselves, engaging in constant sparring. As time passed, their skills improved rapidly. However, amidst this, the Qingwang suddenly launched an attack against the town West Marquee residents concerning the close ties between Yidingji and Bailey Dongjun. Consequently, Emperor Tian summoned Bailey Luocheng to Tianqi. Upon hearing this news, Bailey Dongjun and Yidingji hurried to Tianqi, only to encounter Bailey Luocheng and others, who were intercepted by the Dark River. The Dark River consisted of only 3 individuals, Su Muyu, Su Changhe, and a man with a bamboo hat. The three strolled leisurely from the forest, showing no signs of hostility. The man, observing the vigilant crowd, spoke, Do not be alarmed. I come here with no intention of causing harm. The Dark River blocks the path, yet you do not intend to kill. The man swiftly transformed into a shadow, appearing before the group in an instant. He gazed upon a young woman, softly saying, I did not anticipate encountering you here today. The woman smiled gently. Suja, it has been years since we last met. Your Mandarin has improved remarkably. He sighed, momentarily losing composure, before retreating to his original position. He looked toward the closed carriage. I still wish to admire the Marquis's grandeur. As for the Marquis's grandeur, perhaps you should first consider Mr. Li. A familiar voice resonated, and as the crowd turned to look, they saw Li Changxing approaching from afar. Suja chuckled lightly. Today, I have seen all that I wish to see. Changhan Muyu, we shall be on our way. With that, he turned to depart. As night fell, an unexpected visitor arrived at the group's lodgings. Bailey Luocheng regarded the familiar figure in the courtyard. Eunuch Zhuoqing, it is good to see you. Upon seeing Bailey Luocheng, Zhuoqing bowed respectfully. This servant greets Marquis Bailey. I am grateful to see you still alive. May I inquire, Zhuoqing, what brings you here today? Zhuoqing lowered his head. Marquis, you jest. This servant lacks the qualifications to pay you a visit. With that, he stepped aside, and from the carriage emerged a tall, Slender figure Emperor Tian. He strode purposefully towards Bailey Luocheng. Bailey Luocheng signaled for Bailey Dongjun to kneel, yet Bailey Dongjun, with his head held high, displayed disdain. However, under Bailey Luocheng's insistence, he reluctantly knelt halfway. Following this, Emperor Tian and Bailey Luocheng entered the room. And what was discussed remained a mystery to all. Chapter 17, Make-A-Wish, Jisha Academy. The exquisitely embroidered purple curtains were drawn back, revealing a familiar face. What brings the Grand Supervisor here on such short notice? I have come to visit the academy, as I have some queries to discuss with Mr. Chenru. Wu Shuqing replied, though his gaze lingered on Li Changxing beside him, since it is a visit. Why not use the front door? Chenru inquired, his tone suggesting suspicion. Because they sent someone to assassinate Dong Jun, and among those capable of assisting in Tianqi, we are the most likely candidates. Li Changxing casually interjected. However, Wu Shuqing, regarding Li Changxing with a knowing gaze, remarked, I have served alongside Li in the court for over a decade. Although our encounters have been few, each meeting has left a lasting impression. He regarded Li Changxing, asserting, you bear a striking resemblance, yet you are not him. Li Changxing chuckled lightly, your observation is quite sharp, though it is natural for us not to be too familiar. As he waved his fair, slender hand before him, his face transformed into that of an ethereal beauty. Upon seeing Xingshan's visage, Shuqing's pupils constricted. It is you. Though he had never encountered Xingshan, the latter's striking appearance had been well discussed. And thus he was aware of the tales surrounding him. This matter would likely be more complicated than he had anticipated. A dark aura surged around Shuqing, faintly revealing violet sparks of lightning, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike at Xingshan. Yet Xingshan gracefully waved his delicate white gauze, effortlessly dispersing the energy. The white gauze danced through the air, binding Shuqing securely. Shuqing gazed at Xingshan in disbelief. As he had anticipated defeat but never expected to be bested so easily, Xingshan regarded him, you are quite gifted, I must admit. Alas, your luck is unfortunate. You encountered Li Changxing first and then me. Observing the wary expressions of the two before him, Xingshan smiled, why do you gaze at me so? I am a benevolent person who would never kill without cause. However, your realm does not align with your character. Allow me to assist you. Xan Shan waved his hand, and the white silk entwined with the murky clarity emitted a burst of white light. Shuqing felt his own realm plummeting rapidly, descending all the way to the Golden Ruler's realm. Though it remained somewhat elevated, it would suffice to grant some face to the Tian Emperor. After speaking, he waved his hand, signaling the two to depart. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Dingji had now been designated a court criminal by the Tian Emperor. To avoid implicating by Li Dongjun, he helped him and then temporarily left Tianqi City, agreeing to meet again in Shuiyue City once matters were resolved. Yet just as one wave settled, another arose. With affairs in Tianqi concluded, unexpected troubles emerged in the Tianwaitian. The departing Yi Dingji was taken away by individuals from Tianwaitian. As Yi Dingji gradually regained consciousness, he surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, but before he could examine them closely, he was brought to a cave. Within the white cavern stood a middle-aged man clad in golden robes, his silver hair gently curled and tied behind his head. Upon gazing at Yi Dingji, his eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, in natural martial vein, Yi Dingji recognized him as the leader of Tianwaitian and the former ruler of Baitsu. Yu Fengcheng. A colossal statue of the immutable king materialized behind him, and the exquisite Qianglui in his hand radiated dazzling golden light. Suddenly, a plume of black-gray energy appeared in Yu Fengcheng's grasp, enveloping both men like smoke or mist. Yi Dingji felt his internal power being inexorably siphoned away. Li Dongjun observed the scene before him and inserted his own virtual thought technique into the fray. Upon his arrival, Yu Yao had previously confided in him about her father's intentions. He knew that only by cultivating the virtual thought technique could he hope to save Yungu. The internal energy circulated among the three, yet Yu Fengcheng's virtual thought technique had already reached the 9th level. And Li Dongjun's forceful interruption resulted in a backlash. Dongjun, Yi Dingji watched the blood trickling from Li Dongjun's lips, his gaze hardening with resolve. He turned to Yu Fengcheng, who had perished countless times. This time would be no different. He activated the immutable king technique, forcibly entering a demonic state, and astonishingly began to reverse the flow, absorbing the internal energy of both men. However, the magnitude of the internal energy was overwhelming, and Yi Dingji distinctly felt a dull ache in his meridians. Yungo, no, you will die. Li Dongjun desperately attempted to retract his arm, but to no avail. As Yi Dingji sensed the moment was ripe to sever the connection, he first pushed Li Dongjun away. The virtual thought technique was drawn into Yi Dingji, preventing Li Dongjun from interjecting further. He could only watch anxiously as the black-gray mist swirled. At that moment, he recalled the black scales that Xin Shan had mentioned could preserve life, which hung at Yi Dingji's waist, and his heart steadied. With the scales, nothing would go amiss, and nothing at all of the mist erupted, and Yu Fengcheng crashed heavily to the ground. Although Yi Dingji appeared unscathed, his eyes shimmered with an unusual violet glow. He had succumbed to demonic influence. Yu Yao, observing Yi Dingji stride toward Li Dongjun, anxiously cautioned him, yet Li Dongjun remained motionless, gazing at Yi Dingji, confident that even in this demonic state, he would not harm him. Yi Dingji approached, gently wiping the blood from the corner of Bai Li Dongjuan's mouth, affectionately exclaiming, "Fool, didn't you know to run away?" Bai Li Dongjun smiled slyly. "Yunga would never strike me." However, he soon inquired with concern. "Is the demonic influence truly without effect on you?" "There are effects," Yi Dingji admitted. My emotions are markedly more volatile, and it feels as though a flame is scorching within me, rendering me quite uncomfortable. He glanced at his trembling right hand. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his hands incessantly craved blood, and the sight of it ignited an inexplicable thrill within him, yet, he was not a person inclined to slaughter. This uncontrollable state was profoundly distressing. Scales. Bai Li Dongjun peered at the scales at Yi Dingji's waist. Xianshan had claimed these scales could save lives. Surely they could assist now, though he was uncertain how to wield them. As he spoke, he tore the scales from Yi Dingji's grasp and placed them in his hand. "Why not? Make a wish to test it." Yi Dingji regarded him with exasperation, yet he indulgently allowed Bai Li Dongjun to place the scales in his palm. Clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication, "Can it restore Yin Ji's well-being?" Bai Li Dongjun inquired, his tone contemplative. In truth, he was merely jesting, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, yet, to their astonishment, the scales emitted a wave of aquamarine light, enveloping Yi Dingji in its embrace. Yi Dingji felt the blue light wash over him like water, gradually extinguishing the fire that blazed within his heart. The trembling in his fingertips ceased, and the once glimmering black scales lost their luster as he attempted to stow them away. However, at the moment of contact, they disintegrated into a cloud of black powder, swept away by the wind. In that instant, the Ru shop in Chaisang City vanished alongside two figures, disappearing from this realm. Current world settlement: Xianshan merits 300, Black Shezi merits 500.